Chapter 1. Dreaming back to 1995. Within the opulent confines of a private room at the South Ling City Business Hotel, a lively gathering of men and women exchanged toasts, the atmosphere brimming with exuberance. Teacher Zhao, your dedication has been invaluable. The success of this year's short-distance running team is entirely due to your nurturing. Hey, race to you. Teacher Zhao, these children have certainly kept you on your toes. May Teacher Zhao's influence spread far and wide, and may his life be filled with prosperity. Seated at the head of the table was a man named Zhao Chong, a physical education instructor at South Ling City No. 1 High School, who had devoted over a decade to his role. Teacher Zhao, with your impressive stature, you must have played basketball in your youth? A slightly inebriated woman raised her glass and asked playfully. At 45, Zhao Chong stood nearly 6 feet tall, his physique robust and commanding. Although the years had taken their toll, leaving him with a slight paunch, it was evident he had once been a promising basketball player. Li Jia, you may not know, but Teacher Zhao took up coaching short-distance running solely to assist students in passing the physical exams. He was originally a basketball player. Someone chimed in. Indeed, I heard our teacher, Zhao, even played abroad in his younger years. If it weren't for his injuries, he would undoubtedly have been an exceptional professional athlete. Zhao Chong chuckled lightly, raising his glass in a toast to everyone before quietly sitting back down. The memories of NCAA basketball seemed like a distant echo now. Time truly flies. Once a promising young basketball player, he now found himself transformed into a middle-aged man preoccupied with the mundane concerns of daily life. As the banquet drew to a close, many guests had succumbed to inebriation. A parent of one of his students kindly offered to drive Zhao Chong home. Zhao Chong graciously declined the offer, noting that his residence was directly across from the restaurant, and he felt perfectly capable of making the journey on foot. Shaking his head vigorously to shake off the effects of the alcohol, he started the car, only to be met with a jarring roar from the engine. The influence of alcohol clouded his judgment, and he failed to recognize the imminent danger. Just as he shifted into gear, an overwhelming force propelled him forward. Suddenly sober, he realized that the shoelace of his right foot had become entangled with the accelerator. No matter how he pressed the brake, the vehicle showed no signs of deceleration. Dazed and bewildered, he had no time to react as the speedometer skyrocketed past 100 miles per hour, buildings looming closer with alarming rapidity. Bang! The deafening sound of impact reverberated through the cabin of the BMW 330 Li, plunging Zhao Chong into darkness. Instinctively, he pushed away the airbag that had deployed in his face, but the darkness was impenetrable. He could see nothing. Have I just been in an accident? Yet, strangely, he felt no pain in the dimness of the car. He instinctively rubbed his forehead and brought his fingers to his nose, detecting no trace of blood. He then checked his chest, inhaling deeply, but still, there was no scent of blood. Still shaken, Zhao Chong found the entire experience surreal. However, upon confirming that the air was still permeated with the scent of gasoline, he broke into a cold sweat once more and resolutely decided to pull the handbrake, crash through the door, and leap from the vehicle. After bursting out, the car did not explode immediately as portrayed in films, and Zhao Chong felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, as he rose and surveyed his surroundings, he realized that events had taken a decidedly bizarre turn. He recalled that he had just started the car at the entrance of the community, but now the environment felt inexplicably familiar. Surrounding him were a motley group of foreign individuals with golden hair and blue eyes. Even more astonishingly, the BMW had transformed into an old 1995 model, and the device in his hand had morphed into a rudimentary pager. Had he crossed over? Being well-versed in web novels, Zhao Chong experienced an ominous premonition. While feeling somewhat dazed, he sensed an intensifying pain in his temples, accompanied by a growing dizziness. As for the current temporal juncture, the number 1995 crystallized in his mind. The NCAA basketball seemed like a distant memory, so unfamiliar, yet so familiar at the same time. Zhao Chong quickly comprehended one undeniable truth. He had indeed traversed time, and he had returned to the year 1995. To put into perspective, plasma televisions had yet to be invented during this era, and logically, Gao Qiqiang had not even begun selling fish. Suddenly, he found himself 30 years in the past, and an array of emotions surged within him. This was a time devoid of smartphones and the internet. Even the advent of QQ was still 4 years away. Revisiting this pivotal moment in life certainly felt premature. However, as Zhao Chong pondered, he realized that the 1990s were a treasure trove of opportunities, and with the experience of his previous life, he could easily seize shares in companies like Tencent and Apple, or purchase several courtyard houses in Beijing's Third Ring Road, thereby swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of success. Yet, these considerations paled in comparison to his immediate realization. After coming to terms with this extraordinary situation, his attention shifted to his left foot. He could clearly sense his vitality and boundless energy. This time, his left foot was brimming with vigor. Ah, the familiar campus, my Virginia Union University, the birthplace of my youthful dreams. Zhao Chong mused internally, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Feeling invigorated, it was November, the season of the NCAA regular games. He vividly remembered that it was in this very month that he had sustained an injury years ago, the result of unreasonable training intensity and excessive muscle strain. This time, he would not allow such a mishap to occur. But just then, Zhao Chong noticed the words "system loading" materializing in his line of sight. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and he once again lost consciousness. Virginia Union University, within the campus hospital. You're quite the tough one, aren't you? That tree you collided with cushioned the impact and saved your life. If you had hit a wall, you probably wouldn't have seen today's sun. The comprehensive examination has been completed. Apart from symptoms of hypoglycemia, there are no other issues. What a stroke of luck. Your only external injury is from your own fall during the jump. The doctor, clad in a white coat, expressed his astonishment toward Zhao Chong before handing him a bill. Upon receiving the bill, Zhao Chong was overwhelmed with emotion, yet felt hesitant to move. It must be said, the emergency fees in America are utterly outrageous. Merely undergoing an abdominal scan and CT scans of the head and chest had cost nearly $1,500, and this was without any treatment. This was equivalent to $1,500 in the 1990s. Just as Zhao Chong was contemplating how to work and study diligently, the subtitles in his line of sight refreshed once more. Upon seeing the phrase "system activated," all his grievances vanished. The dazzling effects indicated that this was the arrival of his exclusive benefits as a transmigrator. This time, a virtual screen appeared before Zhao Chong's eyes. Name: Zhao Chong. Nationality: China. Age: 19 years. Date of birth: October 1st, 1979. Height: 193 centimeters. Wingspan: 212 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Position on the court: shooting guard. After a brief moment of lamentation, Zhao Chong continued to peruse the system's attribute list. Shooting: mid-range 54, 3.42. Ball handling: passing 60, dribbling 59. Defense: stealing 40, blocking 55, rebounding 66. Physical attributes: speed 48, strength 70. Jumping 65, stamina 60. Zhao Chong was somewhat dumbfounded. These attributes were rather disheartening. It turned out that the disparity between NCAA players and NBA players was so vast the low scores in speed and shooting were understandable. However, even his most proud attribute, strength, only stood at 70, still significantly lacking compared to professional players, which was indeed quite pitiful. Had he not been at a weak institution like Virginia Union University, he might have found himself languishing on the bench. Moreover, it appeared that this system, aside from displaying his attributes, had no other function. Zhao Chong clearly saw that his attribute points were at 0, and the enhancements for each ability were grayed out. After spending an entire week in the basketball gym, not a single skill had improved. This left Zhao Chong utterly perplexed. Goodness, could this system be a sham? Are the benefits of transmigrators merely a hoax? Can this system be returned? But then, something even more outrageous occurred. Chapter 2, The Dream of Basketball. Has it appeared again? Zhao Chong, who was training, paused and rubbed his eyes in confusion on the basketball court. This moment. The virtual image re-emerged before him, a translucent light blue attribute box with an added prompt. To unlock the next stage of the system, you must acquire attribute points, 100. Current attribute points, 3. Finally, it looks somewhat normal. If the system's only function is to display attributes, that would be utterly useless. The embers of hope rekindled within Zhao Chong's heart. However, a vital question remained unresolved. How could he acquire these attribute points? The system's introduction was overly concise, and after training for several days, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Soon, the system provided another prompt. Daily training and competitions could enhance attribute points, with the quantity earned depending on the intensity of the training and matches, which would yield additional rewards. Zhao Chong pondered this information, gaining a clearer understanding that in essence, the greater the intensity of the competition and the stronger the opponents faced, the higher the potential attribute point bonuses he could unlock. This elucidated why an individual could practice aimlessly in a gym for an extended period without any improvement in attributes. The system's functional introduction concluded, and the novice guidance feature was officially terminated. Please claim your beginner's gift package. Noticing the shimmering exclamation mark on the taskbar, Zhao Chong's spirits lifted. This was indeed the first reward bestowed by the system, but he promptly focused his mind and clicked to claim it. Upon completion, a brand new novice gift package appeared in his inventory, accompanied by a line of description. The host may draw 5,888 attribute points or equivalent star skills. And badges, 5,888? Zhao Chong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a substantial attribute point bonus could potentially alter his fate. As for the nature of the star skills and badges, that remained a mystery. Opened the gift package. A flash of golden light enveloped him. But instead of the legendary 5,888 attribute points, he was presented with a purple badge. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the purple badge Supreme Guardian. Effect: 90 immunity to wear and tear on the knees and ligaments. Knee wear immunity? Zhao Chong's emotions soared. As a basketball enthusiast with aspirations akin to those of Morant and Rose, who wouldn't desire such epic acceleration attributes? Moreover, if he could obtain skills related to shooting or ball control, it would undoubtedly enhance his chances of catching the eye of NBA scouts. The prospect of a skill for an unstoppable mid-range shot, allowing for an instantaneous stop-and-pop jumper, was also quite appealing. Most importantly, the immunity to knee and ligament wear meant he would no longer need to worry about the regrets he faced in his past life. This brought to mind the seasoned 21-year-old Luka Doncic. Though he may not appear fast, Doncic consistently evades defenders, relying on his elite deceleration abilities. To effectively utilize such skills, one must strike unexpectedly. Zhao Chong shook his head, having been reborn. He was merely 19, with average speed and jumping attributes. The only asset he could depend on was this deceleration attribute. A guard with a muscular build, combined with deceleration skills, utilizing strength to brush past defenders, followed by a sudden stop for a jump shot. His next step would be to diligently practice his shooting accuracy. The foremost challenge, however, was that such skills appeared rather unremarkable. As an ordinary player with merely mediocre talent in the NCAA, he felt the absence of any flashy skills to prove his worth. Would he even have a ball to play with? Just as Zhao Chong was about to voice his frustrations, the door of the training facility swung open. A burly gentleman with an extravagant afro entered, adorned with a headband. Upon noticing Zhao Chong, an expression of exaggerated astonishment illuminated his face. "Buddy, you've got quite the resilience. The car was totaled, yet you emerged unscathed." Zhao Chong scrutinized the man, feeling a flicker of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place him at that moment. Who was this individual, after all? After a moment of deep contemplation, realization dawned upon Zhao Chong. This was none other than the most renowned undrafted player in NBA history, one of the central figures of the palace of Auburn Hills, Ben Wallace. Simultaneously, he now bore another identity as the cornerstone of the team. Speaking of Ben Wallace, even within the annals of NBA history, he held a prominent status. However, due to his lackluster offensive skills, he had yet to garner the admiration of scouts. Observing Ben's forlorn expression, Zhao Chong sensed that he had once again faced harsh criticism from the scouts. He couldn't help but reflect on the history of his previous life. Ben Wallace was the only player in NBA history to attend the draft as a lottery pick and ultimately go undrafted, a truly tragic tale. Yet, what could be done? This was the illustrious class of '96. The competition included the likes of Iverson, Kobe, Nash, and Barbarian, astonishingly high caliber of rookies in NBA history. Consequently, recent draft predictions from ESPN for Ben have fluctuated significantly. In contrast, Zhao Chong's draft predictions remained steadfastly bleak in unwavering expectation of being undrafted. On another note, Zhao Chong found himself feeling rather unfortunate. After all, he had traversed into the life of a basketball player, only to find himself in a nightmarishly challenging scenario. The competition was indeed fierce. As November had already arrived, the final roster for the NCAA in March was still not fully established. "Zhao, thank goodness you're okay. Otherwise, our team would lack a scoring option," Ben exclaimed, giving Zhao Chong a hearty pat on the back. "That's fantastic, Ben. Hey, race to both of us getting selected this year." Zhao Chong recalled their shared memories. Ben was indeed his closest ally on the team. Although Ben was a sophomore, he had recently joined the team, just like Zhao Chong. Previously, Ben had attended a community college, struggling academically, which hindered his transfer to a Division I university. The two often trained together, forging a strong friendship. Recently, Ben's performance had been on the rise, frequently blocking opponents in games, thus catching the attention of scouts for this transfer student towering over the court. Yet, whenever Ben believed he was on the cusp of realizing his NBA dream, his poor offensive abilities would again draw the scouts' ire. Consequently, his draft predictions resembled an erratic heartbeat on an ECG, fluctuating wildly. There was simply no escaping the undeniable reality. Quality of this rookie class was exceptional. Zhao Chong could only shake his head in disbelief. Ben has resolutely decided to participate in the draft next summer. As his brother, he yearns to accompany Ben into the draft venue. However, they find themselves facing an exceptionally competitive selection process. Such was the case during the legendary 1996 draft, where even the most talented players faced the possibility of being overlooked. Nevertheless, it is evident that Ben remains undeterred and is determined to seize the opportunity this year to escape the clutches of poverty. Zhao Chang shares this fervor, fortified by the protective blessings he now possesses, freeing him from the fears of injury that plagued him in his past life. At this moment, the virtual system interface presents a self-selected task, aptly named the choice. The task is delineated as follows. Choice. Please decide within 1 month whether to directly enter this year's NBA draft hell level or to continue pursuing further education in the NCAA for another year normal level. Selecting a difficulty level will yield corresponding rewards. Zhao Chang did not rush to make a decision, for his financial situation was more favorable than that of De Bin, thus alleviating much of the pressure. This afforded him the opportunity to deliberate at a leisurely pace. In any case, Zhao Chang felt invigorated today. He gazed at his once-absent belly, now transformed into a subtle definition of abdominal muscles, and sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. He could not help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful." Within the month, Zhao Chang intended to fully harness the potential of the system, aiming to make the most suitable choice when the time came. The direction of his efforts was quite straightforward. As long as he could endure, he would train relentlessly. Chapter 3. System training that evening. After completing shooting drills with De Bin, Zhao Chang continued to practice for several additional hours, focusing on squats and stair jumps. He cherished the current training opportunities so deeply that for the next few days, he immersed himself tirelessly in the gym. Thanks to the supreme protective badge safeguarding his knees, he hardly felt the soreness that typically accompanied taut ligaments after exercise. The spacious gymnasium significantly enhanced the efficiency of his training. After several days of diligent effort, he reaped a total of 7 attribute points. After Zhao Chang completed his training, he opened the window to admire the enchanting night view of Virginia. What captivated his attention was the noticeable alteration in the attributes table, where a plus sign had emerged beside certain attributes. Shooting, mid-range 54, 3.42. Ball handling, passing 60. Dribbling, 59. Defense, steal 40, block 55, rebound 66. Physical attributes, speed 48, strength 70, jump 65, stamina 60. Current attribute points, 6. Zhao Chang contemplated briefly, acknowledging that many of his attributes were not particularly high. However, he found himself favoring speed above all else, for it is the physical prowess that underpins all basketball techniques. Without the support of speed, one might find themselves bereft of opportunities to shoot once on the court. By harnessing his mental focus, he elevated his speed attribute from 48 to 49, and in doing so, all the plus signs vanished. His attribute points then diminished from 10 to 5. Thus, it appeared that attribute points could indeed be utilized to enhance one's attributes. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Chang concentrated his thoughts on the plus sign adjacent to his mid-range shooting attribute. Consequently, his speed attribute ascended to 50, while his attribute points dwindled to 0. At this juncture, all plus signs following each attribute had also disappeared, rendering any further enhancement impossible. "Gentlemen, assemble." The head coach, Anzua, was already issuing commands as Zhao Chang immersed himself in the intricacies of his system, having granted the players a brief respite during the recent off-season. Today marked the first day of their return to training, and he was eager for them to regain their rhythm swiftly. Zhao Chang turned his head and beheld the serious-looking African-American coach with a Mediterranean hairstyle, who was gazing intently at them. "The old man seems to be in a rather foul mood today. Let us hasten over, lest we be summoned to play football," admonished De Bin, as he patted Zhao Chang on the shoulder. Following De Bin's words, memories of Coach Enzu from his previous life surged forth. Coach Enzu was certainly not a man to be trifled with. He had a background in Taekwondo and was reputed to hold a black belt. The cavalry team at Virginia Union University was comprised of tough players like De Bin, where brawls were a commonplace occurrence. And a typical basketball coach would struggle to impose discipline on such ruffians. However, Enzu was different. He would invite the unruly members of the team to engage in football. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for every player. Enzu's style of football was far from conventional. After a few encounters with the coach's rigorous methods, the tough guys began to regard him with newfound respect. The day's first training exercise was the dreaded 800-meter speed endurance drill, a task that struck terror into the hearts of all players. This distance required not only a full sprint but also a commendable level of endurance. Dabin had once remarked that he would rather lift weights until he was sick than run 2 laps around the field. Zhu was indifferent to such complaints. He intended to whip everyone back into shape through his grueling training regimen. Those who refused to comply would simply be invited to play football. Reluctantly, everyone took to the track to accelerate. Watching the players dash across the field, Zhu's eyes soon sparkled with surprise. He noticed Zhao Chong, who, upon returning from the long break, had not become complacent but was instead sprinting with remarkable speed. Judging by his cadence and stride, the young man was running faster than ever before. Zhu suppressed his stern demeanor, feeling a tinge of astonishment. He had anticipated that these fellows would indulge in nightlife during the off-season and was preparing to find a reason to discipline the team. Zhao Chong maintained a steady pace on the playground, clearly benefiting from his enhanced speed attribute of 2 points. What once required his utmost effort to sustain is now executed with relative ease. After completing 2 laps, he sank onto the grass, panting heavily. His legs feeling as if they were laden with lead, yet his spirit soared with excitement. After all, following his previous life as a teacher, he had not run like a student for quite some time due to an old knee injury. These past few days of training had rekindled a sense of vitality within him. Today, he had not only returned to his peak form but had also surpassed his own endurance record. The exhilaration of running was profoundly liberating, as if it had opened the very gates of his heart. Zhu whistled, signaling everyone to regroup. After finishing the endurance run, Dabin felt as though his very bones were about to crumble. He stood beside Zhao Chong, his chest heaving violently. Coach Zhu returned to the refreshment area to retrieve the tactical manual, providing the players with an opportunity to engage in lighthearted banter. Have you heard? This year, the team's tactical direction has shifted. Last season, our offensive efficiency was abysmal, so Zhu might be planning to accelerate our pace. There was little choice, with Marcus standing at 2 meters tall. Having graduated, an increase in tempo seemed essential to mitigate our height disadvantage. The forthcoming matches would undoubtedly pose challenges. It was rumored that this endurance training was to prepare for running the entire length of future games. The players complained in disarray, both newcomers and veterans alike, expressing concern that the new tactical system might not suit them. Previously, the cavalry team's strategy was remarkably straightforward. If I do not comprehend offense, neither shall the opponent. The team was populated with tenacious defensive warriors, yet there were scarcely any capable offensive players. This approach proved effective against weaker teams. But when faced with exceptionally skilled star players, the cavalry's defensive system fell short. This was precisely the change that Zhu sought to implement. Zhao Chong and Dabin were indeed filled with anticipation for such a transformation, as long as it could enhance the team's performance. They were willing to cover greater distances on the field. The rigorous training regimen elicited a chorus of complaints from the players, yet soon they fell silent. This was because Coach Zhu had donned his cleats and emerged from the coaching office. Based on past experiences, it was evident that someone would soon bear the brunt of Zhu's rigorous expectations. No one wished to be the scapegoat. Coach Zhu had prepared a stack of tactical manuals, distributing them to each player. Last season, our team's performance was dismal. However, that belongs to the past. Starting today, I shall reorganize this squad from the ground up. Zhu cleared his throat. He continued, please forget your previous roles, whether as captain or as a benchwarmer. From this day forth, our team will undergo a complete reselection process. Those who can adapt will take the field. Those who cannot will be systematically removed from the team. This signifies a complete reshuffling of the team's rotation. Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow, implying that from this moment onward, if he were to perform earnestly, there indeed existed a chance to vie for the pivotal tactical position within the team. Chapter 4. The new captain Coach Zhu's words created ripples that stirred the very core of the team. Such a bold and decisive action naturally incited fervent discussions among the players. Andre, the senior white guard, harbored discontent towards Zhu's decision, yet he dared not voice his frustrations. In his view, he had valiantly fought for the team for 3 arduous years, and he was also the nephew of the former head coach. Now, with his uncle having recently transferred, he was expected to compete alongside those inexperienced underclassmen. Andre's dissatisfaction was almost palpable, etched clearly upon his countenance. Zhao Peng was attentively listening to the team's forthcoming arrangements, having fully recuperated from his previous injuries. He was eager to make a significant impact. However, just as he was engrossed in the tactical manual in his hands, a sudden, forceful shove struck his shoulder. Move aside, you damn brat. You're obstructing my view. Andre expressed his displeasure, directing his frustration towards Zhao Peng. Friend, I advise you to exhibit a modicum of courtesy, Zhao Peng retorted, his own ire ignited by the shove. He swiftly seized Andre by the throat with a grip as unyielding as a vice. Damn it, has the little brat never experienced a beating? Brand, the white junior forward and Andre's close ally, stepped forward. The dynamics within this team were intricate, with long-standing grievances simmering between upperclassmen and underclassmen. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Listen, veteran, I suggest you be amicable, or you might find your head split open, Brand warned. Ultimately, it was Ben Wallace who intervened. And as he prepared to unleash his formidable fists, an immediate silence enveloped the court. After all, when this behemoth went berserk, few could contain him. Coach Anzo regarded the on-court altercation with indifference. His ambition was to forge a team of ferocious warriors. Rather than quelling disputes, he encouraged players to engage in physical confrontations. In this brutal era, even on the NBA stage, the competition was fierce and unrelenting. It was well known that when Jordan faced the bad boys, the Pistons coach insisted on seeing blood. In other words, cowards had no place in basketball. Elbows, knee strikes, and tackles were merely the norm of this age. Coach Anzo sought to witness their prowess speak for itself. Once the court fell silent, he instructed everyone to declare their desired positions. As this was a complete reshuffling of the team, I'll be the center. Ben Wallace was the first to raise his hand, unopposed in claiming the primary center position. I, point guard. The boisterous Andre was the next to step forward, casting a haughty glance at the others, convinced of his rightful status as the team's core. Very well. Is there anyone else vying for this position? Coach Enzo inquired. Starting point guard. A resounding voice echoed through the gym as Zhao Peng sprang to his feet. The atmosphere was palpably intense, with both he and Andre glaring at one another. The potential for an explosive confrontation looming. Excellent. Then let a duel determine your respective strengths. Anzu smiled faintly, relishing the momentum within the team. Andre wore a lewd grin, exhibiting no hesitation as he swiftly grasped the basketball, preparing to launch an assault on Zhao Peng. To him, as a seasoned player, it seemed that a mere exertion of force would send the Asian guard sprawling. With two swift taps on the ball, Andre suddenly surged forward. Rather than heading towards the hoop, it appeared he was intent on colliding directly with Zhao Peng's body. In his mind, this impact would undoubtedly humble Zhao Peng, allowing him to redeem himself for his earlier reckless actions. However, in the next instant, not only Andre but everyone on the court was left astounded. What had they just witnessed? Zhao Peng swiftly maneuvered sideways, bracing himself against Andre's charge with his body. Even though Zhao Peng's speed attribute had only increased by 2 points, it was sufficient to contend with an ordinary player like Andre from the second-tier league. Andre was utterly unaware of Zhao Peng's nimble repositioning. His considerable weight gave him a distinct advantage, leading Andre to feel as though he had collided with an unyielding wall. Stumbling and struggling to make a move, he found Zhao Peng's large hand waiting patiently. With a resounding thud, a merciless rejection ensued, executed with precision. The unfortunate Andre was unceremoniously sent crashing to the floor. Both himself and the ball toppled over. Zhao Peng's strength at 70 is, in this level of competition, akin to a dimensional strike. What a magnificent block. At the very moment, Ben leaped up, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. Laughter erupted around the court, as the spectators had endured the presence of this Andre for far too long. He had long been a tyrant within the team, dictating terms to his fellow players. Zhao Peng's remarkable block served as a cathartic release for all the novice players who had previously suffered under Andre's oppression. Once shielded by the influence of his uncle, Andre now resembled a stray dog, ridiculed by his peers without mercy. This is nothing. I was merely warming up. Next, I shall teach you a lesson, he stammered. His face flushed, attempting to alleviate his embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, the laughter grew even louder as the audience reveled in his folly. Much like they would at a jester's expense, Zhao Peng, with the ball in hand, faced Andre, taking several tentative steps. The irate Andre intently scrutinized Zhao Peng's footwork. In his perspective, Zhao Peng's dribbling skills were rather mediocre. He intended to wait for the opportune moment to snatch the basketball from him. Zhao Peng suddenly accelerated, driving the ball forward with determination. Anticipating his move, Andre swiftly bent down to reach out. Just at that moment, a tremendous sound of friction erupted. Ouch! Zhao Peng executed an almost instantaneous halt, a braking maneuver that left Andre utterly unprepared. He could not restrain the formidable inertia of his body and was propelled forward, landing in a most undignified manner. Faced with an unguarded hoop, what hesitation could Zhao Peng possibly harbor? He flicked his wrist, and the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. At the moment of release, a surge of confidence blossomed within him. As the ball soared, he nonchalantly turned, pointing towards Bin in a gesture of premature celebration. 2 seconds later, the ball met the net with a melodious swish. What a splendid shot! Coach Anzu raised his arm in jubilation, applauding Zhao Peng's exquisite stop and shoot. This clean and decisive halt garnered cheers from his fellow players as well. Foul. He just committed a foul. Andre lamented from the floor, his complaints incessant. Yet at that moment, no one on the sidelines paid him any heed, as everyone was entirely enraptured by Zhao Peng's picturesque stop and shoot and his graceful turn. Even his 2 companions fell silent, witnessing Andre's disgraceful state. The continuous setbacks ignited a surge of unbridled fury within Andre. His expression darkened as he resolved to employ underhanded tactics to thwart Zhao Peng's offensive maneuvers. Zhao Peng initially dribbled laterally, gaining a half-step advantage. His offensive approach was remarkably straightforward. He turned his back to Andre and, leveraging his substantial mass, bulldozed Andre toward the paint like a tank. The intensity of this confrontation proved overwhelming for Andre. He employed every tactic at his disposal, pulling and tugging, even resorting to vicious elbow strikes against Zhao Peng's ribs. Yet, after Zhao Peng pivoted and accelerated, he unexpectedly executed a step-back jump shot. This maneuver, among the elite in the league, occurred with striking suddenness, leaving Andre completely unprepared as he stumbled awkwardly in place. Zhao Peng's mid-range shot struck the rim and gracefully descended into the net. The successful basket filled him with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. With a primal roar, he tore at his jersey and celebrated by swinging his iron elbow backward. Unfortunately, he inadvertently struck Andre's face with considerable force. The poor fellow was sent crashing to the floor, writhing in agony. Yet, no one on the court offered him sympathy. For all of this was a consequence of his own actions. What Zhao Peng has accomplished is merely a tit-for-tat response. Excellent. It appears that you have developed your own understanding of rhythm. Witnessing Zhao Peng's performance, Coach Anzo clapped his hands to halt the scrimmage. In his mind, he had already recognized Zhao Peng's exceptional ability to seize shooting opportunities. This technique of sudden starts and stops may seem slow, yet it significantly disrupts the defensive player's balance. Such a skill, reliant on the fluctuation of rhythm to create shooting chances, is precisely what the team requires. Conversely, Andre's lackluster tactical prowess is simply inadequate. There is no need for further comparison between the two. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Zhao Peng will assume the role of the primary point guard for the Cavaliers. Following Coach Anzo's announcement, Zhao Peng and Ben Wallace embraced tightly. The other players of the Cavaliers, displaying their awareness, approached to congratulate the duo. Beautiful shot, Zhao. You are undoubtedly the core player. Congratulations, the team will rely on you from now on. These individuals demonstrated their astuteness, as they discerned Coach Anzo's underlying message that these two would henceforth be the strategic nucleus of the team. Starting today, Zhao Peng will wield the same authority within the team as Ben Wallace. Zhao Peng's heart swelled with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to lead his team to a triumphant performance and showcase his prowess before the scouts. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have entered the primary player rotation of an NCAA team. Please claim your reward. Chapter 5. Unlocking a new badge, vs. Zhao Peng celebrated exuberantly. He accessed the system rewards, which presented him with a catch and shoot badge. Catch and shoot, a blue badge that enhances the host's shooting stability and release speed immediately after receiving the ball. Subsequently, Zhao Peng discovered that his mid-range shooting attribute had risen to 78, surpassing the majority of players in Division I of the NCAA. It seemed quite promising. Zhao Peng pressed his lips together, reminiscent of the masked man, Hamilton, from the Detroit Pistons in his past life. He darted across the court like a madman, skillfully utilizing his teammate screens to swiftly seize opportunities for a shot. This particular skill required less in terms of physical talent, yet demanded an exceptional level of stamina. Glancing at his own stamina, which barely surpassed 60, he fell into deep contemplation. This attribute could only be deemed average within the NCAA. To attract the attention of scouts from the league, he would first need to dominate the NCAA. Thus, cultivating his stamina became imperative. Stamina is the easiest to develop, yet the most arduous to endure. After all, what athlete has not faced the dread of grueling endurance training? Zhao Peng, having been a track coach in his previous life, was acutely aware of this reality. However, instead of fear, a fierce flame ignited within him. Even if there existed but a 1 in 10,000 chance of entering the NBA, He was determined to push himself to the limit, even to the point of exhaustion. Subsequently, the team's roster was meticulously finalized. Coach Enzu tore out the pages pertaining to the center positions from the tactical manual. This manual had been prepared in advance, as Coach Enzu had already devised the team's strategy for the upcoming season. The only empty section was the names of the players. Through today's training, Enzu aimed to solidify the final lineup. After inscribing each player's name into the manual, he distributed it among the players, instructing them to read and sign it upon completion. Zhao Peng received the rotation list and could scarcely believe his eyes. Player name: Zhao Peng. Rotation time: 16 minutes. First position: shooting guard. Second position: point guard, starter. What does this signify? NCAA games are divided into two halves, each lasting 10 minutes, totaling 20 minutes. Coach Enzo's decision to allocate Zhao Peng a remarkable 16 minutes of rotation time clearly positions him as the linchpin of the team. The coach's immense regard for Zhao Peng was matched by Dabin, who took the initiative to propose Zhao Peng as the captain of the cavalry team. Zhao Peng felt somewhat taken aback, yet under Coach Enzu's watchful gaze, his fellow players rallied behind him in support of his ascension to captaincy. Happiness had arrived with such unexpected swiftness. Go for it, Zhao. The future rests upon your shoulders. Dabin expressed his exhilaration over his recent proposal, approaching Zhao Peng and playfully nudging his right arm with a fist. The mere thought of the imminent city derby ignited a fervor within Zhao Peng's palms. He was fervently eager to prove himself. Turning to the next page, he encountered his tactical arrangement, which consisted of merely two brief statements. As the initiator of the offense, your teammates will set screens for you. By frequently moving, seek out any opportunity to take a shot. Remember, your sole objective is to place the basketball into the hoop. Zhao Peng was filled with a sense of eager anticipation. His mid-range shooting ability, catch-and-shoot prowess, and extraordinary agility on the court seemed to perfectly align with his designated role. What he needed now was merely an opportunity to prove himself. However, Zhao was also curious about the tasks assigned to his teammates. The upcoming match held particular significance. He could not afford to delay and needed to establish synergy with his fellow players. After outlining the tactical manual, Enzu exited the scene, allowing the players to engage in discussions among themselves. This had always been his coaching style, eschewing excessive chatter. He sought to enable the players to grasp the essence of basketball tactics through their own understanding. After all, campus basketball was not the NBA, and Enzu aimed to cultivate his players' critical thinking through this method. Yet, the forthcoming match was undeniably crucial. Without further delay, Zhao Peng, now the newly appointed captain, and Dabin swiftly gathered the other key players, sitting together in the center of the court after practice. When everyone had assembled, Zhao was taken aback. Apart from the two of them, there had been significant changes to the starting lineup. Many seasoned players who had previously held positions were notably absent from this starting roster. Zhao Peng is assigned the role of shooting guard, while Dabin takes on the responsibilities of center. This is indisputable. However, the remaining roster has undergone a dramatic transformation. Some players are freshmen who have just entered their first year, and Zhao Peng has had limited interactions with them, retaining only faint impressions. Among the starting forwards is Bin Dike Long, nicknamed Big Black Dragon. He stands at a height of 2.05 meters and possesses an 8th Italian heritage, making him a senior African-American forward. He is a familiar figure within the team, having secured a starting position since his freshman year for 3 consecutive years. However, it is well understood that he lacks offensive capabilities and possesses a basketball IQ that could be considered negative. Nonetheless, his leaping ability is remarkable, making him an adept rebounder. What leaves a lasting impression on Zhao Peng is Big Black Dragon's claim of having purportedly engaged with over 1,000 women during his college years, a notion that is often met with amusement. At this rate, one might speculate that he would have long been exhausted. Interestingly, Dike Long is merely a self-assumed moniker. He has never revealed his true name to his teammates and prefers to be addressed by this alias. He is the type of player who enjoys boasting. Yet he is undeniably proactive, having partnered with Showdown in selling adult films on campus, which has surprisingly yielded considerable income. Periodically, when he earns some money, he insists on treating Zhao Peng to a night out at the local nightclub, often making cryptic remarks about wanting to experience the full extent of the night's offerings. Zhao Peng, however, declines his invitations, believing that as a player, his primary focus should remain on training. Additionally, he is not particularly attracted to women of African descent, finding it challenging to adopt the same lack of selectivity as Big Black Dragon. The starting point guard is Lippi de Gujia, the very showdown who collaborates with Big Black Dragon in their entrepreneurial endeavors. His role primarily involves keeping watch and managing operations, while Big Black Dragon handles the sales. Showdown is a 185-meter-tall Caucasian freshman with average athletic ability, decent shooting skills, and commendable organizational capabilities. However, his defensive skills leave much to be desired, both on the court and in his sales activities. The formidable Black Dragon often expresses his grievances regarding a certain incident. After all, there was an occasion when the principal strolled past right under their noses and Youngda failed to notice, resulting in an entire box of discs being confiscated and taken home by the principal himself for disposal. Richie Tierman, a freshman and wearing the number 8 jersey, stands at an impressive height of 198 meters. Affectionately nicknamed Old Iron, he is renowned throughout the team for his formidable prowess, earning the moniker of Iron Fist. Invincible Tierman. Old Iron is built with sinewy muscles, employing a straightforward offensive technique that involves overpowering his opponents to secure baskets. His temperament is rather volatile. He possesses the capacity for patience when wronged, yet if a teammate is threatened, he will not hesitate to unleash his fury. Many adversaries label him as an unpredictable individual on the brink of a breakdown, yet he maintains a favorable rapport within the team, as he tends to be taciturn around acquaintances. The group exchanged tactical arrangements before each member began to ponder their strategies. Zhao Peng gathered all the tactical arrangements from the team, and after perusing them several times, he began to grasp the coach's intentions. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke up. Is the coach planning for us to adopt a fast-paced strategy? Fast-paced? What does that entail? Asked Ben. What do you observe about Answa's selection of players this time? Zhao Peng then spread out each individual's tactical plan on the floor and posed the question. It seems we Haven T utilized many veteran players. There are 3 freshmen alone, Shouder remarked after surveying the layout. Indeed. And each player's card emphasizes the need to accelerate the tempo, Lao Tai added promptly. Precisely, without any towering players on our team. The coach intends to enhance our offense through this fast-paced approach, Zhao Peng explained. No wonder we've been practicing running relentlessly. It's been exhausting. It seems we're gearing up for a fierce contest against our opponents. De Hailong also grasped Zhao Peng's meaning. However, there was a concern about the short preparation time. If the coordination faltered, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the game in 2 days. The mere thought of the upcoming match made Ben pound the floor in indignation. Chapter 6. City Rivals. The next adversary for the cavalry team is their local rivals, the Virginia University Mountaineers. The entire team clenched their fists, ready to engage in a fierce battle. We are not just competing. We are going to fight with everything we have. Brothers, victory in this match is imperative, and we must triumph in every aspect. Coach Ben Onswa rallied the team aboard the bus. Brothers, stand strong. This match not only determines our standing, but also our fate. The players, filled with fervor, were eager for the impending confrontation, fully aware of the purpose of their gathering, to engage in a brawl. The events of a fortnight prior remained vividly etched in Zhao Peng's memory. That day had been designated for the match between the mountain men and the cavalry. Yet during the team's bus journey, a handful of fervent home supporters, driven by passion, shattered the cavalry's bus windows with stones. One such projectile narrowly missed Zhao Peng's nose. A stroke of fortune amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, their point guard, Little Da, was not as fortunate. A stone struck him squarely on the forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. Security personnel swiftly intervened, managing to control the situation and apprehending several offenders. However, such heinous behavior is intolerable. Coach Anzu promptly condemned the actions of the mountain men, denouncing them as the acts of thugs. His outcry proved effective, leading the NCAA to revoke the mountain men's home game privileges. And the match was relocated to a neutral venue, the Sun Never Set Stadium in Philadelphia. Although the fervent home crowd was absent, the long-standing animosity between the teams persisted. Typically, the relationship between rival teams within the same city oscillates between 2 extremes. Either they are inseparable allies or bitter enemies. Clearly, the rivalry between these 2 adversaries from Virginia falls into the latter category, harboring a desire to vanquish one another. Zhao Peng is acutely aware that the animosity between the 2 teams has persisted for several decades, as far back as 30 years ago. The cavalry team emerged as the first local team to thrive at Virginia Union University, attracting tens of thousands of local spectators to the NCAA competitions each year. The players of the cavalry team predominantly hailed from humble backgrounds. In contrast, the subsequently established Mountaineers team was a veritable institution of affluence, although their inception came later. With the backing of the Board of Trustees, the Mountaineers swiftly recruited talent nationwide and achieved remarkable success, surpassing the cavalry team's performance in recent years. Initially, the two teams maintained a sort of mutual indifference, but the relocation of Virginia Union University led to the appropriation of their traditional playing field, the Cedar Court, by the University of Virginia. This contention over Cedar Court has sparked numerous conflicts between the students of the two institutions over the years. All the pent-up frustrations inevitably find their expression on the court. In the previous match, where the cavalry hosted the Mountaineers, the referees issued 6 technical fouls and ejected 4 players, illustrating the intense nature of the rivalry. The sharp discord among the fans can largely be attributed to their differing social standings. The cavalry team comprises predominantly local natives, alongside international students like Zhao Peng, with their supporters primarily originating from the lower echelons of society. Conversely, the Mountaineers fans predominantly belong to the middle and upper classes. Believing that victory is the ultimate justification and dismissing the cavalry's traditional methodologies of training local talent as antiquated. From a certain perspective, these two schools can be regarded as hosting one of the fiercest rivalries in the NCAA. Although neither institution boasts overwhelming strength, the atmosphere is undeniably charged with tension. Almost every year, incidents of violence occur during the matches. Notably, these two teams are the only ones that refrain from selling tickets to the visiting team's supporters in an effort to prevent large-scale unrest. Nevertheless, Virginia's local authorities are compelled to deploy thousands of security personnel to maintain order during the games. Rest assured, whether we win or lose is one thing, but I guarantee I'll take a few down in this match, exclaimed the small forward as he wiped his hands, brimming with anticipation. As the enforcer of the team, he has always been resolute in his actions. Zhao Peng was acutely aware of the significance of this match. Victory was imperative, defeat was not an option. Thousands of fans from Virginia were focused intently on this contest. As the newly appointed captain, the pressure weighing upon Zhao was considerable, for he understood all too well that a disheartening loss would render him unworthy to lead the team any further. In the locker room, silence enveloped the players. They yearned to avenge their comrade, to bring relief to their supporters, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of tension. This match had garnered substantial media attention beforehand, and the pre-game banter had already commenced. The captain of the Mountain Men, the towering 2.8-meter-tall power forward Tom Blucher, had boldly proclaimed prior to the game that he intended to send the cavalry team back to Virginia in disgrace. Victory, he asserted, would ultimately belong to the Mountain Men. In response, Zhao Peng echoed similar sentiments. As the impending battle loomed, the players remained silent in the locker room. Despite the cavalry's perceived shortcomings and the widening gap in strength between the two teams over recent years, they had historically matched up evenly in their encounters. Though they had not tasted victory in several years, the games were fiercely contested. Now, the burden of expectation rested heavily upon these young shoulders, who lacked extensive experience in such high-stakes contests. It was impossible for them to be devoid of thoughts and feelings. Heads bowed in silence, they sought to alleviate their inner anxiety. Zhao Peng, perceptive to the players' shifting emotions, clapped his hands and declared, "Brothers, this is our first time collaborating on this field. Today, we stand united. Let us march towards victory together. Shout with me, cavalry, damn them." The simplicity and rawness of this rallying cry proved effective, dispelling any lingering emotions among the young players. Yes, together, damn them. The first to echo this sentiment was Ben. All right. I've been itching to take down those old geezers for ages, damn them. His comrades raised their fists in solidarity. This chant is truly resounding. Let them pay for their transgressions. Zhao fervently clapped his hands, determined to settle scores both new and old with the Mountain Men. After some motivational cheers, the match officially commenced. Although this contest was merely a skirmish between the secondary leagues, it garnered considerable attention. ESN Channel 2 dispatched reporters to broadcast the game live. Upon capturing the scene, the cavalry fans were taken aback, for their opponents stood an average of 5 centimeters taller. In the realm of basketball, height undeniably holds significance in rebounding and interior defense. Soon, the starting lineups were announced. For the cavalry, center, Ben, standing at 2.03 meters. Power forward, De Long at 2.05 meters. Small forward, Lao Tai at 1.98 meters. Shooting guard, Zhao Peng at 1.93 meters. Point guard, Shada at 1.85 meters. For the Mountain Men, center, Lu Si at 2.10 meters. Power forward, Tom Blucher at 2. 0.8 meters. Small forward, Charles Palaisen at 2.03 meters. Shooting guard, Dennis Wright at 1.96 meters. Point guard, David Prude at 1.90 meters. The stark height comparison immediately instilled a sense of intimidation. This year, the Mountain Men boasted formidable momentum, nearing promotion to the Primary League. Coupled with the fact that this was their home game, the atmosphere grew raucous as both teams entered the arena. Lucy, crush those little brats. Winning by any margin is fine. Let the cowards of the cavalry lie down and return to Virginia. The aristocrats of the affluent district support you. Pummel them hard. And we'll cover your medical expenses. Let us wipe the cavalry from the NCAA roster. The raucous and violent taunts from the Mountain Men fans filled the air. And despite the security's calls for calm, the effect was minimal. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Mountain Men's center Lucy swiftly claimed the jump ball. The initial offensive play was initiated by the Mountain Men, with a clear strategy to dominate the paint. Each player enjoyed a height advantage, opting for a high and mighty approach. Standing nearly directly under the basket, Lucy, at 2.10 meters, faced off against the stocky rebounder DeBen. The height disparity of nearly 10 centimeters sent a wave of anxiety through the cavalry fans. Just as Lucy prepared to execute a hook shot, DeBen extended his long arm and snatched the ball away. "Well done, Ben," Zhao Peng shouted with fervor, as this play significantly boosted morale. DeBen was equally exhilarated. This tactical approach has been honed by the team for quite some time. Today, the cavalry is set to execute a fast-paced game. Following a turnover by DeBen, defenders Zhao Peng and Xiao De swiftly surged towards the offensive front. Zhao Peng's speed indeed surpassed his peers, as he sprinted toward the free throw line just as Ben's long pass arrived. At that moment, Tom Blucher, the power forward for the Mountain Men, was relentlessly pursuing him, nearly matching Zhao Peng stride for stride. Standing at an imposing height of 2.08 meters, he loomed large, casting shadows over the court. Coach Enzu, seated on the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety for Zhao Peng. Yet, in the next instant, Zhao Peng abruptly slammed on the brakes and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot. Whoosh! The basketball arced gracefully through the air, and 2 seconds later, it found its mark. The sound was akin to a droplet falling into the ocean, utterly enchanting. The cavalry fans erupted in a thunderous chorus of cheers. Enzu's heart raced with exhilaration. He had not anticipated Zhao Peng's remarkable ability to shoot immediately upon receiving the ball, nor the impressive confidence and steadiness of his mid-range shot. Given their height disparity, even a moment's hesitation could lead to a block. Nevertheless, Zhao Peng succeeded, and the cavalry secured a triumphant start. The Mountain Men initiated their offensive, skillfully controlling the pace of the game. In Chapter 7, Zhao Chong struck first, piercing through the defense. David Prude, the Mountain Men's point guard, showcased excellent ball handling skills and, combined with his robust physique, rendered his defender, Little De, nearly helpless. Bang! In their regular confrontation, Little De was sent staggering. With a height advantage, the Mountain Men's offensive sequences appeared effortless. Noticing center Russ had established position, David swiftly passed the ball his way. This was undoubtedly an act of intimidation. Russ stood 7 centimeters taller than the cavalry's center, Ben, and was no lightweight, making it seem like a mismatch. Bang! Russ instinctively collided with Ben, attempting to clear the defender and drive for a layup. To his astonishment, Ben remained steadfast, and Russ was jolted back. Nearly losing control of the ball, Russ was taken aback. Ben emphatically pounded his broad chest and bellowed, "Come on, keep pushing." It dawned on Russ that Ben possessed immense strength and was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, the seasoned Mountain Men players adapted. Russ, leveraging his height and technical prowess, executed a half-turn hook shot to secure 2 points. Ben's natural static gifts were indeed overshadowed, leaving him to watch in dismay. The score stood at 2-2. Coach Enzu's expression was as stoic as ever. He remained composed, fully aware of the strengths of both teams. For the cavalry to emerge victorious today, they could only hope for a miracle. As the cavalry launched their offense, buoyed by Zhao Chong's recent stunning shot, his teammates sought to pass the ball back to him once more. Zhao Chong exerted himself with relentless off-ball movement, alternating between bursts of speed and moments of hesitation, finally securing an open position. However, his teammate Xiaoda's pass was thwarted by an opposing player with long arms, resulting in a decisive steal. This blunder can be attributed to both Xiaoda's lack of passing finesse and the evident advantage of the Mountain People's players, whose height and reach were overwhelmingly apparent. During the initial phase of the match, both teams exhibited restraint, refraining from overly aggressive maneuvers. Yet, the spectators were far from composed. The arena staff had preemptively organized the seating to separate the fans, aiming to prevent any potential altercations. Nevertheless, the air was thick with insults exchanged between supporters. And there were even shouts of challenge. The tension was palpable. Following the steal, the Mountain People swiftly launched a counterattack, executing 2 passes that brought them to the basket with remarkable efficiency. Despite Ben and Zhao Chang's desperate attempts to chase back, the tactical acumen of the Mountain People was top-notch, and their pace was relentless. Ultimately, forward Tom Blucher effortlessly scored with a layup, adding 2 points to their tally. The score now stood at 4-2. On the sidelines, Enzu shouted emphatically, "Be more decisive with your passes. Speed is essential." This command hit the mark. As the previous pass from the cavalry team had been marred by hesitation, Shouted navigated the ball past half-court but faced intense defensive pressure, nearly committing a turnover. Before barely managing to pass to the formidable De Long attempted to overpower his matchup, the forward Tom Blucher. Unfortunately, after a series of feints, he could only muster a strange shot, which was met with a resounding block from Blucher. By sheer coincidence, the ball fell directly in front of Zhao Chang. Right at the three-point line, he seized the opportunity without a second thought. Zhao Chang received the ball, took a step back, and released his shot. Swish. A magnificent arc traced through the air as the basketball dove straight into the net. The Cavalry fans erupted with exuberance, unleashing a thunderous roar. This three-pointer was a tremendous boost to morale, especially following his teammates' blocked shot. Had it not been for this remarkable three-pointer, the Mountain Men players would have been even more audacious. After scoring, Zhao Chang confidently raised his right hand, vigorously waving it while shouting in exhilaration. His teammates rushed over to celebrate with a chest bump. The Mountain Men players exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. What is this? How could he shoot with such precision? Coach Hollins of the Mountain Men remained unfazed. He had meticulously studied the Cavalry players. In his recollection, Zhao Chang was slow and slender, with merely average shooting ability. Today's remarkable accuracy was simply a stroke of luck. The Mountain Men initiated their offense. Point guard Prudence advanced past half court, effortlessly overpowering Cavalry's guard, Little Da, and sinking a jump shot for 2 points. In the subsequent possessions, Zhao Chang found himself unable to receive the ball. There was no alternative. The Mountain Men's defensive strategy was far too intricate, as they began to employ a front-and-back double team against Zhao Chang. This was due to an overwhelming fear of Zhao Chang. Rather, it was a testament to the team's tactical acumen, as they implemented targeted measures against an opponent who had suddenly found their rhythm. After Zhao Chang failed to receive the ball, the Cavalry team fell into a scoring drought that lasted several minutes. Meanwhile, the Mountain Men team capitalized on this opportunity, scoring repeatedly. As the game progressed to 5 minutes and 16 seconds, the score stood at 13-6, with the Mountain Men leading by 7 points. Enzu had no choice but to call a timeout. Despite his rigorous training methods, which often included playing football with the players, Enzu primarily focused on motivation during the game. He would only lose his temper if a player made a particularly egregious mistake or displayed a poor attitude. Ben, wiping the sweat from his brow, sat beside Zhao Chang, incessantly muttering, "Damn it, the opponents are too cunning, avoiding me." Zhao Chang chuckled, "Though they may be taller than us, none can match your strength in the center position." With a commanding lead, the fans of the Mountain People team grew increasingly boisterous, jeering. The Cavalry team is nothing but soft. They play like girls. Pathetic. They lack strategy and height. This match is perhaps the most lopsided we've seen in 2 years. Ha! The Mountain People will undoubtedly triumph over the Cavalry. The fervor of the fans is intricately linked to the performance of their home team. As the Cavalry team found themselves under pressure on the court, the fans' enthusiasm waned, leaving them to endure the taunts from their rivals. Coach Anzo emphasized during the timeout that they must engage in proactive defense with urgency. Lacking in height, they must compensate with speed and relentless effort. Following the break, the game resumed. Despite the Cavalry team still being at a disadvantage, the shooting accuracy of the Mountain People began to falter, granting the Cavalry a glimmer of breathing room. With 7 minutes and 23 seconds remaining, the score stood at 18-10, and the Cavalry team was on the offensive. Zhao Chang awaited at the center line as Shouda passed the ball over. The shooting guard of the Mountain Men team, Dennis Wright, stood at a height of 1.96 meters, towering over Zhao Chang by 3 centimeters. He believed he could contain Zhao Chang's prowess. Noticing that Zhao Chang's previous points had been scored through catch-and-shoot jump shots, he provocatively taunted, "Come on, if you dare, take me on with the ball." Is it truly an honor to challenge you? You little punk. Zhao Chang unleashed a torrent of trash talk, driving Light to the brink of madness. Light gestured to his teammates to refrain from approaching for a double team, as he resolved to confront Zhao Chang in single combat. Zhao Chang, feeling a surge of adrenaline, gestured for his teammates to disperse, intent on challenging Light to a one-on-one duel. The spectators in the arena rose to their feet, their eyes wide with anticipation, ready to witness this thrilling face-off. Zhao Chang accelerated to break through on the right flank, his pace moderate. Light sneered, promptly closing in to obstruct Zhao Chang. Is that all you've got? You think you can get past me? Before Light could finish, Zhao Chang suddenly pivoted as if to veer left. No use, Light exclaimed, swiftly adjusting his footing to continue his blockade. Just as Zhao Chang reached midway, he abruptly halted, glancing up at the hoop. Having recently scored 3 baskets, Light was cautious, halting as well, raising his arms high in preparation to contest Zhao Chang's shot. To his astonishment, Zhao Chang surged forward again, continuing his leftward advance. This sudden stop maneuver was remarkably effective, akin to an ankle enhancement device. Had it been anyone else, their ankles would surely have buckled. Light was taken aback. He never anticipated such a formidable display of skill from Zhao Chang. In midair, he could only watch helplessly as Zhao Chang effortlessly left him behind. The other players on the Mountain Men team were prepared to provide support, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Light will definitely contain that guy, they thought. But suddenly, oh no, he's coming. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chang had stormed into the vicinity of the paint. Charles Palison, the small forward for the Mountain Men, rushed to assist in defense. Yet, Zhao Chang's release was too swift. Whoosh! A sudden stop and pop jumper, released in a heartbeat, found its target with a clean swish. The cavalry fans erupted with elation, their spirits soaring after enduring the brashness of the opposing fans, nearly suffocating from the tension. Zhao Chang has finally granted them the opportunity for vengeance. Brother Chang is indeed formidable. The cavalry team has staged a remarkable comeback, savoring coffee without sugar. Behold our extraordinary Zhao Chang of the Special Forces. His teammates rushed over, colliding chests with Zhao Chang in celebration. Especially De Ben, who was utterly exhilarated. Witnessing Zhao Chang's score brought him even more joy than if he had scored himself. Light had yet to regain his composure, still dazed by Zhao Chang's dazzling display of skill with his sudden feint and pause. Zhao Chang dashed past him, deliberately colliding with his shoulder while spewing taunts. Is that all you've got? You can't stop me. Find someone else, or I shall unleash my wrath. Chapter 8. De Ben is indeed formidable, sending you flying. The Mountain Men launched their offense. Prud held the ball in the backcourt, shouting to his teammates, "No worries, we'll retaliate." Shouda stepped up to defend. Perhaps inspired by Zhao Chang's bravado, Shouda's defense was particularly fierce, nearly forcing Prud into a mistake. Crossing half-court, Prud passed the ball once more to center Russ, intending for him to dominate De Ben. Having learned from his previous encounters, De Ben decided to raise the intensity from the outset, regardless of the referee's discretion. He simply could not allow Russ to bully him any longer. Bang! Bang! After 2 collisions, Russ was propelled nearly a meter away. Unable to tolerate this treatment, Russ glanced at the referee, who remained indifferent. De Ben, observing the referee's tacit approval of this level of physicality, felt reassured. Bang! In yet another confrontation, he forced Russ back to within the 3-point line. Russ, frustrated, realized this distance was beyond his offensive range and reluctantly passed the ball to power forward Blucha. Facing the formidable De Hae Long, Blucha elevated for a high shot, successfully netting 2 points. Coach Anzu shook his head in resignation. He understood that De Ben had exerted his utmost effort, yet the opposing team had far too many scoring threats, leaving the cavalry team struggling defensively. They could only hope for an explosive performance from Zhao Chang. However, the Mountain Men suddenly shifted their strategy, once again employing double-teaming and frontside defense against Zhao Chang. Although Zhao Chang possesses remarkable ball-handling skills, he cannot withstand the relentless defense akin to that of a rabid dog from his opponents, rendering him unable to receive the ball. The Mountain Men team gradually began to widen the point differential. Zhao Chang managed to steal a few balls, but once faced with tight defense, he faltered. With such a level of play, how can he still be the captain? It seems the cavalry team is devoid of talent. This is utterly disappointing. How has the cavalry team become so feeble? The outcome of the match appears predetermined. I anticipate that by halftime, the gap will reach 20 points. The fans of the Mountain Men are growing increasingly boisterous, while the cavalry supporters must endure in silence for the time being. After 11 minutes of play in the first half, the score stands at 26-17, with the Mountain Men leading by 9 points. Mountain Men head coach Hollins has called a timeout. During the break, Enzo reiterated the importance of compensating for their lack of innate talent with enthusiasm. I ask you, do you wish to win? The players of the cavalry team, however, are beginning to lose confidence. After all, in the realm of basketball, height is a crucial factor. The hoop is set at a fixed height, and naturally, the closer one is to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. Zhao Chang experienced significant physical exhaustion as he continuously faced double teaming, relentlessly running across the field. If it were merely a matter of running, it would be manageable. However, he also had to engage in constant grappling with his opponents. The referee's standards were lenient yet relatively fair, and Zhao Chang held little grievance. Nonetheless, if the situation persisted, the cavalry team would undoubtedly face defeat. As the timeout concluded, both sides began to substitute players. Zhao Chang rested below, beginning to inspect various items within the system. To his astonishment, he discovered that the mere act of reviewing for 12 minutes had activated the short-term burst button within the system. Upon clicking it, the button turned crimson, and his attribute points inexplicably surged by 5. Although he was uncertain about the system's calculations, he was assured that there had indeed been an increase. Zhao Chang felt a surge of joy within him. After contemplating, he decided that this attribute point should not be squandered. It would be best to allocate it to his speed. The cavalry's innate talents were significantly inferior compared to others, and enhancing any other aspect would be of little consequence. Presently, his speed was already the swiftest among both sides, and an additional point in this attribute would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Zhao Chang promptly elevated his speed from 50 to 51, while his attribute points diminished from 5 to 0. It seems that sacrificing points can indeed augment one's attributes. What are we waiting for? Let us witness my prowess shortly. The height disparity between the two team substitutes was not as pronounced. Yet the players of the Mountain People team exhibited remarkable skill and flair. Consequently, the score gap gradually widened. After 14 minutes of the first half, the score stood at 37-22, with the Mountain People leading by 15 points. Coach Enzu furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. However, he observed Zhao Chang's evident enthusiasm as he exchanged high-fives with his teammates, encouraging them fervently. Given Zhao Chang's spirited demeanor, Enzu resolved to have the entire team rally around him. Prior to the players taking the court, he imparted a few crucial instructions. You all must assist Zhao Chang in creating opportunities for him. With the coach's words resonating, the teammates nodded in agreement. Dabin even shouted, "Let Brother Chang unleash his potential." Indeed, let Brother Chang unleash his potential. The main players of the Mountain People team took the court, initially exuding arrogance due to their substantial lead. They had anticipated the cavalry team would appear disheartened. To their surprise, the cavalry players burst onto the scene, brimming with vigor and vitality. The Mountain People's small forward, Palison, snorted disdainfully. Another desperate struggle. We must ensure a 20-point lead by halftime. Yes, let us secure that 20-point lead. Both sides were locked in a fierce contest. The cavalry team initiated their offense. Little did dribbled past half-court, noticing Zhao Chang still being double-teamed, and opted to pass the ball to De Hei Long. De Hei Long feigned a breakthrough but lingered at the edge of the paint, refraining from penetrating further. Zhao Chang was as serene as a maiden and as swift as a startled hare. In the moment when the defender's gaze faltered, Zhao Chang suddenly surged forward, dashing towards the baseline. His pursuers, Wright and Palison, hurried to give chase. To their astonishment, they found Zhao Chang's speed had intensified beyond what it was moments before. They could not keep up. The great black dragon awaited Zhao Chang, and upon seeing him in a clear position, swiftly delivered the ball to him. Zhao Chang received the ball, displaying unwavering confidence, and immediately unleashed a shot. Swish! It found its mark. Almost simultaneously, with a resounding thud, Zhao Chang was knocked to the ground by the unstoppable Palison. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Palison. 2-1. What a spectacular play. The supporters of the cavalry team finally had a moment to revel in triumph, erupting in chants of Zhao Chang's name. Brother Chang, you're incredible. 2-1. What a display of dominance. Take him down, Brother Chang. We believe in you. Brother Chang, I want to have your children. Palison, visibly furious, turned pale, realizing he had indeed pursued too aggressively. Zhao Chang stepped up to the free throw line and effortlessly sank the additional shot. The score now stood at 37-25, with a 12-point gap. Despite the considerable deficit, Zhao Chang's formidable scoring ignited a glimmer of hope among the cavalry team's fans and his teammates alike. The game resumed, and the Mountain Men initiated their offense. Prud, possessing the ball in the backcourt, advanced forward only to realize that his defender had become Zhao Chong. He paid little mind to this, as he stood at a height of 190 meters while Zhao Chong was merely 193 meters tall. However, as Prud approached the mid-court line, Zhao Chang swiftly lunged forward, his feet gliding with remarkable speed. In an instant, Prud felt an emptiness in his hands. The ball had been stolen. What just happened? How could Zhao Chang, who appeared to be a step away, manage such swiftness? A turnover at this juncture would lead to a fast break. Fuming with embarrassment, Prud contemplated committing a foul. He would rather incur a flagrant foul than allow Zhao Chang a clear path to the basket. Little did he know, by the time he turned around, Zhao Chang had already sprinted over a meter away, rendering him unable to catch up. Goodness, could this fellow teleport? Perhaps within the NBA. Zhao Chang's speed might not be remarkable, but in the NCAA, it was undoubtedly top tier. Zhao Chang galloped ahead, charging towards the basket and effortlessly scoring with a layup, bringing the score to 37-27. The gap had swiftly widened to 10 points. The Mountain Men's head coach, Hollins, began to feel restless, yet refrained from calling a timeout, instead bellowing from the sidelines, "Do not become complacent. Even with a lead, we must play with diligence." He believed that the players had grown too relaxed, thus allowing Zhao Chang to capitalize on the moment. Given the disparity in overall team strength, Hollins was confident that victory was within their grasp. The Mountain Men pressed on with their offense. Prudence dribbled the ball forward once more, only to find that the defender had switched to the smaller player. Zhao Chang's myriad of tactics left Prud bewildered. In truth, this was a desperate maneuver on Zhao Chang's part. Currently, he is the only player on the team possessing a distinct advantage in speed in all other aspects. He falls short. Thus, he must rely on sudden attacks and unexpected formations, aiming to catch his opponents off guard and disrupt their rhythm. Should they engage in a systematic approach, defeat would be inevitable today. As Prud advanced past the halfway line, he passed the ball to Wright, hoping that Wright would teach Zhao Chang a lesson for the affront he had suffered. The previous interception had left Prud feeling quite humiliated. Wright, having been bested by Zhao Chang several times, was seething with frustration. Upon receiving the ball, he shouted fiercely, "Zhao Chang, your petty tricks are futile before me. Do you even know what it means to outmaneuver an opponent?" Zhao Chang smiled broadly at him and replied, "You surely understand what a misstep is." "What does that mean?" Light was somewhat perplexed. "That is precisely what I mean." Before Zhao Chang could finish his sentence, he made a swift motion as if to seize the ball. In truth, the two were still a meter apart, and no matter how quick Zhao Chang was, he could not reach him. It was merely an intimidation tactic. Light was genuinely startled, and with a jolt, nearly dropped the ball. "You bastard." Light gritted his teeth in frustration. He resolved to play a little trick on Zhao Chang. With a flourish, Light executed his signature move, dribbling between his legs while changing direction. He had employed this maneuver to outsmart countless defenders before, and now he aimed to showcase it before Zhao Chang to humiliate him. Chapter 9. Just like that. "I steal your ball." Light first launched himself towards the right with impressive speed. Just as Zhao Chang shifted to intercept him, Light abruptly performed a between-the-legs maneuver. Pivoting to the left, one must admit, his movement was remarkably fluid, adept at leaving defenders momentarily bewildered. Just when Light assumed Zhao Chang would be deceived, Zhao Chang unexpectedly sidestepped. Whoosh! He stood directly before Light once more. WTF? Light was taken aback. He quickly attempted to retreat a step. Otherwise, being too close to Zhao Chang could easily lead to a turnover. Yet, it was too late. Light's next move was to advance with the ball. But with Zhao Chang blocking his path, he reached out and snatched the ball from Light's grasp. Smack! After the steal, Zhao Chang executed a wide pivot, leaving Light behind. Light reacted swiftly, turning sharply and grasping Zhao Chang's jersey. Peep! The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Light. The Mountain Men had accumulated enough fouls, and Zhao Chang strode to the free throw line. This latest steal had sent a wave of tension through the entire Mountain Men team. One stolen ball could be attributed to carelessness or bad luck, but Zhao Chang had now intercepted two consecutively. What on earth was happening? Has Zhao Chang lost his mind? The Cavalry fans are overjoyed, having endured pressure for so long, they can finally breathe easy. "Brother Chang, you are magnificent. I adore you. Just don't let your exuberance get the better of you." Is Brother Chang's performance assured? Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Zhao Chang approached the free throw line, successfully sinking both shots. The score now stood at 37-29, narrowing the gap to 8 points. The head coach of the Mountain Men, Hollins, could no longer contain his frustration and promptly called a timeout. In the past 2 minutes, the Mountain Men had failed to score, repeatedly losing possession of the ball. How were they to proceed like this? The cavalry players surged onto the court, colliding with Zhao Chong in exuberant celebration. "Brother Chong, you are truly remarkable!" exclaimed Xiao with admiration. "Ha, Jiangzi, I told you that you could do it," shouted another teammate. "Keep it up, Brother Chang. It's all on you from here." The teammates chattered excitedly, playfully pushing Zhao Chong. This was their way of motivating him, demonstrating their acknowledgement of his capabilities. In truth, when Coach Anzo appointed Zhao Chong as captain, many harbored doubts in their hearts. Even though he triumphed in one-on-one challenges against his teammates, it merely indicated that his skills were commendable. However, success on the court requires not only basketball prowess, but also influence and determination. In a moment of adversity for the team, Zhao Chong single-handedly narrowed the deficit to a mere 8 points, leaving those who had doubted him in silent astonishment. However, to truly earn the respect of all, Zhao Chong has much more to accomplish. This is merely the beginning. During the timeout, Coach Anzu wore a satisfied expression. For some players had confided in him that Zhao Chong's shooting lacked consistency and he should not be a starter. Yet, Anzu, unwavering in his trust, dismissed their opinions. Today, Zhao Chong's explosive performance brought honor to Coach Anzu, and his delight was palpable. With the game still in progress, Anzu maintained a stern demeanor, admonishing, "Basketball is a team sport. It cannot rely solely on one or two individuals. Everyone must bravely step up to secure the victory." As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first half, if the cavalry team can equalize the score within this brief span, their morale will undoubtedly soar, making the second half significantly more manageable. Zhao Chong gathered his teammates together and softly imparted a few words of wisdom. "Dabin, when it comes to rebounding, be more aggressive. Utilize your strength and establish your position firmly. To Heilung, your turnaround jumper is commendable. Should an opportunity for a mismatch arise, seize it decisively, regardless of the outcome. Xiaoda, your passing must be swift and without hesitation. The opposing team possesses long limbs and excels at intercepting. Laotai, your speed is an asset. Exploit that advantage. Be mindful of rhythm changes and create opportunities for cuts." In truth, the strategies had been thoroughly discussed prior to the game. Yet Zhao Chong's succinct language enabled his teammates to quickly grasp the nuances of their roles on the court. As the timeout concluded, the Mountain Men's head coach, Hollins, implemented tactical adjustments, intensifying the double team on Zhao Chang while diminishing one-on-one confrontations. Although the reasons for Zhao Chong's rapid evolution remained elusive, the nature of the game demanded adaptability and composure. The Mountain Men initiated their offense. Point guard Prudence dribbled past half-court and promptly passed the ball to Russ. Having learned from previous experiences, Russ opted not to engage Dabin directly. Instead, he relied on his skill, weaving with finesse. Despite Dabin's formidable strength, his defensive technique faltered at that moment, allowing Russ to deftly shift his weight and create separation. Seizing the opportunity, Russ executed a half-spin and a step-in layup, leaving Dabin to lament in vain. Just as Russ was about to score, a figure soared from behind him smack. The 10-meter center was unexpectedly thwarted by a diminutive player with a resounding block. The basketball ricocheted far away, landing perfectly in front of Laotai, who swiftly seized the ball and launched a counterattack. The Mountain Men's defense was a fraction slow to react, helplessly watching as Laotai effortlessly secured 2 points. Zhao Chong not only accelerated in one-on-one situations, but his defensive support also improved remarkably. Just now, that significant block was indeed due to Russ's negligence. He simply did not leap high enough. After all, his static talent was apparent, leading him to believe that once he evaded Ben, there would be no further threat and that scoring would be effortless. Little did he anticipate Zhao Chong's swiftness, as he materialized from outside the paint to deliver a stunning rejection. Quite humiliating, indeed. Russ's expression darkened considerably. He acknowledged his mistake to his teammates with gestures. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Chong. Russ did not perceive Zhao Chong as particularly formidable. Rather, he found him cunning. "Humph, daring to block my shot? Let's see how I can toy with you." The score now stood at 37-31, with the deficit narrowed to 6 points. Only 1 minute and 38 seconds remained in the first half. With this momentum, the Cavaliers had a promising chance to catch up. Hollins, having lost the leisurely demeanor of the opening phase, felt a twinge of anxiety. In contrast, Coach Anzo maintained an air of calmness, exhibiting no undue excitement. In truth, he was merely feigning composure. In his own little universe, he was already dancing the cha-cha. Oh cha-cha-cha. Today, victory is mine. Cha-cha-cha. Xiangzi, heed my advice. Youngsters must possess that fiery spirit. The mountain men initiated their offense. Captain Russ clapped his hands vigorously, loudly encouraging his teammates. It's all right, brothers, we still lead. Our strength surpasses theirs. Let's steady ourselves and play at our pace. Under Russ's encouragement, the mountain men players regained their composure. Point guard Prudence crossed half court, preparing for a pick and roll. The mountain men's strategies were quite diverse. However, due to their early lead, their gameplay had simplified. Now that the Cavaliers were gaining traction, they recalled the necessity of executing their tactics diligently, not underestimating their opponents. Prudence signaled, and power forward Blucher rushed over to set a screen for Little Da, allowing Prudence to drive into the paint. The Black Dragon did not hesitate, knowing Prudence's three-point shot was unreliable and seldom attempted. Upon entering the key, Prudence passed the ball to Blucher, aiming to exploit the size difference against Little Da. Blucher excelled in this area, angling his body as he bulldozed into the paint. Poor Little Da was pushed back repeatedly by Blucher's force. Just as Blucher relished his dominance, he suddenly felt as though he had collided with a wall. Jolted backward and nearly fell to the ground, losing possession of the ball. Little Da, quick on his feet, lunged to intercept the ball, deftly redirecting it to Zhao Chong on the floor. Blucher turned to see none other than Ben. Ben's defensive prowess was exceptional. Witnessing Little Da being bullied ignited his fury. Thus, at the very moment Blucher invaded the paint, Ben promptly arrived to confront him from behind. Even if Blucher were to exert all his strength against Ben, he would still be unable to prevail. Moreover, he had not fully exerted himself just moments ago. Zhao Chang seized the ball and launched a swift counterattack. Prud and Wright hurried back on defense, aiming for a 2-on-1 to thwart Zhao Chang's advance. Yet, Zhao Chang moved with the agility of a whirlwind, changing direction without losing speed. Such maneuvers can be particularly taxing on the knees and ankles. Many extraordinarily gifted stars have suffered severe injuries due to the frequent use of this tactic, leading to their untimely decline, as exemplified by the later struggles of Derrick Rose, leaving countless fans disheartened. However, Zhao Chang was undeterred. With his system's protection, he felt invincible. He played with wild abandon. Wright and Prud were left trailing. In the blink of an eye, he had created a gap of over a meter, leaving them gasping in his wake. Bang! Zhao Chang showcased a one-handed slam dunk, reigniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. Chapter 10. With just 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining in the first half, the score stood at 37-33, with the Cavaliers trailing by a mere 4 points. Having narrowed the deficit from 15 points to 4, the Cavaliers executed a remarkable 11-0 run. Hollins chose not to call a timeout. With the half nearing its conclusion, he was confident that as long as they maintained the score, they could dominate the Cavaliers in the second half. The Mountain Men initiated their offense. The ball found its way to small forward Palaisen. Although Palaisen was not the primary scoring option for the Mountain Men, the struggles of other positions compelled him to take matters into his own hands. Faced with the Cavaliers' small forward, Lao Tai, he sought to leverage his height advantage with a drifting jump shot. However, inspired by Zhao Chang, Lao Tai exerted himself in defense, leaping with determination and raising his right hand, nearly blocking the shot right in Palaisen's face. Palaisen was hindered, causing his shot to veer off course. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the right side of the hoop, into Bin established position, allowing De Hei Long to seize the rebound. This exemplified De Bin's characteristics as a team player. Though he often appeared domineering, he was far from being a ball hog. He engaged in the gritty, laborious tasks on the court. De Hei Long executed a long pass directly to Xiaodu. Xiaodu surged forward rapidly, crossing half-court, but Lai Te, even quicker, intercepted him. Zhao Chang hurriedly dashed to the other side to provide support. Xiaodu's passing ability was rather mediocre. He hesitated for a moment before delivering the ball, which caused a delay. The tactical acumen of the Mountain People team was truly commendable as they swiftly retreated to defend, causing the cavalry team to forfeit their fast break opportunity and succumb to a positional battle. Zhao Chang waved his hand, while the Bin positioned himself high to obstruct right. The center of the Mountain Men, Russ, delayed significantly, preventing Zhao Chang from seizing the opportunity to shoot. Zhao Chang was aware of Russ's desire for revenge, yet he remained unhurried. With an increase in speed at his disposal, he could afford to toy with the cumbersome Russ. He dribbled the ball leisurely, while Russ extended his arms to obstruct Zhao Chang's path. With a swift motion, the ball was in play. Zhao Chang made a sudden dash to the left, prompting Russ to swiftly attempt to block him. However, Zhao Chang executed a rapid halt and retreated. Russ had no choice but to perform a hasty stop as well. But being a towering figure, he found it less agile to maneuver and barely managed to follow suit. Just as Russ regained his balance, Zhao Chang accelerated once more. Veering to the right, Russ hurried to keep pace. Remarkably, Zhao Chang danced between left and right, incessantly switching directions, leaving Russ utterly bewildered. As if engaged in a graceful ballet, the spectators erupted in laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Even Anzu, who had maintained a serious demeanor throughout the match, struggled to suppress a smile. Ultimately, following another abrupt stop by Zhao Chang, Russ lost his footing entirely and collapsed in front of him with a thud. Zhao Chang darted into the restricted area, deftly passing the ball to Ben, who devoured the opportunity and executed a thunderous dunk. This moment became an iconic scene. At that time, Zhao Chang was unaware that this exhilarating clip would soon ignite a frenzy on Basketball Forum's postgame. The score stood at 37-35, with the Mountain Men leading by a mere 2 points, and only 11 seconds remaining on the clock. Coach Hollins of the Mountain Men exhaled in relief, believing they would at least avoid trailing at halftime. Unfortunately, his optimism was misplaced. As the Mountain Men prepared to inbound the ball, a momentary lapse in concentration led to a careless pass behind Prud. Prud quickly pivoted to retrieve the ball, but Zhao Chang, like a bolt of lightning, surged forward. He was incredibly swift. Snatching the ball before Prud could react, he sprinted toward the corner. Frustrated, Prud lunged recklessly, only to be deceived by Zhao Chang's feint. With poise, Zhao Chang released a three-point shot as the clock ticked down to 3 seconds. Swish! The ball pierced through the net, securing a lead at 38-37. Coach Hollins nearly gasped in disbelief, nearly losing his breath. The basket left the Mountain Men with a mere 0.8 seconds to respond. Zhao Chang, brimming with excitement, shared a jubilant high-five with his teammates, laughter echoing around him. While luck undeniably played a part in the game, fortune favors the prepared. A minor blunder by the Mountain Men was astutely capitalized on by Zhao Chang. As Palaisen initiated the play from the backcourt, Prudence executed a long throw, and the Crimson timer illuminated, solidifying the halftime score at 38-37. The Cavalry fans erupted with joy, having just steeled themselves for the impending ridicule from the Mountain Men supporters. Who could have anticipated such a dazzling performance from Zhao Chang? In a mere 5 minutes, the team unleashed a staggering 16-0 run. What an extraordinary display of skill. The players of the Cavalry encircled Zhao Chang, escorting him to the sidelines to bask in the adoration of the fans. Meanwhile, the players from the Mountain Men trudged off, heads bowed, their faces etched with disappointment as they made their way to the players' tunnel. Anzu, suppressing his own exhilaration, merely exchanged a high-five with Zhao Chang and patted him on the back. Yet the fans were far from composed. They bowed deeply to Zhao Chang in unison, chanting, "Zhao Chang, we love you. Brother Chang, you are the best. Just like bitter coffee without sugar. You are the ace of the Cavalry, Zhao Chang." Zhao Chang did not immediately return to the locker room. Instead, he frequently waved to the spectators at the sidelines, engaging in interaction. This seemingly ordinary NCAA game, however, stirred the emotions of many. TNT provided commentary for the match, with Barkley initially not placing much importance on it. He had merely heard of the deep-seated rivalry between the two teams, which promised a thrilling atmosphere, prompting TNT to cover the game. It was astonishing. Who would have anticipated that such an ordinary match could become so exhilarating? The first 10 minutes nearly lulled me to sleep. Yet the final 10 minutes were nothing short of spectacular. Smith chuckled. Indeed, at the start, you appeared rather disinterested. But later you were jumping and shouting. It's quite rare to see you so animated. Barkley scratched his head, acknowledging that he had lost his composure momentarily. I can't be blamed. The Cavaliers are lacking in height and tactical prowess. Who could have foreseen their comeback? Now, as for the second half, do you think the Mountain Men can turn the tide again? In my analysis, the Mountain Men still hold an advantage, but Zhao Chang is a pivotal factor. If he erupts, the Cavaliers could still emerge victorious. I can hardly wait. This Zhao Chang is intriguing. Let's see how he performs in the second half. Many neutral fans were equally excited. NCAA games are inherently popular, and the rivalry between these two teams was already well known. Neutral spectators cared little for the outcome. They simply wished to witness an enthralling contest. The second half commenced with the Cavaliers on the offense. Due to Zhao Chang's explosive performance in the first half, the Mountain Men devised a defensive strategy during halftime. They would resolutely double-team Zhao Chang. If a double team proved ineffective, then a triple team would ensue. They would rather allow others to score than let Zhao Chong dominate the game alone, for that would be utterly humiliating. Sure enough, as Zhao Chong crossed half-court, he was met with a double team from Palison and Wright, preventing him from receiving the ball. Although he had faced double teams in some possessions during the first half, the intensity had not been as pronounced. Goodness, the second half began with such ferocity, Zhao Chong was taken aback. Nevertheless, he remained calm, hoping his teammates would rise to the occasion. Zhao Chong has traversed through time, and he is aware of a particular individual who, during an NCAA game, was relentlessly double-teamed and ended the match with a score of 0. Yet, against all odds, his team emerged victorious. Indeed, that individual is none other than Stephen Curry. In that game, Curry faced relentless pressure from defenders, but his teammates, with a numerical advantage of 4 against 3, triumphed nonetheless. Zhao Chong crouched in the corner, utterly still, observing his teammates in action. In the first round, his teammates struggled to find their rhythm. Lao Tai's mid-range shot clanged off the rim. Russ, the center for the Mountain People team, seized the rebound and passed it to Wright, initiating a fast break. Although Zhao Chong did not contribute to the offense, he certainly did not slack off on the defensive end. As Light galloped forward, crossing half the court with the intention of swiftly scoring, Zhao Chong pursued him like a bolt of lightning, his speed astonishing. Light felt a sudden disorientation as another figure appeared before him. Having been intercepted by Zhao Chong several times in the first half, Light felt a tremor of apprehension and hesitated to challenge Zhao Chong aggressively. With unwavering determination, Zhao Chang single-handedly stifled the opponent's fast break, compelling the Mountain People team to resort to a half-court battle. Consequently, their offensive efforts faltered, failing to penetrate. As the Ben safeguarded the rebound. As the transition from defense to offense occurred, Zhao Chong found himself once more ensnared by a tight double team. Zhao Chang once again positioned himself at the corner, remaining utterly still. This time, the cavalry team adapted to the 4-on-3 situation, passing the ball twice more to find an open shot, which was executed by Lao Tai with a jump shot, securing 2 points. The score now stands at 40-37, with the cavalry team leading by 3 points. Hollins, on the sidelines, appeared somewhat restless, pacing back and forth. The Mountain Men initiated their offense. This time, Wright and Russ executed a pick and roll, with Russ making a floating shot to earn 2 points. The score is now 40-39, just a single point apart. The score remains tightly contested, and the atmosphere in the arena is stifling, imparting a sense of suffocation. In the subsequent 2 possessions, both teams scored, leading to an alternating rise in the score. Zhao Chang exerted himself vigorously on the defensive end, yet feigned disinterest on the offensive front. Chapter 11. The Bench Bandits of the Mountain People team. The head coach of the Mountain People team, Hollins, furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by an idea. He called a timeout and substituted 2 players into the game. One was named Cook, and the other Nadal. The cavalry team paid little heed, assuming that a 4-on-3 situation would pose no challenge. To their surprise, however, these 2 were elite 3D players. They refrained from monopolizing the ball on offense, instead opting for vigorous movement, receiving passes, and shooting with remarkable accuracy. On the defensive side, they darted across the court, employing their relentless energy to stifle the cavalry team's attempts. As the second half approached the 8-minute mark, the Mountain People team had surged ahead by 6 points. Just as the gap threatened to widen, Coach Anzu called for a timeout, recognizing the myriad off-ball movement strategies employed by their opponents. He urged his players to maintain focus and intensify their defense. Deep down, Coach Anzu understood the futility of the situation, as the Mountain People team held the upper hand in both height and skill. At this juncture, all he could rely upon was Zhao Chong. Yet, when Coach Anzu glanced over at Zhao Chong, he found him seated with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of meditation. Frustrated and on the verge of losing his temper, Anzu restrained himself, feigning ignorance, and redirected his attention to reprimanding the other players. Zhao Chong was not merely resting with closed eyes. Rather, he was observing his system. In the first half, his speed had elevated by 1 point, a change that was markedly evident. Although he scored only 6 points in the third quarter, he was uncertain whether the system had granted him any additional attribute points. Regrettably, his attribute points remained at 0, leaving Zhao Chong in a state of disappointment. Just as he was about to open his eyes and prepare to rejoin the game, a notification sound emitted from the system. Ding! The host, over the past 10 minutes, drew defensive attention, aiding his teammates in a 4-on-3 situation. thereby activating the team collaboration feature. Congratulations to the host for achieving the blue badge of Death Grip. The host's stealing ability has increased to 65, speed to 53, and vision to 65. Zhao Chong was so exhilarated that he nearly shouted, but he managed to contain himself. It appears that the system possesses a keen understanding of the game, having activated the team collaboration button. Truly remarkable. Enzu observed Zhao Chang suddenly discard his towel and leap into action, assuming he was experiencing another fit of enthusiasm. Zhao Chang, you must intensify the offense. Your teammates are currently facing difficulties. You cannot remain an idle spectator any longer. Enzu was well aware that Zhao Chang was creating a 4-on-3 opportunity for his teammates. However, given the circumstances, it seemed inevitable that Zhao Chang would have to take more shots himself, as the team struggled to secure victory even in a numerical advantage. Zhao Chang pounded his chest and confidently replied, "Rest assured, coach, I shall not allow them to score easily." Witnessing Zhao Chang's unwavering self-assurance, Enzu felt a twinge of anxiety for him. Indeed, during the latter half of the first half, Zhao Chang showcased commendable performance. However, once he was double-teamed, he became virtually invisible, revealing his inability to break through the defense. What more could be done? His teammates, upon hearing Zhao Chang's declaration, remained somewhat skeptical. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the cavalry team launched their attack. Zhao Chang, much like before, made his way towards the corner, seemingly disinterested in participating in the offensive play. Shouda gradually dribbled at the arc, keenly observing his teammates' movements. The Mountain Men maintained a 3-on-4 defense, yet their coordination was remarkable, creating a formidable challenge for the 4 members of the cavalry team. Suddenly, Zhao Chang launched into action, charging towards the baseline. The defender, Right, immediately followed suit. However, in a split second, as Right closed the distance, Zhao Chang abruptly halted and pivoted, darting back towards the corner. Had it not been for the system safeguarding Zhao Chang's knees and ankles, he would surely have sustained an injury. Right and Prudence were utterly unprepared for Zhao Chang's astonishing reverse maneuver. Propelled by inertia, they rushed past him, unable to recover in time. Observing that Zhao Chang had evaded the double team, Shouda swiftly passed the ball his way. Zhao Chang received the ball beyond the 3-point line and, with remarkable composure, released his shot. Swish! A beautiful arc soared through the air, piercing the heart of the hoop. Coach Enzu, filled with excitement, shouted from the sidelines and raised his thumb in approval towards Zhao Chang. This off-the-ball movement has become a highlight of the match. The score stands at 55-52, with the Mountain Men still leading by 3 points. Hollins, standing at the sidelines with his arms crossed, felt a twitch in his face. If the double team proves ineffective, Zhao Chang would truly become unstoppable. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe further. Zhao Chang had caught the defenders off guard with his sudden shot. Focus. Do not allow Zhao Chang to receive the ball again. Hollins urged the 2 players assigned to the double team. Zhao Chang heard Hollins's roar, followed by a cold chuckle. As he dashed past Hollins, he deliberately shouted, "A double team is futile. Perhaps a triple team would suffice. Ha ha." Hollins's face turned ashen, and he could only feign ignorance. The Mountain Men launched their attack, and the ball found its way into Cook's hands. Having just scored a 3-pointer and intercepted a pass from the cavalry team, Cook was in excellent form. The moment he received the ball, Zhao Chang lunged at him, positioning himself firmly in front. Cook, a typical 3D player, was not particularly adept at driving to the basket. However, noticing that Zhao Chang was a few inches shorter, Cook felt a surge of confidence and decided to take him on one-on-one. His teammates instinctively spread out, allowing the 2 to engage in a duel. Cook, brimming with self-assurance, dribbled slowly before executing a swift change of direction, driving in from the left. The move was both elegant and fluid. Had it been anyone else, they might very well have slipped past. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Zhao Chang, who bore the relentless tenacity of the Death Grip badge. In an instant, as Cook attempted to maneuver past, he felt his left hand devoid of the ball. Where had it gone? He had passed by, yet the ball was lost. What was happening? Cook hastily slammed on the brakes and turned to see Zhao Chang had intercepted the ball and was already initiating a fast break. He hadn't even had the chance to commit a foul. Zhao Chang's speed was so extraordinary that even a team as tactically astute as the Mountain People had relinquished the pursuit. Bang! Zhao Chang charged forward single-handedly, executing a thunderous dunk, followed by an additional 2 points. The cavalry fans erupted with excitement, collectively chanting Zhao Chang's name. The players of the Mountain People team were left utterly astonished. In the first half, Zhao Chang's speed was remarkable, But how did his defensive skills improve so dramatically in the second half? He was able to intercept the ball in one-on-one situations. Does the cavalry team truly possess such players? It was undoubtedly a lapse in judgment. The players of the Mountain People team shared this sentiment. As the next play commenced, the Mountain People team initiated their offense. The ball found its way into Nadal's hands. Nadal, more composed than Cook, discerned that it was unnecessary to engage Zhao Chong in a personal duel. After all, basketball is a team sport. Thus, facing Zhao Chong, Nadal called for a screen. Rust elevated to a high position, obstructing Zhao Chong, allowing Nadal to surge toward the paint. Little did he know, just as he believed he had shaken off Zhao Chong unexpectedly maneuvered around the screen and pursued him directly. Zhao Chong, possessing an innate swiftness, now wields the deadly grip with even greater precision and ferocity. Crack! Zhao Chong unexpectedly intercepted Nadal's shot from behind. Nadal reacted swiftly. Sensing the absence of the ball in his hand, he immediately turned to reclaim it. However, Zhao Chang was even quicker. After intercepting the ball, he deftly flicked it to the side where the formidable Da Long awaited. Without hesitation, Da Long seized the opportunity to dribble and launch a counterattack. Zhao Chong and Xiaoda, old friends, advanced in unison, making their way through the battlefield. Four players launched an assault, while 3 defenders responded from the opposing side. After a series of 3 passes and 2 feints, the ball returned to Zhao Chong's possession. Chapter 12. In the final moments, a desperate struggle. Light once again positioned himself in front of Zhao Chong, shouting, "Do not even think about scoring." Zhao Chang disregarded him, maintaining his speed as he executed a feint that sent Light stumbling to the right. In an instant, Zhao Chang glided effortlessly from the left towards the basket, scoring with a graceful layup. The fans of the Mountain People team were left in stunned silence, their earlier roars of enthusiasm abruptly silenced, replaced by a collective state of shock. Meanwhile, the cavalry team's supporters erupted in vengeful cheers, hurling insults at the Mountain People team. It was a turn-based game. After Zhao Chong scored, he ran past Leite, deliberately cleared his throat, and casually remarked, "I've scored again. How infuriating." Leite, seething with anger, clutched his chest and grimaced. The Mountain men launched an offensive. In the previous 2 rounds, Zhao Chong had thwarted their attacks, prompting the Mountain men players to adjust their strategy on the court. They intentionally initiated their offense away from Zhao Chong's side to prevent him from providing defensive support. This tactic proved temporarily effective, as the Mountain men's center, Blucher, charged to the basket, overpowering the formidable Black Dragon, and secured 2 points. Zhao Chong remained undeterred, understanding that he must exert even greater physical effort. Only through extraordinary diligence could he reap the rewards. The cavalry launched their assault. Zhao Chong, confronted by a double team, refrained from retreating to the corner for a smoke. Opting instead to hold the ball at the top of the arc faced with the defensive pressure, he chose not to pass. Instead, he executed a convincing fake pass. The deception was so compelling that Wright instinctively reached out in an attempt to block. However, Zhao Chang suddenly bent at the waist and slipped past him. It was astonishingly swift. Wright felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, the player had vanished. By the time the 2 defenders attempted to pursue, they were already outpaced. Zhao Chang relentlessly surged towards the baseline, prompting the center of the Mountain People team, Russ, to come over for assistance. An opportunity presented itself for Dabin. Zhao Chang lifted his gaze towards the hoop, preparing to take a shot. Just as Russ raised his hands in anticipation, Zhao Chong deftly maneuvered beneath his armpit, propelling the ball away. Whoosh! Dabin received the pass, took a step, leaped into the air, and with a thunderous slam dunk, secured an additional 2 points. In the ensuing plays, Zhao Chang was omnipresent, sprinting across the court with all his might, playing a pivotal role in both offense and defense. However, Zhao Chong's stamina was not infinite. After 14 minutes in the second half, he could no longer endure. Coach Zhu quickly noticed this and promptly substituted him, allowing for a brief respite. At that moment, approximately 6 minutes remained in the second half, with the score standing at 67-62, the cavalry team leading by 5 points. While the margin was not insurmountable, if the cavalry team persevered, they could likely maintain their advantage until the end. Zhao Chang was indeed fatigued. He sat below, constantly wiping his brow and sipping on a beverage. However, he did not merely remain idle. Whenever a teammate executed a commendable play, Zhao Chong transformed into the spirited leader of the atmosphere, cheering and rallying for his companions. The teammates on the bench, inspired by Zhao Chong's fervor, were infused with exuberance. each one invigorated as if they had been administered a dose of adrenaline. Despite the cavalry team's players exhibiting great tenacity on the court, there was undeniably a disparity in skill between the two sides. After Zhao Chang left the court, the entire team's height, speed, and tactical skills fell short in comparison to their opponents. A few minutes later, the score was reversed, with just 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining in the second half. The score reached 84-77, with the Mountain Men leading by 7 points. Coach Anzu felt a twinge of panic as he glanced at Zhao Chang without uttering a word. After all, Zhao had already played for nearly 30 minutes, making him the player with the longest court time on either side. He worried about Zhao's stamina, concerned that any fatigue could lead to injury. However, Zhao took the initiative to step forward. "Coach, allow me to go in. We must secure this victory." The pace of NCAA games differs significantly from that of the NBA. With just over a minute left and trailing by 7 points, a comeback was challenging. Coach Anzu nodded earnestly, patting Zhao on the shoulder. "All right, do your best, but don't burden yourself with too much pressure." Rest assured, Zhao Chang makes his reappearance, accompanied by other key players on the court. Surprisingly, the head coach of the Mountain People team, Hollins, remains composed. He acknowledges Zhao Chang's prowess. Yet he is acutely aware that time is of the essence. If the Mountain People team can secure a few points in the remaining minute or so, victory will be theirs. The cavalry team initiates their offense, as Zhao Chang held the ball in his own half before even reaching the halfway line. He noticed 2 opposing defenders poised to double-team him. It was evident that the Mountain People team regarded Zhao Chang with considerable apprehension. Their message was unmistakable. They would rather allow others to score than permit Zhao Chang to find the net. Zhao Chang did not assert his dominance. Instead, he made a distinctive gesture towards De Ben and then passed the ball to the open Lao Tai. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Take the shot." In a 4-on-3 situation, an open opportunity was inevitable, as De Hailong's shooting was rather inconsistent, often leaving him unguarded. Initially hesitant to shoot, De Hailong found confidence in Zhao Chang's encouragement and took a composed shot. Unfortunately, it clanged off the rim. Just as the Mountain People team was about to seize the rebound, De Ben unexpectedly established his position, blocking Russ behind him. Despite Russ being 7 centimeters taller than De Ben, the latter's sheer strength rendered any attempt by Russ to claim the rebound utterly futile. In a moment of opportunity, Zhao Chang seized the chance as De Ben occupied his position, leaping into the air with a resounding thud. An awe-inspiring slam dunk. It turned out that the gesture Zhao Chang had just made to De Ben was a signal for him to assist in positioning. What was initially merely a training signal had now rendered significant impact in the official match. The score stood at 84-79. With just 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining in the game, the dynamics on the court were delicate. Hollins refrained from calling a timeout, his arms crossed and eyes blinking rapidly, betraying a hint of anxiety within. The Mountain Men initiated their offense. If they could score this basket, the scales of victory would tip in their favor. Prudence dribbled past half-court and, noticing small forward Palaisen reaching for the ball, delivered a precise pass. Palaisen confronted the veteran defender, made contact, and executed a turnaround jump shot, a signature move of his. However, just as he released the shot, a massive hand shot out like lightning, swatting the ball away with a resounding smack. It was executed with precision and ferocity. Palaisen leaped in vain, only to find the ball had vanished. Following the turnover, Zhao Chang swiftly launched a counterattack. He refrained from seeking personal glory, opting instead for a long pass, zipping it to the already advancing Xiaoda on the right flank. Xiaoda surged across half-court, charging through the defense to secure another 2 points. The score tightened to 84-81. The cavalry team was now merely 3 points behind. With 55 seconds left on the clock, Hollins was genuinely rattled. He quickly called for a timeout. Zhao Chang's formidable presence was indeed intimidating, displaying a dominating performance on both ends of the court. As a seasoned coach, Hollins recognized the echoes of NBA players in Zhao Chang's play. After the timeout, the game resumed. Zhao Chang fervently encouraged his teammates, urging them to unite and fortify their defense for this crucial round. Should the Mountain Men score, the likelihood of victory would undoubtedly lean in their favor. Prud. The Mountain Men's point guard possessed the ball in the backcourt when Zhao Chang suddenly surged forward, initiating a full-court press. Prud, feeling the weight of pressure, hesitated to dribble and opted for a long pass to his teammate, Blucher. Having recently missed a shot, Blucher felt a pang of apprehension and refrained from attempting another, instead passing the ball to Russ. Although Russ lacked the physical prowess of De Ben, he possessed significant technical advantages. As he executed a pivot for a half-hook shot, Dabin, with remarkable tenacity, thrust his chest forward, causing Russ to stagger violently. This disruption led to a misfire on his shot, which clanged off the rim. The formidable De Long, invigorated by Zhao Chang's fierce spirit, let out a mighty roar, seizing the ball before Blucher could react. He swiftly passed it to Zhao Chang, who had instilled a sense of dread in the mountain men. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Chang was met with an aggressive charge from Wright, who knocked him to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Wright, and Zhao Chang approached the free throw line. Chapter 13, Damn It! With just 41 seconds remaining in the match, the cavalry team trailed by 3 points. Facing a formidable challenge in their pursuit of victory, Zhao Chang's 2 free throws proved to be of paramount importance. As he approached the free throw line, fans of the mountain men began to clang their drums and create a cacophony of noise in an attempt to disrupt him. However, Zhao Chang remained unfazed, calmly sinking both shots. The score stood at 84-83, with the Cavaliers trailing by a single point. Coach Hollins of the mountain men called a timeout. Theoretically, both teams had one offensive opportunity left, heightening the tension of the match. His teammates gathered around Zhao Chang, exchanging high fives. It was evident to everyone that Zhao Chang was the linchpin behind the team's performance against the mountain men. Previously, some had questioned his leadership as captain, but now they were all in unanimous agreement. The exuberant De Long sat beside Zhao Chang, patting him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Brother Chang, if we win this match today, I'll take the brothers out for a grand time, and I'll cover all the expenses." Showdown, curious, leaned in and asked, "De Long, what do you mean by a grand time?" De Long feigned mystery, remaining silent, yet gesturing with his hands in a playful manner. The simple-minded Showdown looked confused, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the meaning. Lao Tai, being more seasoned, pretended not to understand and chided De Long. "That is outrageous. Where is your conscience? What happened to your decency? Where exactly is this grand time you speak of?" Zhao Chang was thoroughly amused by these fellows. As the coach, Anzua never concerned himself with such trivialities, so he pretended not to hear. In such a tense and suffocating moment, the players' laughter and playfulness did not indicate indifference towards the outcome of the game, but rather represented the unique way the cavalry team chose to relax. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Before taking the court, Zhao Chang gathered his teammates and urged in a hushed tone, "We must defend this round." Yes. The players from both teams re-entered the arena. The Mountain People's team employed a wide array of tactics, often achieving last-minute victories through decisive plays. Palaisen initiated a front-court pass directly to Russ. The intention of passing to Russ was not for him to attack, but rather to facilitate a transition due to his height. Positioned just outside the penalty area, Russ held the ball aloft, surveying his teammates' movements. Point guard Prud, utilizing his teammate's screen, sprinted to the right corner. Russ awaited this opportunity, promptly passing the ball. Thus far, the Mountain People's strategy had proven successful, as Prud found himself in an open position. With only 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Prud had to act swiftly. Just as he leaped and released the ball, a shadow surged in from the side. Crack! The ball in Prud's hands was snatched away by this sudden intruder. The speed was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly Zhao Chang. While blocks are not uncommon, snatching the ball is a rare feat. After securing the ball, Zhao Chang immediately executed a long pass to Old Iron, who was positioned beyond the three-point line. Old Iron sprang into action, initiating a fast break. However, the tactical prowess of the Mountain People's team was evident as they quickly transitioned to defense, with 2 defenders appearing before Old Iron in an instant. Coach Anzua promptly called a timeout. With only 12 seconds remaining in the game, the cavalry team trailed by 1 point. They still had a chance for a last-minute victory. The fans from both sides had been raucous throughout the match. But at this moment, a tense silence enveloped the arena. Coach Hollins of the Mountain People's team shook his head in frustration. The strategy he had devised was remarkably effective, yet Zhao Chang's speed was simply terrifying. Coach Anzua had not formulated a specific last-minute strategy, knowing that the opposing team would undoubtedly focus their defense on Zhao Chang. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Just provide screens for Zhao Chang and allow him to receive the ball in an open position. Whether he can score depends solely on him. Anzua's relaxed demeanor alleviated some of the players' tension. Zhao Chang candidly admitted that he felt some psychological pressure. However, the strong camaraderie among his teammates significantly bolstered his confidence. Dabin patted Zhao Chang on the back, offering words of encouragement. "It's all right. At worst, we lose the game. What do we call this? Even in defeat, we hold our heads high. Indeed, let's battle them until the very last moment. There are no losers here. Strong brother, just one word. Let's go. Upon hearing his teammates' supportive words, Zhao Chong felt a warm surge of motivation coursing through him. As the timeout concluded, the cavalry team prepared to inbound the ball. Dahe Long held the ball, stationed just outside the sideline, while De Bin and Lao Tai positioned themselves beyond the arc to set screens for Zhao Chang. The Mountain People's team, showing particular attention to Zhao Chong, sent 2 defenders to pursue him. Yet, Zhao Chong's speed was astounding, coupled with his ability to execute sudden stops and pivots. He dashed forward, then abruptly halted and reversed direction. In a dazzling display, he left his defenders trailing behind him. Dahe Long delivered a precise pass to Zhao Chong. However, the Mountain People's defense was astutely positioned, and just as Zhao Chong received the ball, Palison lunged forward. With a height advantage over Zhao Chong, Palison was poised to block any shot. Thus, Zhao Chong dribbled slowly, scanning the court and feigning a pass. With the cavalry team trailing by only 1 point, the Mountain People's defense extended beyond the 3-point line, with other players actively providing support. Suddenly, Zhao Chang exploded to the left, charging forward. Palison reacted swiftly. But with a half-turn, Zhao Chong managed to create a half-step advantage. As Wright attempted to assist in the defense, De Bin, displaying remarkable synergy, preemptively positioned himself to obstruct Wright's path. Zhao Chong seized the opportunity and advanced towards the vicinity of the paint area. Only 2 seconds remained. Before Zhao Chong stood another individual, the opposing center, Russ. Confronted by the towering figure of 2.1 meters, Zhao Chong lifted his head, seemingly poised to attempt a jump shot. Russ lunged forward with all his might. However, in a surprising twist, Zhao Chong executed a deft move and slipped past him, driving towards the basket. With a powerful one-handed dunk, the ball thunderously crashed through the hoop just as the red timer light illuminated, an absolute game winner. Zhao Chang was magnificent. The crowd erupted in jubilation, and his teammates rushed to envelop him in celebration. Even De Bin embraced him tightly, overflowing with excitement. My dear brother, you were simply extraordinary. Zhao Chong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He reveled in the exhilarating sensation of a decisive victory. How thrilling! The players of the Mountain Men team, amidst the jeers of the spectators, slinked towards the players' tunnel in disgrace. Suddenly, an unforeseen incident unfolded before them. An exuberant fan hurled a plastic water bottle at the Mountain Men players. Although it missed its intended target, the water splashed onto Russ. Enraged, the players of the Mountain Men were incensed. Having already been stung by their defeat, they were further provoked by this act of insolence, and their ire was palpable. However, they were oblivious to the identity of the fan responsible for the throw, and thus, they redirected their fury towards the cavalry team players. Palison picked up the bottle and hurled it in Zhao Chong's direction. Had Zhao Chong not reacted swiftly to evade it, he would surely have been struck. This incited a furious response from De Bin, who bellowed in rage and charged at Palison. The cavalry players, initially unaware of the unfolding chaos, were spurred into action by De Bin's roar, rushing forward without a second thought. Chapter 14. Good news. The fans in the stands were elated. They had been waiting for this moment. What joy is there in mere gameplay? A brawl is what truly satisfies. The arena erupted into pandemonium. Fans began to clash with one another, and the players on the court descended into a tumultuous melee. De Bin, renowned for his strength, had once sent Itai flying several meters with a single palm strike. As he surged forward, he unleashed a tremendous force. Poor Palison was sent sprawling, colliding with a teammate, and both tumbled to the ground. Palison, astonished, thought to himself, the sensation of being pushed back was overwhelming. What incredible strength! At that moment, the nearby Mountain Men guard, Wright, dared not provoke De Bin, and instead plotted to ambush Zhao Chong. Such was the consequence of defeat. For Wright had recently endured humiliation at Zhao Chong's hands on the court, and his heart simmered with resentment. Zhao Chang stood motionless, yet he was intently observing the chaotic skirmish of his teammates. Although the cavalry players were slightly shorter in stature than their opponents, they were by no means at a disadvantage when it came to combat. Zhao Chong had yet to recall whom he ought to assist when his peripheral vision caught sight of Light launching a surprise attack at him. A cold smile creeping across his face. Seeking death, are we? Zhao Chang let out a thunderous roar, disregarding Wright entirely, and executed a swift side kick. Bang! The force of his kick struck Wright squarely in the chest. Although Zhao Chang had not formally trained in combat, He was an enthusiast and often mimicked various moves. Today, however, he felt a remarkable surge in speed and power, leaving Wright completely unprepared. With a piercing scream, Wright was sent flying. Had he not been a sturdy basketball player, he might have required medical attention. Even so, he lay on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Meanwhile, the center of the Mountain Men team, Russ, intended to practice with DeBen, but DeBen swiftly executed a body slam, bringing the towering 2-1-meter Russ crashing to the floor. The players on both sides were mindful, engaging in their tussle without resorting to lethal force. After throwing Russ to the ground, DeBen refrained from delivering a follow-up blow, nearly snorting in disdain. Following this, DeBen and Zhao Chang began to chase after the opposing players on the court. The scene was nothing short of iconic. The towering players of the Mountain Men found themselves fleeing in panic from the cavalry team's relentless pursuit. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of security and the coaching staff that the altercation came to a halt. Coach Anzo was neither angry nor anxious throughout the chaos. He had remained seated, reveling in the spectacle. He murmured to himself, "Youth is truly splendid." Before he could finish his thought, a shoe came hurtling toward him, striking him on the head. Fortunately, the shoe was not traveling at a high velocity. Otherwise, he might have sustained an injury. "Damn it!" Anzo exclaimed as he turned to see Zhao Chang furiously pummeling the Mountain Men's power forward, Blucher. Blucher had attempted to kick Zhao Chang, only to have his attack deftly blocked, sending his shoe flying directly onto Coach Anzo's head. "Get him!" Coach Anzo shouted in exasperation. "All right," Zhao Chang responded, charging in to deliver a few more kicks in retaliation for his coach. The cavalry team emerged victorious, not only clinching the game with a last-minute triumph, but also dominating the brawl against the Mountain Men. Such was the exhilarating intensity of this derby match, thrilling and utterly satisfying. In the aftermath, media outlets reported on the game. Basketball commentators refrained from criticizing the brawl, instead praising the players' spirited tenacity. When Zhao Chang led his teammates back to school, they were met with rapturous cheers from their fellow students. It could be said that they had gained fame in a single battle. Regrettably, at that time, mobile phones were not widespread, and the internet had yet to flourish. Although some journalists had captured snippets of the event, students from Virginia Union University felt it was insufficient. A few attendees exaggerated and embellished the accounts of the incident, leading to Zhao Chang and DeBen being hailed as warriors in the retellings. Zhao Chang experienced an unprecedented scene of grand welcome for the first time, with thousands gathering on the campus, united in a chorus of cheers. "The cavalry shall prevail. Brother Chang is remarkable. Big Ben is impressive. The war god Zhao Chang." Zhao Chang and his teammates waved to the students in greeting. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the students, Zhao Chang had no choice but to represent the team and say a few words. The school teacher brought forth a microphone and handed it to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang exclaimed with fervor, "Classmates, let us prepare for resounding victories at Virginia Union University from this day forth." His confident and impassioned declaration elicited waves of enthusiastic cheers from all present. "The cavalry shall triumph. The cavalry shall triumph. The cavalry shall triumph," echoed throughout the training hall. Zhao Chang and his teammates were training vigorously, perspiration pouring down their faces. Despite their exhaustion, their spirits remained high, and chatter filled the air, fueled by excitement. "Captain, this is our first victory since you took on the role. It certainly deserves a celebration," Shouter remarked while shooting hoops. Zhao Chang understood that this fellow was once again trying to take advantage of him. "All right, shall we celebrate at your place?" he suggested, only to retract his offer. Shouter's mother was notoriously stingy, a fact well known among his teammates, which caused Shouter to wilt at the mere mention of it. Dehei Long was practicing his turnaround jump shot at the edge of the key, panting heavily as he approached the group. "You timid boys, I offered to take you out for some fun, yet you persist in your refusals," he exclaimed. DeBen, positioned beneath the basket and engaged in positioning drills with the assistant coach, chimed in, "Let us not. We're all good kids here. We shouldn't accompany you on a frivolous outing lest we end up with some ailment to worry about." Unfazed, Dehei Long retorted, "What is there to fear? Just wear a raincoat. I've already visited every nightclub in our area. Can you guess how many girls I've encountered?" Shouda, intrigued, inquired, 100? Lao Tai chimed in, 300? Dehei Long, grinning broadly and brushing his dreadlocks with his hand, declared, 990.5. "What? Why the half? Have you been with a transgender?" DeBen asked, laughing. "Heh. During one of those encounters, the girl got her period unexpectedly," Dehei Long replied, eliciting uproarious laughter from his teammates. Just as the camaraderie reached its peak, The gym doors burst open, and Coach Answa stormed in with great enthusiasm. "Kids, I have wonderful news for you." "What is the good news?" Dae Long hurriedly asked. "Are you expecting your third child? Get out of here." Coach Answa feigned a kick towards him, prompting Dae Long to swiftly sidestep. Zhao Chang inquired, "What good news do you have, Coach? Is it regarding the competition?" "Look, Zhao Chang is indeed serious. I must inform you all that our cavalry team has a promising chance of ascending to the first league this year." The players were momentarily stunned, then erupted with joyous exclamations. "Is it true, Coach? That is simply marvelous." Chapter 15, The Black Dragon with Countless Encounters. The players cheered with exuberance. In a moment of joy, Zhao Chang found himself engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. The decision regarding participating in the draft had already been made. He was set to enter this year. Yet, Zhao Chang remained undecided. Prior to his arrival in this world, his abilities were rather mediocre, and he had never entertained the thought of joining the draft. However, with the assistance of the system, his prowess had significantly improved, and he was certain there would be ample opportunities to enhance his basketball skills in the future. The dilemma lay in whether to participate in the draft alongside his good friend, Ben, or to stay and lead the young team in their pursuit of the top league. Nevertheless, Zhao Chang shook his head and reminded himself to focus on the immediate task at hand. The next match was about to commence, and he needed to prepare adequately for it. Coach Inzu observed the players chattering excitedly and clapped his hands for attention. "Silence, please. Listen to me. Our next opponent has been determined. It's the Crimson team from the University of Massachusetts." The players began to murmur again. "Coach, how formidable is the Crimson team? Are they stronger than the Mountain team?" Coach Anzu waved his hand decisively. "We must prepare thoroughly. The Crimson team is indeed more formidable than the Mountain team. Now, come with me to review their game footage." In those days before digital technology, the coach somehow acquired a videotape, which he played for the players in the video room. The centerpiece of the Crimson team was the shot-blocking king, Marcus Camby. As Zhao Chang watched the footage, a spark of eagerness ignited within him. Marcus Camby possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable agility, which accounted for his title as the shot-blocking champion. "Children, any thoughts?" After the team finished watching the footage, Coach Inzu crossed his arms and smiled warmly at everyone. Ben, with his characteristic deep voice, remarked, "They're strong." His teammates knew that Ben had a bold personality. Even if the opponent were formidable, he would never voice such an admission. If he deemed them strong, then they were indeed a force to be reckoned with. Dae Long, with his carefree demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. "What are we afraid of? They said the Mountain team was strong too, yet we triumphed over them. As long as we unite in our efforts, victory is within our grasp." Shada shook his head, letting out a sigh. "Our last victory was primarily due to Chang Ji's explosive performance, and that was a narrow win. So what? A win is a win. Doesn't a last-second victory count?" Shouda, weary of arguing with Dae Long, turned his head away. Zhao Chang spoke with a grave expression. "The talent of the Jianglan team as players is indeed impressive, particularly in the interior positions, where they hold a distinct advantage." Lao Tai, who had remained silent for quite some time, was not one for many words, yet he possessed a remarkable resilience. He quietly remarked, "I concur with Dae Long. Let us just get the job done." Inzu was quite pleased with the players' remarks, despite his seemingly hands-off approach to these athletes. Coach Inzu was meticulously observing each player in secret. He kept a mental note of every player's personality, technical skills, and level of talent. From the recent discussions, it was evident that the cavalry team's youngsters were quite combative, though some were composed while others were impulsive. Coach Inzu particularly relished coaching players with diverse personalities. He firmly believed that mischievous children exhibit greater creativity and often deliver astonishing performances on the court. The previous match had already validated his philosophy. "Children, you are all correct. This match will undoubtedly be challenging, but I expect none of you to shy away. Losing is acceptable, but anyone who hesitates on the court shall not escape my wrath." Coach Anzu was known for his commitment to his words, and no one doubted his resolve. "Coach, will the next match be at home or away?" Zhao Chang inquired. "We will be playing away. However, rest assured that our schoolmates will reserve the gymnasium to watch your match on the big screen. Moreover, Xiao Huaqiang will be responsible for the commentary at our home school. Therefore, you must perform splendidly to honor the support your classmates have shown you." Zhao Chang and his teammates were profoundly moved. Previously, their cavalry team had mediocre results, and they had never imagined that their club would garner such popularity. In the following days, Coach Anzu organized targeted training sessions, and the players dedicated themselves wholeheartedly. However, Despite the exhaustion and hardships, these fellows were far from subdued. During strength training, Dehaenyo boasted about his glorious achievements. Brother Chong, after this competition, we must make it a point to visit a nightclub. You cannot fathom how stunning those ladies are. How stunning. Do tell. Zhao Chong was well aware of the braggart's penchant for boasting, so he refrained from interjecting, allowing him to indulge in his verbal whims. Let me tell you, the last girl I managed to charm had a lovely sun-kissed complexion, incredibly fun, and she nearly sent me to meet the Almighty. Haha, you better be cautious. If you truly meet him, there will be no return. I would accept that. The elasticity was simply splendid. The big black bull licked his lips, still savoring the memory. As the players were engrossed in their training, a security guard from the gym entered, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Shout aside enviously from the sidelines. No need to say more. It's undoubtedly another delivery for Brother Chong. The big black bull, with a hint of envy, commented, "What's so special about that?" Old Tai leisurely interrupted the big black bull. Now, big black bull, don't inflate your ego. I recall how your relentless pursuit nearly earned you a beating from the girl's brother. The teammates erupted in laughter. The security guard presented the flowers to Zhao Chong, saying with admiration they were sent by a girl from the journalism department. She mentioned there is a card inside with a message for you. Recently, Zhao Chong has received numerous flowers and little notes. To speak candidly, he is truly grateful for the affection, even adoration, bestowed upon him by his classmates. He accepted the flowers and retrieved the small card nestled within. It read, "Dear Chong-gu, I hope you can enter the NBA soon." Zhao Chong was taken aback. He had anticipated that the card would contain romantic declarations similar to those from other girls, yet he was surprised to find words of encouragement instead. Previously, Zhao Chong had not paid particular attention to the names of the girls, but this time he carefully glanced at the name Vivian. Zhao Chang placed the flowers in the changing room and tucked the card into his pocket. Answa's targeted training was extensive, as the opponents were formidable, necessitating thorough preparation. After 2 days of physical training, he began to implement intensity drills focused on tight defense, as well as improving the success rate of fast breaks. This strategy was the key to the team's ability to score rapidly and exhaust their adversaries. Upon reviewing the footage, Zhao Chong realized that merely increasing defensive intensity would not suffice. A greater emphasis on defensive techniques was essential. Brothers, he urged, relying solely on aggressive tackles is inadequate. We must also accelerate our ball interception speed, swift, precise, and ruthless. During the training session, Zhao Chong called out to the players. Enzu nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhao Chong's perspective. "Ah Chong, what do you suggest we focus on during practice?" Enzu inquired with keen interest. Chapter 16, the match against the Crimson Blue team commences. Zhao Chong approached the formidable Black Bull, demonstrating the technique with precision. He emphasized the necessity of creating sufficient disruption before the opponent received the ball, followed by a swift cut at the precise moment of the player's touch. The Black Bull, slightly defiant, remarked, "Who can cut with such accuracy?" Coach Enzu clapped his hands and gestured towards the two. "Engage in a drill, one offense and one defense. Black Bull, you will attack, and Zhao Chong, you shall defend. Oh no, you shall guard." Zhao Chong rolled his eyes and suddenly felt a tightness. The imposing figure, known as Big Black Bull, began dribbling the ball, forcefully driving towards the basket. Aware of Zhao Chong's quick reflexes, he attempted to position himself with his back to Zhao Chong, ensuring that the hand he used to dribble was distant from him. However, Zhao Chong, utilizing his nimble footwork, unexpectedly leaned forward, reaching out to interfere with Big Black Dragon's dribble. In a hurry, Big Black Dragon spun around, trying to escape Zhao Chong's grasp. Yet, Zhao Chong's earlier movement was a clever feint. At the precise moment Big Black Dragon turned, Zhao Chong retreated a step, perfectly aligning himself with Big Black Dragon's ball-handling hand. Big Black Dragon was taken aback, and before he could evade, it was too late. Crack! Zhao Chong executed a swift cut with the ball, as quick as lightning. The formidable Black Dragon, left with no choice, could only grasp the ball tightly in that fleeting moment, attempting to thwart Zhao Chong's maneuver with his own strength. However, bolstered by the system, Zhao Chong's power had significantly increased, and his cutting angle was incredibly cunning, employing minimal force to achieve maximum effect. The Black Dragon could no longer maintain his grip, and with a clatter, the ball slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Zhao Chong seized the moment, deftly catching the ball in his hands. The teammates encircling him erupted into applause and cheers. "Haha, Brother Chong is indeed swift. What do you say, Big Black Dragon?" Do you concede or not? Shall we have another go? The big black dragon, unfazed, shook his head nonchalantly. Of course, Brother Chang is fast, even if you all joined. It wouldn't change a thing. And Zhua, grinning broadly, surveyed the group and inquired, is there anyone who still doubts? De Ben was the first to respond. We all concede. But we cannot rely solely on Brother Chang. Everyone needs to step up their training. We must enhance our speed in intercepting and dribbling. Thus, Zhao Chang commenced instructing his teammates on the art of dribbling. Big Black Dragon, your waist isn't quite up to par. Your turn just now was too sluggish. Which is why I was able to intercept the ball. You should keep your distance from the ladies. The Big Black Dragon chuckled, offering no retort. The one who practiced dribbling with the utmost seriousness and diligence was none other than Lao Tai. Stoic and reserved, Lao Tai harbored a deep admiration for Zhao Chang's speed. Thus, he diligently absorbed Zhao Chang's advice and immersed himself in rigorous training. Zhao Chang dedicated considerable time to practicing with his companion, enhancing his reaction speed. My dear friend, you truly embody the essence of a man, unyielding and strong. Zhao Chang sincerely expressed his admiration for the old iron. The old iron scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Brother Chang, I simply do not wish to lose the game, nor do I want to hold back our cavalry team. Not at all. You are exceptional. Even in the absence of Coach Anzua, most of the players diligently engaged in training. Only De Hei Long, however, was not quite so compliant. On one occasion, when Coach Anzua arrived late for practice, Zhao Chang led the team in a training match. During the halftime break, De Hei Long commenced one of his infamous speeches. Brothers, do you know how I managed a 1-on-2 last time? 1 black, 1 white. It was utterly exhilarating. Before he could indulge in his storytelling any further, Coach Anzua entered the gym and gradually approached De Hei Long from behind. Showdown, who stood opposite De Hei Long, was frantically signaling him to be quiet. Yet, De Hei Long was so engrossed in his tale, gesturing animatedly, that he remained oblivious. After he had rambled on for quite some time, Coach Anzua finally cleared his throat. De Hei Long was startled, tumbling off his bench, and upon turning, he realized the coach had arrived. You little rascal, do you think this is something to be proud of? Come here. Let me show you what true exhilaration feels like. With that, he seized De Hei Long's dreadlocks and dragged him outside to kick a football. Zhao Chang and his teammates exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Outside the arena, a chorus of anguished cries echoed. 2 days later, the competition commenced in earnest. When the cavalry team arrived at the away venue via bus, they were astonished to discover a handful of devoted fans had accompanied them, brandishing signs and fervently chanting Zhao Chang's name. Though their numbers were few, Zhao Chang felt a surge of encouragement. Despite the cavalry team's robust morale, they were swiftly met with a harsh reality as the game began. The Azure team delivered a stunning blow. The prowess of the Azure team's defense was formidable. In particular, their star player, Marcus Camby, resembled a veritable beast from the NCAA, akin to Dwight Howard. The entire paint area had become his dominion, a no-fly zone for opposing players. Time and again, cavalry players charged toward the key, only to have their shots swatted away by Camby. Remarkably, just over 4 minutes into the first half, Camby had already recorded 3 blocks. Can you believe it? Big Ben, the Black Dragon, and Little Der all fell victim to his defensive prowess. Zhao Chang refrained from driving into the restricted area, for his shooting range was expansive. A 3-pointer followed by a long 2-pointer temporarily alleviated the team's scoring drought. Yet, it proved futile as the point gap continued to widen. With over 8 minutes played in the first half, the score had escalated to 17-7, with the Jianglan team leading by 10 points. Enzu's expression grew grave, prompting him to call a timeout. At that moment, the arena of the cavalry team was filled to capacity with fans, their eyes glued to the large screen as they anxiously followed the game. The rocky start had cast a heavy silence over the vast venue. Some female fans had begun to fervently pray, hoping that the cavalry team would soon rise to the occasion and turn the tide. Come on, Chang. You must secure a victory. The cavalry shall triumph. Let us defeat the Jianglan team. During the timeout, Enzu refrained from chastising the players. Despite his usual demeanor resembling that of a strict taskmaster, he wouldn't easily criticize them during a match as long as they showed earnest effort. The disparity was evident, and trailing was to be expected, yet he believed in their potential. Dig deep in this little garden. Yes, the players responded in unison. As the timeout concluded, the cavalry team took the court with somber expressions, while the Jianglan players laughed and joked, regarding their opponents with disdain. It was hardly surprising. Marcus Camby's prowess was several tiers above that of all the cavalry players. The game resumed. Although the cavalry team's morale had significantly improved, the gap remained, and the flow of the game continued to favor the Zhonglong team. Zhao Chong surged towards the baseline with remarkable speed, passing the ball to Dabin in hopes of a sure score. This shot seemed destined to succeed, but Camby, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, charged in from outside the penalty area, leaping into the air with an outstretched arm, delivering a resounding block to Dabin. The home crowd of the Zhonglong team erupted in thunderous applause. It must be said, this play was breathtaking. Even in the NBA, it would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 highlights. Following the block, Camby tore at his jersey and let out a fierce roar towards the sky. Dabin and Zhao Chong exchanged resigned glances, shaking their heads slightly. Chapter 17. The Locker Room Speech, a Desperate Gambit. The Zhonglong team launched a counterattack. The opposing point guard skillfully dribbled past half-court, yet he did not rush to take a shot. Instead, he maneuvered near the sideline. At that moment, Camby, resembling a formidable beast, charged into the offensive zone. It is well known that during fast breaks, centers typically lag behind due to their bulk, which hinders their speed. However, Camby was an exception. After his emphatic block, he bellowed in fury and sprinted towards the front court with astonishing velocity, outpacing even the guards. Zhao Chong's speed could be considered impressive, yet Camby, with a single stride, matched him effortlessly. The point guard of the Crimson-Blue team awaited Camby's advance. Upon witnessing him surge towards the paint, he lofted the ball high above the rim. Such an assist was remarkably effortless. Camby, with his feet planted on the free-throw line, leaped into the air, his right hand grasping the ball, resembling a majestic giant bird. With a resounding thud, he executed an alley-oop dunk. Goodness! Who would dare to impede such a spectacular slam? Although Zhao Chong managed to keep pace, his height and jumping ability paled in comparison to Camby, leaving him merely a spectator as Camby effortlessly scored. The home crowd erupted in fervor, chanting Camby's name. Within the arena of the cavalry team, silence reigned. Devoted fans struggled to accept such a dire scenario, as Camby decimated the cavalry on both offense and defense. Nearly 10 minutes into the first half, Camby had already recorded 4 impressive blocks. What on earth is happening? Why can't we contain that Camby? Contain him? It's impossible. The disparity is too vast. His height and leaping prowess surpass ours by a significant margin. His talent is undeniable. And what about Chong? The spotlight is on you. Rise to the occasion. Yet, expectations for Chong were dim, as he was merely a guard, and the paint was firmly under the opponent's dominion. Despite the home team trailing by a considerable margin and the scene being utterly disheartening, the cavalry fans remained steadfast, cheering for their team. Under Camby's leadership, the game advanced to the 13th minute of the first half, with the Azure team leading by 16 points. The opposing coach waved his hand, substituting the entire starting lineup for the reserves. How humiliating. The blatant disregard for the cavalry team was evident in such a substitution. Coach Inzu remained composed, opting to mirror the opponent's strategy by also replacing 5 players with substitutes. The skill level of both benches was relatively comparable. Yet the Azure team continued to extend their lead. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 28-47, with the cavalry team trailing by 19 points. In the context of NCAA games, such a deficit is indeed formidable. The likelihood of a comeback in the second half was virtually non-existent, particularly since Camby had only played 13 minutes before sitting out. This indicated that the Azure team was conserving their strength and had not even exerted their full effort. That is the most daunting aspect of all. In the cavalry team's locker room, silence enveloped the players, their expressions steeped in dejection. Zhao Chong abruptly rose to his feet and declared with a resonant voice, "Brothers, are we afraid of losing?" His teammates exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Zhao Chong's intentions. Dabby was the first to respond. "What are we afraid of?" "Of course, we are not afraid. In a competition, there are wins as well as losses." Zhao Chang continued. "Then that settles it. Since we are bound to lose anyway, why not give it our all for once?" To Hailang's side, "We are indeed going all out, to be honest. I have never felt this exhausted even during the last group activity." Zhao Chang furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Must you incessantly dwell on your trivial matters? The match is far from over." Typically, Zhao Chang and his teammates would share laughter and merriment, rarely displaying genuine anger. However, this time, they recognized that he was truly enraged. Hailang hesitated, refraining from uttering a word. Shouda, understanding the gravity of the situation, remarked, Brother Chong. Just tell us what we should do. We are all ears. Indeed, Brother Chong, spare us the circumlocution. We are all comrades here, ready to celebrate victory together or shoulder the weight of defeat as one. Zhao Chong nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, well said. The blue team is several tiers above us. So our defeat is not a source of shame. After all, those unshod fear not those in shoes. Losing by a point is still losing, as is losing by 10. In the second half, let us all strive to reclaim the ball and launch fast breaks. His words ignited a fire within the players. Big Ben raised his hand in agreement, declaring, let us do just that. Watch me in the second half. I will make that Marcus Camby tremble at the sight of me. The usually silent Iron then revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, quietly uttering, let us annihilate them. As the second half commenced, Marcus Camby entered the court with an air of arrogance. The blue team surrounded him like stars orbiting the moon, seemingly confident of their impending victory. Big Ben's face twitched in irritation, and he let out a disdainful huff. The Cavaliers launched their offensive. Little D dribbled past half-court when the opposing point guard charged at him fiercely. In the first half, Little D had been knocked over multiple times, resulting in 2 turnovers. However, this time, he was prepared. Just as the opponent was about to collide with him, Little D surged forward, meeting him head-on. Thud. The blue team's point guard was taken by surprise, sent sprawling to the ground. The referee refrained from blowing the whistle, deeming it a fair collision. The Cavaliers players were invigorated by the surge of morale. Zhao Chong praised Little Da for his impressive play, exclaiming, well done, Little Da. However, the defense of the Jinglan team responded swiftly, with the small forward immediately rushing over to provide assistance. Little Da, recognizing the urgency of the situation, promptly passed the ball to Zhao Chong, who had found a gap in the defense. Zhao Chong's shooting prowess represents the cavalry team's most significant advantage. Seizing the moment when the opponents were caught off guard, he launched a three-pointer, swish. A graceful arc traced through the air, finding its mark with perfect precision. The score now stood at 31-47, narrowing the gap to 16 points. Elated, the cavalry players leaped into the air, rushing over to celebrate with Zhao Chong in a jubilant chest bump. Zhao Chong exhibited no trace of excitement. Instead, he gestured to his teammates to swiftly retreat on defense. Marcus Camby, keenly aware of the oncoming cavalry, remained unfazed, letting out a cold chuckle as he intended to quell their momentum with a powerful dunk. The Crimson Blue team launched an offensive. Camby positioned himself near the paint, signaling for the ball. In the first half, he had dominated Ben several times. However, this time, Ben seemed to have lost his composure, relentlessly challenging Camby. Though their physical strength was comparable, Ben was the aggressor, pressing Camby with substantial force, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Camby, growing desperate, resorted to a fierce elbow strike aimed at Ben's neck. Ben collapsed to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a flagrant foul on Camby, awarding the cavalry 2 free throws and 1 possession. This ruling infuriated Camby, yet he acknowledged the excessive nature of his actions. Ben, feeling the sting of the elbow, turned a deep shade of red but refrained from retaliating, instead exuding a sense of exhilaration as he shouted encouragement to his teammates. Ben converted one of his free throws, and the cavalry prepared for an inbound pass. The score stood at 32-47, narrowing the gap to 15 points. Lao Tai executed the inbound pass directly to the formidable Dahe Long. Dahe Long attempted to forge his way to the basket, but found himself stymied, ultimately passing the ball to Zhao Chong. Chapter 18. Full court press, momentum unstoppable. Zhao Chong, confronted by the defense, executed a feint, creating an opening. He swiftly maneuvered sideways, releasing a long 2-pointer, swish. It found its mark once again. Following the basket, Zhao Chong jubilantly raised his fists, roaring with exhilaration. The fans at the cavalry team's home arena were electrified by the spirited display showcased by their team during those few plays. Wow, they are giving it their all. Truly remarkable. This is our hero, absolutely phenomenal. The head coach of the Crimson Blue team felt a twinge of anxiety. However, with the second half just underway, he hesitated to call for a timeout. Zhao Chong was acutely aware of the necessity to sustain this momentum. Thus, he exchanged enthusiastic high-fives with his teammates, vocally uplifting their spirits. In the subsequent round, Camby seized the ball once more, intent on challenging Ben, unable to swallow his pride. The arrogant Camby felt compelled to retaliate, epitomizing the allure of competitive sports. Ben let out a fierce roar, refusing to yield even an inch. As he collided with Camby, utilizing his robust physique, the impact resonated, bang. Bang! As neither party was willing to concede. At that moment, Lao Tai made his move. He had long harbored disdain for the arrogant Canby, and seizing the opportunity amidst the confrontation, Lao Tai dashed forward, delivering a swift strike. The skill Zhao Chong had imparted during training, the cut shot, finally came into play. Canby felt a jolt in his palm, only to realize the ball had vanished. Lao Tai secured the ball in his grasp and, with a fluid motion, tossed it to Zhao Chong. Xiao Da and De Hei Long surged forward from either flank. Ko Chanzu, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and shouted, "Brilliant!" Zhao Chong surged past the halfway line, swiftly darting towards the baseline, drawing the attention of two defenders. Before distributing the ball to the unguarded De Hei Long seized the opportunity, executing a thunderous dunk while letting out a primal roar. Under the leadership of Zhao Chong and De Ben, the cavalry team was utterly ignited. Every player seemed invigorated as if they had been infused with adrenaline, displaying an unparalleled fervor. The head coach of the Jianglan team could no longer remain seated and promptly called for a timeout. The score stood at 36-47. Just over 2 minutes into the second half, the cavalry team astonishingly narrowed the gap to 11 points. The players of the cavalry team exchanged chest bumps, roaring as they released the pent-up frustrations from the first half. "Brothers, let us keep this up. Regardless of the outcome, we shall fight until the end. We are all men, and we will not passively accept defeat." The cavalry team erupted with an extraordinary spirit, each player's countenance transformed into that of a warrior. Inzwa nodded in satisfaction. The ironclad team he had painstakingly crafted finally possessed a soul, and the essence of the team was none other than Zhao Chang. Zhao Chong not only leads by example, but also has the remarkable ability to inspire his teammates, uniting them as one cohesive force. This exceptional leadership alleviates much of the pressure from Inzwa's coaching responsibilities. "My friend, that interception was truly magnificent. Hats off to you." Zhao Chong and his companion exchanged a fervent fist bump, raising their thumbs in a gesture of camaraderie. Despite his spirited demeanor on the field, the companion fell into a contemplative silence once the match concluded. He offered Zhao Chong a faint smile and nodded, saying, "Brother Chong, it's all up to you." To which Zhao Chong replied, "Do not say that. Our entire team must strive together." Zhao Chong recalled an ancient saying from Huaxia, "With the first effort comes vigor. The second wanes, and the third diminishes." Thus, he felt compelled to continually uplift the morale of his teammates, embodying the role of a leader both on and off the court. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. It appeared that Canby had regained a semblance of composure, likely following a reprimand from the coach. The Jianglan team commenced their offensive, and Canby refrained from demanding the ball. Instead, he positioned himself near the baseline, hands resting on his knees, seemingly disinclined to engage in the attack. The point guard maneuvered at the top of the arc, executing a crossover screen with the small forward, penetrating toward the paint. Suddenly, Canby sprang into action, maneuvering past Big Ben and slicing toward the basket. His innate talent was astonishing, and his acceleration was breathtaking. By the time Big Ben reacted, he had already fallen a step behind. Seizing the opportunity, the opposing point guard lofted the ball into the air once more. Canby leaped, and with a powerful thrust, executed another spectacular alley-oop dunk. It was utterly indefensible. Following the basket, Canby grasped the rim with fervor, shaking it vigorously, nearly toppling the entire hoop. Big Ben maintained an impassive expression, yet internally, he was profoundly shaken. Zhao Chong loudly encouraged his teammates. "It's all right. Let's give them one back." As the unequivocal leader of the Crimson Blue team, Canby immediately responded to Zhao Chong's call. "We must defend this round." The two were subtly engaged in a contest of wills. Zhao Chong wore a stoic expression as he dribbled the ball past half court. Confronted with staunch defense, he refrained from arrogance and called for a screen. In the fleeting moment when the opponents switched their defense and a gap appeared, Zhao Chong executed a step-back three-pointer, releasing the ball once more. Canby was taken aback. He had intended to wait near the paint, ready to deliver a resounding block once Zhao Chong drove in. To his astonishment, Zhao Chang attempted a shot from more than a step beyond the three-point line. Could that possibly go in? Swish. Once again, a precise arc found its mark. The score was now 39-49, with the deficit reduced to merely 10 points. Within the confines of the Virginia Union University's gymnasium, students raised their arms in exuberance, transforming the arena into a jubilant sea of celebration, regardless of the eventual outcome. The cavalry's performance in the second half had already etched them as heroes in the hearts of their peers. The head coach of the Crimson Blue team watched intently from the sidelines, recognizing the formidable talent that this young guard, Zhao Chong, possessed. After Zhao Chong sank a three-pointer, he exchanged a glance with Canby, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. Surprisingly, Canby flinched. After merely 2 seconds of eye contact with Zhao Chong, he turned away and departed. Lao Tai, witnessing Canby's audacity to meet the gaze of their captain, promptly dashed in front of Canby, deliberately obstructing his path. Faced with the relentless intensity of the cavalry team players, Canby had no choice but to retreat silently. The Jianglan team launched an attack. Just as Canby contemplated executing an alley-oop, Zhao Chong let out a commanding shout, prompting the entire cavalry team to initiate a full-court press. Typically, such aggressive defense is reserved for the closing moments of a match or when the score is tightly contested. Yet, with a 10-point deficit and less than 3 minutes into the second half, the cavalry team employed this tactic. The Jianglan players were immediately thrown into disarray. Their dribbling became erratic, and their passing was fraught with anxiety. In a moment of foresight, Lao Tai intercepted a pass and swiftly relayed the ball to Xiaoda. Together, Xiaoda and Zhao Chong, like a pair of specters, surged across the half-court. As the opposing defender moved to block Xiaoda, he executed a perfect alley-oop pass to Zhao Chong. Although Zhao Chong's physical attributes did not rival those of Canby, his dunk was distinctive and graceful. With a resounding thud, he scored. Zhao Chong forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. After scoring, he did not descend immediately. Instead, he grasped the rim with one hand and winked at Canby. How audacious! Canby's face turned ashen with fury. The score was now 41-49, and the deficit had shrunk to a mere 8 points. The fans of the Crimson Blue team were left in stunned silence. Family, who can comprehend this dramatic turn of events in the second half? The Crimson Blue team launched another offensive. To minimize passing and avoid errors, they directly passed the ball to Canby. Chapter 19. Fighting until the final moment. Canby's previously arrogant demeanor had been completely deflated, and he now approached the game with caution. Confronted by Ben's ferocious charge, Canby resorted to his exquisite one-on-one skills. In the first half, he believed that sheer talent was sufficient to dominate without the need for refined techniques. Yet now, it was evident that without showcasing some extraordinary skills, the Crimson Blue team was in jeopardy. Canby gripped the ball with one hand, executed a feint that disrupted Ben's balance, then half-turned, pretending to drive down the middle. Ben remained tightly glued to him, denying any opportunity to shoot. However, Canby swiftly pivoted again, transferring the ball to his left hand and mimicking a layup motion. Ben immediately leaped into the air, poised to block. To his surprise, Canby pulled the ball back and, keeping his pivot foot steady, spun left. This was a humble rendition of Dream's elusive footwork. For NCAA standards, it was quite impressive. Ben was indeed deceived, helplessly watching as Canby secured 2 points. Following the basket, Canby let out a pleased hum. Upon noticing that Ben appeared somewhat disheartened, Zhao Chong promptly approached him and exchanged a high five, offering words of encouragement. It's all right. Ben, we shall return the favor. Ben nodded in agreement, yet a sense of uncertainty lingered within him. He was acutely aware of Canby's formidable prowess. If he maintained his composure and refrained from arrogance, Canby would undoubtedly emerge as a lethal force in the NCAA. Nevertheless, Zhao Chong was a man of his word. Such is the authority of a captain. As the cavalry team advanced past the halfway line, Zhao Chong controlled the ball. He signaled for a screen, summoning Lao Tai to obstruct the defender. Then, Zhao Chong deliberately charged toward Canby. With a dismissive clap, Canby bellowed, "Come on, watch how I handle you." Zhao Chong provocatively shouted, "Then I shall play with you." With that, he moved swiftly. Zhao Chong executed a swift maneuver, racing towards the baseline, feigning an intent to penetrate beneath the basket. Although Canby towered over him by nearly 20 centimeters, his speed was not to be underestimated. He promptly sidestepped, positioning himself firmly in front of Zhao Chong. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Chong imitated Canby's signature footwork with a sudden pivot. Canby chuckled, thinking, "Are you attempting to showcase your skills in my domain?" Just as Canby leaned in to defend, Zhao Chong, without even glancing at his target, delivered a no-look pass. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball sailed through Canby's legs, a rather humiliating display. Meanwhile, Big Ben had been poised on the opposite side of the hoop, eagerly awaiting Zhao Chong's lightning-fast assist. He soared into the air for a thunderous dunk, the sound echoing like a clap of thunder. Canby's face turned a shade of green with fury. How dare he attempt such a trick against me? Zhao Chong chuckled twice and inquired, How is it? Are you having fun? Camby, infuriated, was about to confront Zhao Chang. However, Dabin would not tolerate such behavior. He swiftly approached from behind and seized Camby, forcefully tossing him aside. Despite Camby's considerable strength, Dabin had the advantage of surprise, rendering Camby helpless. As the tension escalated, the referee hurried over to separate the two, issuing a warning that if they engaged in a brawl, they would both face expulsion. Camby immediately subdued his fury. Being expelled would spell certain defeat for the Jianglan team. While Dabin was indeed crucial to the cavalry team, he remained merely a blue-collar center. Zhao Chang is entirely capable of leading his team to a stunning victory. As Camby is momentarily restrained by his teammates, he seizes the opportunity to slip away. This minor altercation instills a sense of trepidation within Camby as he realizes the cavalry team possesses a formidable resolve. He has never witnessed such unity and ferocity in a team, coupled with remarkable resilience. In NCAA competitions, a 19-point lead at halftime typically guarantees victory, as the trailing side rarely maintains their spirit in the second half. Yet, the cavalry team not only exhibits an indomitable spirit but appears invigorated, unstoppable in their pursuit. It is truly daunting. As the ensuing plays unfold, the Azure team gradually regains composure, experiencing an uptick in offensive success. Meanwhile, Zhao Chang, at the helm of the cavalry team, steadfastly clings to the scoreline. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the second half, the Azure team holds a slender 5-point lead over the cavalry team. The coach of the Azure team begins to perspire profusely. What was once anticipated as a straightforward victory has now escalated to a critical juncture. Consequently, the coach is compelled to call for a timeout. Zhao Chang observed that the cavalry team's players were exhausting considerable physical energy, with an overall strength inferior to that of their opponents. They had no choice but to rely on vigorous movement, relentless defense, and swift counterattacks to engage with the adversary. Their stamina was undoubtedly waning rapidly. In an effort to uplift his teammates, Zhao Chang began to jest, "Brothers, if we win this match, I will treat you all to a night at the club. Let us go see how the big black bull truly plays." His light-hearted quip broke the tense atmosphere, eliciting hearty laughter from the team. The physical fatigue they felt diminished significantly. The big black dragon chuckled, "You lads, truly living in vain. Did you hear that? Brother Chang has spoken. Just follow me and enjoy." The team, now filled with mirth, momentarily forgot the suffocating pressure of the game. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Camby, the undisputed king of the paint, executed a pick-and-roll with the guard, then delivered a thunderous dunk, restoring the point gap to 7. Zhao Chang, of course, could not back down. He swiftly charged towards the right baseline, executing a sudden stop and a jump shot, responding with 2 points. The deficit was once again reduced to 5 points. In the subsequent play, Camby attempted to employ his previous tactic, but the veteran once again made his move, intercepting Camby's shot. This steal proved to be exceedingly crucial. Zhao Chang and Dabin simultaneously erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Old buddy, that was impressive." After intercepting the ball, Old Buddy executed a long pass, sending it to the arc's apex where Showdown awaited. Showdown swiftly initiated his run, surging past the halfway line. However, as the play progressed into its final phase, both teams intensified their efforts. The defenders of the Crimson-Blue team swiftly closed in, relentlessly pursuing him. Showdown, aware of the stakes, refrained from taking unnecessary risks. He understood that this opportunity must be converted with precision. Thus, he positioned himself near the right sideline. Anticipating the support of his teammates, Zhao Chang and Da Long simultaneously advanced through the half-court, one through the center, the other along the left flank, progressing in unison. Upon noticing that Zhao Chang was accompanied by a teammate, Showdown delivered a cross pass to Da Long. The pace of Camby was astonishing. Having initially positioned himself beneath the basket on the opposite half, he was already charging forward, aiming directly at Da Long. With a deft feint, Zhao Chang evaded the defender beside him and charged straight towards the basket, simultaneously signaling with his hand. The cunning big black dragon glanced to the left. Yet with a flick of his right hand, he passed the ball to Zhao Chang. Upon receiving the pass, Zhao Chang executed a magnificent one-handed slam dunk. Boom. This swift fast break took a mere 6 seconds. Such remarkable speed. The cavalry team now trails by only 3 points, 67-64. The distinction between a 3-point and a 4-point deficit is strategically significant. With 54 seconds remaining in the game, if the cavalry team can successfully defend the next possession, they will seize the initiative. The arena of Virginia Union University erupted with a thunderous roar. Many students were overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. The players of the cavalry team displayed unparalleled dedication and enthusiasm. Is this not the very allure of basketball? Chong, oh Chong, how I adore you. Chong, is this melon ripe? Chewing coffee without sugar. You are the unexpected hero, Zhao Chong of the cavalry team. At this moment, Zhao Chong remained unaware that the roof of the gymnasium on campus was about to be lifted by the overwhelming sound waves. Chapter 20. Though defeated, still honorable, subduing Canby. The head coach of the Azure Blue team refrained from calling a timeout, displaying his stubbornness. He had unwavering faith in the overall strength of the Azure Blue team and in Canby's commanding prowess, convinced that they would secure victory. However, he did not let his guard down. He persistently waved his hands from the sidelines, calling out Zhao Chong's name, urging the players to intensify their defense. The Azure Blue team launched an offensive. Canby refrained from taking control of the ball as the cavalry team's players were too swift in their attempts to steal it, and he was reluctant to take risks. Consequently, the Azure Blue team adopted a more prudent strategy, allowing the guards and forwards to penetrate, with Canby poised for opportunistic finishes beneath the basket. Once they charged forward, it was a fact that none of the cavalry team could contend with Canby. Zhao Chong's attention was intensely focused as he continuously shouted instructions to his teammates, maintaining a vigilant defense. Just as the opposing point guard passed the ball to the small forward, Lao Tai suddenly lunged forward. However, the opponent was prepared, pivoting slightly to shield the ball. He believed he had successfully secured possession, but he failed to notice that Zhao Chong had stealthily maneuvered into position. Snap! Zhao Chong suddenly made his move, intercepting the ball with remarkable swiftness. The cut was so unexpected that the opposing small forward was still focused on Lao Tai. Following the interception, Zhao Chong immediately initiated a counterattack, making a lateral pass to Showdown. Unfortunately, in his eagerness to push forward, Showdown mishandled the dribble, causing the ball to strike his foot and roll out of bounds. The cavalry team members could only bury their heads in despair, while Showdown, overwhelmed with frustration, squatted down and pounded his head with his fists. This blunder could very well lead to the team's defeat. Although Zhao Chang felt regret, he was the first to rush over, helping Showdown to his feet and embracing him tightly while offering words of comfort in his ear. It's all right. We all make mistakes. It's entirely normal in a match. Just forget about it. Showdown was profoundly moved, nodding vigorously in agreement. His teammates also hurried over to console him. Coach Anzu was visibly upset, yet he couldn't help but nod appreciatively as he witnessed Zhao Chong, as the captain, immediately comforting the distressed Showdown, giving him a thumbs up. The match resumed with the Jianglan team taking a sideline throw-in. Only 17 seconds remained in the game. Trailing by 3 points and without possession, the cavalry team found themselves in a dire predicament. The Jianglan team as defender held the ball, and Showdown stepped forward to commit a foul. This was a tactic they had to employ, albeit a desperate one. If the opposing team made even one free throw, the game would virtually be over. Ultimately, the opponent scored both free throws, with a 5-point deficit and just 15 seconds left on the clock. The Jianglan team narrowly triumphed over the cavalry team. As the red timer light illuminated, the home crowd erupted in cheers. However, a faction of home fans also applauded the resilient cavalry team, with some even chanting Zhao Chong's name. Marcus Camby played for 31 minutes, amassing an impressive 27 points, the highest of all players, while Zhao Chang scored 26 points, placing him second to Camby. After the game, Camby approached Zhao Chong directly, embracing him and shaking his hand. You are Zhao Chong, right? Your performance today was astonishing. You were remarkable. Camby was not merely being courteous or performing a formality. He genuinely admired Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong admired Camby's talent as he smiled and replied, "Thank you. You are remarkable as well. Had it not been for you, we might not have lost." Camby shook his head and said, "A single match does not define anything. Your entire team exhibited remarkable unity and played astutely. I hope that when we meet again, we can engage in another thrilling contest." Agreed, it's settled. Camby then approached De Ben, and the two embraced tightly, sharing a mutual appreciation. Deep within, De Ben held great respect for Camby. This individual was exceptionally gifted and possessed commendable skills, making his future in the NBA virtually assured. They conversed for quite some time before parting amicably. In the gymnasium of Virginia Union University, many students lingered long after the game, despite the loss. They were profoundly moved by the home team players' tenacity. Indeed, competitive sports offer fans much more than mere victories or defeats. They embody a spirit of perseverance and determination. Even after the match had concluded, Xiao remained in self-reproach, seated on a chair with a towel draped over his head, ignoring everyone around him. Zhao Chong and Da Heilong flanked him on either side, persuading him for quite a while before Xiao's spirits began to lift. Upon returning to the locker room, Coach Anzu intended to share a few brief words with the players. He refrained from assigning blame to anyone, on the contrary. Coach Anzu wore a radiant smile and clapped enthusiastically. Zhao Chong teasingly inquired, "Coach, did you take advantage of the crowd earlier to snatch a wallet? You little rascal. What wallet are you talking about? You look more like a wallet yourself." Anzu's smile vanished. His expression turned serious as he delivered a punch to Zhao Chong, who hastily sought refuge behind a bin. "Children, although you lost the match, your spirit remains unbroken. Competitive sports demand that we learn from our failures, grow stronger, and ultimately triumph over our adversaries in future contests. Thus, I take immense pride in you." The cavalry team players were profoundly moved by Coach Anzu's words. Though they often indulged in playful antics, they held a deep-seated respect for him. The fact that the coach refrained from reprimanding them today was both surprising and heartwarming. "Devil, perhaps you should just kick us with a football instead. This emotional display is quite unfamiliar to us," Da Heilong remarked with a mischievous grin. Overwhelmed with emotion, Da Ben also jested, "Coach, are you being so kind to us with ulterior motives?" Anzu, incensed, raised his fist and began to chase after Da Heilong and Da Ben, who darted behind their teammates to evade the coach's furious retaliation. Following their defeat, the students of the University of Virginia remained undeterred. The majority of the fans still held unwavering confidence in the team. Under Zhao Chong's leadership, the players of the cavalry team intensified their training regimen. Typically, the school team would begin training at 9:30 a.m., break for lunch, and then practice for an additional 2 hours in the afternoon. However, Coach Anzu mandated that training commence at 8:30 a.m. and continue until 4:30 p.m., amounting to a rigorous 5 hours of practice each day. Zhao Chong is even more relentless. He arrives for training every morning at 7:30, which is truly intimidating. Initially, Ben adhered to Coach Anzu's schedule, arriving at 8:30, yet each time he came, he found that Zhao Chong had already beaten him there. Eventually, he decided to follow Zhao Chong's lead, commencing his training at 7:30 as well. Zhao Chong's rigorous training regimen is driven by the reward of a potion for intensive practice bestowed upon him by the system after his last match, the effects of which are limited to a mere 15 days, significantly amplifying his training efficiency. He is currently at a crucial juncture in his development as a player, and he cannot afford to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Zhao Chong has devised a rigorous training regimen modeled after Kobe's formidable 6-6-6 method. He dedicates 6 hours each day to training, 6 days a week, with each session meticulously divided into 6 phases. Chapter 21. Be a little harder on yourself. The intensity of this training is astonishing. When other NBA players learn of Kobe's approach, they are left in disbelief. Even during the off-season, Kobe maintains a regimen that includes 2 hours of running, an hour and a half of weightlifting, and 2,000 jump shots daily as foundational training. Thus, Kobe's success is by no means coincidental. This level of dedication is enough to instill trepidation in others. "Chong, why are you being so hard on yourself? Don't wear out your body." Big Ben admires Zhao Chong while also feeling concern. He believes his own training intensity is considerable, yet Zhao Chong's is even more formidable. Zhao Chong, of course, could not disclose that he had the assistance of a system. He needed to seize the moment, for he was not easily fatigued. A man must be a bit ruthless with himself. If one does not impose discipline upon oneself, one will find it difficult to be resolute when others are harsh. Da Ben, like someone deciphering a tongue twister, scratched his head and pondered for a good 10 seconds before understanding. "Have you developed a fondness for philosophy? Your recent speech has been rather convoluted." "Ha. It's merely that your mind is a tad sluggish. Henceforth, do not focus solely on muscle training, but also engage in mental exercises. How dare you express disdain for me?" After their playful banter, the two commenced their serious training. Zhao Chong primarily practices catching and shooting. This action appears deceptively simple, yet achieving a seamless fluidity is remarkably challenging. Firstly, during a match, shooters are closely guarded by opponents. It's not merely about receiving the ball. Even while moving without the ball, one's body is often subjected to jarring collisions. After enduring such physical contact and successfully catching the ball, one must execute a jumping motion. Basketball is, after all, a game of elevation. If your jump lacks sufficient height, prepare to be blocked. Conversely, even if your vertical leap is adequate, a deficiency in speed will not suffice. In higher-level competitions, the time available for adjustment diminishes considerably. Stephen Curry, with his height of 1.9 meters, has achieved remarkable success in the towering realm of the NBA, largely due to his exceptionally rapid shooting speed. However, this speed is not solely the result of rigorous training. A portion of it can be attributed to innate talent. Currently, Zhao Chong lacks the shooting prowess of Curry, yet with the assistance of a systematic approach and relentless practice, he is gradually inching closer to the caliber of elite shooters. Strictly speaking, the shooting technique Zhao Chong is honing differs from that of Curry. Curry exemplifies a one-motion shot, releasing the ball either before leaping or simultaneously with his jump. The advantage of this method lies in its unpredictability, making it challenging for defenders to anticipate the shooting timing. However, it does have its drawbacks, as the height may not suffice, leaving him susceptible to being blocked. In contrast, Zhao Chong practices the catch-and-shoot technique, which is a two-motion shot, releasing the ball after elevating. This style is favored by legends such as Jordan and Kobe, though it is notoriously difficult to master and demands exceptional physical attributes. It undoubtedly proves effective. Currently, Ben Wallace is focusing on the technical aspects of playing center, with an emphasis on defensive skills such as positioning, rebounding, and anticipating blocks. During a training break, Zhao Chong engaged in conversation with Ben, inquiring, "Do you think I can make it to the NBA?" To be candid, Chang, it seems rather uncertain. Ben, being a true friend, offered an honest assessment without any embellishments. Zhao Chang nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the current limitations. "I am aware of our present circumstances, yet I firmly believe that a significant leap will be attainable in 6 months. Do you believe it?" Ben, with an earnest smile, refrained from discouraging Zhao Chong this time. He nodded vigorously. "I believe. Your progress is indeed remarkable." It is evident from these two matches, as Zhao Chang began to dream of the future. He envisioned the prospect of both of them entering the NBA and being on the same team. Ben laughed heartily. "That would be splendid. When the time comes, you shoot, and I'll grab the rebounds." Zhao Chong shook his head, exclaiming, "Not enough. Not enough? What do you mean?" Ben asked, puzzled. "We should employ more strategies. Otherwise, we are squandering your impressive physique," Zhao Chang declared, giving Ben's muscular frame a hearty pat. "What strategies?" Ben scoffed, curling his lip. "Isn't it just the pick and roll? I thought you were referring to some advanced tactics. We already engage in that regularly." Zhao Chong chuckled. "The pick and roll is the most fundamental tactic in basketball. It can evolve into numerous variations. Our previous collaborations barely amounted to a mere screen, hardly qualifying as a strategy." "Oh, is it truly necessary to delve into such complexities?" Ben inquired, scratching his head and gazing intently into Zhao Chong's eyes. "Of course. Do you think the NBA relies solely on athleticism?" Ben observed Zhao Chong and noted the significant transformation he had undergone recently. The Zhao Chong of yesteryears was certainly loyal, yet he seemed devoid of such strategic acumen. "Very well, I shall heed your guidance. How do you propose we train?" "Let's proceed." Zhao Chong rose to his feet, retrieved the basketball, and strode towards the three-point line. Ben approached as well. "When I confront the defender, you come over to set a screen, obstructing him, allowing me to dribble past. This creates 3 options. I can shoot, drive, or pass, correct?" Ben's mind began to whirl, processing the tactical nuances articulated by Zhao Chong. "Indeed, that is accurate." Zhao Chong continued, stating, "Originally, the center tasked with defending you could employ various strategies. He could remain stationed in the key area without switching off to guard, or he could step out to delay and obstruct my advances." Zhao Chong patiently instructed Ben on the intricacies of the pick-and-roll strategy, and the two engaged in a meticulous practice session. Previously, the cavalry team's utilization of this tactic had been minimal, limited to the most fundamental approaches. However, from this day forward, a subtle transformation in the team's tactical acumen began to unfold. As the two were diligently honing their skills, Coach Answa entered the gym. So engrossed were Zhao Chong and Ben in their training that they remained oblivious to the coach's arrival. Answa chose not to interrupt them, instead observing from a distance with a look of astonishment. As a seasoned coach, his understanding of tactics was profound. The strategic execution in NCAA's top university matches rivaled that of the NBA, though the disparity in player capabilities was apparent. The reason Coach Answa refrained from imparting overly complex strategies to the cavalry players was simply that it was unnecessary, due to limitations in player talent and ability. Only relatively simple and practical tactics could be employed to maximize their potential. For instance, the principles of Zen master Phil Jackson's triangle offense, Greg Popovich's team-oriented basketball, and Rick Adelman's Princeton system all necessitated star players to thrive. Without Jordan or the dynamic duo of O'Neal and Kobe, the triangle offense could not function effectively. Similarly, without Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili, team basketball would struggle to reach the playoffs. Likewise, without the formidable lineup of Divac, Bibby, Weber, Peja, and Christie, the Princeton offense would fail to achieve notable success. Thus, when Coach Onswa observed Zhao Chong and DeBin practicing the pick and roll, it was as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the team. A few minutes later, Zhao Chong finally noticed Coach Onswa's presence. "Coach, why are you sneaking around without making a sound?" Chapter 22. Practicing complex tactics only. Then did Coach Onswa approach, a peculiar expression adorning his face. "Zhao Chong, DeBin, what are you practicing? The pick and roll?" "Yes, Coach. The pick and roll is quite complex," Zhao Chong replied. DeBin was unsure of the coach's intent. Was he about to criticize or commend their efforts? "Very good," Coach Onswa nodded slightly. "Coach, if you find it lacking, we can cease practice," Zhao Chong offered, stepping back, concerned that the coach might be displeased. While they often joked with Coach Onswa, they were obedient when it came to training content. At that moment, other players gradually began to arrive at the gym. Coach Onswa clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone, gather around." Zhao Chang and DeBin exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues, both startled at the realization that they were about to face public admonishment. As Zhao Chang mentally prepared a draft for his self-critique, Coach Onswa, with a beaming smile, announced, "I have been contemplating whether to increase the intensity of your training these past few days, and today I have made my decision. We must elevate the intensity." The other players looked at one another, their minds filled with questions. Zhao Chang cleared his throat and said, "Coach, I was in the wrong. It was I who compelled DeBin to practice tactics with me, and it had nothing to do with the others. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me." And Zwa's expression darkened as he barked, "I have yet to permit you to speak. Silence yourself." Zhao Chang could only take a step back awkwardly. "I stated that my intention was to elevate your intensity, to elucidate some more intricate tactics. You have all matured. Relying solely on instinct to play is no longer sufficient. Your tactical acumen must be enhanced." Zhao Chang and DeBin suddenly realized that this was what Coach Onswa meant. However, De Long appeared somewhat impatient. For him, playing basketball was merely an outlet, a means to channel his surplus energy when there were no distractions. Consequently, his skills remained rather rudimentary, and he had little inclination to cooperate with his teammates, playing solely on instinct. Had it not been for his decent static talent, Coach Onswa would have long since expelled him from the team. "Coach, why all the fancy tactics? Isn't it sufficient to just play like this?" De Long expressed his discontent, unwilling to engage in any strategies, as they gave him a headache. Coach Onswa's expression darkened as he barked, "You think I'm giving you face? A basketball player without tactics. Do you envision it as merely one-on-one duels? If that is the case, you might as well go play street ball. Get lost." Seeing that the coach was genuinely upset, De Long instinctively recoiled, remaining rooted to the spot, mumbling, "It's not that I don't want to learn, it's just that I can't." Zhao Chang swiftly stepped in to mediate. For they were brothers who had shared countless moments together. The thought of truly parting ways was unbearable. "Coach, please proceed with your training. I'll take him aside later for some extra guidance." Coach Anzo let out a dismissive grunt, pointing at the hulking figure of De Long, and commanded, "Before this afternoon's training concludes, I expect you to master at least 3 tactical strategies: offensive plays, interior maneuvers, and defensive techniques." De Long grimaced. These concepts seemed overwhelmingly complex. Subsequently, Coach Anzo elucidated some fundamental strategies, encompassing both offensive and defensive tactics, and then organized the players into small groups for practice. Having witnessed De Long's earlier reprimand, Zhao Chang took him aside to work on short passes during fast breaks. This was due to De Long's preference for rapid play. As his skills were somewhat rudimentary and his effectiveness in a static formation was limited, fast breaks were his forte. He thrived on the exhilaration of sprinting into action. However, executing fast breaks was no simple endeavor. Zhao Chang meticulously conveyed the essence of the fast-paced tactics from later generations to De Long. Zhao Chang aspires to transform De Long into a player akin to Stoudemire. Admittedly, De Long currently falls short in many aspects, yet Zhao Chang possesses a strategy. "De Long, if you can dedicate 2 hours each day to practice with me, I can introduce you to Brenda from the Dance Society. Brenda is an enchanting young woman of African descent, a freshman this year, renowned for her beauty and besieged by admirers. Furthermore, Brenda is an ardent fan of Zhao Chang. At a party, she once approached him to dance, thus forging a delightful friendship between them, one characterized by innocence, as all are well aware. Upon hearing Brenda's name, De Hailong's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Changgu, you mustn't be jesting. Uft, when have I ever deceived you? The allure of a woman serves as an inexhaustible source of motivation for De Hailong. His spirits soared, and he attentively absorbed everything Zhao Chang conveyed. Moreover, De Hailong pledged to Zhao Chang to practice an additional 200 mid-range shots daily. Stoudemire's face-up technique is historically unparalleled. If De Hailong aspires to emulate a lesser version of Stoudemire, he must at least pose a credible threat from mid-range. Additionally, Zhao Chang is emulating Nash, diligently working on pick-and-roll tactics with him. Should they succeed, De Hailong could evolve into a formidable weapon in future competitions. Coach Enzu has been meticulously observing Zhao Chang and his teammates' training regimen, and he is astounded. Although Zhao Chang is exceptionally intelligent, his ability to apply tactics with such fluidity and adapt his guidance to suit the varying strengths of his teammates is nothing short of miraculous. Showda's ball-handling fundamentals are commendable. However, when the intensity escalates, he tends to commit numerous errors. Particularly during fast breaks, Showda often disrupts the team's rhythm, leading Cavaliers fans to vocally criticize him, leaving Showda quite disheartened. As the captain, Zhao Chang could not turn a blind eye to the situation, therefore. He took the time to coach Showda in ball-handling techniques, while also encouraging him to build core strength. Additionally, he would wield a rubber stick to launch surprise attacks on Showda during his dribbling practice, striking swiftly and unexpectedly. The purpose of this training was to enhance Showda's ability to withstand physical confrontations and to improve his reaction speed in unexpected situations. This aspect is crucial for a point guard, as they are often the initial catalyst for an offensive play. If the first phase is fraught with difficulties, the entire offensive effort is compromised. This is particularly significant after entering the NBA, where the time allotted for an offensive possession is reduced to 24 seconds, in contrast to the NCAA's 35 seconds. Consequently, the ball-handling skills of a point guard become increasingly vital. Lao Tai, serving as a small forward, is known for his refined technical prowess within the cavalry team, second only to Zhao Chang. His naturally introspective and sensitive disposition, coupled with his meticulous thought process, drives Lao Tai to delve deeply into technical aspects. However, he is not without his shortcomings, particularly in his sense of rhythm. This sense of rhythm is influenced by basketball intelligence, experience, and, importantly, guidance from others. Zhao Chang and Lao Tai share a strong bond, yet communicating with him proves somewhat challenging. Regarding this reticent individual, Zhao Chang can only offer reminders during their practice matches. Lao Tai prefers to ponder matters independently. Thus, achieving enlightenment is often a fleeting moment. For instance, during one-on-one matches, Lao Tai tends to focus solely on either breaking through or shooting. In reality, executing a feint or surveying the surroundings prior to making a move can yield remarkable results, effectively diverting the defender's attention. Chapter 23. Little Da encounters peril, and Zhao Chang must stand up for him. During a practice match, Zhao Chang and Lao Tai are on the same team. Lao Tai attempts to break through at the edge of the key. Zhao Chang called out behind him, feigning a pass. The steadfast teammate understood the unspoken cue and, prior to making a breakthrough, executed a passing motion. However, the fellow players were astute enough not to be deceived. Although they were not fooled, the steadfast teammate indeed made the pass. Zhao Chang felt an immense joy as Lao Tai truly grasped the concept of strategy. The interplay of reality and illusion allowed him to consistently discover the most effective methods of attack. In the subsequent assaults, Lao Tai grew increasingly cunning. Each breakthrough was characterized by a feint to the east and a strike to the west, with a flurry of deceptive maneuvers that left the defenders utterly bewildered. On that particular morning, the cavalry team was engaged in an enthusiastic training session. However, as the clock approached 11, Showda had yet to arrive. In those days, mobile phones were a rarity, with only beepers in common use. De Hailong, could you use your big brother's phone to call Showda? Perhaps there is a situation at home. Zhao Chang, as the captain, expressed his concern for each player. De Hailong complied, retrieving the hefty device from his bag to contact Showda. Yet, as noon approached, there was still no response from him. Just as the team began to grow anxious, Showda finally made his appearance, albeit late. To their astonishment, He bore visible injuries on his face and limped as he walked. Zhao Chang immediately inquired, "Showdown. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Or were you robbed?" Shada stammered, avoiding Zhao Chang's gaze, and quietly replied, "I'm fine." Da Long seized his arm and bellowed, "What do you mean you're fine? You've definitely been bullied. Speak up. Who is it? We'll stand up for you." De Ben's face was ashen, and he gravely stated, "Shouda, if you truly consider us brothers, you must tell us what transpired this morning." Seeing the genuine concern from his teammates, Shouda felt compelled to reveal the truth. It turned out that following the recent 2 matches, the cavalry team had garnered considerable popularity, attracting more and more students to their side. Each player had become a beloved figure on campus, with Zhao Chang and De Ben enjoying the highest admiration, while the other players were also well regarded. However, this surge in popularity sparked jealousy among many, particularly those previously expelled from the team by Coach Anzua. These individuals, lacking skill and rebellious by nature, were prone to causing trouble. Although the current cavalry team was also composed of fiery personalities, they shared a common goal: to win. In contrast, the expelled members were indifferent to the team's success, merely loitering around, and Coach Anzua certainly would not indulge them. After their expulsion, they initially seemed unfazed, as they dared not confront Coach Anzua, a figure known for his relentless discipline. Any trouble they stirred would only lead to lifelong regret. As the cavalry team flourished, these former players grew increasingly resentful, especially a fellow named Bisley, who harbored ill intentions. Standing at 191 meters, he had once been the team's point guard. His expulsion had nothing to do with Shouda, yet he unjustly directed his wrath at him. This morning, he and a few accomplices cornered Shouda on his way to school, seizing the opportunity to assault him under the guise of a trivial reason. Upon hearing Shouda's account, Zhao Chang slammed his fist against the locker in anger. "Damn it, do they think our team is a pushover?" De Ben roared. "Let's go find him now. I won't stop until I've knocked some sense into him." Da Long was equally furious, his fists clenched and ready for action. Lao Tai remained silent, but his eyes glimmered with a fierce determination as he quietly changed out of his training gear into his own clothes, preparing for confrontation. Although Zhao Chang was filled with fury as the captain, he had to compel himself to regain his composure. "Brothers, we must avenge this grievance. But we need to devise a prudent plan, otherwise, facing disciplinary action from the school would be in vain." He understood that if the basketball team members engaged in open conflict, expulsion from the team would be inevitable. The imposing figure of Da Long, unable to contain his rage, inquired, "What course of action shall we take? Even if it means forfeiting the game, I am determined to confront them." Shouda hastily intervened, "No, the game holds greater significance. We can address my situation later." Zhao Chang felt both admiration and sympathy for Shouda. Indeed, Shouda possessed a remarkable vision and an admirable composure. "I have already devised a plan. Let us proceed in this manner." Zhao Chang's eyes flickered with inspiration as he devised a plan and shared it with his teammates. After listening intently, De Ben nodded repeatedly, giving Zhao Chang a thumbs up. "Xiangzi, you truly excel. You will always be our esteemed captain." After the afternoon training session concluded, Shouda did not head straight home. Instead, he made his way to a small square near the school. This location served as a haven for enthusiasts of street dance. In the 1990s in America, street dance had already gained significant popularity, albeit in a form distinct from contemporary styles, predominantly showcasing breakdancing. The individual who had bullied Shouda, Beasley, was a member of the school's street dance troupe. After being expelled from the basketball team by Coach Anzu, he had joined the streetball community. Each day after school, he would gather with his rowdy companions at this square to flaunt their dance moves before returning home. As Shouda arrived at the square, he observed from a distance. Beasley was in the midst of an energetic performance when a companion approached him and whispered, "Look, that Shouda has come." "Shouda?" Beasley turned his head and indeed saw Shouda standing alone in a corner. "What is that worthless fool doing here? Is he itching for trouble again?" "Ha, ignore him." Beasley, surrounded by admirers, was reluctant to leave and continued to showcase his dancing prowess. Shouda remained silent, merely casting a cold glare at Beasley. Eventually, after finishing his routine, Beasley sauntered over to Shouda, with his entourage trailing behind, poised to torment Shouda once more. "Worthless, what do you want?" Beasley taunted, patting Shouda's head insultingly. Many students from their school who frequented the square observed the scene from afar, perplexed by the unfolding drama. Shouda refrained from retaliating, instead muttering, "Your dancing is so atrocious. Why don't you just dance for your mother?" "Fuck, How dare you speak to me like that? Beasley roared, raising his fist, ready to pummel Shouda. After hurling his insult, Shouda suddenly clutched his head and ran, shouting, "Help! He's going to hit me." Naturally, Beasley was not one to back down easily, rallying his companions to chase after him. Onlookers in the square shook their heads, disapproving of Beasley's bullying, incredulous that so many would gang up on one individual. Shouda sprinted swiftly, with Beasley hot on his heels. They weaved through the streets until they arrived at an abandoned warehouse. "Huh, I told you, you're worthless, and you've truly proven it by running here. Where do you think you can escape now?" Chapter 24. United we stand. Who dares to bully us? Beasley sneered as he lunged toward Shouda, while his 5 accomplices blocked the exit, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. However, Shouda showed no fear. Pointing at Beasley, he declared coldly, "I will give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, I will ensure you won't even have the opportunity to apologize." Ha 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 ha. Beasley erupted into a fit of laughter. "Have you lost your mind? With so many of us here, do you really expect me to apologize?" Shouda's fist cracked ominously as he clenched them. "Aren't you just relying on your numbers? If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." Beasley paused for a moment. Despite being slightly taller than Shouda, he recognized that Shouda had been training rigorously and was becoming increasingly formidable. Although Beasley practiced street dance and maintained decent stamina, it paled in comparison to the demands of basketball. TCH, who the hell would challenge you one-on-one? Do you think this is an octagonal cage? We'll take you on 6 against 1. Beasley shouted shamelessly, waving his hand as the 6 of them prepared to pounce together. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind the 6. "Beasley, how do you wish to meet your demise?" The 6 were taken aback and quickly turned around. The glare of the setting sun obscured their vision, revealing only the imposing silhouettes of several figures. "What the hell are you guys doing? Do you dare meddle in my affairs?" Beasley scoffed, unfazed. His crew were seasoned fighters who had rarely tasted defeat. Zhao Chong approached step by step, pointing a finger at Beasley's nose. "Do you see clearly now?" Beasley finally recognized him and exclaimed, "Zhao Chong?" He was not particularly frightened by Zhao Chong. Rather, he had suddenly realized that these imposing figures must belong to the basketball team. Beasley felt perplexed, recalling that during his time with the team, there had been a significant lack of unity. Each player seemed to operate independently. Even during practice, conflicts among teammates were not uncommon. In games, it was no different, with everyone essentially playing solo, devoid of any real collaboration. So, why was the cavalry team exhibiting such solidarity now? With a stiffened resolve, Beasley asked, "What do you want? Are you trying to help this loser? Enough of your nonsense. We are brothers, and we certainly won't allow outsiders to bully us." Deben had long since lost his patience and was ready to charge forward with a clenched fist. "Xiangzi, stop wasting time talking to them. Just hit them." "Wait a moment." Zhao Chong intercepted Deben, pointing at Beasley as he continued, "I shall grant you an opportunity. Do not claim that we are bullying you. Now, you shall engage in a one-on-one duel with Shouda. Should he be defeated, we shall concede. If you desire a brawl, let it commence at once." Beasley pondered for a moment, noting that his side boasted 6 members while Zhao Chong's group comprised 5. However, the presence of larger individuals on Zhao Chong's side weighed heavily in his consideration. Resolutely, he made his choice and declared, "Very well, I shall honor you, Zhao Chong. I will face him in single combat." Zhao Chong cast a glance at Shouda, who nodded in acknowledgement before setting down his backpack and flexing his wrists. Beasley felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the situation demanded action, leaving no room for retreat. "Come on, I'll let you go first." Shouda beckoned him with a pointed finger. With a roar of fury, Beasley lunged at Shouda, swinging a fist aimed squarely at his face. It must be noted that his movement was remarkably swift. A mere ordinary individual would likely have been unable to evade it. Yet, Shouda was exceptionally agile, deftly tilting his head to avoid the blow and retaliating with a sharp jab to Beasley's ribs. Explosive power. Bang. Beasley let out a wretched scream and crumpled to the ground. Zhao Chong and his teammates erupted into laughter. Shouda, however, was not willing to let the matter rest. Having been assaulted by this group earlier that morning, he felt compelled to retaliate. With a sudden burst of energy, he executed a powerful kick that sent Beasley tumbling to the ground, followed by a flurry of relentless strikes. Enough. A towering figure among Beasley's companions, a large black man adorned with earrings, bellowed in fury. Standing nearly 2 meters tall and built like a tank, he was clearly no novice in physical confrontations. It was he who had instigated the violence earlier, leaving Showdown at a disadvantage. The earring-clad man charged at Showdown, intent on delivering his own blow. Just as he was about to strike, a swift figure darted past, delivering a precise and commanding kick that sent the man staggering, nearly toppling over. Had it not been for his considerable mass, he would have certainly been knocked down. Furious, the earring man turned to confront his challenger, only to find it was Zhao Chong. Undeniably, if it came down to a fair one-on-one, Zhao Chong would be outmatched, given the disparity in their sizes. The earring man lunged at Zhao Chong, but before he could close the distance, an extraordinary force lifted him off his feet and hurled him away as if he were nothing more than a bundle of luggage. Others turned in astonishment to discover that it was Dabin who had intervened. "How dare you touch our captain? You must be tired of living." Dabin stood before Zhao Chang like an iron fortress. At this point, Showdown had finished his bout, delivering one final fierce kick to Beasley before stepping aside. Beasley, battered and bloodied, wiped the blood from his face and screamed desperately, "Everyone, join in. Grab your weapons. I'll take responsibility for it. If we win, I'll give each of you 1,000. Beasley's family possessed some wealth, and although his companions had been intimidated by Dabin's imposing presence, the promise of money stirred their resolve. Two of them hastily seized steel pipes from the corner of the warehouse and charged at Dabin, believing that if they could take him down, the rest would be easy prey. Unexpectedly, as they advanced, Lao Tai suddenly dashed out with a shout, brandishing a pair of nunchaku that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. With a flurry of dazzling strikes, the two armed men quickly discarded their weapons, shielding their heads and desperately attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet, Lao Tai showed no intention of relenting, skillfully wielding his nunchaku as he pursued them relentlessly. Zhao Chong and his teammate Ben were utterly astonished. This old comrade is truly remarkable. When did he master the nunchaku? Such ferocity is akin to a biting dog revealing no teeth. Now that the situation has escalated to this extent, the others have decided to join in unreservedly. Bang! Crash! Thud! This chaotic skirmish was utterly exhilarating. Beasley had just endured a beating from Little Duh, which could have concluded the matter. Yet he was subsequently pummeled by the formidable Black Dragon. Ben, for his part, refrained from engaging further, as the opposition was already on the brink of collapse. The one who relished the fight the most was undoubtedly the old comrade. However, he exhibited a blend of strength and finesse. His nunchaku were not made of steel, but rather wood, ensuring that no fatal harm was inflicted. Chapter 25. Ko Chanzu encourages the players to engage in combat. A few minutes later, all 6 members of Beasley's team lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Zhao Chong approached Beasley, crouched down beside him, and gently patted his swollen face. Smiling as he asked, "Will you dare to bully others again?" "I won't. Changgu, please spare me," Beasley whimpered. "Very well. Then you must apologize to Showdown. Let me make it clear. If Showdown loses even a single hair from his head in the future, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." Beasley crawled in front of Showdown, clasping his hands in a gesture of contrition. "Showdown, I was in the wrong. I promise I won't dare to do it again." Showdown, not one to be unreasonable, pointed at him and scolded, "You better remember what you said today." "I will remember. I will remember." The next day, Beasley and his accomplices did not attend school, taking a day off. The other students were oblivious to the events that had transpired. Some classmates who had witnessed Beasley chasing Showdown were still anxious for his well-being. To their surprise, Showdown arrived at school unscathed, while Beasley and his gang were absent. Ko Chanzu had taken a leave of absence due to personal matters at home. Later, he learned about the incident from other teachers and immediately sought out Zhao Chong. Upon meeting Zhao Chong, his first words were, "How are you managing as captain? Why was Showdown bullied?" Zhao Chong scratched his head and retorted, "Coach, who did you hear say that Showdown was bullied? Is that not the case? I heard that scoundrel Beasley laid his hands on him." Indeed, Showdown had been subjected to bullying once. However, we had already cautioned Beasley, who assured us that he would refrain from tormenting Showdown in the future. A warning? What good is a warning? Let's take action. Coach Onzwa exclaimed in anger. You all cause quite a ruckus, yet when a teammate is bullied, you feign ignorance, do you? At that moment, Dabin approached, wrapping his arm around Coach Onzwa's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Coach, we found an isolated spot and dealt with Beasley and his gang." A cloud of discontent lifted from Coach Onzwa's face, and he burst into laughter, saying, "Now that's more like it. If you lacked courage, I would have to send you all packing." Following this minor upheaval, the cavalry team grew even more united. The school administration caught wind of the incident, but, lacking evidence, did not pursue any action against the cavalry team. A week later, the cavalry team faced yet another match, this time at home against a formidable opponent from the second-tier league, California Institute of Technology. California Institute of Technology showcased impressive strength this year. While they did not feature any particularly renowned stars, their overall performance was commendable. In the first 10 minutes of the game, both teams battled fiercely, finding it difficult to gain the upper hand. Zhao Chang had limited attempts, shooting 4 out of 5. Yet his teammates appeared to struggle with their shooting consistency, likely due to excessive training intensity. The cavalry team relied heavily on Ben and Zhao Chang to persevere. However, after 10 minutes, the physical advantage of the cavalry team became apparent. Fueled by an indomitable spirit, they began to accelerate and intensified their confrontations. The rigorous training had evidently enhanced the players' physiques, resulting in the California Institute of Technology players consistently being at a disadvantage during encounters. Despite their coach's dissatisfaction with the perceived brutality of the cavalry players, the referees remained unfazed, seemingly encouraging the physical play. Gradually, the cavalry team established a leading edge. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 39-34. With the onset of the second half, the California Institute of Technology launched an aggressive offensive, momentarily reclaiming the lead. However, Zhao Chang and Ben executed several successful pick-and-roll strategies, dismantling the opponent's defense. Subsequently, the cavalry team accelerated once more, extending their lead to over 10 points. Despite the California Institute of Technology's valiant resistance and increased intensity, the cavalry team's enhanced physicality withstood the opposing onslaught, securing their victory. Ultimately, the cavalry team triumphed with a 7-point advantage over their rivals. Zhao Chang scored 25 points throughout the match, making him the highest scorer on either side. His shooting prowess has matured and stabilized significantly. Zhao Chang has transitioned from being the team's spiritual leader to the tactical cornerstone. Whenever the team faces a scoring drought, it is Zhao Chang who steps forward, piercing through the opponent's formidable defense with precision. Following this victory, the reputation of the cavalry team has soared, garnering attention from the media and basketball forums alike for this previously obscure team. Ben is elated, for his aspiration has always been to join the NBA. To achieve this dream, it is imperative not only to possess skill but also to attract media attention, as the draft rankings are heavily influenced by the hype generated. Although the overall NBA draft rankings may reflect the capabilities of rookies, there are always a few who slip through the cracks each year, fading into obscurity once they enter the league. Ben undoubtedly possesses talent, yet the media has largely overlooked him. Were it not for the recent stellar performances of the cavalry team, he would still remain an invisible figure to the press. Chang, your performance is improving remarkably. You truly have a chance to enter the NBA. Let us pursue this dream together. Ben has developed an increasingly harmonious and comfortable synergy with Zhao Chang in their tactical collaboration, and he longs to join Zhao Chang in the NBA, ideally as teammates. Zhao Chang remained composed. With the system at his disposal, a place in the NBA was assured, lest it be deemed a squandered opportunity. Yet, he preferred to take a measured approach, savoring each bite of the journey ahead, step by step. Coach Anzu's high regard for him made it essential for Zhao Chang not to abandon the cavalry team for the sake of his future. Thus, he shook his head and replied, I haven't considered that extensively. My priority is to help the cavalry team secure the championship first. I understand your sentiment. But after winning the championship, do you still wish to complete your university studies? I believe 1 year of play would suffice. Dabin attempted to persuade Zhao Chang. However, Zhao Chang rose and deftly shifted the topic. Today, I have conceived a tactical variation for pick and roll. Come, let us test it. Dabin sighed, resigning himself to continue training alongside Zhao Chang. 15 days elapsed, and Zhao Chang reviewed the system. His speed had elevated to 70, and his catch-and-shoot rating had reached 72. Such figures rendered him a standout in the secondary league. A week later, the cavalry team embarked on an away game against Dooley University. The opponent's capabilities were mediocre, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats prior. The fans of the cavalry team anticipated a straightforward victory, and the players, too, fell prey to a sense of overconfidence and complacency that permeated the team. Coach Anzu perceived this attitude but chose not to address it verbally. Experience in competition is forged through the trials of many games. Sometimes, admonishments yield little effect. One can impart knowledge through experience in a singular instance. Yet mere words often fall short. As the match commenced, the cavalry team paid dearly for their arrogance. Chapter 26. Defeating Dooley University reveals issues 6 minutes into the first half. Dooley University surged with momentum, executing steals and counterattacks that left the cavalry team momentarily stunned. Coach Enzu refrained from calling a timeout, standing at the sidelines with arms crossed, observing in silence. Although Zhao Chang did not act carelessly, he indeed felt a hint of overconfidence within. His teammates were overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught from Dooley University, struggling to catch their breath. Had it not been for Zhao Chang's remarkable shots, which could only be described as miraculous, the score would have widened to over a 10-point deficit. As the captain, Zhao Chang could no longer endure the situation. During the opponent's free throw, he bellowed at his teammates, "What are you all doing? Are you in a stupor?" It was only then that the cavalry team realized that Dooley University was not to be trifled with. Consequently, the entire team began to take the game seriously. The formidable Black Dragon had been lackluster for a few minutes, failing to score and feeling a bit ashamed. In the subsequent offensive possession, he demanded the ball, overpowering the opposing power forward with a forceful drive. Remarkably, the success of his training was evident. His skills near the basket had significantly improved. With a swift motion, the Black Dragon barreled past his defender, executing a layup that secured 2 points. At that moment, the cavalry team still trailed Dooley University by 7 points, with a score of 8-15. In the following defensive play, Zhao Chang and Dabin collaborated to intercept the opponent's tactical maneuver in the paint, launching a counterattack. Upon receiving the ball, Shouda advanced past half court, and under intense pressure, he passed it back to Lao Tai. Lao Tai took a quick step, penetrated the paint, and executed a 3-step layup to notch another 2 points. The deficit was suddenly reduced to 5 points. Dooley University's coach, unable to bear it any longer, called the first timeout. Coach Enzu, standing on the sidelines, clapped his hands in satisfaction and exclaimed, "You bunch of rascals, are you finally awake? I thought you spent last night sleeping and came here to catch up on your rest." Zhao Chang promptly took the responsibility upon himself, raising his hand and declaring, "Coach, it was my mistake. My error disrupted my teammates." Coach Enzu let out a disdainful grunt, pointing at Zhao Chang and saying, "You just keep shielding them." The teammates stifled their laughter, all too aware that this was merely a performance between Coach Enzu and Zhao Chang. The cavalry team had significantly improved their tactical acumen. Trailing at the beginning was not daunting, for as long as they remained focused, a swift resurgence was within reach. After the timeout, the game resumed. Dooley University intensified their efforts, yet in the face of the earnest cavalry team, they appeared somewhat lacking. After 14 minutes into the first half, the cavalry team established an 11-point lead. The match was entirely under the control of the cavalry players. Particularly, Zhao Chang grew increasingly fluid in his play. He not only excelled in scoring but also showcased considerable prowess in passing. Utilizing his speed, he breached Dooley University's defense and, confronted by a fierce double team, adeptly distributed the ball to his teammates. Dabin capitalized on the opportunity, while Lao Tai successfully sank a corner three-pointer, and Shouda executed a cut to the basket for a score. Under Zhao Chang's leadership, the first half concluded with the score at 42-28, with the cavalry team leading by 14 points. The second half unfolded without suspense, as the cavalry team surged ahead, extending their lead to 23 points. Subsequently, the main players of the cavalry team were substituted for a rest. The bench players finished the game, ultimately triumphing over Dooley University with a score of 86-76. Today, Zhao Chang scored an impressive 27 points, once again leading both teams in scoring. The cavalry team's consecutive victories have heightened the excitement and fervor among their fans. They eagerly anticipate the team's efforts to ascend to the top league and subsequently dominate the NCAA during March Madness. However, Coach Enzo expressed his criticisms post-game, highlighting their excessive errors during the early stages of the first half. Not only did Coach Enzo voice his concerns, but the media also pointed out various issues within the team in several reports. For the cavalry team, this scrutiny is, in fact, a positive sign, indicating that media and public opinion are increasingly attentive to their performance. A minor misstep now invites sharp criticism, reminiscent of the atmosphere in the NBA, where only superstars attract such detractors. Ordinary players hardly garner such scrutiny. As the fan base grows, so does the presence of critics. Zhao Chang recalled that before his traversal, James and Kobe were the two colossal stars of the league. They boasted a multitude of fans, yet also attracted the most critics. For other players, exceptional performances garnered lavish praise, while subpar displays elicited no criticism, indicating that their status simply did not measure up. Zhao Chong is also analyzing previous match footage. He does not let victory cloud his judgment. This is the advantage of time travel. Zhao Chong's body is that of a 19-year-old, yet his mind possesses the wisdom of a 45-year-old. Having observed the NBA for so many years, he is acutely aware that the level of NCAA competition still falls short, necessitating constant effort. The mindset of the cavalry team players is subtly transforming as well. The previously indifferent Dahe Long has begun to contemplate tactical strategies. Brother Chong, why is my ball handling so poor? Attacking the basket is incredibly challenging. Dahe Long expresses his frustration during training. In truth, his offensive skills have improved significantly. But with greater progress comes a heightened awareness of his shortcomings. As the old adage goes, a person's understanding is akin to a circle. The more one learns, the more one realizes the vastness of the unknown. Zhao Chong is exceedingly pleased with Dahe Long's attitude, which suggests that Dahe Long is poised for continued improvement. Dahe Long, do not rush. Take your time, for you have already made remarkable progress. At that time, Stoudemire had yet to emerge. So Zhao Chang encouraged Dahe Long to seek out footage of Karl Malone and the Rain Man Kemp. The technique of ball protection is not particularly arduous. The crux lies in strength. To effectively penetrate the interior, one must engage in physical confrontation with the opposing team's frontcourt, where being struck on the arms and hands is commonplace. Therefore, securing the ball firmly constitutes a significant portion of successful ball protection. Dahe Long possesses commendable talent, yet he is somewhat indolent and lacks enthusiasm for strength training. After heeding Zhao Chong's advice, he quietly approached the equipment to engage in weightlifting. The upcoming match for the Cavaliers represents a formidable challenge, as they are set to face the Syracuse University Orange. The Orange has recently descended from the Division I league. While their strength has diminished compared to previous years, they remain a formidable contender in the Division II league, having already achieved a 3-game winning streak. The media is keenly focused on this matchup, with both journalists and fans offering their predictions. 76% of respondents believe that the Orange will emerge victorious. As the captain, Zhao Chong certainly would not swallow his pride. Before the match, he gathered his teammates and declared with fervor, "Brothers, if we aspire to ascend to the first league, we must vanquish the Orange team. The Orange team resides at the lower echelons of the first league. Only by defeating them can we demonstrate our potential for promotion and championship glory." As the match commenced, the Black Dragon took on the role of vanguard for the cavalry team. The Orange team had prepared thoroughly for the encounter, and from the outset, they closely guarded Zhao Chang. Chapter 27. Defeating the Orange team, leaving the media astonished. The Black Dragon had indeed made significant progress under Zhao Chang's guidance. His upper body strength had notably increased, and he had become more adept at ball protection. Zhao Chang remained unperturbed. Since the opposing team had concentrated their defensive efforts on him, it presented an opportune moment for his teammates to shine. The formidable Dahe Long scored 3 consecutive points, accumulating a total of 7, along with a spectacular 2-1. This left the Orange team utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were they not informed that the cavalry team was primarily formidable due to Zhao Chong and Deben? What was this 4th position player all about? Nevertheless, the Orange team proved to be quite adept, swiftly adjusting their defensive strategy. Once Dahe Long received heightened attention, his scoring ability diminished. Despite his significant improvement, his technique remained somewhat rudimentary. When faced with intense defense, he was inevitably constrained. Although Dahe Long faced limitations, the pick-and-roll tactics employed by Zhao Chong and Deben commenced to unleash their effectiveness once again. Zhao Chong's shooting prowess has left the opposing defense in a state of perplexity. Should there be any hesitation, he would seamlessly pass the ball to Deben, allowing him to capitalize on the opportunity. Conversely, if there is no delay, Zhao Chong would take the shot himself. It is akin to choosing between 2 cups of poison, each equally unpalatable. Fortunately, the Orange team's offense has proven commendable, preventing the score gap from widening. After 12 minutes of play in the first half, the cavalry team holds a mere 4-point lead. Once the starters of the cavalry team took their leave, the Orange team commenced their pursuit of points. Alas, the cavalry's bench indeed presents a significant weakness. Coach Anzu finds himself at a loss, as Virginia Union University does not boast a reputation for basketball excellence. Thus, promising high school talents are unlikely to be drawn here. The fact that they have managed to assemble a relatively competent starting 5 is, indeed, a cause for gratitude. Within less than 3 minutes of the starters' departure, the Orange team managed to turn the tide and seize the lead. Zhao Chang immediately rose to his feet. ready to take the stage. Coach Inzu expressed complete confidence in Zhao Chang's stamina and nodded in agreement. Upon Zhao Chang's entry onto the court, he skillfully guided the substitutes, stabilizing the situation and executing a seamless offensive surge that allowed the team to regain the lead. As the first half concluded, the scoreboard read 43-42, with the Cavaliers maintaining a slender 1-point advantage. Despite this minimal lead, numerous basketball commentators expressed incredulity at the scoreline. The Cavaliers, once a bottom-tier team, were now nearly matching the recently relegated Orange Men. Such rapid progress seemed almost implausible. From their perspective, neither Zhao Chang nor De Bin were considered star players. How could they exhibit such prowess? However, discerning analysts noted that Zhao Chang's speed and shooting skills had already surpassed those of his peers. In the 1990s, Asian players faced considerable discrimination. While some acknowledged Zhao Chang's talent, the media refrained from extensive coverage, merely recognizing the overall improvement of the Cavaliers and attributing the lion's share of credit to De Bin. Upon reviewing the media's portrayal, De Bin felt compelled to defend Zhao Chang. Yet, Zhao Chang remained unfazed, as his ambitions extended far beyond the NCAA. For him, this was merely the beginning of his journey, leveling up in the novice village while his grand aspirations awaited fulfillment. As the second half commenced, the Cavaliers suddenly unleashed their full potential. In the first half, Zhao Chang's attempts were limited, achieving 15 points with 7 successful shots out of 11. However, as the third quarter commenced, Zhao Chang seized nearly every opportunity for his team, unleashing a formidable offensive display. He made all 5 of his attempts, accumulating 13 points in swift succession. Under Zhao Chang's leadership, the entire team surged with momentum, swiftly widening the gap to an 8-point lead. The coach of the Orange Men called for a timeout, hoping to disrupt Zhao Chang's rhythm. Alas, it proved to be of little consequence. Following the break, Zhao Chang, even when faced with tight defense, began to empower his teammates. Little Da and Big Black Dragon executed several successful assaults, further extending the lead. Ultimately, the formidable Orange Men fell to the cavalry team, vanquished on the court. Today, Zhao Chang achieved a remarkable milestone, scoring 31 points for the first time in his career. Following the game, the media could no longer contain their excitement, acknowledging in their reports that Zhao Chang is among the most formidable players in the NCAA at present. ESPN also took note of this rising star, dispatching a reporter to discuss the possibility of chronicling his journey over the long term. This is a testament to the strength of American basketball and the success of the NBA as a commercial enterprise. The strategy lies in identifying emerging talents during their high school or collegiate years, sending reporters to document their progress. Naturally, with prior consent from the players, a process akin to creating a documentary. Once these athletes ascend to stardom, such films serve as a source of inspiration for the youth, igniting their passion for basketball from an early age. The reporter, named Hulk, stands at just over 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly plump build, and possesses brown hair and a fair complexion. Zhao Chang, though disinterested in such publicity, nonetheless acquiesced to the tracking and filming. Hulk, I am willing to sign this contract, but not for monetary gain. My primary motivation lies in discovering the heights I may attain in the future. In a quaint CAF, Zhao Chang sat face-to-face with Hulk, a contract laid before him on the table. The filming would incur a fee, albeit a modest one. Hulk, elated by Zhao Chang's consent, exclaimed, "Splendid. You possess immense potential, and your rapid progress is truly inspiring. I believe your journey will serve as a beacon for many young individuals." Flattery aside, Zhao Chang interjected, "I must stipulate a few conditions for your filming." "No problem. Speak your mind," Hulk replied eagerly. "You may only capture my training and competitions. My private life is off limits. Of course, you may approach me beforehand, and I will grant my approval only then." "I agree. These stipulations can be included in the contract," Hulk nodded enthusiastically. Furthermore, Zhao Chang continued, "After filming, I wish to review the footage first. Any content I find unsatisfactory must be deleted immediately." After a moment's hesitation, Hulk consented. In this context, privacy held paramount importance. Refusal to comply could result in Zhao Chang taking legal action. Once all details were meticulously arranged, Hulk commenced filming Zhao Chang. Upon hearing this news, De Bin felt a pang of envy. He had long aspired to enter the NBA prematurely, hoping to alleviate his family's financial struggles. Yet, it was Zhao Chang who garnered media attention first. This signified that Zhao Chang had already qualified for the draft. Should he continue his trajectory of improvement, it was highly probable he would secure a position in the first round. "Xiangzi, you are truly remarkable. It seems as though you have suddenly awakened over these past months. Your performance is exceptional. Zhao Chang chuckled softly, patting Dabin's shoulder in reassurance. You are not lacking in talent. Do not lose heart. The media merely favors guards. But the paint is the foundation of basketball. I am certain you will make it to the NBA and achieve great success. Upon hearing Zhao Chang's encouragement, Dabin remained somewhat skeptical. Well, with such confidence, it sounds as if you have been watching the NBA for over a decade. If I can secure a minimum salary contract, I would consider myself fortunate. Dabin still lacked confidence. Little did he know that Zhao Chang indeed had been an avid NBA viewer for more than 10 years and truly believed that Dabin would evolve into a premier center within the league. Dabin, I am neither flattering you nor deceiving you. As long as you persist in honing your strength and enhancing your defensive aggression, you will undoubtedly dominate the NBA's interior. Ha ha ha, all right then, I shall trust you this once. Chapter 28, Zhao Chang bets with Dahei Long. Zhao Chang practiced shooting mechanically near the penalty area. The imposing figure of the Black Dragon expressed bewilderment at Zhao Chang's training method, inquiring, Brother Chang, your shooting skills are already impressive. Why do you still practice such a basic movement? Zhao Chang rolled his eyes and admonished, Do you comprehend the significance of fundamental skills? Dahei Long shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, With my shooting technique, I am not inferior to you. What difference does it make? Nearby, Dabin, having overheard their exchange, approached and said, Dahei Long, you really should refrain from boasting. If you are unconvinced, why not engage in a simple shooting contest? Let us see if you can prevail. Recently, Dahei Long had been honing his skills around the rim, believing himself to have made notable progress. Thus, he felt confident that in this uncomplicated shooting challenge, he would undoubtedly surpass Zhao Chang. Bring it on. For more complex shots, I certainly cannot match Brother Chang, but in something as straightforward as this, I am sure I can triumph, especially since I have the height advantage. Consequently, the two commenced their competition. Surrounding the hoop, they established 5 shooting spots, all within close proximity, situated at the edge of the key. The rules stipulated that from each shooting spot, 10 attempts would be made, totaling 50 shots. Zhao Chang intended to teach Dahei Long a lesson, hoping to provoke him a bit. He remarked, This dry competition lacks excitement. Let's introduce some stakes. Dahei Long, feeling a tad anxious, inquired, What stakes? Zhao Chang proposed, If you lose, you must practice an extra half-hour daily on positioning, assisting your teammates in rebounding. Dahei Long, who relied on his innate talent for basketball, had recently seen some improvement in his skills, yet he remained reluctant to engage in the grueling, thankless tasks. Such responsibilities in the Cavaliers' interior were primarily handled by Dabin, while Zhao Chang took charge of the perimeter duties. Certainly, Shada and Lao Tai contributed as well, but their awareness fell short, yielding mediocre results. Dahei Long simply preferred the allure of offensive play over the gritty work. Thus, Zhao Chang's proposition left him scratching his head. What's the matter? Lacking confidence? Zhao Chang taunted. Who said I lack confidence? What if I win? Zhao Chang replied. If you win, I shall host a party this weekend and invite Brenda. Previously, Dahei Long had followed Zhao Chang's lead and met Brenda. Yet she showed little interest in him and never agreed to a date, leaving him quite disheartened. However, upon hearing Zhao Chang's words, his spirits lifted once more. Captain, you must keep your word. Zhao Chang assured him, Of course, but first, you must defeat me. That is a certainty. Let us do this. With the stakes established, Dabin assumed the role of referee, and the two commenced their shooting duel. This mid-range jump shot demanded an exceptionally high degree of precision. While one could manage a few scattered shots, maintaining accuracy from this distance proved challenging. Dahei Long took the initiative, shooting from the first spot, just to the left of the basket, achieving an impressive 9 out of 10. How about that? Quite accurate, wouldn't you say? Dahei Long grinned broadly at Zhao Chang. Proceed. Zhao Chang responded with a smirk, waving his hand. Dahei Long then moved to his second shooting location, continuing his jump shots. He began with a flawless 5 out of 5, growing increasingly boastful. Wow, I can sink 10 from this spot. Zhao Chang did not refute him, but quietly observed his pretentious display. Unexpectedly, on the 6th shot, the ball veered slightly off course, bouncing twice on the rim before finally dropping through. Subsequently, the Great Black Dragon appeared somewhat taken aback, missing 3 consecutive attempts. Zhao Chang remained silent, prompting Dabin to mock him. Is this all you've got? How careless, how careless. The Great Black Dragon murmured to himself, steadying his nerves, and ultimately achieved a perfect shot on the final attempt. At the second shooting point, he scored 7 out of 10. Zhao Chang nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Quite impressive. Let us continue." The third shooting point was positioned at the free throw line. The accuracy of the Black Dragon began to falter as the sound of missed shots echoed. Swish, clang, clang, swish, swish, clang, swish, clang. This seemingly simple location saw the Black Dragon make only 5 out of 10 attempts. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the proud expression on his face faded away. He muttered to himself, "What is happening? I've always been most accurate from this spot, yet I've missed so many." Without mercy, Bin teased him, "Your shooting percentage is even worse than mine. And I hardly practice shooting." At the fourth shooting point, near the 45-degree angle, the Black Dragon managed to hit 6 out of 10. In the final shooting point, he achieved 7 out of 10. Overall, he completed 34 out of 50 attempts, resulting in a shooting percentage of 68. The Black Dragon was dissatisfied with his performance. Shaking his head repeatedly, "Alas, I practiced my strength too intensely earlier. My touch is off. My touch is off." Zhao Chang chuckled. "How can you say that with a straight face? You merely practiced the incline barbell press for a mere 10 minutes at 70 kilograms. While I arrived earlier and have been lifting 80 kilograms for over half an hour." Once exposed, the imposing figure, De Long, remained unfazed. With a thick skin and a defiant spirit, he retorted, "Go ahead and cast your throw. I refuse to believe you can outdo my precision." Zhao Chang no longer paid him any heed, taking the basketball as he approached the right side of the hoop, moving counterclockwise. Swish, swish, swish. At the first position, Zhao Chang achieved an impressive 9 out of 10 shots, mirroring the performance of the formidable De Long. "Not too different from me. Haha, let us keep going." De Long thought Zhao Chang was likely to falter, just as he had. However, to everyone's astonishment, at the second shooting spot, Zhao Chang remarkably scored 10 out of 10. De Long was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Bin, who was assisting in retrieving the balls, erupted into uncontrollable laughter. De Long, surrender and concede half, haha. Pfft, I 1T surrender. This spot is Brother Chang's sweet spot. The next 1T be the same. Zhao Chang let out a scoff and retorted, "Oh really? Just watch." He strode over to the free throw line, and with a swift motion, he executed a flawless performance, hitting 9 out of 10 shots. The imposing figure of the Black Dragon could no longer muster a smile. He stood silently to the side, fully aware that defeat was inevitable today. At the fourth shooting point, Zhao Chang achieved a remarkable 8 out of 10, and at the fifth point, he repeated his success with another 9 out of 10. Thus, Zhao Chang's overall performance culminated in an impressive tally of 45 successful shots out of 50 attempts, boasting a remarkable shooting percentage of 90. Zhao Chang spun the basketball with his index finger, tilting his head as he gazed at the imposing figure of the Black Dragon. Remaining silent, the Black Dragon was not one to resort to underhanded tactics. He cleared his throat and said, "Brother Chang, I concede defeat. Henceforth, I shall dedicate an additional half hour each day to practicing positioning, engaging in the more arduous and gritty tasks." Zhao Chang had long harbored this thought. Relying solely on Big Ben in the paint was certainly inadequate. Last time, he was thoroughly bested by Marcus Camby. A significant reason for this was that the Black Dragon primarily focused on offense, neglecting defense. Big Ben, being of simple character, never voiced his complaints, yet as the captain, Zhao Chang felt compelled to devise a solution. With the Black Dragon's recent defeat, it presented an opportunity for him to assume some of the blue-collar responsibilities, thereby enhancing the team's interior defense. Naturally, a punch should be followed by a sweet date. "Black Dragon, this weekend I will organize a gathering. Brenda will be in attendance. You should come and join us." Chapter 29. Nash proactively challenges Zhao Chang. The Black Dragon had initially worn a gloomy expression, but upon hearing Zhao Chang's words, he sprang up joyfully. "Really, Changgu? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Have I ever deceived you? But don't be so impatient. Be a gentleman and refrain from approaching like a ravenous wolf. You might frighten the girls." I understand. Thanks to Zhao Chang's efforts, the entire team was progressing along the right path. Coach Anzo found his workload significantly alleviated with Zhao Chang's assistance, yet he remained diligent, continuing to scout for substitute players. The cavalry's reserve lineup had always been a weakness, a predicament attributable to the school's lack of talent. However, the astute coach Anzo managed to identify several promising recruits to join the cavalry team. Chris, standing at 2.07 meters, a Caucasian center, could provide backup for Big Ben, possessing decent playmaking abilities and serving as a formidable shield. Jerome, at 2.05 meters, capable of playing both the 3 and 4 positions, had average shooting but excelled defensively. Brown, a 1.93-meter guard, was somewhat slender and had not played basketball for long, yet his three-point shooting was remarkably accurate. In the 1990s, the three-point shot was not held in high regard. Those who favored it were often labeled as soft. Consequently, Brown's previous attempts to join the basketball team had been met with rejection. It was during Anzo's interview that Zhao Chang witnessed Brown's astonishing shooting prowess, making an impressive 6 out of 6 from the corner. Nevertheless, being an old-school coach, Anzo considered Brown's slight frame and initially intended to decline him. Zhao Chang approached with great persuasion, and only then did Coach Anzo decide to retain him. Recently, the Cavalry team has been performing admirably, thus attracting a greater number of students wishing to join. Coach Anzo found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the influx of talent. In a few days, an important match looms ahead. The Cavalry team's new adversary is none other than the Santa Clara University Mustangs, whose style closely mirrors their own. The Mustang star player and captain is none other than the illustrious Canadian point guard, Steve Nash. As a two-time NBA MVP, Nash's journey began with remarkable achievements during his collegiate years. In 1992, the lanky Nash enrolled at Santa Clara University, the sole institution willing to offer him a scholarship. 4 years later, he emerged as the school's standout player, leading the Mustangs to 3 NCAA tournament appearances, including one historic upset. In his freshman year, he guided the team as a 15th seed to triumph over the 2nd seed, the University of Arizona. Consequently, as the match approached, few held high hopes for the Cavalry team, despite their impressive 3-game winning streak. Due to the away game, the Cavalry team arrived early at the Mustangs' home ground. While the players engaged in their pre-match warm-up, a short, fair-haired player approached Zhao Chang. There was no need for inquiry. It was Nash himself. Zhao Chang's heart raced with excitement. After all, prior to his unexpected journey, he had never had the chance to meet the illustrious Nash. However, with the impending clash between their teams, he maintained a facade of icy composure. "Who are you looking for?" asked Ben, positioning himself protectively in front of Nash, suspecting an altercation. "Please, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to meet Zhao Chang." Nash replied with a warm smile. "He has performed remarkably in the previous matches, and I would like to befriend him." The atmosphere gradually softened, yet Zhao Chang remained indifferent, stating, "Let us discuss matters after the match. There is nothing to talk about at the moment." Nash gazed into Zhao Chang's eyes and gently remarked, "Zhao Chang, I believe the Cavalry is our greatest rival. You must give it your all." Though his tone was light and amiable, an undercurrent of challenge permeated the arena. Zhao Chang understood that Nash held himself in high regard, which was precisely why he came to ignite his fighting spirit. "Rest assured, Steve, I shall obliterate you." "Haha, splendid. I've been awaiting your declaration." Nash laughed heartily and departed from the arena. Ben, observing Nash's retreating figure, inquired with confusion, "I've heard that Nash is quite humble and low-key. Why does he seem so arrogant today? I'm almost tempted to give him a thrashing." Zhao Chang smiled and remarked, "Though Nash is quite unassuming, his inherent competitiveness is formidable. He must have overheard something others said. Did they speak ill of you?" Ben paused momentarily. "It may not necessarily be disparaging. Perhaps they simply remarked on my strength or my audacity. Regardless, it matters little. Let us settle this on the field." Zhao Chang could no longer be bothered to think so much. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Santa Clara University Gymnasium came alive as the Cavaliers faced off against the Mustangs. The starting lineup for the Mustangs included point guard, Nash; shooting guard, Randy Wynn; small forward, Malone; power forward, Buchwald; and center, Zurek, with the head coach being Dick Davey. The Cavaliers maintained their lineup: point guard, Shouda; shooting guard, Captain Zhao Chang; small forward, Lao Tai; power forward, De Long; and center, De Ben. As the first half commenced, the Mustangs capitalized on their home court advantage, launching a vigorous offensive assault. Nash, renowned for his exceptional game-reading ability during his collegiate years, had already established himself as a standout in the NCAA. However, his teammates were somewhat lacking. Regardless, Nash led this team to achieve remarkable success. Zhao Chang felt that his speed had significantly improved, and his teammates had also made considerable progress. Thus, they should be able to withstand the rapid offensive onslaught of the Mustangs. However, within the first 5 minutes of the first half, Zhao Chang was overwhelmed by an immense sense of pressure. Nash, with the ball in the backcourt, skillfully directed the play, exhibiting not only extraordinary vision but also delivering passes that seemed almost elusive. although the other players on the Mustangs displayed rather average talent. Comparable to that of the cavalry team, their movement was markedly more proactive, and their synergy with Nash was palpable. They frequently executed consecutive cuts, evading the defenders of the cavalry, finding open spaces, receiving Nash's passes, and scoring with ease. As the game progressed to 5 minutes and 42 seconds into the first half, the score had reached 14-6, with the Mustangs leading by 8 points. Coach Anzu, unable to bear the situation any longer, called for a timeout to regroup. Zhao Chong, panting heavily, approached the sidelines, shaking his head incessantly. Recently, the cavalry team had been training rigorously, and the players' stamina was commendable. However, the past 5 minutes of the match nearly exhausted them to the point of nausea. The Wild Horse team employed an excessively aggressive strategy, reminiscent of the early formation of the Suns. Regrettably, the team lacked a power forward akin to Stoudemire. Fortunately, Buchwald possessed considerable talent, consistently converting Nash's passes into points at the NCAA level. Coach Anzu remained composed, understanding that if the game continued at this pace, the cavalry team would be utterly overwhelmed. Thus, he decisively issued a command. "You all relish a good brawl, don't you? Treat the opponents as if they were Beasley and his crew in the forthcoming match. Prevent them from receiving the ball. Do not allow them to take a shot. Remember, as long as you do not intentionally harm anyone, unleash every tactic at your disposal." Chapter 30. The Thrill of Combat. Upon hearing the mention of a brawl, the cavalry players felt invigorated, their spirits soaring with excitement. In the heat of a fight, adrenaline surged, making them fearless. If they could channel that same fervor into their gameplay, they would be invincible. It was akin to the humorous adage, if a tiger were chasing you, anyone could break the world record. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. The players returned to the court, and Xiao Chong exchanged high-fives with his teammates, advising, "Let us compete fiercely, but above all, avoid injuries, both for ourselves and our opponents." Understood. Chong Gu. The cavalry team launched their offense. As the captain, Zhao Chong must ensure the stability of the offense, otherwise, his teammates would lose confidence. After crossing the halfway line, he utilized his teammate screens to position himself near the right sideline. Shada promptly passed the ball to him. The opposing guard, Randy One, navigated through the screen and lunged forward. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chong feigned a shot, then swiftly sidestepped and released the ball. This shot, executed with a drift, was exceedingly challenging. A sharp arc soared through the air. Swish! It found the net with precision. The score narrowed to 14-9, reducing the deficit to 5 points. The Mustangs quickly initiated a throw-in. Just as Nash was about to receive the ball, Shada made a daring dive and intercepted it. This was truly reckless abandon. Nash was startled, thinking the ball was destined to go out of bounds. However, in a moment of simultaneous airborne movement with the ball and himself, Shada, disregarding his own safety, managed to reel the ball back into play. Zhao Chang swiftly maneuvered past Randy One, seizing control of the ball that was desperately defended by Shada. Under the vigilant guard of both Randy One and Zurich, Zhao Chang unleashed a rapid shot. Swish! A long two-pointer found its mark. Remarkably, within less than 20 seconds, he scored 5 consecutive points. The score shifted to 14-11, with the deficit narrowing to just 3 points. The Mustang team's coach, David, began to show signs of concern. However, he refrained from calling a timeout, instead opting to fervently exhort his players from the sidelines. Stay focused. Fuck. The Mustang players, filled with frustration, prepared to inbound the ball. As Nash received the pass, Shada lunged at him, applying relentless full-court pressure. The intensity of the defense was palpable, causing Nash to stumble under the impact. The referee hesitated momentarily, ultimately choosing not to call a foul, indicating a lenient officiating style for the day. Teammates of the Mustang quickly rushed to Nash's aid, providing a protective screen against Shada. Once Nash crossed half-court, Zurich stepped up to set another screen. Just as Nash was poised to penetrate the paint, Lautai suddenly emerged, firmly obstructing his path. Remaining composed, Nash scanned the court for his teammates' movements, ready to execute a decisive quick pass. To his dismay, despite the Mustang players' frantic efforts to create space, no openings materialized. The cavalry team players adhered tenaciously to their marks, and any attempt to backtrack was met with swift help from teammates. Zhao Chong, in particular, utilized his lightning speed to cover gaps, denying any opportunity for the opposing players to receive the ball. After searching fruitlessly for an open teammate, Nash was left with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. In truth, the Wind Child possessed formidable individual offensive skills. However, his basketball philosophy prioritized passing. Confronted with Lao Tai's tight defense, Nash executed a crafty fadeaway jumper. This was Nash's signature move, effectively leveraging his agility against a larger opponent. Swish. The two-pointer was successful. Simultaneously, the whistle blew as the referee called a blocking foul on Lao Tai. Alas, Lao Tai had charged in too aggressively, colliding with Nash's legs. Nash approached the free throw line, licked his hand, and successfully converted the additional shot. The score now stood at 17-11, with the gap widening once more. Zhao Chong raised his hand to signal his teammates, urging them not to panic and to continue their efforts. Zhao dribbled past the half-court line and, noticing the tight defense on Zhao Chong, paused, preparing to pass the ball to him. However, Zhao Chong pointed towards De Long, indicating that the ball should be sent his way. At that moment, Zhao Chang was the most reliable point, and his teammates had faith in him. Yet, if Zhao Chang chose not to take the shot, they would heed his decision and pass it to De Long receiving the ball. De Long faced Bowyerder, feinting slightly before executing a turnaround jump shot. In the past, the likelihood of scoring in such a situation would have been minimal, as Bowyerder possessed greater height and reach, making him a formidable defender. However, following rigorous training with Zhao Chong, De Long's shooting skills had improved significantly. The basketball bounced on the rim twice before rolling into the net. It was a successful shot. De Long, filled with excitement, raised his fist in triumph. Zhao Chang and Shouda rushed forward, colliding chests and roaring in excitement, exclaiming, "What a splendid play!" The Great Black Dragon continues to dominate. With the score at 17-13, the deficit was reduced to 4 points. The match became increasingly captivating, and the cavalry team's spirits soared. The Mustangs initiated their offensive. Zhao Chang and Shouda exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly double-teamed Nash in the front court. Logically, given Nash's exceptional passing ability, he should have been unfazed by the double coverage. However, Zhao Chang and Shouda effectively blocked nearly all of his passing lanes. Meanwhile, the other Cavaliers players were not idle, engaging in a 3-on-4 defense and hustling to cover every position. In a moment of panic, Nash attempted a long pass aimed at the towering Zuriku. Yet, Ben had anticipated this move. With a fierce roar, he leaped early, deftly redirecting the ball to the nearby De Long. Upon receiving the pass, De Long initiated a fast break. Zhao Chang surged toward the basket, and the formidable Black Dragon swiftly passed the ball. Bang! Zhao Chong executed a spectacular slam dunk, securing another 2 points. The arena of Santa Clara University fell into an immediate hush. The cavalry team showcased an overwhelming dominance during this play, leaving the home crowd in stunned silence. In a moment of desperation, the Mustangs coach, David, called for a timeout. He recognized that the cavalry team was displaying an unwavering fervor, relentlessly sprinting across the court. The players of the cavalry compensated for their defensive shortcomings with sheer enthusiasm, proving to be formidable. With the score standing at 17-15, the margin was a mere 2 points. Zhao Chong and his teammates roared towards the heavens, colliding chests as they vented their pin-up frustrations. The intensity displayed on both the offensive and defensive fronts showcased the immense potential of the cavalry team. Coach and Zhu stood at the sidelines, exchanging hearty high-fives with each player, shouting alongside the children with the exuberance of a spirited youth. Such fervor is essential when battling on foreign turf. The head coach of the Mustangs, David, was incensed, brandishing his tactical board as he unleashed a tirade upon his players. He believed the overall strength of the Mustangs vastly surpassed that of the cavalry, expecting an effortless victory. How could they be performing so poorly? Be decisive in your passes, be proactive in your movements. How can you not remember these fundamentals? Engage. Show your fire. David, a coach of considerable caliber, recognized the root of the problem. The morale of his team had been stifled by the cavalry's dominance, and thus he sought to emphasize spirit and aggression among his players. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed without any substitutions. The Mustangs made a strategic adjustment. Nash no longer held the ball prematurely, but instead positioned himself near the sidelines. Shooting guard Randy One, having crossed half-court, decided to take matters into his own hands. Yet, Zhao Chong's defense was ferocious, relentlessly colliding with Randy One. The latter, fueled by indignation, was determined to outmaneuver Zhao Chong. Indeed, Randy One exhibited commendable skill, executing 2 swift changes of direction that momentarily displaced Zhao Chong, and then he accelerated toward the basket. Just as Randy One approached the paint, preparing to execute a layup, suddenly, bam, the ball was gone. In that very instant, as Randy One had evaded Zhao Chong, the latter closely trailed him, seeking the perfect moment to strike. As Randy prepared for his shot, Zhao Chong extended his long arm, and whack. The ball was deftly swiped away. Randy won, feeling the sudden emptiness in his grasp. Swiftly turned to pursue, only to find that Zhao Chang had launched a counterattack. How humiliating! In a fit of rage and embarrassment, Randy went charged towards Zhao Chang, clearly intent on committing a vicious foul. Lao Tai, observing the impending clash, quickly moved to intercept, positioning himself in Randy Wen's path. Thud! Lao Tai was knocked to the ground by Randy Wen. However, Randy Wen fared worse. His shoulder collided sharply with Lao Tai's elbow, causing him to double over in pain. The referee, adhering to the principle of advantage, refrained from blowing the whistle until after Zhao Chang scored his layup, subsequently calling a foul on Randy Wen for the collision. Although Lao Tai was knocked down, he had taken precautions and sustained no serious injury. Unfortunately for Randy Wen, he had to leave the game to rest. Replaced by a substitute. Coach David sensed something amiss. The players of the cavalry appeared less like athletes and more akin to soldiers, their thirst for victory profoundly intense. In the ensuing rounds, the defensive intensity of the cavalry team remained unwavering, while the Mustangs struggled to keep pace. After 12 minutes of play in the first half, the score reached 20-28, with the cavalry team leading by 8 points. Who could have predicted that the Mustangs, once favored before the game, would find themselves in such a predicament? Had it not been for Nash's remarkable shooting performance today, including several miraculous shots, the score might have escalated into double digits. Both teams began to rotate in their substitute lineups. The cavalry's substitutes performed admirably, exhibiting tremendous fighting spirit and matching their opponents stride for stride. Even with the return of the starters, the cavalry team maintained their lead. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 43-35, with the cavalry team ahead by 8 points. Despite the cavalry's impressive display, the physical exertion of the players was indeed considerable. Zhao Chang and De Ben are faring well, yet the other players seem to be burdened with heavy legs. At this moment, a surge of motivation is essential to invigorate the players' enthusiasm. In the locker room, Zhao Chang assisted his teammates with massages while playfully teasing them. Look at you all. Your physiques are far from that of the great black dragon. How will you ever attract the ladies? He jested. With bodies like yours, you all look utterly feeble. Xiao chuckled. Brother Chang, you speak as if you have a girlfriend. Zhao Chang retorted. I have no interest in women. They hinder my shooting speed. The great black dragon scoffed. In my opinion, Brother Chang must prefer men. I've never seen him on a date with a girl. Lao Tai chimed in quietly. Could it be that Brother Chang has a crush on Big Ben? Big Ben, flustered, brandished his enormous fists and shouted at Lao Tai, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock you out. The atmosphere became lively and laughter erupted, dispelling much of the fatigue that clung to them. As the second half of the game commenced, Coach David burst into the locker room during halftime, delivering a rousing pep talk. Thus, the Mustangs began their fervent counterattack in the second half, an outcome that Zhao Chang had anticipated. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth, leading his teammates in a relentless defense, followed by a few counterattacks. Despite the fact that the Mustangs equalized the score within the first 5 minutes of the second half, Zhao Chang remained composed, as did Coach Answa. In the ensuing minutes, both sides found themselves in a stalemate, with the score fluctuating back and forth. The players of the Mustangs, lacking in stamina, began to slow down after a few minutes of vigorous effort. Zhao Chang realized that the opportunity had arrived. With 8 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the second half of the match, the score stood at 53-52, with the Mustangs leading by a single point. Zhao Chang bellowed, "Brothers, let us get energized." This served as the signal for the entire team to accelerate both offense and defense. The cavalry launched their assault. As Zhao Chang held the ball at the arc, he executed a pick-and-roll with the bin, driving resolutely towards the baseline. The opposing center, Zurek, was left with no choice but to rush over for support. However, Zhao Chang delivered a precise bounce pass to De Ben lurking beneath the basket. Bang! De Ben executed a powerful dunk with ease, bringing the score to 54-53 as the Cavaliers reclaimed the lead. The Mustangs initiated their offense. Under the pressure of Zhao Chang and Xiaoda's double team, Nash barely managed to cross half-court, only to find that his teammates were unable to break free for an open shot. After much effort, he spotted small forward Malone with a slight opening and promptly passed the ball. Yet, Lao Tai swiftly closed in with tight defense, leaving Malone no room to shoot despite his attempts to create space with feints. With time running short, Malone had no choice but to take a desperate shot, which resulted in an air ball, missing the rim entirely. De Ben regained control of the ball and immediately executed a long pass to Xiaodu. Xiaoda surged past half-court, with Zhao Chang and Lao Tai simultaneously igniting their sprint. Although the Mustangs' defense was quick to respond, 3 of them retreated back to their half. Nevertheless, the Cavaliers' fast break was lightning quick, culminating in a series of swift passes that led to Zhao Chang's layup. Scoring 2 points, 56-53. The Cavaliers extended their lead to 3 points. Coach David's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how the Cavaliers maintained such stamina, truly extraordinary. With no other option, David shouted from the sidelines and substituted 2 players to inject some energy into the team. However, the Cavaliers, now in a state of fervor, were determined to outrun their opponents. Isn't Nash all about fast breaks? You Mustangs pride yourselves on speed, so we shall employ your own strategy to outpace you. The tempo quickened, and the Cavaliers' defensive intensity escalated, widening the point gap. 10 minutes into the second half, the Cavaliers had surged ahead by 17 points. Observing the Mustangs' key players, it was evident they were exhausted. Although Nash, who played soccer in his spare time, maintained his stamina, his teammates were faltering, severely limiting his passing ability. Consequently, the Cavaliers continued to double-team Nash, effectively extinguishing the Mustangs' momentum. The expansive Santa Clara University gymnasium fell silent, devoid of cheers. Some fans began to leave, disheartened by the bleak prospects of victory. Yet, the Mustangs were not easily defeated. Coach David, a player of considerable skill, was not one to concede defeat lightly. With 12 minutes gone in the second half and trailing by 15 points, he called a timeout. The Mustangs trudged to the sidelines, heads hung low, faces marked by despair. This time, David refrained from reprimanding them. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders and said, "It's all right. You have all given your best." At that moment, David turned to the bench, pointing at 2 players and saying, "Boucher, Malcolm, prepare yourselves. You will be taking the court shortly." Boucher and Malcolm, who had been sitting on the bench with expressions of indifference, suddenly brightened at the call from their coach. The outcome of the game seemed to matter little to them until now, and they promptly removed their jackets, rising to their feet. Chapter 32. A sudden shift in the Mustang strategy. These 2 substitutes were not lacking in skill. In fact, 6 months prior, both Boucher and Malcolm had been key players. Their relegation to the bench stemmed from their traditional playing style, which excelled in set plays, yet adopted a slower pace. The astute decision was made to build the team around Nash, enhancing speed for improved performance. Consequently, David made the bold choice to bench Boucher and Malcolm, promoting Zurich and Malone instead. Although Zurich and Malone were slightly smaller, they compensated with swiftness and solid defense. Indeed, after the speed was increased, the Mustangs' performance saw a significant boost. However, Boucher and Malcolm were understandably dissatisfied. David recognized their discomfort. Boucher had even contemplated leaving the team. Nevertheless, after a heartfelt conversation, David managed to persuade him to stay. Even though neither had departed, their sentiments lingered. "Boucher, Malcolm, the time has come for you both to contribute to the team," David urged. "I understand you may harbor grievances towards me, but I implore you to prioritize the greater good. Let us secure victory first." With David's eloquence and soothing words, the 2 players quickly set aside their previous discontent and pledged their loyalty. "Coach, rest assured, we will strive to win this game." David nodded in acknowledgement. "The Cavaliers have also increased their pace. Therefore, we shall counter that by slowing down. You both possess the capability to do so. Give it your all." Victory for the Mustangs. Nash continued to take the court, for he was not merely a player of speed. He could both accelerate and execute set plays. This was the essence of Nash's talent. Following the timeout, the Cavaliers also substituted 2 players, bringing in sharpshooter Brown and power forward Jerome. It was necessary, as both Dwayne and Big Dragon were fatigued and required a brief respite. The game resumed. Nash, holding the ball in the backcourt, advanced slowly, leaving Zhao Chang perplexed. What was happening? Were they not employing a fast-paced strategy? After crossing half-court, Nash dribbled at the arc's peak, observing Boucher securing his position, and delivered the ball to him. Faced with Ben Wallace, Boucher braced himself and feigned a layup. Unfamiliar with Boucher's style, Ben could only attempt to block the shot. Yet, Boucher executed a clever fake. As Ben leapt, Boucher spun, laid the ball up, and banked it in effortlessly, securing an easy 2 points. Zhao Chang was taken aback, pondering how the opposing team possessed such an impressive center who had not even taken the court in the first half. The score was now 73-60, narrowing the gap back to 13 points. The cavalry team was on the offensive. Zhao Chang, with the ball at the arc, spotted Jerome in an unguarded position and swiftly passed it to him. Jerome's shooting was mediocre, yet his ability to penetrate was passable, prompting him to drive towards the baseline. Unexpectedly, at the very moment he attempted a layup, Malcolm, a newly injured player from the Mustangs, soared into action and with a resounding slap, sent the ball flying from Jerome's hands. Goodness! What remarkable prowess do these two substitutes possess? Zhao Chang sensed something amiss. The ball was directly deflected into the hands of a Mustang player, and Nash initiated another offensive. The ball found its way back to Boucher. Driven by a fierce competitive spirit, Ben declined his teammates' assistance and opted to defend Boucher one-on-one. Little did he know, Boucher, entrenched in the half-court game, possessed a plethora of offensive techniques. With a deceptive move, he outsmarted Ben, then executed a reverse layup, securing 2 points. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Not only had Ben failed to contain Boucher, but he had also committed a foul. Coach Anzo crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in concern. Ben had already accrued 4 fouls. In NCAA rules, 5 fouls result in disqualification. With 7 minutes remaining in the game, Ben was crucial, prompting Coach Anzo to substitute him for backup center Chris. However, this adjustment proved ineffective. On the contrary, the intensity of interior defense waned, allowing the Mustang team to close the gap rapidly. Nash, clearly superior in skill, continued to exert dominance even as the team's pace slowed. With 5 minutes left in the match, the score stood at 75-71, the Mustangs trailing by a mere 4 points. Coach Anzo had no choice but to call a timeout. Adjustments were imperative to avert a potential reversal. Zhao Chang was utterly fatigued, gasping for breath, his heart gripped by trepidation at the depth of the Wild Horse team's lineup. He never anticipated that their coach, David, possessed such strategic prowess. Coach Anzu brandished the tactical board, proclaiming loudly, "Children, their rapid gameplay has been severely hindered by us. They have now altered their tactics and slowed their pace. Thus, we shall counter their moves and engage in a positional battle. Remember to double-team number 8, Buxy. I am aware of his finesse under the basket. One-on-one defense will undoubtedly be insufficient." Coach Anzu promptly laid out the counter strategy. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Coach Anzu pulled Zhao Chang aside. "Zhao Chang, I recognize your exhaustion, yet the situation is dire. You must continue to fight for a while longer, perhaps even through the second half. Rest assured, Coach, I will persevere. We must secure victory in this match." "Excellent." Coach Anzu patted him on the shoulder and said no more. The game resumed. The cavalry team advanced on the offense. Zhao Chang, with the ball in his possession, executed a swift change of direction and accelerated towards the vicinity of the penalty area. Malcolm, aware of Zhao Chang's formidable prowess, promptly rushed over to provide defensive support. Zhao Chang was acutely aware of the formidable defensive prowess of his opponent, who had just executed a remarkable block against his teammate Jerome. Consequently, Zhao Chang raised his gaze towards the hoop, performing a gesture reminiscent of a prayer. In an instant, Malcolm leaped high into the air, intent on delivering yet another breathtaking block to boost his team's morale. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Chang suddenly released his left hand, bending forward to dribble the ball, and with a swift motion, he executed a stylish maneuver that left Malcolm behind. Splendid! Upon reaching the basket, Zhao Chang found himself face-to-face with the imposing center, Boucher. Boucher's defense was equally formidable, his height presenting a significant barrier. He positioned himself directly in front of Zhao Chang, requiring no leap, as he extended his arms wide, effectively enveloping Zhao Chang beneath his shadow. Zhao Chang disregarded him, soaring into the air to execute a layup. "Come down," Boucher exclaimed, attempting to force Zhao Chang back to the ground with both hands. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhao Chang glided through the air, suddenly retracting the ball, cradling it in his right hand, and deftly tossing it upwards from beneath Boucher's armpit. The magnificent maneuver was nothing short of spectacular. Swish! The ball fell through the net with a clean sound. Beep! The referee simultaneously blew the whistle, signaling a foul against Boucher. A remarkable 2-1 play. This dazzling feat significantly boosted the morale of the Cavaliers players. Coach Anzu, filled with excitement, vigorously pumped his fist in the air. Teammates rushed over, colliding with Zhao Chang in exuberant celebration. Boucher, without arguing with the referee, could only shake his head and walk away. Zhao Chang stepped up to the free throw line and successfully made the additional shot. Under Zhao Chang's leadership, the cavalry team stabilized the situation. In the ensuing possessions, both teams showcased their strengths, with the score differential remaining minimal. With just 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the game, the score stood at 84-82, with the cavalry team holding a slender lead of 2 points. The atmosphere of the match grew increasingly tense as both sets of players displayed their determination. Prior to the game, the Mustangs had confidently believed they could easily defeat the cavalry team. However, after leading for nearly the entirety of the match, the cavalry team found themselves only 2 points ahead as the Mustangs closed the gap. Chapter 33. In the final moments, unleashing powerful moves. Zhao Chang signaled Coach and Zhu for a timeout. This offensive play was of paramount importance. Should it succeed, the point differential would extend to over 4 points, granting the Cavaliers an undeniable advantage as the game clock dwindled. The purpose of the timeout was twofold: to afford a brief respite and to devise a tactical maneuver for an immediate impact. Dahelong. We shall execute the forthcoming strategy together, Zhao Chang indicated toward Dahelong. In today's match, Dahelong had only managed to score 5 points, his performance severely hampered by the opposing power forward, Buchwald. Initially disheartened, he was taken aback by Zhao Chang's directive. Pointing to himself, he asked, "With me?" "Indeed. Shortly. We will set a pick, and then you will cut to the baseline. I shall pass the ball to you." "Understood." Dahelong nodded, his expression grave. Zhao Chang then addressed the other teammates. "Everyone, assist with screens and create space. Should our offense falter, be vigilant for rebounds and ready to initiate a second wave of attack." "Yes." As Zhao Chang and his teammates discussed their strategy, Coach Zhu remained silent, placing his unwavering trust in Zhao Chang. He had observed Zhao Chang diligently practicing various tactics with his teammates during their training sessions. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed, heralding the commencement of the final climactic showdown. The cavalry team initiated the play from the front court. Lao Tai directly passed the ball to Zhao Chang. The Wild Horse Team's defense was fierce, with Coach David issuing a resolute command to ensure that they tightly marked Zhao Chang. 2 defenders advanced to double-team him. Zhao Chang refrained from passing the ball. Instead, he capitalized on the opponent's positional weaknesses, feigning a breakthrough as he accelerated toward the right flank. The defender swiftly moved to block him, yet Zhao Chang executed a sudden stop and a pivot, remarkably altering his direction. Without the assistance of the system, his ankle would undoubtedly have sustained an injury. This maneuver is aptly termed the ankle terminator. I have never witnessed a player with such rapidity in halting and pivoting. After the turn, Zhao Chang astonishingly maneuvered between 2 defenders. Truly, skill begets audacity. Had his speed been slightly less, he would have been ensnared by the 2. After slipping past, Zhao Chang charged directly towards the baseline. Dahelong, adhering to their predetermined strategy, immediately cut to the basket. Zhao Chang, without glancing at his teammate, swiftly passed the basketball to the formidable Dahelong. Confronted by Bush's defensive maneuver, Dahelong executed a feint that deceived Bush. Followed by a deft step and a delicate hook shot, swish, he secured 2 points. This exemplifies the fruits of Dahelong's rigorous training, showcasing a significant enhancement in his offensive versatility. In the past, Dahelong would have undoubtedly charged in recklessly. Such an approach often resulted in either being blocked or incurring an opponent's foul, contingent upon the referee's disposition. This basket proved to be pivotal, widening the point gap to 4. Zhao Chang and the Black Dragon collided with fierce roars, while their teammates rushed over to celebrate with high fives. Only 1 minute and 3 seconds remained in the game, and the pressure mounted on the Mustangs. Head coach David refrained from calling a timeout, confident that Nash would devise the optimal offensive strategy. Indeed, Nash calmly crossed half court, executing a deceptive pass feint under the cover of his teammates. The ruse was convincingly executed, momentarily diverting Zhao Chang's attention. Consequently, Nash retreated beyond the 3-point line and unleashed a triumphant shot. Swish. Nash's individual offensive prowess was undeniably formidable, coupled with his remarkable composure under pressure. The 4-point deficit evaporated in an instant, narrowing to just 1 point, 86-85, with only 44 seconds left on the clock. And considering that NCAA rules allow for a 35-second offensive possession, both teams had one last opportunity to score. Experience dictated that the Cavaliers should aim to exhaust the full 35 seconds while striving to secure points. If they could add 2 more points, the scales of victory would tip in their favor. Coach Anzo opted against a timeout, believing Zhao Chang had found his rhythm. The Mustangs implemented full-court pressure, with 2 players charging forward to double-team Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang refrained from recklessly charging ahead and instead passed the ball to his teammate, Lao Tai. Lao Tai swiftly advanced past the halfway line, awaiting Zhao Chang's arrival. Zhao Chang made a swift sprint, evading his defender, and positioned himself at a 45-degree angle. In an instant, his teammate delivered the ball to him. Swish. Zhao Chang accelerated, drawing near the penalty area. Following the success of the tactical play with the Black Dragon, the Wild Horse team's defense swiftly contracted, with nearly 5 players retreating to the vicinity of the penalty area, denying Zhao Chang and the Black Dragon any space to mount an offensive. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chang maintained a keen awareness of his surroundings. Although he appeared to be focusing on the Black Dragon, he deftly flicked the ball, which soared with precision into the hands of his teammate, Brown. As a substitute player, Brown had limited playing time. His frail physique rendered him less effective in physical confrontations, though he possessed commendable stamina. His appearance on the court was necessitated by little discramping in the second half, leaving no choice but to summon Brown. While he had demonstrated proficiency in three-point shots, he seemed a bit anxious today, having missed his previous 2 attempts. This further diminished Brown's confidence. To his surprise, in the crucial final moments, Zhao Chang chose to pass the ball back to him. Brown was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he contemplated whether to return the pass to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang bellowed, "Shoot! Fear not." Encouraged by Zhao Chang's fervor, Brown immediately felt a surge of confidence, his mind clear and focused solely on the hoop. With a swift motion, he launched the ball. Amidst countless rivers and mountains, there lies affection. Can I make a three-pointer? Indeed. With precision, the three-point shot found its mark, leaving Coach Anzo utterly astonished. In truth, as Brown received the pass, he muttered under his breath, "Pass it back. Do not shoot." Fortunately, his voice was barely audible. Otherwise, Brown would have surely been flustered. Zhao Chang and his teammates exuberantly rushed towards Brown, offering him loud encouragement. "You can do it, Brown. Believe in yourself." Brown's eyes were red. He had always struggled with self-doubt. However, Zhao Chang and his teammates bestowed upon him their utmost support and confidence. Coach David of the Mustangs felt a chill in his heart, utterly unprepared for the fact that this game could be lost to a mere substitute. Reluctantly, David called for a timeout. With a 5-point deficit and only 13 seconds remaining, hope seemed nearly extinguished. Yet, the game was not over. They had to struggle until the very end. The cavalry players formed a circle, shouting boisterously, "Victory for the cavalry! Brown is amazing! Chang is incredible!" Though the players were running low on energy, Zhao Chang reignited their morale in those final moments. Coach Anzo stepped onto the court, giving Brown a couple of encouraging pats on the back, affirming his belief in him. The frail Brown had never received such attention before, and his confidence soared. Perhaps he was unaware that, in future games, his role would increase significantly. The audience once again felt despair. Just moments ago, they had witnessed their team close the gap following a strategic shift, almost achieving a remarkable comeback. Who could have anticipated the cavalry's resilience? Especially Zhao Chang, who seemed indomitable, showcasing an exceptional understanding of the game. He knew when to pass and when to take the shot himself. Chapter 34, Zhao Chang's astonishing block, refusing to be overturned. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Despite the favorable situation for the cavalry, Coach Anzo remained vigilant and focused. As the players took the court, he patted each on the shoulder, offering reminders. "Kids, in these final seconds, we must hold on until the end. Stay alert on defense." Unfortunately, apart from Zhao Chang, none of the others absorbed his words. The Mustangs initiated a play, with Nash sprinting desperately, using his teammates' screens to position himself near the sideline, where he received a pass. In the instant Zhao Chang and Brown rushed forward, Nash launched a flat-footed three-pointer. Swish. It found the net with precision. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Steve is phenomenal." "It's all on you, Steve." The Mustangs are poised for a last-second victory. Only 9 seconds remained in the game. The score stood at 89-88. With the cavalry leading by a mere point, yet possession belonged to them. Anzo refrained from calling another timeout, trusting his players to secure victory in those final 9 seconds. However, the inexperienced cavalry faltered. As Brown attempted to pass to Zhao Chang, Malcolm from the Mustangs leaped and intercepted the ball. Only 2 seconds remained. Before Malcolm fell to the ground, he passed the ball to Nash near the paint. With a deft move, Nash deceived Big Ben and executed a smooth jumper. The fans in the stands covered their faces with excitement, eagerly anticipating a last-second victory. Coach Anzo let out a sigh, realizing it was over. Nash's shooting accuracy was impeccable. Given the opportunity to shoot, he was bound to succeed. Just half a month prior, the Mustangs had triumphed in overtime, thanks to Nash's consecutive jump shots. At the moment Nash released the ball, suddenly, a figure leaped from his right side. With a swift motion, a large hand swatted the basketball away. The ball soared into the stands, and almost simultaneously, The red timer lit up. The game was over. Nash was taken aback and turned to see none other than Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong executed a breathtaking block, sending Nash's seemingly inevitable game-winning shots soaring away. The cavalry team had collectively succumbed to despair mere moments ago. Yet, upon witnessing Zhao Chong's remarkable feat, they stood momentarily in astonishment before erupting into cheers, rushing towards him. "Brother Chong, you are incredible! Captain, you will always be our esteemed leader." "Thank you, Brother Chong." His teammates enveloped him in a jubilant embrace, celebrating their victory. Coach Anzu exhaled in relief, sinking into his chair with a smile, shaking his head in disbelief at how close it had been. Conversely, the Mustangs players appeared despondent, heads bowed in silent defeat. Nash sat on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, overwhelmed by anguish. The spectators in the arena echoed this sorrow, with a few young women shedding tears. Such is the allure of competitive sports, it presents the glory of victors alongside the desolation of the vanquished. However, Nash displayed remarkable grace. After a moment of reflection on the floor, he approached Zhao Chang once the celebrations had subsided. Nash took the initiative to embrace Zhao Chang warmly, patting him on the back and sincerely proclaiming, "Xiangzi, may I call you that?" Zhao Chang smiled and said, "Of course. You are older than I am and gained fame earlier. Calling me Xiangzi is perfectly fine. My good friends all address me that way. Well, from now on, we shall also be good friends. You are truly remarkable, and I believe you have the potential to enter the NBA." This was no mere flattery from Nash. He had attentively observed Zhao Chang's performance. As the saying goes, only the players on the court truly understand who poses the greatest threat. For instance, Zhao Chang's recent block epitomized his speed, timing, and vertical leap. With such comprehensive skills, given time, he will undoubtedly reach the NBA. Thank you for your kind words. But I haven't thought that far ahead. First, I need to focus on excelling in the NCAA. He chuckled. I hope to face you all again in future matches. Good luck. Thank you, and best of luck to you as well. The two future stars, sharing a mutual respect, engaged in conversation for quite some time before parting ways. Today, Zhao Chang played for 35 minutes, scoring 29 points and delivering 8 assists, making him the highest scorer of the game. Nash played for 36 minutes, scoring 27 points, slightly trailing Zhao Chang, which further solidified Nash's high regard for him. However, Nash recorded 11 assists today, indicating his primary focus on playmaking. In the end, Coach Anzo embraced Zhao Chang tightly. "Child, your growth is astonishingly swift, and I am truly gratified." Zhao Chang was deeply moved, recognizing that his success was inseparable from Coach Anzo's unwavering support. Even before he had established a systematic approach, Coach Anzo had stood firmly by him, which attests to Zhao Chang's remarkable personal charm and the coach's discerning eye for talent. "Thank you, you old devil. Without your support, we would not have achieved today's victory," Zhao Chang expressed sincerely. Upon returning to Santa Clara University, the cavalry team players were once again met with a warm welcome from the entire faculty and student body. Defeating the Mustangs was an outcome that many fans had not anticipated. The cavalry team players had once more become the heroes in the hearts of all at the university. Without a doubt, Zhao Chang received numerous gifts and notes again. Although victorious in the competition, the training remained monotonous. On this particular day, while Zhao Chang was engaged in strength training, he overheard a heated argument outside. After listening for a while, he discerned that De Hei Long had borrowed the nunchaku from Lao Tai's locker without prior consultation. Lao Tai was not a petty individual, yet he felt that De Hei Long should have informed him in advance. In truth, De Hei Long had some shortcomings. Had it not been for the camaraderie among the basketball team, he likely would have been unable to remain in the group for long. The argument escalated, with both parties refusing to back down, and it seemed that a physical confrontation was imminent. Zhao Chang had no choice but to step forward and exclaimed, "All right, we are all brothers here. Let us say a few less words." He then pointed at the black dragon and commanded, "Return the nunchaku to Lao Tai and apologize." What kind of nonsense is this? Taking someone else's belongings without prior notice? The black dragon was acutely aware that he could not afford to offend Zhao Chang. It was not that Zhao Chang was tyrannical. Rather, he was remarkably fair in his dealings, earning the respect of all. Coach Anzo also supported him wholeheartedly. If Zhao Chang were truly angered, expelling someone would merely be a matter of a single statement. Previously, the Black Dragon had never contemplated entering the NBA, as he did not possess the fortitude for such a challenge. However, of late, he had developed a genuine interest in basketball, demonstrating significant improvement, which ignited within him dreams and hopes of entering the NBA. Thus, at this critical juncture, he was unwilling to be dismissed by Zhao Chang. The Black Dragon retrieved the nunchaku and handed it to Lao Tai, murmuring, "All right, I admit my fault. I will refrain from taking your things in the future." Chapter 35. The Black Dragon causes trouble again. Lao Tai did not accept the nunchaku, merely responding coldly, "A worthless stick. It hardly holds any value. My annoyance lies not in the object itself, but in your failure to inform me beforehand before rummaging through my belongings. Forget it, if you like it so much. Consider it a gift." Zhao Chang smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, we are all good brothers. There is no need for quarrels. All right, let us shake hands and continue our training." However, the old comrade disregarded the gesture and walked away. Da Hei Long grumbled to himself, "What a miser." Zhao Chang shot him a glare and exclaimed, "You should speak less. You are always stirring up trouble." Da Hei Long chuckled, "Changgu, I have learned a new trick. Come and give me some guidance." Just as the two were conversing, a tremendous noise erupted. Bang! The doors of the gymnasium were kicked open forcefully. Zhao Chang turned around and was met by the sight of three young black men who had barged in. Each stood over 185 meters tall, robust in stature, and their attire suggested they were likely university students. However, their physiques were more reminiscent of rugby players than basketball athletes. It is well known that American football enjoys immense popularity here, holding a prestigious status. The annual Super Bowl celebration is akin to the Spring Festival Gala in China, a nationwide festivity. Zhao Chang promptly approached, pointing at them and exclaiming, "Who are you looking for? I warn you, do not kick our door." "What of it if I do?" retorted the assailant. "I might even kick someone." Before Zhao Chang could respond, the imposing figure known as the Black Dragon charged forward, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by a powerful kick from the burly man on the left. Zhao Chang, filled with fury, surged forward in a swift stride and delivered a powerful kick that struck the left side of the burly man's face. The man, displaying remarkable resilience, staggered slightly, grimacing in pain, yet he did not fall. Instead, he lunged aggressively towards Zhao Chang, intent on seizing him. Zhao Chang, indeed less robust than his adversary, swiftly evaded confrontation, opting not to engage head-on. The commotion attracted players from other cavalry teams. Upon noticing the disturbance, Ben, irate at the intrusion, bellowed and charged forth. It appeared that a brawl was imminent. Although Zhao Chang felt a sense of relief for confronting the Black Dragon, his mind remained remarkably composed, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. "Wait a moment, do not act just yet." Zhao Chang obstructed to Ben and admonished the trio. "Let me make myself clear. Should you attempt to act violently, we are utterly unafraid. However, you must elucidate the reason for your disruption here. If you cannot provide a justification, you three shall enter upright and depart horizontally." The man in the center waved his hand, signaling his companions to refrain from aggression, and declared, "It is this fellow who brazenly trifled with my girlfriend. Should I not teach him a lesson?" His finger pointed accusingly at the recently risen Da Hei Long. The cavalry team members were perplexed, glancing at Da Hei Long. Though Da Hei Long was indeed lecherous and prone to creating trouble, these individuals appeared unfamiliar. How had Da Hei Long managed to offend them? Zhao Chang gazed at the Black Dragon, awaiting his explanation. The Black Dragon clutched his chest, still reeling from the pain of the earlier kick. "Who the hell dared to flirt with your girlfriend? And who is your girlfriend, anyway?" he retorted, feigning ignorance. "Humph. Are you really playing the fool? After the match the day before yesterday, did you not exchange contact information with a girl from the Wild Horse team as cheerleading squad?" The Black Dragon was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Are you referring to Kanthi?" "Indeed, Kanthi is my girlfriend, and I will not permit you to entice her." Before the Black Dragon could formulate a retort, a voice nearby interjected, "So what if she is your girlfriend? Is she not allowed to have other friends?" Upon seeing Zhao Chang, it turned out to be his old comrade. He had just completed his stretching exercises and had approached. This comrade was of the stoic type, one who spoke little but acted decisively. Although he had just had a heated argument with the Black Dragon, which nearly escalated into a physical confrontation, that was merely an internal discord. When faced with an external foe, this comrade would not hesitate to take action. Upon hearing his words, the other man was instantly enraged and charged at him, shouting, "That's my girlfriend. I want to allow." Before he could finish, a powerful straight punch from the comrade struck him. Despite the man's impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters and his muscular build, the comrade, standing at 1.98 meters with a wingspan of 2.16 meters, delivered his blow with lightning speed and ferocity. With a resounding thud, the comrade's fist connected with the brute's eye socket, This area of the human body is notably delicate, and the impact shattered the flesh, causing blood to gush forth and obscuring his vision. Witnessing their leader being struck, the other two men rushed forward as well. Dabin and Shouted joined the fray, and soon, a chaotic brawl ensued involving the comrade, Black Dragon, and others. Although Brown appeared frail, he too charged into the melee to partake in the tumult. Zhao Chang remained remarkably composed, fully aware that with Dabin and Lao Tai taking action, victory was assured. However, the altercation among the basketball team members was a grave matter, prompting him to hasten towards the entrance and secure the gymnasium doors. It was imperative to prevent outsiders from witnessing the discord among the players. Upon turning back, he observed that the three individuals had been subdued on the ground. Fortunately, the cavalry team members had exercised restraint, understanding the gravity of the situation. After all, it was clear that De Long had instigated this incident. His propensity to flirt with attractive women had led to more than one troublesome scenario in the past, all of which Zhao Chang and Dabin had resolved within the confines of their institution. Yet, this time, De Long had ventured beyond school grounds, leaving one at a loss for words. Dabin had one of the assailants pinned down, while the other two lay incapacitated on the floor. All right, it's time to cease hostilities. Zhao Chang approached the individual, gesturing for Dabin to lift his foot and assist him to his feet. So what now? Are we still going to fight? The man, wiping the blood from his face, bore an expression of defiance. You all better be ready. This matter is far from over. Zhao Chang shook his head and advised, you must temper your temperament. Such matters cannot be resolved in this manner. Then what do you propose? He retorted, if we can engage in a civil discussion, we may clarify this misunderstanding. My teammate indeed enjoys striking up conversations with young women, yet he harbors no ulterior motives. Your girlfriend is undeniably attractive. It is quite natural for young men to approach her. After all, her countenance does not bear your name. Zhao Chang patiently offered his counsel. The fellow, whether subdued by the beating or persuaded by Zhao Chang's words, gasped for breath, remaining silent for a considerable time. The clever Black Dragon quickly chimed in, asserting, our captain speaks the truth. Your girlfriend is a cheerleader, so many people know her. Isn't it quite normal to make friends? I had no idea she had a boyfriend. The man lowered his head, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, and fell silent. Zhao Chang approached the locker, opened his compartment, and extracted 200 yuan, which he handed to three individuals. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. You have sustained injuries, and our people have also endured some blows. Let us consider this matter settled. Shall we? In the 1990s, 200 yuan represented a considerable sum for a student. Zhao Chang entered into a filming agreement with ESN, earning $2,000, thus positioning himself as a modest affluent among his teammates. The fellow, realizing that Zhao Chang spoke with reason and was not someone to be trifled with, conceded defeat. He accepted the money from Zhao Chang's hand and prepared to depart. Chapter 36. The despicable informant Dabin called out to the individual, advising, if you have any honor, consider this matter settled today. However, if you remain unsatisfied, we can arrange another meeting. The man, filled with resentment, cast a scornful glance at Zhao Chang and Dabin before leading his two companions out of the gymnasium. Zhao Chang watched the two depart, then furrowed his brow as he turned his gaze towards the great Black Dragon. The great Black Dragon was aware that he had once again stirred up trouble. Raising both hands in a gesture of surrender, Brother Chang, my friends, it is my fault. After today's training, allow me to treat everyone to a splendid meal, shall we? Old Tai remarked with a hint of approval, now that's more like it. I suppose you do possess a conscience. That evening, Zhao Chang did not return home until 10:30. Zhao Chang hails from an ordinary family. His father is a mechanic and his mother works as a cashier in a supermarket. Their standard of living is just a notch above poverty, which instilled in Zhao Chang a profound sense of responsibility from a young age. Ever since his unexpected journey into this new life, Zhao Chang has felt little emotional connection with his adoptive parents. However, recognizing himself as the steward of this body, he is determined to fulfill his filial duties and alleviate any worries for his parents. Zhao Chang, why are you home so late today? Wasn't there no competition? His mother, Song Shuqin, inquired with genuine concern. Gazing at Song Shuqin's not-so-aged visage, Zhao Chang reminisced about his biological parents who had passed away before his journey. Mom, I went out to dinner with my basketball teammates. Don't worry, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Go take a shower and rest. I've heated the water for you. Thank you, Mom. What a change. How has he become so articulate? She mused, recalling that the previous Zhao Chang had been somewhat rebellious, often returning home in silence, leaving Song Shuqin feeling quite unaccustomed to this new dynamic. Zhao Chang had just finished his bath and was preparing for bed when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. In his previous life, he had been considered a successful individual. While not overly wealthy, he had at least achieved a degree of financial freedom. Thus, upon his arrival in this new world, the constraints on his living conditions and sustenance felt rather uncomfortable. It was not that he lacked the fortitude to endure hardship, but given his reincarnation and the memories he carried, he believed it should not be too arduous to earn some modest income. Naturally, with the aid of the system and his own diligence, he was destined to secure a place in the NBA and subsequently enjoy financial abundance. However, at this moment, Zhao Chang found himself deeply dissatisfied with his current lifestyle. In the days since his arrival, apart from training and competing, his thoughts had been consumed with ways to generate income. He not only wished to improve his own situation but also to assist Dabin. As any seasoned fan would know, Dabin's family circumstances were quite dire. His relentless pursuit of an NBA career stemmed from a desire to earn money to support his family. After several days of contemplation, Zhao Chang devised a grand scheme in his mind. Zhao Chang aspires to spend several more years with his brothers, particularly Dabin, in college, with the ultimate goal of clinching the NCAA championship before graduating and subsequently entering the NBA. In his previous life, although Zhao Chang was affluent, he had to drop out of school during his sophomore year due to financial hardships. Despite achieving remarkable success through years of hard work, he still harbored a sense of regret for never having experienced university life. Given the opportunity now, Zhao Chang is determined to complete his college education before embarking on a professional career in the NBA. He perceives the NBA as a commercial league rife with intricate financial entanglements, where the essence of basketball is often overshadowed. In contrast, the NCAA is widely regarded as the bastion of pure basketball. The prospect of enjoying his college years with financial resources at his disposal and brothers by his side is nothing short of idyllic. However, Zhao Chang's memories from his previous life are rooted in China, and this sudden transition to America has left him at a loss regarding financial opportunities. The cliches often found in reincarnation tales hold no relevance for him. Nevertheless, after days of deep contemplation, Zhao Chang finally recalled a significant event in 1995. The American stock market hit rock bottom and rebounded, heralding the onset of a major bull market. In his previous life, Zhao Chang dabbled in stock trading for merely 2 years, ultimately suffering considerable losses. Fortunately, he had only invested spare funds, thus avoiding any severe financial repercussions. He distinctly recalls that prior to his foray into stock trading, he dedicated 2 days to studying the trends of the American stock market. However, he later realized that the Chinese stock market was fundamentally distinct from those of other nations, rendering his research largely irrelevant. Nonetheless, the chart of the American stock market remained etched in his memory. Indeed, it was now 1995, a time when the stock market was just beginning to rise, presenting a perfect opportunity to profit. While his aspirations were commendable, Zhao Chang soon found himself troubled by a pressing question. Where would he procure the necessary capital? After much contemplation, he began to consider the assets within his own household. Zhao Chang's parents have accumulated a sum of savings intended for the purchase of a larger residence. Due to the low interest rates offered by banks in recent years, the elderly couple opted not to deposit their funds in a financial institution, choosing instead to keep the money in a metal box. Zhao Chang had long been aware of the situation, yet the child was remarkably considerate, never once contemplating the use of that money. Forgive me, dear parents, but for the sake of improving our family's living conditions, I must temporarily borrow this sum. The following day, Zhao Chang stealthily extracted the money from the iron box. Little did he know that upon inspection, he would be taken aback. There lay a staggering sum of $50,000 within. This was no trifling amount. Alas, the elderly couple had managed to save such a considerable fortune through frugality. This exemplifies the Chinese populace, whose mindset diverges entirely from that of the average American citizen. The latter often believes in spending $2 for every dollar they possess, seldom entertaining the notion of saving. Zhao Chang opened an account and, with the funds in hand, purchased a stock, Coca-Cola. This choice stemmed from his uncertainty regarding which American stocks experienced significant appreciation. He recalled an article stating that Buffett had held Coca-Cola, which had increased in value by several thousand times. Although Zhao Chang remembered that the U.S. stock market was poised for a surge in 1995, he still felt a sense of trepidation after making his purchase. In the 1990s, without the convenience of smartphones. He could only rush to the trading hall after training to check the stock prices. That afternoon, having just concluded his training, Zhao Chang changed his clothes and prepared to head to the stock exchange. Just as he was about to exit the gymnasium, Coach Enzu stormed in, visibly irate. Accompanied by two men in suits, both in their 40s. Zhao Chang recognized one of the individuals present, a supervisor at the school named Davis, who held a position equivalent to that of the director of academic affairs in a Chinese university. He was primarily responsible for overseeing various sports clubs within the institution. A report had been made alleging that members of the basketball team had engaged in a brawl within the gymnasium. Is there any truth to this? Coach Enzu surveyed the crowd, his voice laced with indignation. However, Zhao Chang discerned a hint of cunning behind Coach Enzu's furious expression as he slyly winked at Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang comprehended the situation and raised his hand to respond. There was no fight. Ben added, "Who filed the complaint? Are you out of your mind? We train diligently every day. Who has time to engage in a brawl?" Supervisor Davis let out a cold laugh and retrieved the complaint letter from his bag, waving it before everyone. This was sent to us by a student from Santa Clara University. It contains the time, location, and injury report. What do you have to say for yourselves? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang and the others were infuriated. It appeared that after the three individuals had come to the gym to provoke trouble and were subsequently beaten, they did not relent. Instead, after accepting money, they went so far as to report the cavalry team players. How utterly despicable. Chapter 37, Banned by the School. Upon realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Zhao Chang stepped forward and said, "Supervisor, I acknowledge my fault. That day, three individuals came to the gym to provoke trouble, and they were the ones who initiated the altercation. I defended myself alone. The others were not involved." Davis scoffed derisively. "You, as the captain, exhibit quite a sense of loyalty. Do you truly believe you can triumph over three opponents by yourself? How commendable." Ben then stepped forward and declared loudly, "Zhao Chang is mistaken. It was I who fought alone, with no involvement from others." The imposing He Long also stood up, stating, "This incident originated with me, and I was the one who struck. The others had no part in it." Lao Tai added, "I was the one who fought. The others did not intervene." Shouta chimed in, "I was the one who engaged. It had nothing to do with anyone else." Coach Enzu, wearing a smile, nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with these players, who displayed such camaraderie. He cast a sidelong glance at Davis, awaiting his response. Davis's expression darkened, nodding vigorously while giving a thumbs up. He sarcastically proclaimed, "Excellent. Excellent. You all demonstrate remarkable loyalty and spirit. Therefore, I hereby announce, you five are suspended. You will be informed by the school regarding when you may compete." With that, Davis turned and stormed out of the gym in a huff. After Davis's departure, Coach Enzu glared at the players before bursting into laughter. "You rascals. If I hadn't heard from Davis, I would have remained oblivious to this matter. Well done. If you were truly barred from competing, I would resign as well. What is there to fear?" Zhao Chang and his teammates suddenly found the old man rather endearing. "Coach, we have a match this weekend. Is there any possibility that we could play?" Zhao Chang inquired with concern. "Fear not, if you are not permitted to participate. You shall simply rest for a few days, and all will be well. However, I suspect that your restrictions will be lifted by tomorrow." "Why is that?" Dahe Nyo asked in bewilderment. "You shall find out tomorrow. Now, continue with your training." Enzu clapped his hands and sauntered out of the gymnasium. Zhao Chang was acutely aware of the cunning nature of the old devil. Having made such a statement, it was certain that he would lift the ban. "Very well. Let us focus on our training, for there is no need for us to concern ourselves with other matters." 2 days later, a sensational piece of news spread throughout the entire school. 3 individuals from another institution had provocatively entered the cavalry training hall, only to be driven away by Zhao Chang and his fellow players. Following the provocation, the members of the school basketball team rose in defense, asserting their right to legitimate self-defense. "It was utterly outrageous that the school authorities chose to suspend our heroes. We shall not stand for this." In a remarkable display of solidarity, the students of the school spontaneously organized a protest demanding the revocation of the ban. Ultimately, after a meeting among the school leaders to deliberate the matter, a decision was reached to rescind the penalties imposed on the cavalry team, allowing the players to resume their training and competitions as normal. Zhao Chang and the players suddenly realized the true meaning behind Coach Enzo's words. Who could have leaked this information? Undoubtedly, it must be that old fox. This weekend, the cavalry team is set to face off against another formidable opponent, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, in their home arena. Speaking of this team, Many may not be familiar, but when it comes to the Yellow Jackets of '95, one name resonates profoundly with Chinese fans: Stephon Marbury. Dubbed the Lone Wolf, Marbury single-handedly led the Yellow Jackets to a remarkable 5-game winning streak during his college days. Recently, he has been averaging an explosive 32 points per game, in a league where total scores often hover around 70 to 80 points. Marbury's extraordinary average of over 30 is nothing short of astonishing. He truly is a scoring machine. Even more astounding is his height of just 185 meters. To say he delivered a dimensional blow in the NCAA would not be an exaggeration. As the two teams prepare to meet, Marbury boldly proclaimed that he would lead the Yellow Jackets to a victory exceeding 20 points against the Cavalry. However, the Cavalry, currently on a 4-game winning streak, certainly harbors no fear of the Yellow Jackets. During a pre-game interview, Zhao Chong also expressed his confidence, vowing to triumph over the Yellow Jackets on home turf. Nevertheless, he conveyed his respect for Marbury, which garnered admiration from the reporters for Zhao Chong's magnanimity. As both teams warmed up, Coach Anzo solemnly stated, "You must be aware that this is our home ground, and a brawl has just occurred. The entire school community stands behind you. I need not specify what you should do. Ultimately, ensure victory remains with us. Do not let the fans down." "Yes," the Cavalry players exclaimed fervently in unison. At 6 in the evening, the match commenced. The gymnasium of Virginia Union University was filled to capacity. Not only were the students and faculty from the school present, but fans from other institutions also squeezed in. The Cavalry's explosive style of play, often punctuated by skirmishes, has led to exceptionally high viewership. As Marbury stepped onto the court, he approached Zhao Chong, scrutinizing him theatrically from head to toe. Zhao Chong feigned ignorance, turning his head aside. "Hey, do you have any idea how many defenders I have shattered?" Zhao Chong chuckled. "How many?" "I only recall you being so thoroughly bested by Iverson that even your mother wouldn't recognize you." Marbury had anticipated a few compliments from Zhao Chong, but instead, Zhao Chang unleashed his devastating remark. In their previous encounter, Iverson led Georgetown University against Marbury's Georgia Institute of Technology, scoring 27 points and guiding his team to victory over Georgia Tech. In that match, Marbury was so effectively defended by Iverson that he managed to score a mere 15 points. Prior to that, Marbury had been hailed as the strongest guard. Alas, after being so thoroughly dominated by Iverson, he fell silent. Today, Zhao Chong's reminder of past events was nothing short of a slap in Marbury's face. The Lone Wolf, infuriated and humiliated, retorted with a menacing threat. "You shall pay dearly for your words." Zhao Chong, undeterred, coldly retorted, "I shall transform the Lone Wolf into a solitary dog." Previously, Marbury had fancied himself a master of trash talk, a self-proclaimed king of banter. However, in the presence of Zhao Chong, he appeared as a mere bronze player facing a champion, utterly humiliated and unable to match his wit. Determined, he resolved that today he must contain Zhao Chong, imparting a lesson to this audacious young man with yellow skin. The starting lineups were as follows. For the Cavalry team: shooting guard, Zhao Chong; point guard, Xiao De small forward, Lao Tai power forward, De Hei long center. De Ben for the Hornets: point guard, Marbury; shooting guard, Harper small forward, Anderson power forward, Martin Mulseep center. Charles in the Hornets starting lineup. Aside from Marbury's notable prowess, it was the power forward, Martin Mulseep, who stood out. He had been selected in the first round as the 25th pick by the Utah Jazz in the 1996 NBA draft, while his other teammates failed to make it into the NBA after college. Chapter 38. Are you really the Lone Wolf? During the jump ball at center court, Charles secured the initial possession for the Hornets. It was inevitable, as Charles towered over De Ben by nearly 5 centimeters and possessed a lean physique. Although De Ben lost the jump, he scoffed at Charles's slender build, thinking to himself, "Don't get too smug. Soon, I shall show you what real physicality feels like. And I guarantee you'll be left disoriented." As the Hornets initiated their offense, Marbury brought the ball up court. Originally, Shouda was tasked with guarding Marbury, but Zhao Chang recognized that Shouda would be unable to contain Marbury. Thus, he called out, positioning himself directly in front of Marbury, directing Shouda to defend against the opposing shooting guard, Harper. Marbury awaited this moment, eager to assert himself against Zhao Chong in their first encounter. Seeking to relieve his frustrations, Zhao Chong's legs were slightly bent, his arms outstretched, as he focused intently on Marbury's movements. Suddenly, Marbury launched to the right with astonishing speed. Although Zhao Chong had mentally prepared himself, the rapidity of Marbury's motion exceeded his expectations. This fellow, though arrogant, truly possessed the merit to be so. Fortunately, Zhao Chang's speed was commendable as well. After a period of training and competition, the system had enhanced his velocity to a remarkable 78. Zhao Chang moved swiftly, closely shadowing Marbury while extending his arms to deny him any space for a shot. Marbury was taken aback. In 1995, when the internet and mobile phones had yet to flourish, he had never seen footage of Zhao Chang's games. He had only heard whispers of Zhao Chang's remarkable speed. Yet Marbury remained skeptical. Coach Wright of the Hornets had organized a viewing of game tapes for the players before the match, but Marbury had opted out entirely. After all, he was known as the Lone Wolf, a player who always marched to the beat of his own drum, disregarding the coach's guidance. Just last week, a teammate had invited him to watch a game featuring the Cavaliers, hoping to familiarize him with Zhao Chang. However, the arrogant Marbury had promptly declined, dismissing the idea as a waste of time spent watching mere rookies. Realizing that he could not rely solely on speed to shake off Zhao Chang's defense, Marbury executed a sudden stop, swiftly followed by a behind-the-back dribble. His sequence of moves had bewildered countless defenders in the past, executed with such finesse. It could be said that, aside from his previous encounter with Iverson, where he had been outmatched, he had left all other defenders trailing by more than a meter. Yet today, Marbury found himself at a loss, for Zhao Chang's ankles, enhanced by the system, possessed an almost superhuman structure. With a powerful push, Zhao Chang abruptly halted his steps and swiftly changed direction to keep pace with Marbury. To his astonishment, Marbury's eyes widened, seemingly momentarily forgetting his purpose. Was he about to injure his ankle? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhao Chang seized the opportunity and struck like lightning, swiftly knocking the basketball from Marbury's grasp. Fortunately, Marbury's reflexes were exceptional. He quickly reached out to reclaim the ball. Although Zhao Chang's attempt to intercept the ball was unsuccessful, the fact that he had Marbury flustered was undeniable. In the gymnasium of the University of Virginia, a wave of cheers erupted. "Go, Brother Chang. Take him down." Reduce the lone wolf to a mere chihuahua. Coach Anzo, equally exhilarated, waved his fists in the air, murmuring, "What a pity. So close to a steal." With little time left on the shot clock, Marbury began to feel the pressure. However, he had no intention of passing the ball. That was simply not his style. His nickname, Lone Wolf, not only reflected his solitary nature, but also his playing style. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never pass the ball, despite playing the point guard position. Moreover, this was a contest against his rival, the captain of the cavalry team, Zhao Chang, making a pass even more out of the question. A pass would signify that Marbury was being so thoroughly defended by Zhao Chang that he couldn't find his bearings, resulting in a desperate attempt to pass. With just over 2 seconds left on the shot clock, Marbury suddenly executed a step-back move and hastily took a shot. This maneuver caught Zhao Chang completely off guard. And the speed of Marbury's release was astonishing. There was simply no time for Zhao Chang to leap up for a block. Swish. The ball went in just before the buzzer, plunging the crowd into a stunned silence. Indeed, Marbury was formidable. How could he have made that shot? Zhao Chang nodded slightly, devoid of any regret, for it was Marbury, a player of immense capability. What was required now was to reciprocate with an equally formidable response. Zhao Chang waved his hand to his teammates, signaling them to remain calm and play well. As Shouted dribbled past the half-court, he noticed that Zhao Chang seemed disinterested in receiving the ball, so he executed a pick-and-roll with Dahei Long, driving toward the paint. The opposing small forward, Anderson, positioned himself effectively to provide support, blocking Shouta's path. Just as Shouta was about to pass to Dahei Long, he suddenly spotted Zhao Chang making a move towards the baseline. Naturally, Marbury would not allow this, closely shadowing him. However, Dahei Long was quite cunning. He protected his lower body with both hands and stationed himself near the baseline, allowing Zhao Chang to deftly maneuver past him. Marbury, moving too quickly, collided directly with Dahei Long. Zhao Chang seized a fleeting opportunity. Quick-witted and agile, Djokovic deftly flicked his wrist, and whoosh. The basketball sliced through the air like a scalpel, landing precisely in Zhao Chang's hands. Zhao Chang executed a feint while driving to the basket, successfully deceiving the Hornets center, Charles. Before performing a reverse layup, swish, 2 points secured. This basket by the Cavaliers showcased the intricacies of teamwork, off-ball movement, and the seamless cooperation among teammates. The home crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating this splendid score. Marbury, incensed, rushed towards the referee, insisting that the towering defender had committed a blocking foul. However, the referee remained unresponsive. The towering defender had clearly established his position well in advance, rendering it no foul at all. The score stood at a tie of 2-2. From these two exchanges, it became evident that the basketball philosophies of the Hornets and the Cavaliers were entirely divergent. The Hornets relied heavily on Marbury as the solitary force, with the others merely supporting him. In contrast, the Cavaliers operated as a cohesive unit, with Zhao Chang leading the charge. Each player fulfilled their role, collaborating wholeheartedly for victory. Such harmony is not forged overnight. It is the culmination of long-standing communication, camaraderie, and brotherhood among the Cavaliers players. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Marbury once again advanced the ball. Perhaps influenced by the recent basket from the Cavaliers, Marbury called for a screen this time, refraining from attempting to take on Zhao Chang directly. Utilizing his teammate's screen, Marbury penetrated the paint, and in the face of the formidable defender, he executed a series of aerial maneuvers before switching to his left hand for a bank shot. Score. One must concede that Marbury's prowess is undeniable. His ability to hang in the air is truly astonishing. The defender could only shake his head in resignation, having exerted all his effort to thwart Marbury's advance. Yet still unable to stop this lone wolf, Zhao Chang approached and patted to Ben's arm, offering him encouragement. Chapter 39. Zhao Chang and Marbury's duel. 4-2. The Hornets in the lead. The Cavaliers launched an offensive, and this time, Zhao Chang dribbled the ball into the front court. Marbury stood fiercely before Zhao Chang, clapping his hands vigorously, and shouted, "Come on, let us see how you get past me." Zhao Chang maintained a calm demeanor as he gradually maneuvered the ball, attentively observing his teammates' positioning and Marbury's shifts and balance. Suddenly, as Zhao Chang accelerated, he attempted to break through from the left flank. Marbury, having anticipated this move, swiftly maneuvered his feet to keep pace with Zhao Chang, while his right arm firmly obstructed Zhao Chang's head, denying him any opportunity to shoot or pass. The intensity of his defense was truly remarkable. In truth, Marbury typically shies away from defensive duties, but today he was genuinely committed, going head-to-head with Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang, having surged forward approximately 2 meters, suddenly halted and executed a rightward maneuver. The agility displayed by his ankle was truly astonishing, leaving Marbury in a state of shock. Yet, Marbury is Marbury, possessing an almost superhuman resilience in his own right. In an instant, he too came to a swift stop and shifted to the right, only to discover that Zhao Chang's movement was merely a feint. At the very moment Marbury shifted his weight, Zhao Chang launched himself anew from the left, charging forward with remarkable speed. The ankle terminator. Perhaps only Allen Iverson would dare to play in such a manner. It's utterly extreme. Although Marbury is exceptionally quick, he struggled to keep pace with Zhao Chang's rhythm. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chang seemed to vanish before him. "Damn it," Marbury muttered under his breath, immediately giving chase. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating Zhao Chang's spectacular display of skill. Coach Enzu was equally exhilarated. Prior to the match, he had briefed his players, advising them that while Marbury possessed extraordinary individual talent, they should not engage in a battle of wills with him. Instead, they should collaborate as a team to contain his prowess. However, Enzu had not anticipated that Zhao Chang had undergone significant development during this period, matching Marbury's speed, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Although Zhao Chang has temporarily surpassed Marbury, he is by no means in a secure position, for Marbury relentlessly pursues him from behind. There have been instances in the past where guards occasionally managed to evade Marbury, yet he would invariably deliver a merciless block during their attempts to score. Such is the nature of his innate talent, which allows him to dominate at will. Zhao Chang was fully aware of Marbury trailing closely behind him, yet he remained unfazed as he surged towards the paint. The opposing power forward, Martin Mulseep, swiftly rushed over to provide assistance on defense. Zhao Chang now finds himself besieged, flanked by adversaries on all sides. Just as his teammates presumed he would be compelled to pass the ball, Zhao Chang suddenly halted, gathering himself before executing a shooting motion. With a sharp swish, both Marbury and Millsap leaped simultaneously, forming a formidable barrier that enveloped the space above Zhao Chang's head. Had he truly attempted a shot, he would undoubtedly have been met with a resounding rejection. To their astonishment, Zhao Chang's maneuver was merely a feint. As the two defenders soared upward, he deftly drifted sideways, eluding their grasp before unleashing an extraordinary shot. As Marbury and Millsap began their descent, they helplessly turned to Zhao Chang, realizing they had been outwitted. Swish. The two-pointer was secured. This remarkable basket showcased Zhao Chang's profound ability to command the rhythm of the game. His cavalry teammates surged forward in exuberance, colliding chests with him in celebration, their voices booming with fervor. Meanwhile, Marbury's expression darkened, sensing the boundless potential emanating from Zhao Chong. It became evident that this young man possessed remarkable talent. The score stood at 4-4. The atmosphere was tense, exhilarating, and electrifying. The spectators were utterly captivated, watching as the star players from both teams engaged in a fiercely competitive battle. Such a match was truly a spectacle. Coach Wright of the Hornets shook his head slightly. Fixating on Zhao Chong, his mind racing with thoughts, I knew this young man was formidable, but I never anticipated that he had further advanced. In the ensuing exchanges, Marbury single-handedly propelled his team forward, while under Zhao Chong's guidance, the cavalry executed their plays with deliberate precision. Zhao Chong effortlessly transitions between various play styles, isolated ball handling, off-ball movement, and orchestrating passes. The score remains tightly contested. After more than 5 minutes into the first half, the score stands at 12-11. With the Hornets holding a slender lead, Coach Enzu calls for a timeout. Standing at the sidelines, he claps vigorously, offering encouragement to his players. Well done. You have finally grasped the essence of basketball. Your rhythm is commendable and your teamwork is evident. Keep pushing forward. On the cavalry's side, laughter and cheer abound, while the Hornets appear somber. Despite their 1-point lead, the players feel the overwhelming pressure exerted by the cavalry. Additionally, Marbury's playstyle today has been excessively individualistic, leaving his teammates feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, they find themselves at a loss for words. Marbury's prowess is undeniable, and even the coach appears unable to intervene. Head coach Wright refrains from voicing much, recognizing that the team is still ahead. If Marbury prefers to play this way, he shall be allowed to do so. Wright is, in fact, a highly capable coach. He understands Marbury's potential, thus his tactical approach is distinctive. When Marbury is on the court, the game revolves around him. Whereas when he takes a breather, the focus shifts to team-oriented play. This strategy has contributed significantly to the Hornets' commendable performance. As the timeout concludes and players return to the court, Marbury suddenly realizes that the cavalry's defensive strategy has shifted. Before him stand Zhao Chang and Showdown, executing a double team. Zhao Chong would never sacrifice his dignity to suffer in silence. Who said a one-on-one showdown was necessary? He is no mere passerby. If you possess the prowess for individual play, then face the double team and see if you can extricate yourself from that predicament. Although Marbury is renowned for his individual scoring ability, he appeared somewhat beleaguered when confronted by the double team from Zhao Chong and Showda. Following a timeout, Marbury's performance dwindled to a mere 1 out of 4 attempts, completely devoid of the flair he exhibited at the game's outset. In contrast, the cavalry team continued to exemplify the essence of team basketball, unveiling a myriad of tactical maneuvers. The formidable Black Dragon was notably proactive today, showcasing his offensive versatility and engaging in robust defensive support alongside Ben Wallace, effectively sweeping through the paint. The score began to widen, reaching 18-13 after more than 9 minutes of play in the first half. Coach Wright remained stoic on the sidelines, arms crossed and expressionless, choosing not to call a timeout. He intended to impart a lesson to Marbury through this match. Marbury, accustomed to being the dominant figure within the team, found himself in a precarious position as Coach Wright, newly appointed this year, felt powerless against him. With Marbury's high profile at Georgia Tech and standing as a top-tier player in the NCAA, the relatively inexperienced Wright hesitated to challenge him. As the game progressed, Marbury's urgency intensified. Although he had previously faced double teams with relative ease, relying on his speed and skill to navigate through 2 defenders, today, the prospect of overcoming such a challenge appeared nearly impossible. Zhao Chang and Showda's defensive collaboration is exceedingly tight. Not only are their movements fierce, but their coordination is also remarkably harmonious. When Showda loses his position, Zhao Chang promptly steps into cover. Conversely, when Zhao Chang is slightly outmaneuvered, Showda swiftly moves in to assist with the defense. Chapter 40. Marbury is schooled by Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong and Showda resembled 2 hands of a single entity. Their synergy so profound that no words were necessary. During an offensive play, Marbury found himself ensnared once more by their fierce double team, resulting in a costly error as the ball rolled beneath him and out of bounds. Just as Showda prepared to execute the sideline throw-in, Marbury, in a fit of frustration, charged at him under the pretense of contesting for the ball, inadvertently toppling Showda to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Marbury, though it was deemed not to be a malicious infraction, for Marbury cunningly feigned his intention was solely directed at the ball. Zhao Chong, filled with fury, contemplated retaliating, yet he managed to restrain himself. The team was merely enjoying a temporary lead. Victory was not yet assured, and he needed to bide his time. Showdown, though equally incensed, remained composed. He looked up to Zhao Chong as his guiding star. As long as Zhao Chong signaled, the moment to act would not be far off. Showdown executed a sideline throw-in, delivering the ball directly to Zhao Chang. Confronted by Marbury's tight defense, Zhao Chong passed the ball to De Long, who was performing admirably today. Zhao Chong continuously fed him the ball as a form of encouragement. Indeed, De Long grew increasingly confident, and as he faced Mir Sep, he made a slight bump, spun around, and executed a jump shot. Swish. 2 points secured. The point gap widened once more. Turning back, Zhao Chong thwarted Marbury's drive, and the ball found its way into De Bin's hands. De Bin made a long pass, sending it straight to Lao Tai, who had initiated the play. Lao Tai had shown remarkable improvement during this period, particularly in the technical nuances of fast breaks and rhythmic variations, nearing the elite level. Although the Hornets' small forward, Anderson, desperately attempted to catch up, Lao Tai executed a low layup, securing another 2 points. Still, the Hornets' head coach, Wright, refrained from calling a timeout. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Marbury began to stir trouble again. In the next play, the Hornets launched their attack. Marbury found himself unable to shake off the double team from Zhao Chong and Showdown, yet he was reluctant to pass the ball. In a moment of mischief, while Zhao Chang prepared to block, Marbury slyly elbowed him. He believed his underhanded maneuver was subtle, but Zhao Chang was already on guard. At the instant Marbury swung his elbow, Zhao Chong had anticipated the move and raised his elbow in response. Bang! Marbury's forearm collided forcefully with Zhao Chong's elbow, causing him to grimace in pain as the ball slipped from his grasp. Zhao Chang seized the opportunity to deftly pass the ball to Showdown. Marbury, cunning as ever, gestured to the referee in an attempt to accuse Zhao Chong of throwing an elbow. However, the referee, observing closely, recognized that it was Marbury who had initiated the elbowing, while Zhao Chong was merely executing a standard defensive maneuver. Consequently, the referee remained unfazed, waving his hand to signal the continuation of the match. Enraged, Marbury, filled with spite, contemplated retaliating against Zhao Chong from behind. Yet, Ben had already perceived the situation and kept a vigilant watch nearby. Just as Marbury prepared to charge at Zhao Chong, Ben surged forward, colliding with him directly. Bang! In front of Ben, Marbury resembled a mere chick, sent flying by the impact. Ben, displaying his shrewdness, turned his head just before the collision, giving the impression that it was unintentional. The referee hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose not to blow the whistle. Frustrated beyond measure, Marbury felt the sting of 2 injustices in quick succession, while the opposing team faced no penalties. The home crowd, fully aware of Marbury's provocations, erupted in boos, and some fervent fans began to hurl insults at him. After 12 minutes of play in the first half, the score stood at 28-19, with the Cavaliers enjoying a 9-point lead. Finally, Wright called for a timeout. Marbury, head bowed, approached the sidelines, avoiding eye contact with Wright, who also disregarded him, instead strategizing to substitute in the bench players. Coach Enzo, undeterred by the lead, remained vigilant, well aware of Wright's coaching style. The bench players must not underestimate their opponents. Although the Hornets substitutes lacked individual prowess, they played with remarkable unity and synergy, contrasting sharply with the starters' tactics. They needed to showcase their own style. As the timeout concluded, both teams sent in their substitutes. True to form, the Hornets bench quickly began to close the gap. The Cavaliers' substitutes had improved significantly, yet they still struggled against their counterparts. With 17 minutes gone in the first half, the score tightened to 38-35, leaving the Cavaliers only 3 points ahead. Enzo called for another timeout. The situation necessitated the return of the starting lineup. Meanwhile, Marbury remained seated on the bench, his expression vacant. In previous games, he could single-handedly secure victory, but today, after playing for over 10 minutes, his team was trailing. And now the substitutes had managed to catch up. This outcome weighed heavily on him, prompting a re-evaluation of his playing style. Upon the return of the Cavaliers starters, they once again asserted control over the game, widening the point gap once more. Zhao Chong commenced an impressive surge, scoring 6 consecutive points, which extended the lead to 12. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 49-37. The home crowd erupted in jubilant celebration, exuberantly bouncing with joy, as the Cavaliers showcased remarkable prowess against the formidable Hornets, who were riding a 5-game winning streak, led by none other than Marbury. It was indeed surprising to witness the Cavaliers holding such a substantial lead at halftime. Observing from the sidelines were not only the faculty and students of the university, but also several unfamiliar figures lurking in the back row, quietly scrutinizing the performances of both teams. These individuals were NBA scouts. Each year around this time, they visit various NCAA venues to assess potential talent. Initially, their focus was on Marbury, but as the first half unfolded, their attention shifted to Zhao Chang. This number one player exhibited commendable speed, broad vision, and excellent rhythm. Indeed, prior media coverage had been scant. He appeared to be a promising prospect. I recall reading about him, particularly regarding a derby match against the Mountain Men, which reportedly involved an altercation. It seems the media may have distorted the narrative, casting Zhao Chang in an unfavorable light. To be honest, I previously held biases against players of Asian descent, yet Zhao Chang's abilities are undeniably impressive, suggesting he has the potential to enter the NBA. Let us keep an eye on him and observe a few more games. Indeed, it may merely be a matter of today's performance. As the second half commenced, Marbury made his reappearance. Perhaps influenced by the Cavaliers' strategy, Marbury began to alter his playing style. The Cavaliers refrained from double-teaming him and instead assigned Zhao Chang to defend him one-on-one. Marbury attempted to distribute the ball, driving towards the paint before passing to his teammate, Millsap. Millsap, possessing considerable offensive skills, had found it challenging to receive the ball while Marbury was on the court, often relegated to securing rebounds for second-chance opportunities. However, upon receiving Marbury's pass, Millsap momentarily hesitated before quickly grasping the situation. Faced with the formidable defender, Millsap executed a feint, followed by a half-turn, successfully sinking a soft floater. It is no wonder Millsap was a first-round pick in the 1996 draft. His technique is indeed commendable. Chapter 41. Zhao Chang and Marbury engage in a battle of wits. Has Marbury truly altered his style? Zhao Chang and his teammates were taken aback, and Coach Zhu was equally surprised. If Marbury were to abandon his solo plays and integrate himself into the team, it would indeed be formidable. In the subsequent possessions, Marbury displayed remarkable judgment. He seized opportunities to score when they arose and passed the ball to his teammates when not, providing screens to facilitate their plays. As the saying goes, one cannot teach a person directly, but through experience, learning becomes effortless. Marbury's innate talent was already exceptional, and with his shift in mindset, the Hornets transformed dramatically. Gradually, the point deficit diminished. After over 6 minutes into the second half, the score stood at 57-55, with the Cavaliers leading by a mere 2 points. Coach Zhu had no choice but to call a timeout. He refrained from criticizing his players, recognizing their earnest efforts. However, with Marbury's strategic play combined with the Hornets' overall strength, it was only natural for them to close the gap. Zhao Chang's emotions were quite complex. Naturally, he felt a sense of distress as his team lagged behind in the score. However, the Cavalry team's style of play had a positive influence on Marbury, prompting him to abandon his lone wolf approach, which bodes well for Marbury's future. With the game still in progress, Zhao Chang needed to devise a strategy to assist the Cavalry team in securing victory. Coach Zhu vocally encouraged the players, yet Zhao Chang, seated at the back, absorbed none of it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, presenting a promising idea worth attempting. Following the timeout, the match resumed. Prior to his entry onto the court, Zhao Chang gathered his teammates and quietly conveyed a few instructions. The teammates nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to cooperate with Zhao Chang's tactics. As the Cavalry team launched their offense, Zhao Chang, utilizing his teammate screens, penetrated to the edge of the key and scored 2 points. The score widened to 59-55, increasing the lead to 4 points. In response, the Hornets initiated their offense, with Marbury dribbling past half-court while Zhao Chang guarded him one-on-one. At that moment, Little shouted from the sidelines, "Ignore him. He won't dare to take the shot. Focus on the others." Little's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, seemed directed at his teammates, yet Marbury heard it distinctly. A grunt escaped Marbury's lips, igniting a spark of anger within him. Nevertheless, reason prevailed over his temper, and Marbury passed the ball to center Charles. Confronted by Big Ben, Charles made 2 feints before deftly passing to the cutting Anderson, who scored 2 points. The Hornets' team strategy was intricate, making it challenging for the Cavalry team to defend. The score now stood at 59-57, narrowing the gap to 2 points. In the next play, Zhao Chang passed the ball to Big Black Dragon, who faced Millsap and attempted a turnaround jumper. However, Millsap, unwilling to suffer another setback, anticipated the move and leaped high from the side, swatting the ball away decisively. The ball ricocheted directly to Anderson, who quickly regained control. He aimed to initiate a fast break, but the cavalry team swiftly returned to defense, forcing the Hornets into a half-court set. At that moment, Old Iron also shouted, "Ignore him, Marbury. Focus on your own assignments." Marbury found himself on the brink of exasperation. The competitive spark within him was reignited once more. Zhao Chang stood before him, exuding an air of indifference as he persistently turned back to direct his teammates, seemingly anticipating Marbury's pass. How contemptuous! Marbury felt a surge of frustration. The moment he saw Zhao Chang pivot, he swiftly changed direction and accelerated forward. However, the cavalry was well prepared. Lao Tai and Xiao De immediately rushed to provide support, realizing he could not penetrate their defense. Marbury had no choice but to take a desperate shot. Yet, with the double team closing in, the space was too constrained. The ball clanged off the rim. De Ben maneuvered past Charles to secure the rebound and executed a long pass to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang executed a remarkable half-court maneuver, deftly securing another 2 points with a solo effort. Marbury's attempt at a one-on-one once again fell short. In that moment, Zhao Chang exchanged triumphant high-fives with his teammates, proclaiming, "Did you see that? Marbury is not up to the task. Defending against him is a breeze. We should focus our attention on the others." Marbury, infuriated, felt his head nearly boil over, his chest heaving with agitation. Do they truly think they can dismiss me so easily? What are you insignificant players in my presence? The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became, his eyes reddening with fury. The score stood at 61-57 as the Hornets launched their offensive. Marbury returned to his earlier form, controlling the ball from the backcourt and advancing decisively into the frontcourt. Faced with Zhao Chang's solitary defense, he showed no inclination to pass. Determined to confront Zhao Chang one-on-one, Zhao Chang continued to provoke him, incessantly spewing trash talk. "Come on, sweetheart. You won't score in front of me. You simply lack the ability, understand?" Marbury was on the verge of explosion with rage. He accelerated, breaking through from the left flank, with Zhao Chang closely guarding him. Frustration consumed Marbury as he noticed Zhao Chang's relentless defense. In a moment of heated impulse, he swung his elbow directly at him. Zhao Chang was taken aback by his opponent's maneuver. However, Zhao Chang reacted swiftly. Just as the elbow struck his chest, he exaggeratedly fell backwards. The referee's whistle pierced the air, pointing decisively at Marbury. Offensive foul. Marbury did not contest the referee's decision and turned to retreat to the backcourt. Coach Wright of the Hornets felt a chill in his heart and sighed, aware that Marbury had once again succumbed to his impulsiveness. After a brief respite, his true nature resurfaced. In the ensuing plays, the Cavaliers executed their strategy with remarkable ease, orchestrated by Zhao Chang's leadership. Meanwhile, the Hornets reverted to Marbury's isolation play style. Although Marbury managed to sink a few difficult shots, his efficiency was alarmingly low, further widening the gap in the score. With 3 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the second half, the score stood at 78-71, with the Cavaliers leading by 7 points. The home crowd erupted with exuberance, jumping and celebrating. Previously, there had been whispers among fans that the Cavaliers might ascend to the top league, a notion many students found hard to believe. This game served as a pivotal test. Should they truly vanquish the Hornets? The students of Virginia Union University could dare to dream of the madness that next March might bring. After Zhao Chang netted another three-pointer, the lead extended to 10 points. Coach Wright could no longer endure the situation and called for a timeout. In the second half, Marbury had made only 4 out of 13 attempts, displaying dismal efficiency while monopolizing shot opportunities. His ball-hogging behavior left the entire team dissatisfied. After enduring for so long, Wright finally erupted. He stormed up to Marbury, yelling, "Are you satisfied now? Is this the outcome you desired?" Aware of his faults, Marbury did not dare to meet his coach's gaze and remained silent, head bowed. Against weaker opponents, his solo effort sufficed, but could he truly handle the formidable Cavaliers alone? Basketball is a team sport. If you fail to grasp this, your future will be bleak. Wright unleashed a tirade upon Marbury, who refrained from uttering a single word in retort. After the timeout, Zhao Chang remained vigilant, closely monitoring the opposing players. Chapter 42. Marbury, in a state of desperation, incited a chaotic melee. If Marbury were to be benched, the Cavaliers would likely secure victory. If he took the court again, it would signify that the coach had managed to persuade him, complicating matters for the Cavaliers. As expected, upon returning to the game, Marbury proactively high-fived his teammates, an expression of guilt lingering on his face. Zhao Chang felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing an imminent danger. The Hornets launched their offense as Marbury carried the ball past half-court without hesitation, immediately calling for a screen and driving down to the baseline. Just as Ben made his way over to provide help defense, Marbury executed a precise bounce pass, delivering the ball to the center, Charles, who was positioned on the right side of the hoop. Charles, elated, seized the opportunity and unleashed a thunderous dunk. This dazzling collaboration ignited the spirits of the Hornets players. Head coach Wright erupted with excitement, vigorously nodding and muttering, "That's it, just like that." Coach Anzu's expression turned grave as he witnessed the uncontainable Marbury displaying his remarkable skills once again. Turning back to the Hornets' offense, Lautai received the ball in the paint, poised for a dazzling turnaround layup. However, Marbury emerged from seemingly nowhere, a whirlwind of energy. With a resounding slap, he swatted the ball against the backboard, sending it ricocheting away. The basketball fortuitously landed in Anderson's hands, who swiftly initiated a fast break. Zhao Chang and Da Hei Long immediately returned to defense as Anderson dribbled to the sideline, only to find Marbury rapidly advancing into the front court. Whoosh! Anderson passed the ball to Marbury, who executed a swift three-step move, soaring into the air for a thunderous dunk. Bang! Marbury not only enhanced his collaboration with teammates on the offensive end, but was also omnipresent on defense, swiftly altering the dynamics of the game. The score stood at 81-75, narrowing the gap to 6 points. With just 3 minutes and 2 seconds remaining, the atmosphere on the court became palpably tense. Reigniting the suspense, Coach Anzu refrained from calling a timeout, confident that Zhao Chang would devise a strategy to seize control of the match. Under the relentless onslaught of the Hornets, Zhao Chang felt immense pressure. Had Marbury truly become complacent? What should he do? Regardless, they still held the lead, and it was imperative to maintain their offensive momentum and continue scoring. With time running short, he realized that if they could keep making baskets, victory would belong to the Cavaliers. With this thought in mind, Zhao Chang shouted to his teammates, "Increase the intensity." His teammates understood immediately, becoming more resolute in their movements and screens. As the game drew to a close, the referees adopted a more lenient stance, unless the actions were egregious. They would generally refrain from making calls. This was reminiscent of the rugged playing style of the NBA in the late 1980s and early 1990s, gritty and tenacious. Zhao Chang dribbled past the halfway line, with Ben stepping up to obstruct Marbury. Scoring was of utmost importance, and Zhao Chang was disinclined to engage in a battle of wills with Marbury. Ben's screen was of exceptional quality, making it seem as though Marbury had collided with an impenetrable wall, unable to navigate around it. However, the Hornets' help defense was equally tenacious, as Anderson swiftly charged over to position himself in front of Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang did not indulge him. With a swift change of direction followed by a burst of speed, he effortlessly created a gap of one position from Anderson, arriving near the paint area. With a clean pull-up, he released the ball. Swish. 2 points secured. Zhao Chang's movements have become increasingly succinct, shedding the flamboyant maneuvers of yore. The home crowd erupts into ecstatic cheers once more. This goal holds immense significance, as the opposing team relentlessly vies for points, instilling a palpable sense of peril and suffocation among the spectators. Marbury exhales deeply, filled with regret. He realizes that he had indeed become overly zealous moments ago. For had he maintained composure, it should have been the Hornets leading the game. The Hornets launch an offensive. Marbury's breakthrough remains insurmountable, utilizing a screen to penetrate the paint. Confronted by the staunch defense of Big Ben, he deftly passes the ball to Harper stationed at the corner. Harper releases a three-pointer from the corner. Swish. It finds its mark. The score now reads 83-78, with the margin narrowed to 5 points and only 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the match. The gap continues to diminish gradually. The Cavaliers prepare for their offensive. Zhao Chang once again held the ball, and the Hornets made adjustments, surprisingly implementing a double-team strategy. The double team proved effective. Zhao Chang immediately passed the ball to Showdown, allowing him to collaborate with Da Hei Long on a tactical play. Showdown, having developed a strong rapport with Da Hei Long in their pick-and-roll maneuvers, effortlessly executed the play, enabling Da Hei Long to secure 2 points. The point differential returned to 7. As the game clock dwindled, Marbury began to feel the pressure. In the subsequent offensive possession, Zhao Chang and Showdown once again trapped him, prompting Marbury to pass the ball to his teammate Charles. However, Charles's layup was valiantly thwarted by Ben, who then launched a long pass straight to Lautai. Lautai charged through the defense, adding another 2 points. This extended the lead to 9. With only 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining, the Hornets' chances appeared bleak, with their 5-game winning streak on the verge of being halted at the Cavaliers' home court. Marbury was visibly distressed. He could not bear the thought of losing, especially at his own hands. In the next offensive sequence, Marbury, losing his composure, elbowed Zhao Chang to the ground in a blatant act of aggression. This overtly malicious foul ignited the ire of the Cavaliers players. Lao Tai was the first to react, delivering a straight punch to Marbury. The impact sent a sharp pain through Marbury's nose, followed by a rush of warmth streaming from his nostrils. Simultaneously, he felt a buzzing in his head and lost his balance. Despite the discontent many Hornets players felt towards Marbury, they remained teammates, and they had witnessed his commendable play just moments earlier. Now, with Marbury being struck, regardless of the justification, they felt compelled to intervene. Anderson rushed over, aiming to retaliate against Lao Tai. However, De Hae Long let out a fierce roar. Before Anderson could land a punch, he executed a swift kick from the side, sending Anderson crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted on the court. The referee attempted to intervene, but the players were too caught up in the heat of the moment to be restrained. The Hornets center, Charles, refrained from directly engaging but cunningly attempted to tip the scales, grabbing one of Lao Tai and one of De Hae Long to impede their actions. This infuriated Ben, who had been fixated on Charles. Recognizing that both centers wielded a significant advantage in a physical confrontation, with Charles's reluctance to engage, Ben had been tolerant, believing that his teammates would fare well in the brawl. Now, witnessing Charles's audacity to interfere, Ben decided to take action. Down you go. Ben charged forward, bending down to wrap his arms around Charles's legs, and with a powerful heave, he hurled him away. Thud! The towering figure of Charles, standing at 2.01 meters, crashed onto the floor, causing a tremor that reverberated throughout the arena. Zhao Chang remained remarkably composed after being maliciously knocked down by Marbury. The incident was not particularly severe. He simply felt a slight pain in his neck. Upon witnessing his teammates engaged in a brawl, he refrained from immediately joining the fray and instead took a moment to assess the situation. Winning in a fight is essential, but so is triumphing in the match. Zhao Chang would not allow his opponents to seize victory amidst the chaos. Therefore, when his teammates were in a favorable position, he refrained from taking action. Chapter 43, a grand scene. Expelling 4 players, the home crowd was elated. This match was truly worth watching. During the previous away game against the Mountain Men, a brawl had erupted, but unfortunately, many students missed the legendary spectacle. Now, the home fans finally witnessed the much-anticipated Battle of the Gods. Winning in both gameplay and skirmishes was exhilarating. Eventually, amidst the intervention of security, referees, and coaches from both teams, the chaos subsided and the players were separated. On the Cavaliers' side, almost no one was injured. In stark contrast, the Hornets faced a more dismal situation. Marbury had a swollen left cheek, with cotton swabs stuffed in both nostrils. Anderson clutched his waist, unable to rise. Charles limped, nursing a sore thigh from a collision with Big Ben. Only Harper and Morsep remained unscathed, having primarily acted as peacemakers. After a brief discussion, the 2 referees reached a decision to expel several players involved in the altercation. Lao Tai, De Hae Long, and Big Ben were dismissed, while Marbury received a flagrant foul, and Anderson was expelled as well. Although Charles had sided with his teammates, he did not engage in fighting, thus he was not expelled. Considering the current roster, the Cavaliers were at a slight disadvantage, as they had lost key players in the 4 and 5 positions. The Hornets, however, reignited their hopes for a comeback. Yet, with the Cavaliers' captain Zhao Chang still on the court, the home players remained unfazed. Due to the Cavaliers' advantage in the brawl, the referees awarded possession to the Hornets. Coach Anzu expressed his dissatisfaction, vocally berating the referees. "You idiots." The referees promptly issued him a technical foul. Marbury stepped up to the free throw line and successfully converted the technical shot. The score stood at 87-79, with the Cavaliers still leading by 8 points. The Hornets pressed forward. Marbury, utilizing his teammate's screen, launched a three-pointer. Though he did not frequently attempt three-point shots, he proved to be a clutch player in critical moments, sinking the basket. The score narrowed to 87-82, reducing the deficit to 5 points with just 51 seconds remaining, leaving the outcome uncertain. Following the expulsions of Big Ben and De Hae Long, the Cavaliers substituted in their reserves, who were noticeably shorter than their opponents. Consequently, Zhao Chang adjusted his strategy, focusing on perimeter play. After executing a crossover with Showdown, Zhao Chang launched a three-pointer. Swish! This response was nothing short of spectacular. The crowd erupted, The captain is magnificent. Long live Chang. Take them down. This basket effectively sealed the victory. The score reached 90-82. With only 29 seconds left in the match, Marbury was utterly despondent. Coach Wright did not call for a timeout. He understood that today's defeat was unequivocal. The Hornets had lost their fighting spirit, passing the ball languidly as they awaited the conclusion of the match. They yearned for the end. But Zhao Chang had no intention of relenting. In the recent chaos, the Hornets' power forward, Millsap, had slyly struck his opponent while attempting to separate the players. This cunning fellow had evaded the referee's scrutiny. Zhao Chang had just witnessed the moment, yet he refrained from immediate action, exercising restraint. With victory seemingly assured, he was unconcerned about potential ejections or suspensions. The imperative to avenge his brother weighed heavily on him. Thus, when the ball reached Millsap, Zhao Chang surged forward with determination. Millsap, sensing Zhao Chang's fierce approach, felt a pang of trepidation and sought to swiftly release the ball. However, with a thunderous roar, Zhao Chang leaped high and delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at Millsap's chin. Millsap let out a muffled groan before collapsing backward, rendered unconscious. After Zhao Chang finished, he did not look back and directly headed towards the players' tunnel. The spectators, players, and even the referees present were left astounded. What was happening? It took the referee a few seconds to regain his composure before issuing a dismissal penalty to Zhao Chang. Meanwhile, the medical personnel on the sidelines rushed in to examine Merciev. Zhao Chang's ruthless approach stems from the fact that Mu Erzaip had sneakily struck his ally from behind. A particularly perilous move. It is entirely reasonable that Mu Erzaip lost consciousness after being struck on the chin by Zhao Chang. The chin is densely populated with nerve endings, which can lead to a swift fainting spell, though it does not pose a threat to one's life. Zhao Chang is well aware of boundaries. He merely intends to impart a lesson to the other party. As Zhao Chang departed from the court, only a few seconds remained in the match, which ultimately concluded. The Cavaliers triumphed over the Hornets on their home ground, securing an impressive fifth consecutive victory. Conversely, the Hornets' own 5-game winning streak was ruthlessly interrupted. Following the conclusion of the game, Marbury appeared somewhat disheveled. His face was still swollen, with cotton swabs inserted in both nostrils. The students from Virginia Union University lingered on the scene, reluctant to depart, as they jubilantly celebrated this momentous victory with exuberant leaps and bounds. Among themselves, they engaged in animated discussions, relishing the exhilarating moments they had just witnessed. In particular, the climactic brawls captivated their spirits, evoking a fervent sense of exhilaration and camaraderie. The media extensively covered this match, largely due to Marbury's immense fame. No one could have anticipated that the Cavaliers would manage to overcome the formidable Hornets. In this encounter, Marbury scored a remarkable 28 points, the highest of both teams. However, he attempted 29 shots, resulting in a rather inefficient performance with only 11 successful baskets. Although Zhao Chang scored 25 points, which is fewer than Marbury, he only took 16 shots, successfully making 11 of them. Moreover, he contributed 8 assists, while Marbury managed only 5. In terms of individual statistics and influence on the game, Zhao Chang undoubtedly excelled today. However, regarding the recent altercation, the media has criticized both players involved. Despite the criticism, several prominent basketball commentators have praised the playing style of the Cavaliers, asserting that their fierce approach is the closest to that of an NBA team among college squads. Zhao Chang triumphed over Marbury, emerging victorious. With a higher basketball IQ, Zhao Chang ultimately had the last laugh, while Marbury faced a complete defeat. However, it is essential to remember that the NCAA is a collegiate league, and maintaining a respectable image is paramount. 2 days later, the league imposed sanctions on the players involved in the altercation. Zhao Chang, the captain of the Cavaliers, received a 3-game suspension for retaliatory aggression. De Ben, along with others involved in the brawl, was suspended for 1 game. The same fate befell Lao Tai, De Hei Long, Shouda, and the substitute player Brown. On the Hornets side, Anderson faced a 1-game suspension for his involvement, while Muirsape was handed an additional game suspension for his underhanded attack. To be frank, this ruling appears quite fair. With so many players suspended, the Cavaliers will likely field a team of substitutes in their next game. Coach Nzu did not publicly criticize his players after the match. Naturally, as the head coach, he could not openly encourage them either. Instead, during training, he simply stated, "As players of the Cavaliers, remember that basketball is a fiercely competitive sport. You are men in this game. Those who show weakness should leave." Chapter 44. Coach Nzu tore up the self-reflection letter. As the captain, Zhao Chang has been suspended for 3 matches, prompting many players to voice their discontent. Although Coach Zhu refrained from criticizing Zhao Chang, he still wishes to reflect on the team's performance, as the upcoming 3 matches will be formidable challenges. If Zhao Chang is unable to perform, the team's prospects are grim. Coach, this is my reflection letter. Please take a look. If there are no issues, I would like to read it aloud before all the players prior to today's training. Coach Zhu took Zhao Chang's reflection letter, glanced at it briefly, and with a few swift motions, tore it to shreds. Old man, you. Zhao Chang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide open as he gazed at Coach Anzhua, bewildered by the old man's intentions. There was no need for self-reflection. The root of victory in the last match lay in your unity and camaraderie. Players are not mere machines. They are living, breathing individuals. Without the mutual care and enhancement of relationships in daily life, you would not have been able to come together as one on the field. These elements are mutually reinforcing. Thus, there is no need for self-criticism. Maintain your unique style. I am confident you will emerge victorious in the end. Zhao Chang suddenly comprehended the profound intentions of Coach Anzhua. He was diligently nurturing a formidable team of iron warriors. The so-called fights and brawls, characterized by bravado and aggression, were merely trifles. What Coach Anzhua truly sought was their courage, resilience, and an indomitable spirit of perseverance. Old man, I understand now. I shall continue on this path. Zhao Chang declared fervently. Good. Do not disappoint my expectations. Coach Anzhua patted Zhao Chang on the shoulder. In the subsequent 3 matches, Zhao Chang was absent, and the cavalry team, unsurprisingly, suffered a trio of defeats. Prior to this, many of Zhao Chang's detractors attributed the cavalry team's previous successes to others, be it the coach, Bin, or even the formidable De Long and other teammates. However, this streak of losses served as a stark slap in the face to their claims. Without Zhao Chang, the cavalry team appeared to have lost its very soul, performing awkwardly, with both offense and defense utterly overwhelmed by their opponents. Zhao Chang did not take pleasure in the misfortunes of others. On the contrary, he continuously offered solace to his teammates after the match. Indeed, from the 3 games observed, the cavalry team displayed significant improvement. Their tactical coordination became increasingly harmonious, and the offensive strategies of De Long and Lao Tai grew more diverse and intricate. Although they faced 3 defeats, apart from the second match where they lost by 16 points, the other 2 contests were fiercely contested until the final moments, resulting in narrow losses. In essence, the overall strength of the cavalry team has enhanced, yet they lack a superstar, namely, Zhao Chang himself. This situation bears resemblance to the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Hawks, from a certain year prior to a time travel, who finished first in the East and had 5 players selected for the All-Star game. However, they faltered in the playoffs against the Cavaliers, as they were devoid of a superstar, while LeBron led the relatively average Cavaliers to eliminate the Hawks from contention. The Cavalry's next adversary is the University of Arkansas, a team of considerable prowess, with a core player familiar to many fans, Fisher, known affectionately as Little Fish. During his college years, Fisher was a formidable force, averaging 15 points and 7 assists per game. Additionally, the team's interior offensive capabilities are robust, with both the starting center and power forward possessing the potential to enter the NBA draft. Prior to this match, media predictions overwhelmingly favored Arkansas to triumph over the Cavalry. Head coach Zhu placed minimal pressure on the players. On the eve of the game, Zhao Chang was diligently training with his teammates when a classmate rushed into the gym in a flustered state. Chang-gu, there's trouble. Officers are looking for you. Zhao Chang was momentarily taken aback, rapidly sifting through the memories of his recent actions. Had he truly engaged in any misconduct during this period? No sooner had his classmates' words faded than 2 police officers made their entrance. One of them, a towering figure exceeding 6 feet, gestured towards Zhao Chang. You are Zhao Chang, correct? Please step forward. Despite his awareness of his innocence, a flicker of apprehension coursed through Zhao Chang. Bin and his companions followed suit, remarking as they walked, We've been training these past few days. You must have mistaken us for someone else. The burly officer furrowed his brow and replied, We never claimed we were here to apprehend him. We merely wished to speak with him. Zhao Chang took a moment to steady his emotions before approaching the 2 officers and inquired, What is the matter? Why have you come to the gym to find me? One of the officers replied, Your parents reported to the police today that there is a sum of money stored in a wooden box at your home, which was discovered missing this morning. Are you aware of this situation? The 2 officers fixed their sharp gazes intently upon Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang suddenly realized the truth of the matter. Logically speaking, his actions were indeed inappropriate. However, he reasoned that as someone who had traversed time, it would be a grave loss not to capitalize on this unique identity to earn some wealth. After all, in his previous life, Zhao Chang had been quite adept at making money. Zhao Chang smiled and shook his head, pulling the two officers aside, whispering, "The money is mine. You need not investigate further. Is it truly yours? Where's the money now? In the stock market. Did you use your parents' money to speculate?" The burly officer appeared somewhat irked, shaking his head repeatedly. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I shall return home to explain everything to my parents." Zhao Chang, disinterested in further explanation, quickly changed his clothes and took the police car back home. Upon arriving, as soon as he opened the door, he was met with the earth-shattering cries of his mother, Song Shuqin. Zhao Chang's father, Zhao Yugong, stood nearby, sighing deeply, his face ashen. "Please, cease your lamentations. It is your beloved son who has absconded with the money," the burly officer exclaimed with irritation. Song Shuqin's cries were abruptly silenced as she sprang to her feet, having previously been seated on the ground, beating her chest in despair. Chang, did you truly take the money? Where is it?" Zhao Yugong, seething with anger, seized a mop from the side and lunged at Zhao Chang. Two officers swiftly intervened, urging him to remain calm and listen. "Do not act impulsively. The child has not squandered any money. Allow him to explain." "You little rascal! Have you become so bold as to steal from your own home? I shall break your legs." Zhao Chang did not feel fear as he was pushed aside by Song Shuqin. His mother still felt concern for him, worrying that he might be punished by his father. "Xiao Chang, please be honest with me. What have you been doing with the money? I know you are a good child and would not squander it." Song Shuqin's hands trembled. She truly feared that Zhao Chang might spend the money on frivolous indulgences. "Mother, I used the money to invest in stocks." "Invest in stocks?" Zhao Yugong paused with the mop suspended in midair upon hearing Zhao Chang's words. "You are still a student. Why delve into stock trading? Over the past few years, look at how many have suffered losses in the market. And you, Song Shuqin, are losing your composure again." Your hands trembling once more. The two officers, having noted that the trio had grasped the situation, exchanged a nod and departed for the police station. Chapter 45. Good brothers open their pockets. "Kneel." Zhao Yugong coldly exclaimed. "Father, what era are we in? I refuse to kneel." Zhao Chang dismissed such sentiments. Song Shuqin pushed Zhao Yugong aside, confident that her child had always been obedient and that his actions were undoubtedly justified. "Old Zhao, hold your tongue for a moment. Allow me to inquire. Xiao Qiang, is it possible to withdraw that money?" Song Shuqin believed that the funds had likely diminished significantly. Before 1995, the American stock market was indeed in a prolonged downturn, with investors suffering considerable losses and devoid of any glimmer of hope. The first half of 1995 continued to languish at the bottom, showing no signs of recovery. "Mother, father, it can be withdrawn at any time, but I assure you, it will undoubtedly yield profits." Zhao Chang asserted with certainty. "What a joke. Do you know my colleague? Your uncle do. His savings from the past few years have nearly vanished. He almost jumped off a building. What do you, a mere child, understand?" Zhao Yugong swung the mop, preparing to take action, but Song Shuqin quickly shielded Zhao Chang behind her. "Our family's $50,000 has already exceeded $70,000, if you wish to have it. I shall withdraw it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the couple was utterly astonished. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is true. When I checked yesterday, Coca-Cola had risen significantly, and it is likely to have increased again today," Zhao Chang asserted with confidence. Zhao Yugong could hardly believe it. His understanding of stocks was limited, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the landline and dialed his colleague. "Lao Du, hello. Lao Du. May I inquire about the recent performance of your stocks? Have they begun to rebound?" "Oh, I see." It was only then that Zhao Yugong realized the stock market had indeed begun to rise. However, the couple remained apprehensive. "Xiao Qiang, you may have profited this time, but consider it merely a stroke of luck. The stock market is inherently unreliable. You must withdraw your money tomorrow. Let us keep our funds securely in a box." "Do as I say." Song Shuqin grasped Zhao Chang's hand, almost pleadingly. Zhao Chang, unable to bear the anxiety of the couple, reluctantly nodded. "Very well. I shall withdraw the funds tomorrow. However, I will only provide you with $50,000. The remaining amount will remain invested in the stock market." "That suffices. Just returning the principal is all I require," they responded. The following morning, instead of going to the gymnasium, Zhao Chang went directly to the stock exchange trading hall. where he sold off the majority of his stocks and withdrew $50,000, which he then personally delivered home. Upon seeing the entire sum of $50,000 untouched and laid out on the table, Song Shuqin and Zhao Yugong finally felt a sense of relief wash over them. Zhao Chang said little and turned to leave, heading back to the gym. As soon as he entered the gym, he was surprised to find his teammates waiting for him inside. Zhao Chang's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "What are you all doing?" "Training." Dabin approached cautiously and inquired, "Qiangzi, have you encountered any difficulties?" "Difficulties? None at all. What makes you say that?" Upon Zhao Chang's utterance, he immediately grasped the situation. Everyone was naturally aware that 2 police officers had arrived here yesterday, and it was clear that Zhao Chang had taken the money from his home. "This is a personal matter. It does not concern you. Please, continue with your training." Zhao Chang waved his hand, urging everyone to hasten their training. The cavalry team was set to compete against the University of Arkansas in just 2 days, and there could be no room for complacency. Shada pulled Zhao Chang aside, producing a savings book from his pocket and discreetly handing it to him. "Chang, good," he whispered, "this is $20,000 of my money. Take it and use it. There's no rush to repay me." Zhao Chang was taken aback. A wave of warmth surged within him, and a thin veil of mist immediately enveloped his vision. "Shada, I do not require any money. Please take it back." Shada, somewhat angered, retorted, "Chang Ge, do you not regard me as a brother? We are all aware of yesterday's events. You certainly need financial support." Upon reflection, Zhao Chang realized that Shada's family possessed a modest amount of wealth. His mother, a diligent homemaker, worked as a car salesperson, while his father was employed at a bank. Although they exhibited a hint of frugality, their financial situation was relatively stable. "Very well. I shall accept this for now and return it to you in 4 months. "All right, Changgu, there's no rush," Shada replied, visibly delighted that Zhao Chang had accepted the money, and he proceeded to change his attire for training. Just then, De Hailong approached, pulling out $5,000 in cash from his pocket and handing it to Zhao Chang. "Changgu, I don't have much money at the moment. This is all my savings. Please take it and make use of it." As Zhao Chang was about to decline, the swift black dragon quickly stuffed money into Zhao Chang's pocket before dashing away. Subsequently, others also presented Zhao Chang with money, with Lao Tai contributing $10,000. Only Dabin refrained from participating, as his family was genuinely struggling. Feeling a tinge of shame, he approached Zhao Chang, scratching his head and murmuring, "Qiangzi, my family's circumstances." Zhao Chang hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Dabin, we are brothers. You need not say more. I understand. Quickly, go and train." Just as the teammates were heading off to practice, Brown unexpectedly approached. "Changgu, I heard from the teammates that you were in need of money. Is that true?" Zhao Chang quickly waved his hand and chuckled, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I am perfectly fine. You should hurry and get back to your training." Brown had only recently joined the cavalry, having been a member for less than a month. Typically quite reserved and taciturn, he devoted himself diligently to his training. Zhao Chang believed that, considering their recent acquaintance, it would be best to keep Brown out of his affairs. To his astonishment, Brown unexpectedly produced a check from his pocket. Holding it aloft, "Chang," he said, "this is my pocket money, $300,000. Take it and use it. There's no rush to repay me." Zhao Chang's eyes widened as he stared at the digits on the check. Indeed, there were 5 zeros in total. No, Brown, I cannot accept such a vast sum. Please take it back." Zhao Chang hastily stepped back, repeatedly waving his hands. Brown, flustered and flushed, gasped, "Brother Chang, do you look down on me? What nonsense is this? How could I possibly look down on you? Then why do you accept money from others and refuse mine?" "I am not accepting money. I am borrowing from them. I have known them for a long time. They are good brothers." Brown grew even angrier, tears welling in his eyes. "So, what you mean is that you do not consider me a brother?" Zhao Chang realized he had misspoken and hurriedly clarified, "I did not mean it that way. During our last altercation, I could tell you are undoubtedly a true brother. Strong brother. I shall not conceal the truth from you, although I usually maintain a low profile. My father is a firearms dealer." "What?" Zhao Chang trembled in shock. "A firearms dealer? This is not something an ordinary person can undertake. Although personal ownership of firearms is permitted in America, the regulations are quite stringent. To be a firearms dealer not only requires a formidable background, but also yields substantial profits." "Brown, are you speaking the truth?" "Absolutely, strong brother. You are the person I admire most. How could I possibly deceive you? My family possesses over a dozen luxury vehicles. Yet my father enforces strict rules, forbidding me from driving those extravagant cars." Chapter 46. Emotions are priceless. Zhao Chong held the check in his hand, his heart brimming with emotions. It had been less than 2 months since he traversed into this new realm, yet he had already cultivated such genuine friendship. Brown waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Changge, quickly put away the check. There's no rush to return it. I'm off to train now." With that, Brown dashed away in a flash. Zhao Chong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gently wiped the corners of his eyes, tucking the check away with care. Just as he was about to change his clothes for training, Coach An's voice resonated from a distance. "Xiangzi, come here." Zhao Chang noticed Coach Anzo's face was filled with fury, leaving him puzzled about who had once again provoked his ire. "Coach, you arrived quite early. If there is nothing pressing, I shall head to training." "What training?" "Come here at once. I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Chang had no choice but to obediently walk over. What troubles could that little rascal be facing at home? Zhao Chang quickly shook his head. "That is not the case." "Then why did you take the money from home?" Zhao Chang silently lamented, for this matter was indeed perplexing. "That is enough. You need not explain further. I witnessed your teammates assisting you just moments ago. As for me, I cannot offer much more. Here is a savings book with a balance of $100,000. Take it and use it for now. Old man, truly it is unnecessary. The money they lent me is already sufficient." Zhao Chang hastily attempted to evade, ready to flee. Yet, Coach Anzwa, possessing considerable strength and agility, swiftly grasped Zhao Chang by the collar. "Where do you think you're running off to? Is it that you refuse to show some respect to an old man?" With that, Coach Anzwa shoved a savings book into Zhao Chang's pocket. "The password is 6/8. Use it for now. I understand your stubborn nature, and that you seldom ask for assistance. Do not worry about repaying me just yet. Focus on resolving the matter at hand and compete with peace of mind." Zhao Chang found himself at a loss for words. He felt that his greatest gain from this journey was not his skills on the court or the passage of time, but rather the genuine emotions he encountered. Coach Anzu, like a playful elder, truly regarded these players as his own children, nurturing them with utmost care. "Coach, thank you. Now hurry back to training." With his hands clasped behind him, Coach Anzu turned and departed. Upon the conclusion of that day's practice, Zhao Chang made his way directly to the stock exchange hall, where he invested his earnings in Coca-Cola. The bull market in the United States had commenced, and within a year, his investments would multiply several times over. 2 days later, the cavalry team from the University of Virginia faced off against the Arkansas Razorbacks in an away game. The cavalry team, having achieved a 5-game winning streak just 3 weeks prior, including a victory over the formidable Hornets, drew considerable attention from the media and fans alike. Despite Zhao Chang's suspension resulting in a disheartening 3 consecutive losses for the team, the cavalry's reputation remained intact. They were known for their untamed play style and their players, who were not to be trifled with. When it came to a confrontation, they were ever ready to engage. Zhao Chang and his teammates desired precisely this effect. A great person once wisely stated, "A single strike can prevent 100 retaliations." From now on, anyone contemplating a confrontation with the cavalry team must think twice. The competition commenced at 7 o'clock in the evening at the University of Arkansas Gymnasium. Zhao Chang also beheld Fisher from his university days. Previously, before his time travel, Zhao Chang's impression of Fisher was that of a large-headed child with a full beard. Now, encountering the youthful and innocent little fish, Zhao Chang couldn't help but marvel internally. Fisher truly was young in his prime. Today, Fisher approached the situation with utmost seriousness, aware of the formidable nature of the cavalry, whose previous achievements had been commendable. Thus, when he made his appearance, his expression was solemn. He fervently exchanged high-fives with his teammates, vocally encouraging them with great enthusiasm. Zhao Chang, indeed, maintains a low profile. He merely embraced his teammates without any boisterous exclamations. However, as his gaze swept across the arena, he suddenly noticed an individual seated at the sidelines, right next to the players of the Wild Boars team. Zhao Chang found the individual strikingly familiar, as though he had encountered him before. Typically, those occupying such positions are usually members of the team, such as the team doctor, assistant coaches, or staff members. Yet, this person, Zhao Chang suddenly recalled, wasn't that the earring-clad individual who used to bully Little Dill alongside Beasley? Could it be that he shares an acquaintance with a player from the Arkansas Razorbacks? Subsequently, Zhao Chang meticulously scrutinized the players of the Razorbacks and finally experienced a moment of clarity. The team's power forward is named Terrell Bell. This individual possesses considerable talent. Having been selected as the 21st pick in the second round of the NBA draft in 1996, one should not underestimate players chosen in the second round. They are often the cornerstone of their collegiate teams. This bell bears a striking resemblance in both appearance and physique to that earring-wearing man. Zhao Chang was certain that the two individuals, if not biological brothers, were undoubtedly cousins. Whether paternal or maternal, they were undeniably related. No wonder he was able to occupy such a position. The old friend beside him and the imposing figure known as Big Black Dragon also noticed the man with the earrings approaching Zhao Chang and whispering, "Brother Chang, did you see that person?" Zhao Chang nodded slightly, advising, "Everyone, be cautious and remain vigilant." Understood. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match commenced. The starting lineup for the Virginia Union University Cavalry team was as follows: shooting guard, Zhao Chang; point guard, Xiaoda, small forward; Lao Tai, power forward; Dehei Long; center, De Ben. The Arkansas Razorbacks starting lineup included point guard, Fisher; shooting guard, Mason; small forward, Jamal; power forward, Terrell Bell; center, Jay Robinson. As the ball was tossed at center court, De Ben seized the opportunity, gaining possession for the first offensive play. Robinson, the Razorback center, was of comparable height to De Ben, standing only a couple of centimeters taller. He was a blue-collar center, and the Razorbacks' offensive strategy primarily relied on their forwards and perimeter players. Xiaoda dribbled past half-court. Confronted by Fisher's tight defense, he noticed that Mason had closely marked Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang, however, appeared unperturbed and gestured to Xiaoda to proceed with the play. Consequently, Xiaoda executed a pick-and-roll with Dehei Long, subsequently passing the ball to the low post where Dehei Long awaited. Faced with Bell, Dehei Long made a couple of feints before pivoting for a jump shot. Bell, indeed skilled, leaped to block the shot, and with a swift flick of his fingertips, he managed to graze the basketball, sending it veering out of bounds. The cavalry team continued their offensive. Dehei Long found himself increasingly pressured by the defense. Hesitant to receive the ball, Lao Tai inbound from the baseline, delivering the pass directly to Zhao Chang, who had successfully evaded his defender. Zhao Chang confronted Mason, feigned a move, and then accelerated to the right, leaving Mason a half-step behind. At Zhao Chang's current speed, unless it were someone of Marbury's caliber, others simply could not keep pace with him. Approaching the paint area, Zhao Chang came to a sudden halt and executed a jump shot, swish. 2 points secured. Fisher shook his head repeatedly. He had rushed over to provide assistance, yet still arrived a moment too late. Zhao Chang is truly swift. The cavalry team, battling on foreign ground, seized the initiative with a score of 2-0. Fisher, the unequivocal linchpin of the Wild Boar team, maintained his composure as he controlled the ball in the backcourt, calling out to his teammates with fervor, "We must retaliate this round." Chapter 47, Zhao Chang's majestic return. Frustrated and eager, with a sudden shout from Zhao Chang, Xiaoda dashed forward, initiating an all-court press. Such an intense defensive strategy is typically reserved for the final moments of a game or critical situations due to the substantial physical toll it exacts. However, Zhao Chang was undeterred by conventional wisdom. He opted for an unconventional approach, aiming to catch their opponents off guard. Furthermore, he had utmost confidence in the stamina of his cavalry team players. Although Fisher possessed remarkable ball-handling skills and considerable strength, he found himself somewhat flustered under Xiaoda's relentless harassment. He stumbled his way past the halfway line, and center Robinson promptly moved to set a high screen, obstructing Xiaoda's pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Fisher surged forward towards the baseline. Ben Wallace raised his arms high, denying him any shooting space. Yet, with keen perception, Xiaoda executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball directly to the opposite side's power forward, Bell. Bell feigned an attempt, successfully evading the defense of the imposing Black Dragon, then took a quick step, leaped, and released a floater, scoring 2 points. One cannot deny Bell's impressive offensive prowess. Meanwhile, the exuberant man with earrings on the bench leaped up in excitement, applauding and cheering for his relative. It was rather distasteful to see a student from Virginia Union University rooting for the opposing team. The score was now tied at 2-2. Right from the outset, the intensity of the game escalated, and the Wild Boars fans could sense the palpable tension. The cavalry team commenced their offensive, with Xiaoda in possession at the backcourt. Fisher opted not to implement the all-court press, instead retreating to the midline, awaiting Xiaoda's advance. However, Zhao Chang, utilizing old iron screen, swiftly evaded Mason's defense and positioned himself near the corner. Before Xiaoda even reached the midline, his eyes flickered with determination as he executed a daring long pass, sending the ball to Zhao Chang in the corner. This audacious pass traversing nearly the entire court took everyone by surprise. The Wild Boars players were caught off guard. Small forward Jamal hurriedly rushed to provide assistance, but Zhao Chang's shooting release was too swift, coupled with the seamless synergy between him and Xiaoda. He required no adjustment after receiving the pass, as he was perfectly positioned to shoot. Swish. A three-pointer. At the outset, Zhao Chang swiftly secured 5 points, demonstrating an exceptional competitive spirit. Coach Anzu chuckled and nodded, remarking, "This mischievous lad has been suspended for 3 games. He must be bursting with energy." The substitute players from the cavalry team erupted into laughter. Brown shouted, "Brother Chong is amazing. The cavalry team will surely prevail." Zhao Chang was equally exhilarated, exchanging high-fives with his teammates, thereby igniting their spirits. When competing away from home, one must learn to generate one's own enthusiasm, otherwise, the momentum may dwindle, allowing the opposing team to gain the upper hand. The score stood at 5-2. The Wild Boar team launched an offensive. Fisher, possessing the ball in the backcourt, advanced it into the frontcourt. This time the cavalry team refrained from implementing full-court pressure, having just witnessed Bell effortlessly outmaneuver the formidable Black Dragon. Fisher opted to pass the ball back to Bell. Bell, brimming with arrogance, perhaps provoked by the earring-clad fellow, seemed intent on taunting the Black Dragon. "It's just too easy to score against you, haha." Bell jeered as he drove towards the penalty area. The Black Dragon, seething with suppressed anger, valiantly attempted to defend, yet Bell proved to be exceedingly cunning. After 2 feints, Bell abruptly pivoted for a low layup. The Black Dragon, caught off guard and bracing for another clash with Bell, stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, in this era of limited digital connectivity, the embarrassing moment of the Black Dragon would not circulate across the internet. With a crisp sound, Bell scored off the backboard, adding 2 more points. Indeed, the Black Dragon found it impossible to contain this adversary. Meanwhile, the earring-clad fellow on the bench leapt and cavorted like a jester, relentlessly mocking the Black Dragon. Zhao Chang could no longer tolerate the situation. His forehead veins bulged as he rushed to the sidelines, pointing at the man with earrings and shouting, "Shut your filthy mouth, or I shall tear it apart." The earring-clad man, having previously endured a severe beating from Zhao Chang and his companions, trembled in fear at Zhao Chang's roar and promptly sat back down. The match progressed for over 6 minutes, with both teams tightly contesting the score, which reached 13-11, with the cavalry team leading by 2 points. Nolan, the head coach of the Boar team, called for a timeout. He was astonished by the tactical execution of the cavalry team. During the pre-game preparations, Nolan had believed that by merely containing Zhao Chang, they could stifle the cavalry's offense. However, after a few minutes of play, Nolan realized that even when Zhao Chang did not have the ball, he would still facilitate his teammates scoring or passing through screens and off-ball movement. Such a player was exceedingly rare. Not only did he possess a broad vision, but his basketball IQ was also exceptional. What left Nolan even more incredulous was the remarkable chemistry among the cavalry players. They often executed excellent tactical plays with nothing more than a shared glance, without the need for verbal communication. This level of synergy was seldom seen in collegiate teams. Unlike the NBA, where players can compete together for 3 to 4 years, or even 5 to 6, collegiate teams integrate new freshmen each year, often playing together for only 1 or 2 years. To explain the phenomenon of the cavalry team, one could only conclude that the players spent an extraordinary amount of time together off the court, bonding like brothers beyond their training sessions. During the timeout, Coach Anzo stood by the sidelines, high-fiving each player of the cavalry team, fervently encouraging them. "Children, you are performing splendidly. I am immensely proud of you." The Knights, battling away from home, exuded an indomitable spirit, standing toe-to-toe with the formidable Boars. In stark contrast, the Boars' core player, Fisher, wore a troubled expression. His earlier performance had been lackluster, yielding merely 2 points and 2 assists. Coach Nolan refrained from directly criticizing Fisher, but subtly conveyed his dissatisfaction. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Cavaliers made a substitution, allowing the imposing Black Dragon to rest while bringing in the backup, Jerome. Standing at 2.05 meters, Jerome possessed limited offensive capabilities but was a tenacious defender. His primary role was to contain Bell. Bell had previously scored 3 consecutive baskets against the Black Dragon, demonstrating his ability to evade defense effortlessly. Upon Jerome's entrance, he displayed a fierce tenacity. Fisher again entrusted the ball to the offensive powerhouse, Bell, dismissing Jerome with contempt. Bell believed any defender would be inconsequential. Yet, as he barreled toward the basket, he suddenly realized that Jerome possessed greater strength than the Black Dragon and employed a more aggressive style. Glancing at the referee, Bell noted the lack of intervention, leaving him no choice but to alter his approach. However, as he feigned left and right, Jerome remained steadfast, refusing to yield an inch. He firmly established his position against Bell while extending his arms to obstruct Bell's shooting space. Bell, taken aback, pondered, who was this formidable opponent? With the shot clock dwindling, Bell, left with no alternatives, reluctantly passed the ball. Fisher, left holding the bag, had no choice but to hastily attempt a shot, despite Little's desperate effort to block. Fisher's shooting prowess proved formidable. Swish. It went in. Chapter 48. A resounding block for Little Fish. With merely a second remaining on the shot clock, Fisher made a buzzer beater. Truly, he was the man who had aided Kobe in securing a championship victory, showcasing his remarkable composure even during his collegiate days. The Cavaliers pressed forward in their offense. As the captain, Zhao Chang felt compelled to respond. Otherwise, the momentum of the Wild Boar team would inevitably surge. Zhao dribbled past the halfway line, and upon noticing Zhao Chang signaling for the ball, he promptly passed it. The defensive strategy of the Wild Boar team had undergone a shift, as they began to double-team Zhao Chang. Facing the double team was not a novel experience for Zhao Chang. Yet this time it was the formidable duo of Fisher and Mason applying intense pressure. Just as Zhao Chang prepared to pass the ball to his teammate, Fisher astonishingly anticipated the move, striking swiftly and decisively. The ball was knocked away. Following the steal, Fisher swiftly regained control, launching himself toward the offensive end, igniting the home crowd of the Razorbacks into a frenzy. The University of Arkansas boasts a storied legacy in NCAA basketball, having produced numerous basketball luminaries throughout its history. Legends such as Moncrief, Todd Day, Ron Brewer, as well as more contemporary stars like Joe Johnson and Bobby Portis have graced their ranks. Consequently, the Razorback supporters are not only ardent fans, but also possess a profound understanding of the game. They recognize Zhao Chang as the most formidable player on the team, and their excitement soared when Fisher managed to intercept the ball from him. Fisher was eager to capitalize on this opportunity, aiming to convert the turnover into points and uplift his team's morale. However, to his surprise, Zhao Chang grit his teeth and pursued fiercely. Despite Fisher having created a 2-meter gap, Zhao Chang's relentless determination allowed him to close in. Fisher's teammates had already been signaling from behind, but caught up in the euphoria of the crowd's cheers, he remained oblivious. Just as Fisher soared for a layup, a shadow erupted from behind, delivering a resounding block. Fisher gasped in astonishment. Upon landing and glancing back, he discovered it was Zhao Chang who had chased him down. By the time he attempted to recover, it was far too late. The emphatic block sent the ball soaring several meters away, landing near the three-point line. The vigilant showdown, who had been diligently retreating on defense, seized the opportunity to retrieve the ball. The transition from defense to offense was instantaneous. This rapid pace, reminiscent of the 1990s, was a rarity. Shouda dribbled across half-court, spotting his teammate cutting into the paint. With precision, he delivered a direct pass. Upon receiving the ball, his teammate faked a shot, deftly maneuvered beneath his legs, and surged to the basket, scoring with a bank shot against the opposing center. The essence of their fast-paced strategy was speed. At this moment, Zhao Chang remained at the backcourt, having not participated in the offensive play due to the previous chaos, as he was focused on preventing Fisher from sneaking in. Observing the successful collaboration between Showdown and his teammate, Zhao Chang raised his arms in triumph, offering enthusiastic thumbs up to his fellow players. The flurry of offensive and defensive exchanges unfolded with lightning speed, with the cavalry team demonstrating a superior ability to capitalize on opportunities. The Razorbacks, after expending considerable effort, found themselves still scoreless, nearly inciting a fit of rage from Coach Nolan. Nevertheless, he understood that the players were not to blame. It merely highlighted Zhao Chang's remarkable speed. The cavalry's momentum surged, and the bench erupted in celebration, towels waving in the air amidst the jubilant cheers. Now it was the Razorbacks' turn to attack. Fisher, holding the ball in the backcourt, noticed his teammates' spirits were somewhat dampened, realizing that his earlier oversight had contributed to this. As the team's core player, Fisher boldly acknowledged his misstep, proclaiming loudly, "That was on me. Let us execute properly from here on out." Seeing Fisher take such responsibility invigorated his teammates, prompting them to swiftly reposition themselves. Center Robinson stepped up to obstruct Djokovic. Fisher drove to the left, nearing the sideline. The small forward for the Wild Boars, Jamal, made a quick cut, but the veteran defender was relentless, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. Realizing there was no opening, Fisher opted to pass to the power forward, Bell. Earlier, Bell had attempted to overpower Jerome without success, so he was cautious and altered his approach. In terms of strength, Jerome was not at a disadvantage, prompting Bell to employ his refined skills around the basket. He feinted left and right, ultimately creating a slight separation from Jerome, before executing a swift floater. This sequence was indeed impressive, fluid, and seamless. Just as Bell believed he was certain to score, the imposing presence of Big Ben suddenly arrived for assistance. His right hand raised high smack. A stunning block. Big Ben's ability to provide defensive support had already been formidable during his collegiate years. This timely intervention left Bell momentarily blinded. Realizing his predicament, the basketball was swatted away, ricocheting off the veteran defender and veering towards the space between Zhao Chong and Fisher. In truth, the ball was closer to Fisher, yet Zhao Chong, displaying remarkable determination, launched himself into the air, his body nearly parallel to the floor. Fisher, alarmed, understood he could not outmaneuver him. Before landing, Zhao Chong deftly redirected the ball laterally, perfectly passing it to Showdown. The synergy among the cavalry team's teammates was remarkable. At the very moment Zhao Chong lunged for the ball, Showdown had already sprung into action. Showdown bravely charged through, soaring towards the basket to secure another 2 points. The relentless tenacity displayed by the cavalry team on both offense and defense left the Wild Boar team disoriented. After 11 minutes of play in the first half, the cavalry team had established an 8-point lead, 22-14. In resignation, Wild Boar's head coach Nolan called for a timeout. Preparing to substitute several players, Zhao Chong exchanged high fives with his teammates, roaring with fervor to ignite their spirits. As the veteran passed the bench of the Wild Boar team, he made a throat-cutting gesture towards the man with earrings, cautioning him against arrogance. The man with earrings was subdued by the imposing presence of the cavalry team, sitting quietly and refraining from further insults. Coach Anzu orchestrated a strategic substitution, replacing Showdown with Brown to enhance the team's perimeter shooting. Brown had shown significant improvement recently, previously slender and lacking in stamina. He had diligently trained under the strict guidance of Coach Anzu and Zhao Chong, gaining some muscle and exhibiting a remarkably stable three-point shooting percentage. However, his defensive skills remained lacking. Some skills, unfortunately, cannot be rushed and require gradual development. Fortunately, the cavalry team's defense has always relied on collective effort rather than individual prowess. With seamless rotations and support, following a timeout, the match resumed. The Wild Boar team made adjustments, resting Fisher and replacing him with perimeter defender Tucker. It was evident that Coach Nolan was dissatisfied with Fisher. The introduction of Tucker aimed to establish a double team with Mason to completely neutralize Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong re-entered the scene, taking note of the changes in the opponent's lineup. He remained unperturbed. The cavalry's substitution of Brown was a strategic move aimed at countering the encirclement from the opposing team. The Wild Boar team launched an attack. Bayer, with a graceful jump shot, finally scored once more. The point differential was reduced to 6. The home crowd erupted in unison, rallying to support the Wild Boar team. The cavalry commenced their offensive. As Zhao Chong just crossed the midline, he found himself ensnared by Mason and Tucker, akin to a sandwich. At that moment, Brown swiftly sprinted to the vicinity of the right side 45-degree angle, poised and ready. With a flick of his right hand, Zhao Chong deftly passed the ball between two defenders. Chapter 49. The unexpected dark horse emerges. Let the three-pointers fly. Mason and Tucker were taken aback. Turning their heads, they saw Brown, who had just been substituted onto the court, receiving the ball and preparing to take a three-point shot. How audacious. In the 1990s, such a style of play was virtually unheard of. Typically, one would only attempt a three-pointer when the shot clock was dwindling. Yet, the Cavaliers had permitted a substitute to shoot without hesitation. It was sheer madness. Brown, however, was unfazed. During training, Zhao Chong had instilled in him the imperative: you come in to shoot three-pointers. If you find yourself open, seize the moment and shoot without a second thought. If you miss, no one will blame you. But if you cower and hesitate, I'll have no choice but to give you a proper reprimand. It was precisely Zhao Chong's motivational approach that empowered Brown to shoot with remarkable conviction. A beautiful arc traced through the air as the basketball found its mark. Swish. This three-pointer rendered the raucous Arkansas home crowd utterly silent. Overcome with excitement, Brown sprinted over to Zhao Chong, colliding with him in a triumphant roar. In the past, while practicing his three-pointers, he had faced ridicule from many classmates, who labeled him a weakling unworthy of the court. However, since joining the Cavaliers, Brown had discovered his role and was growing increasingly confident with each game. Zhao Chang bellowed with fervor, Brown, you can do it. Believe in yourself. The cavalry team surged with renewed morale. Coach Nolan of the Boar team sighed repeatedly, shaking his head. He realized that the cavalry's offensive strategy was exceedingly diverse. Akin to a textbook on basketball, the point differential had widened back to 9. Alas, 3 points are inherently more rewarding than 2. In the ensuing plays, the Boar team struggled to score, their points accumulating at a sluggish pace. Meanwhile, under Zhao Chang's astute leadership, the cavalry executed a series of strategic maneuvers, attacking from all angles with a unified front, delivering several potent offensives. With 3 minutes remaining in the first half, the cavalry had established a commanding lead of 15 points. 37-22. Left with no choice, Nolan substituted in Fisher for one last desperate attempt in the first half. Zhao Chang had been on the court without respite, prompting Coach Anzu to substitute him with showdown. The cavalry team's method of substitutions is quite distinctive, a strategy that Zhao Chang and Coach Anzu had meticulously devised. Such substitutions ensure that the team consistently maintains its optimal competitive edge. Before the conclusion of the first half, Zhao Chang exited to rest, while the others primarily focused on defense. As the first half drew to a close, the score stood at 42-28, with the cavalry team leading by 14 points. The home crowd expressed their disappointment at this score, as it did not reflect the caliber of the Arkansas University basketball team. The earring-wearing man had also ceased his arrogance, quietly departing from the arena, harboring concerns that should the cavalry team take action again in the second half, he might find himself inadvertently caught in the fray, possibly facing a severe beating. The cavalry team in the second half is not to be trifled with. This phrase has recently become a popular saying in the NCAA. In the cavalry team's locker room, Zhao Chang commended Brown and Jerome for their exceptional performances, one excelling in offense and the other in defense today. In contrast, the formidable Heilung felt somewhat disheartened after being thoroughly outplayed by Bell in the first half. Zhao Chang approached the imposing figure of the Black Dragon, gently patting him on the shoulder, and offered words of solace. Do not despair. Some players simply experience a sudden surge of brilliance that cannot be thwarted. In the second half, seize your opportunity and reclaim your glory. The Black Dragon nodded, his gaze transforming into one of resolute determination. Over the past few months, the evolution of the Black Dragon had been remarkable. Previously indifferent to the outcomes of games, he viewed basketball merely as a pastime to pass the time. However, as the team's performance improved and camaraderie among the players deepened, his desire for victory intensified. Coach Anzu had contemplated dismissing the Black Dragon, for he was known as a notorious troublemaker, a true libertine. Yet, witnessing the Black Dragon's swift integration into the team, the coach ultimately embraced him. As the second half commenced, the Wild Boars, led by Fisher and Bell, launched a counterattack. When the deficit narrowed to 10 points, the cavalry once again surged with renewed vigor. Zhao Chang, confronted by a double team, utilized his speed advantage to execute a series of swift backpedals, effortlessly evading his defenders. Without missing a beat, Shouda delivered the ball with precision. Whoosh! Zhao Chang arrived near the baseline, and without hesitation, he received the ball, deftly maneuvering past the opposing center, Robinson, to drive towards the basket, executing a smooth score with an elegant layup. This flawless execution showcased the tactical prowess of the cavalry team to perfection. Under Zhao Chang's leadership, the cavalry surged ahead, extending their lead to over 15 points. Coach Nolan of the Boar team was visibly agitated, shouting from the sidelines for his players to adopt a more aggressive approach. However, the formidable reputation of the cavalry players instilled a sense of caution in the Boar players, who refrained from overly aggressive actions. The cavalry squad displayed an unwavering fearlessness towards physical confrontations and even suspensions. Who would dare to challenge such a tenacious group? Fortunately, Fisher was in fine form today, demonstrating a resilient spirit as he sank a series of difficult shots, momentarily preserving the suspense of the match. With over 9 minutes elapsed in the second half, the score stood at 57-43, a 14-point deficit. Coach Nolan contemplated substituting Fisher to allow him a brief respite, but Fisher adamantly declined. It appeared that he and Zhao Chang were engaged in a personal rivalry. At this juncture, Zhao Chang had amassed 21 points, while Fisher had tallied 17. Both players contributed significantly with assists, Zhao Chang providing 6 and Fisher 5. Yet, in terms of court dominance, the disparity between them seemed considerable. Zhao Chang's omnipresent defensive support is unparalleled, a stark contrast to Fisher's capabilities. While Fisher performs adequately in individual defense, possessing considerable strength and agility, His awareness in collaborative and supplementary defense leaves much to be desired. This has been a frequent criticism levied against him since his transition from a promising player to a veteran. Coach Anzu once again substituted several players, bringing on Brown and the formidable Dahae Long. As the second half commenced, Jerome unexpectedly replaced Dahae Long in the starting lineup. Remarkably, Dahae Long did not express any displeasure, a testament to Zhao Chang's leadership. In other teams, a key player relegated to the bench in the second half would undoubtedly harbor strong discontent. However, Zhao Chang advised Dahae Long to prioritize the greater good, as he was tasked with guarding the formidable scoring threat, Bell, from the Wild Boars team. Bell proved to be a challenging opponent, necessitating Jerome's efforts to wear him down. Presently, Bell was struggling immensely, suffering from significant fatigue, and it was time for Dahae Long to seek retribution. Indeed, upon entering the game, Dahae Long was brimming with energy and began to counter Bell's advances. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Bell struck Dahae Long, who promptly retaliated. After several rounds, Bell found himself exhausted, succumbing to a barrage of hits from Dahae Long, resulting in 2 fouls against him. Coupled with the 2 fouls he incurred in the first half, Bell reached his limit. Coach Nolan had no choice but to substitute Bell for a respite. As Bell begrudgingly exited the game, Dahae Long cheekily blew him a kiss farewell, nearly infuriating Bell to the point of fainting. Chapter 50. Let us all learn Chinese together. With Bell's departure, Dahae Long's confidence soared. The cavalry team maintained a commanding presence on the court. With only 4 minutes remaining in the second half, the cavalry had stretched their lead to 20 points. In the realm of NCAA competitions, a 20-point deficit is often insurmountable, particularly in an era where three-point shooting is not yet prevalent. Coach Nolan's expression darkened as he substituted his starters, effectively conceding defeat. Ultimately, the cavalry triumphed over the Arkansas Razorbacks with a score of 93-76. Today, Zhao Chang played for 32 minutes, scoring 28 points, while Fisher appeared for a mere 3 minutes, yet managed to amass 23 points. After the match concluded, Fisher took the initiative to approach Zhao Chang, embracing him and exchanging a few words. "Zhao Chang," he said, "I've heard commendations about your skills and have watched the footage, but I never anticipated that competing alongside you would reveal just how formidable you truly are." Zhao Chang understood that Fisher was not merely flattering him, rather, he was speaking from the heart. He courteously replied, "You are far too modest. You are quite formidable as well. I am confident that once you enter the NBA, you will enjoy a commendable career." Fisher was taken aback, finding Zhao Chang's words to carry an air of paternalism, as if he were an experienced veteran of the NBA. Nonetheless, he managed to smile, saying, "I hope so. I am uncertain about my chances in the draft, but let us both strive for success. It is bound to happen. Trust me." After parting ways, Zhao Chang noticed Terrell Bell, the center of the Wild Boars, approaching him. DeBin stood nearby, vigilant, prepared to thwart any potential aggression. After all, Bell bore a striking resemblance to the man with the earrings. They must be brothers. "Brother Chang, may I call you that?" "Aha." Bell appeared quite amiable, extending his hand to shake Zhao Chang's in greeting. Zhao Chang remained composed, nodding slightly and responding with a smile, "You're too kind. Your performance today was exceptional and truly worthy of our admiration." It seemed that Bayer wished to share a private conversation with Zhao Chang, glancing around cautiously. He took hold of Zhao Chang's hand and led him towards a secluded corner. "Brother Chang, I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Chang, undaunted, was about to proceed when unexpectedly, DeBin dashed over, seizing Bell's wrist and gripping it tightly. Bell grimaced in pain, exclaiming, Hey, let go. What are you doing?" "I just want to have a word with Chang Gu right here." Only then did DeBin release his hold, concerned for Zhao Chang's welfare. "It's all right, DeBin." He wouldn't dare to do anything. Zhao Chang nodded towards the bench and then addressed Bell, saying, "Feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for such mystery. The truth is, the person sitting on our bench was my cousin, and he mentioned that there is some past grievance between you. He hopes you can show him some mercy." Zhao Chang chuckled, "As long as he does not provoke us, we shall not take any action against him. However, if he continues to incite us, he must not blame us for being ungracious." "That is well said. I have also cautioned him to refrain from causing trouble," remarked Bell, before departing in a dejected manner. The triumph in this match unequivocally validated Zhao Chang's standing within the team. Without him, the team faced a disheartening string of 3 consecutive defeats. Yet, with Zhao Chang's triumphant return, they vanquished the formidable Arkansas Razorbacks. In the aftermath, numerous media outlets reported extensively on this remarkable encounter. What Zhao Chang was unaware of was that several more scouts had come to observe the match today. Fisher, Zhao Chang, Bell, and De Ben had all become part of these scouts' targets for evaluation. When the cavalry team returned to their alma mater, they were once again greeted with fervent cheers from the students. Historically, the basketball team of Virginia Union University has never advanced to the NCAA Final Four. However, this year's cavalry team has instilled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of fans. Nonetheless, with the arrival of next year's March Madness still some time away, the team's performance remains highly unpredictable. For instance, the previous suspension had significantly impacted the team's record. Although Coach Anzo advocates for players to resist during matches, exhibiting a strong demeanor, he does not support them blindly. He consistently advises the cavalry team players that maintaining a robust attitude is a principle, not an encouragement to engage in reckless bravado. On this day, during practice, the imposing Black Dragon complained, "Hey, Captain, shouldn't we devise some tactical signals properly?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang seemed to recall something. True aficionados of the sport are well aware that each team possesses its own distinct tactics. And with these tactics come unique gestures or terminologies. For instance, one might tap their head, extend a few fingers, or utter a specific chant. In the previous match, the tactical collaboration between Zhao Chang and the Great Black Dragon was deciphered by Fisher due to a single word being spoken. Once deciphered, the strategy was thwarted by the Wild Boar team. The Great Black Dragon has been deeply troubled by this failure ever since. Zhao Chang pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "I have a solution. From now on, I shall teach you all Chinese." His teammates were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in joyous cheers. "That's wonderful, Changgu. I truly cannot comprehend Chinese, so this is the perfect opportunity to learn. How cool is that? Changgu, please start with some basics." Zhao Chang clapped his hands to urge everyone to quiet down. "Allow me to share a few Chinese translations of terms that you should remember: cover, screen, shot." Zhao Chang understood that one cannot achieve great success overnight, so he began with the fundamentals of vocabulary. The group then embarked on their learning journey. When Zhao Chang heard them utter these words, he laughed so hard that his stomach ached. Yan, DCH, TLN. Zhao Chang did not take the correction too seriously, as mutual understanding of the general meaning sufficed. If the conversation were too precise, it might inadvertently expose the fact that the other party understood Chinese, thereby unraveling the exchange on the spot. What surprised Zhao Chang was that Brown was learning quite rapidly, seemingly more diligently than the others. "Brown, have you studied Chinese before?" Zhao Chang inquired with curiosity. "No, this is my first time learning it, but I have watched documentaries in Chinese before," Brown replied candidly. No matter how Zhao Chang looked at it, he could not discern that Brown's father was an arms dealer. Brown appeared to be nothing more than an honest and simple boy. After everyone learned Chinese, the monotonous training suddenly became infused with joy, and the gymnasium was often filled with laughter and merriment. Zhao Chang's popularity has surged, and he has now undeniably become the superstar of the school. Each day, female classmates flocked to the training hall to present him with flowers and notes. Before Zhao Chang's time travel, he lived in an era of advanced technology, where mobile phones and the internet thrived. If one wished to engage in casual encounters, they would simply utilize WeChat. Thus, witnessing the current students passing notes evoked a distinct charm. However, Zhao Chang had no intentions of seeking a girlfriend, often politely declining such advances. The cavalry team's next opponent was the University of Miami Hurricanes, a formidable squad indeed. Yet, during the late 20th century, Miami was notorious for its perilous reputation, often dubbed the City of Gangsters. Chapter 51. Confronting the gangster-infused Hurricanes, coach Enzu gathered the cavalry players and succinctly outlined the state of the Miami Hurricanes. After discussing tactics, Enzu emphasized a few crucial points. The Hurricanes played with a fierce intensity, and several players were rumored to have connections to organized crime. He urged caution, reminding them that they were in hostile territory and needed to maintain composure. As a coach, there were matters he could not articulate explicitly. Yet Zhao Chang and his teammates grasped the underlying message. De Long, known for his extensive connections, had discreetly inquired about the Hurricanes and confirmed that incidents of fights were commonplace during their matches. Last year, there was even an incident where a visiting player was threatened with a firearm by local gangsters post-game. "Brothers, are you afraid of the Hurricanes?" Zhao Chang bellowed during practice. "Fear? Not at all. What are the gangsters?" De Long retorted defiantly. "Exactly. We, the cavalry, are all about winning, both in the game and in a brawl." Lao Tai, who had been silent, finally chimed in, "If we must fight, let us subdue them." Observing his teammates' fervor, Zhao Chang felt a sense of satisfaction. He did not wish for cowards within the cavalry ranks. The field was a battlefield, and a man must remain fearless. However, the usually passionate Bin appeared somewhat distracted today. Standing there lost in thought, Zhao Chang observed that De Bin was behaving unusually, yet he refrained from inquiring further, sensing the underlying circumstances. After lunch, Zhao Chang concocted an excuse to leave the gym. He hailed a taxi and made his way directly to De Bin's residence. De Bin resided in a dilapidated area of Virginia, in a house that was in disrepair, along with his 2 younger brothers and a sister. His father lay bedridden, with only his mother working odd jobs to make ends meet. The meager relief funds they received each month were insufficient, merely allowing the family to scrape by. This dire situation was also the impetus behind De Bin's fervent desire to enter the NBA. Securing a place in the NBA would guarantee him, at the very least, $1 million contract, provided he could step onto the court. Zhao Chang had only visited De Bin's home once before. That occasion arose when De Bin's father experienced a sudden deterioration in his health, prompting Zhao Chang, along with De Bin and Lao Tai, to rush back and admit the elder into the hospital. Since then, De Bin had never extended an invitation to his classmates to visit his home again. Zhao Chang understood that De Bin did not wish to trouble others. Indeed, upon arriving at De Bin's home, he heard the sound of weeping emanating from the dilapidated house. Zhao Chang discerned that it was the weeping of Mandy, the younger sister of De Bin. He inquired at the door, "Mandy, are you home alone?" The cries within the room abruptly ceased as Mandy peered through the window, revealing herself. The little girl, merely 12 years of age, appeared frail due to malnutrition. "Are you here to see my brother?" she asked. "He's at school." "No, your brother sent me." "Has something happened at home? Where is your mother?" The traces of tears still lingered on Mandy's face, and upon hearing Zhao Chang's question, she could not help but weep once more. "My mother was injured by a billboard while working today. My 2nd and 3rd brothers are in the hospital, but we have no money." Zhao Chang quickly grasped the situation. It was precisely due to this matter that De Bin appeared so dazed. "Which hospital is it, do you know?" Zhao Chang knelt down, gently wiping Mandy's tears. "At Virginia Central Hospital." "All right, stop crying. Stay at home and take care of your father, and don't wander off. By the way, have you eaten, Mandy?" Mandy shook her head, her little stomach emitting soft growls. Zhao Chang hurried to a nearby supermarket, procuring a bounty of burgers, cola, and fried chicken wings, which he returned within his arms. Mandy was utterly famished, yet she timidly refrained from eating, insisting that Zhao Chang partake first. Zhao Chang gently patted Mandy's head and said, "I am heading to the hospital now. You should eat quickly." After leaving De Bin's residence, Zhao Chang wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and hurriedly took a taxi to Virginia Central Hospital. This establishment is one of the larger public hospitals in Virginia, boasting a commendable standard of medical care, with costs that are relatively moderate. However, even these modest expenses are beyond what De Bin's household can bear. Zhao Chang rushed into the emergency room and encountered Bin's 2 younger brothers. The boys sat on the chairs in the corridor, their hands covering their faces, overwhelmed with helplessness and sorrow. Zhao Chang, unable to recall the names of the 2 boys, approached them and stated, "Dabin sent me to the hospital to check on Andy." The 2 boys looked at Zhao Chang in confusion, pausing for a few seconds before inquiring, "Changgu, hasn't my brother returned?" "Oh, he is at school for training. I happened to pass by and thought I would check on whether Annie's medical expenses have been settled." The 2 boys lowered their heads in silence. "How much is needed?" Zhao Chang asked. "It amounts to over 13,000. Zhao Chang took out $20,000 from his pocket and handed it to De Bin's younger brother. Zhao Chang momentarily struggled to recall his name. "Brother Chang, my name is Lydia. This money. Oh, it is a collective contribution from several of us classmates. Please use it to pay for Annie's medical expenses first, and with the remainder, purchase some nutritional supplements." Lydia hesitated, refraining from accepting the money. He was quite sensible and chose to heed his brother De Bin's words. Zhao Chang forcibly placed the money into his hands and feigned anger as he said, "Why are you so stubborn, my dear? The medical expenses of your aunt are of utmost importance. Come, I shall accompany you to settle the payment." Concerned that Lydia might encounter difficulties, he followed closely behind Lydia, accompanying him to make the payment. Just as the 2 were about to turn a corner, Zhao Chang was obstructed by a nurse pushing a mobile hospital bed. Zhao Chang leaned against the wall, allowing the hospital bed to be pushed closer. Just as he was about to catch up with Radia, he suddenly heard a loud shout, followed by the crowd ahead scattering in fear. Zhao Chang was oblivious to the unfolding situation. In a rush, he turned a corner and spotted Radia pursuing 2 individuals. Both were of African descent, and one of them clutched the $20,000 that Zhao Chong had just given to Radia. Zhao Chong, filled with fury, immediately accelerated to pursue them. Radia was on the verge of tears. This was his mother's life-saving money. Yet, how could his little legs possibly outrun those two robbers? As he watched helplessly, the two assailants were about to escape the hospital. Radia's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. Just as despair enveloped him, a sudden gust of wind swept by, and in an instant, Zhao Chong darted past him. Chonggu. Radia rubbed his eyes vigorously and finally discerned that it was indeed Zhao Chong, unable to suppress his astonishment as his mouth fell agape. So fast. In the very moment the two men burst through the doorway, Zhao Chong caught up to them. Bang! Zhao Chong swiftly delivered a kick, sending the man clutching the money sprawling to the ground. In a fit of desperation, another assailant swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, brandishing it menacingly at Zhao Chong. Warning, step aside if you wish to live. With that, he moved to assist his fallen companion, intent on their escape. Zhao Chang was exceedingly cautious, aware that the individual before him wielded a knife, and thus refrained from acting recklessly. Chapter 52. Encountering a robber, I possess nunchaku. At that moment, Radia also caught up, his eyes widening at the sight of the glinting dagger in the assailant's hand. Trembling with fear, he urged Zhao Chong, Brother Chong, he has a knife. Do not approach him. Zhao Chong, with the finesse of a magician, suddenly produced a pair of nunchaku from his pocket. During this period, he had taken advantage of training breaks to learn the art of nunchaku from Lao Tai. Not only Zhao Chong, but also Bin, De Hei Long, and Brown had taken up the practice under Lao Tai's guidance. While learning the nunchaku, Zhao Chang endured several playful jests from his teammates. Chong good. I had thought all Chinese people were like Bruce Lee, proficient in wielding nunchaku. Zhao Chang retorted without reservation, De Hei Long, what nonsense are you spouting? I thought your basketball skills were akin to those of Jordan. This statement left De Hei Long utterly speechless. Zhao Chong indeed mastered the nunchaku with remarkable speed. In less than 2 weeks, he achieved a proficiency comparable to that of his seasoned counterpart. Moreover, with the assistance of a systematic training regimen, Zhao Chong's reaction speed and striking accuracy surpassed those of his peer, elevating his nunchaku skills above his friends. However, he had yet to engage in a real combat scenario. Yet, Zhao Chong, being astute, recognized that this martial art should not merely be an exhibition of flashy moves and techniques. Thus, he would wrap the nunchaku in cotton cloth and engage in practical sparring sessions with his teammates, including his friend. He even applied dye to the cloth, intending to see who would end up with the most color on their attire after their bouts. Coach Anzu, observing the children's enthusiasm for the nunchaku, refrained from discouraging them, merely advising them to avoid injuring themselves and to refrain from instigating fights. Today, when Zhao Chang noticed an assailant brandishing a dagger, he promptly retrieved his nunchaku. The robber, upon seeing Zhao Chang wielding the nunchaku, scoffed. Do you think you're Bruce Lee? Do you dare to challenge me? Before he could finish his taunt, Zhao Chang lunged forward, his nunchaku slicing through the air with a blur. With a resounding crack, the weapon struck precisely at the robber's wrist. Though wooden, it possessed considerable hardness. The robber felt a sharp pain shoot through his wrist, and with a clatter, the dagger fell from his grasp. Zhao Chong offered him no time to react. With a swift twist of the baton, he delivered a horizontal sweep that struck him squarely in the face. The robber let out a pained cry, clutching his mouth as he turned to flee. Zhao Chong, invigorated by the thrill of the moment, brandished his nunchaku and, bending low, struck fiercely at the robber's shins. With a yelp, the assailant collapsed onto the ground. The other robber, clutching the stolen money, struggled to rise, desperately attempting to flee in the opposite direction. Zhao Chong rushed forward and struck his thigh with a resounding thud. The fellow let out a cry of anguish and collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain. Zhao Chong seized the opportunity to reclaim the money. The hospital had already received a call to the police, and security personnel arrived promptly to restrain the two assailants. A few minutes later, police cars arrived, and several officers disembarked to inquire about the incident, subsequently taking the two criminals into custody. Only then did Lydia, filled with excitement, rush over, gazing at Zhao Chong with admiration. Brother Chong, you possess martial arts skills as well? Zhao Chang chuckled, ruffling his hair. Just a bit of fun, come on. Let us settle the bill. Radia trailed behind Zhao Chang, having long forgotten the panic from earlier, her mind filled with images of Zhao Chang wielding nunchaku with valor. Brother Chong, could you teach me how to use the nunchaku? You were so impressive just now. I admire you so much. This little one, like a chatterbox, continued to babble incessantly. Zhao Chong smiled helplessly, gently patting the little one's head as he said, "In the future, there will be opportunities to learn. But for now, the most important thing is for you and your younger brother to take good care of your mother. Otherwise, your elder brother will be quite distressed." Radia nodded vigorously. "I understand, Brother Chong. From now on, I will listen to you." Zhao Chong assisted in settling the expenses, subsequently handing over the remaining funds to Radia, entrusting him with the task of purchasing some nutritional supplements for his mother. He refrained from entering the hospital room, exchanged a brief greeting with Radia, and then departed without delay. Zhao Chong's actions were not motivated by a desire for gratitude. Rather, he wished to discreetly assist Dabin. The stocks he invested in have risen significantly over the past few weeks, yielding him considerable profits. Zhao Chong understood that once he entered the NBA, opportunities for financial gain would abound. At present, during his college years, he thought it prudent to earn some modest income to enhance his living conditions and assist his teammates. After all, why not? Upon returning to campus, Zhao Chang noticed his teammates diligently training. However, Dabin appeared to be in a daze, his mind clearly not focused on basketball. If he continued in this state, the upcoming weekend's match would undoubtedly suffer. Dabin, if there are any issues at home, please let us know. We are here to support you, Zhao Chong said, placing a reassuring hand on Dabin's arm. Dabin, momentarily taken aback, gazed into Zhao Chong's eyes with a look of bewilderment. "My mother is currently receiving treatment in the hospital, but she is stable and will be discharged in a few days. I have already settled the medical expenses, so you need not worry. Just focus on your training." Zhao Chang reassured him. Dabin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Chong, did you just go to my house?" "Indeed, given your current state. I had a strong suspicion. Everything is taken care of now, so you can concentrate on your training. We have a tough battle ahead this weekend." Zhao Chong spoke as he picked up a basketball from the frame. "Come on, Dabin, let us practice a few more tactics." Dabin's eyes glistened with tears, rendering him speechless. He silently crouched down, covering his face with his hands. His teammates, observing from a distance, approached with uncertainty, unsure of what had transpired. Zhao Chang, wishing to spare Dabin from embarrassment, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "No need to look anymore. Focus on your practice." "I just made Dabin cry, haha." His teammates erupted in laughter, and Dabin, amused by Zhao Chong's teasing, wiped away his tears and stood up abruptly, shouting, "Humph, you think you can make me cry? What a joke. I'll dunk on you. Let us go." The teammates, bemused by the peculiar exchange, chose not to inquire further and proceeded to their training. On Saturday morning, the cavalry team arrived in Miami via a chartered bus. Here, the Virginia Union University cavalry team was set to challenge the Miami Hurricanes in an away game. As their bus approached the hotel, they were met by a crowd along the roadside, vociferously cursing the cavalry players, with even more menacing threats hurled their way. Alarmingly, Zhao Chang spotted a group of tattooed ruffians in the distance, brandishing signs inscribed in blood-red letters, "KLLV0 you all. We will annihilate you all." The unsettling sight sent a chill down the spines of his teammates. Upon checking into the hotel, Coach Inzu warned the players against wandering outside and cautioned them to remain indoors that evening. Such a hostile away atmosphere was an unprecedented experience for everyone. However, Zhao Chang noticed that, unlike the anxious demeanor of his fellow players, Braun appeared remarkably composed. Chapter 53, The Hostile Away Environment that afternoon. The entire cavalry team proceeded to the Miami University Gymnasium for warm-up training. As they entered the arena, Zhao Chong observed a group of students who had already gathered, eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Hey, if you want to live, you should surrender early. Haha, can your rookies even play?" These individuals incessantly hurled insults at the cavalry players, while the staff present seemed indifferent to the chaos. Initially, the players managed to tolerate the taunts, as they fell under the category of mere trash talk. In away games, abuse from fans was not unexpected. However, the situation escalated as the hecklers grew increasingly outrageous. Noticing the cavalry players' lack of response, they resorted to personal attacks. "Hey, big guy, can you even shoot? Need me to teach you? That dreadlock of yours looks cool, but it's probably stinking. Yellow-skinned monkey, are you the captain? Do you think I can break you apart?" The relentless barrage of insults pushed the cavalry players to their breaking point. Lao Tai rushed forward, ready to confront them. But Zhao Chang intervened, saying, "Lao Tai, don't fall for it. Let us win the match first, and we'll deal with them later." Zhao Chang was indeed infuriated, his hands trembling with rage. However, the match had yet to commence, and any ensuing chaos would ultimately be to his detriment. Dabin was equally incensed. his veins bulging with ire. Yet he heeded Zhao Chang's counsel and forcibly restrained himself. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the match began. This contest failed to attract a plethora of media reporters, owing to the mediocre prowess of the Hurricane team. Nevertheless, due to both the Hurricane and Cavalry teams being renowned for their fiery playing styles, numerous fans from other schools flocked to witness the spectacle, not for any other reason, but to observe a brawl between the two teams. Before taking the stage, Zhao Chang once again reminded his teammates to exercise restraint and concentrate entirely on the game. Once victory was assured, they would adapt to the evolving circumstances on the court. The starting lineup for the Cavalry team remained unchanged, featuring shooting guard, Zhao Chang, point guard, Xiao De, small forward, Lao Tai, power forward, De Hei Long, center, De Ben, and coach, and Zhua. The starting lineup for the Hurricane team comprised shooting guard, Xierman, point guard, Li Ku, small forward, Dawson, power forward, Mark Pope, center, Henfries, and coach, Greg. Although the Hurricane team possessed an average overall strength, their power forward, Mark Pope, exhibited considerable talent, having been a second-round draft pick in 1996. Despite his low ranking, he had made a commendable impact in the NCAA. However, upon entering the NBA, he played for less than 5 years before fading from the scene. At the center circle, a jump ball resulted in Henfries, the Hurricane team's center, securing the first wave of offensive possession. Taller than De Ben, Henfries boasted decent jumping ability, though his offensive skills were relatively modest, only slightly surpassing De Ben. Point guard Li Ku advanced the ball into the frontcourt, closely guarded by Xiao De. As the team's primary defensive barrier, Xiao De aimed to gauge both the opponent's toughness and the referee's leniency. With a thud, Xiao De deliberately collided with Li Ku using his body. The recent training had significantly enhanced Xiao De's physical prowess, rendering him sturdier than before. Li Ku, caught off guard by the forceful approach, stumbled and nearly fell. Though Li Ku was also quite robust, he had not anticipated Xiao De's aggressive tactics. Enraged, he retaliated, fiercely shoving his shoulder into Xiao De's chest. This maneuver was quite underhanded, inflicting sharp pain on Xiao De's chest and neck, leaving him slightly breathless. Seizing the moment as Xiao De staggered back, Li Ku accelerated and charged forward. Seeing Rick's underhanded tactics and the referee's indifference, Zhao Chang was filled with rage and swiftly moved to reinforce his defense. Aware that Zhao Chang was the linchpin and captain of the Cavalry team, Rick was well prepared. As Zhao Chang lunged towards him, Rick employed the same maneuver, forcefully colliding his shoulder against Zhao Chang's chest and neck. Zhao Chang remained vigilant and reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the very moment Rick charged towards him, Zhao Chang deftly sidestepped while extending his long arm, and with a resounding clap, he managed to knock the ball away. Rick suddenly found himself grasping at nothing, his balance compromised as he toppled to the right. Simultaneously, he felt a jolt in his palm. Where had the ball gone? By the time he regained his composure and attempted to pursue it, it was already too late. Zhao Chang, like a whirlwind, surged through the half-court. Despite Sherman, the quarterback of the Hurricane team, relentlessly pursuing from behind, he found himself unable to match Zhao Chang's speed, watching helplessly as Zhao Chang executed a soaring layup, securing the first 2 points. This basket instantly silenced the home crowd, who had been vociferously hurling insults and taunts at the Cavalry players since the game's onset. Such a hostile atmosphere for an away game is indeed a rare occurrence. Fortunately, Zhao Chang's mental fortitude proved unyielding. He turned the tide, establishing a commanding presence in the initial round. A strong start in an away game is of paramount importance. The head coach of the Hurricane team, Greg, is known for his distinctive coaching style, somewhat akin to Coach Anzo, as he encourages his players to engage actively in confrontations, even turning a blind eye to brawls. Witnessing Zhao Chang's remarkable speed, he felt a surge of concern and bellowed from the sidelines, "You lot, get on defense. Don't just stand there waiting for the ball." No wonder the Hurricane team plays with such ferocity. Their coach's colorful language certainly adds to the atmosphere. At this moment, Coach Anzo remained silent, arms crossed, his demeanor calm and composed. He understood that, given the respective strengths of both teams, a straightforward game would likely lead to a Cavalry victory. However, he anticipated that the Hurricane team might cause some upheaval in the second half. Thus, he had already instructed his players to widen the score gap during the first half, denying their opponents any chance of a comeback. Of course, the actual outcome would ultimately depend on the players' performances. With a score of 2-0, the Cavalry team led as the Hurricane team initiated their offense. Rick, having been thwarted by Zhao Chang earlier, felt a surge of frustration. Crossing half-court, he signaled his teammate Sherman to provide a screen, determined to face Zhao Chang once more. Fueled by intensity, he was resolved to take down Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang chuckled inwardly. This was his favorite scenario. As long as his opponent became overly confident, it would be manageable. Rick, exercising caution, refrained from recklessly challenging Zhao Chang. Instead, he opted to employ his adept dribbling skills, aiming to bypass Zhao Chang. Indeed, Rick's dribbling prowess was commendable. With a series of swift changes in direction, he managed to create a half-step advantage over Zhao Chang and surge to the left. However, Zhao Chang remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing him while extending his right arm to thwart any sudden jump shot attempts. As Rick approached the vicinity of the paint, he noticed Mark Pope had established his position and promptly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Pope faced the formidable Black Dragon. With a feint, he pivoted for a layup, intending to overpower the Black Dragon. To his surprise, the Black Dragon was particularly tenacious and aggressive that day, swatting Pope's attempt away with a forceful hand. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against the Black Dragon for illegal blocking, leading Pope to the free throw line. Chapter 54. Zhao Chang vs. 5. Toying with the Hurricane team. Zhao Chang felt a twinge of perplexity. Was it not said that the Hurricane team played with ferocity? How could they be struck by the Black Dragon without so much as a reaction? However, it soon dawned on Zhao Chang what was amiss. The players of the Hurricane team were conspiring underhandedly. In the ensuing round, the Hurricane team launched their offense. Point guard Sherman dribbled past half-court, while Rick maneuvered without the ball, with Zhao Chang tightly shadowing him. Rick incessantly darted back and forth, altering his pace in an attempt to shake off Zhao Chang's defense. Yet, Zhao Chang, equipped with swift speed and supported by an ankle protection system, remained unfazed by sudden stops or directional changes, following Rick closely without falter. Rick, now desperate, seized an opportunity. As the referee's attention wavered, he abruptly swung an elbow towards Zhao Chang's face. Zhao Chang anticipated that his opponent would resort to underhanded tactics, but he never expected it to be this egregious. With a resounding thud, a sharp elbow struck Zhao Chang, causing blood to gush from his nose. Fortunately, Zhao Chang instinctively managed to evade slightly, mitigating the impact and sparing his nasal bone from fracture. Upon witnessing the bloodshed on the court, the referee promptly signaled for a pause in the game, summoning medical personnel to attend to the injury. Dabin, De Hailang, Laodai, and Shadow were incensed and rushed over, intent on confronting Rick. Meanwhile, Rick feigned innocence, but upon seeing the swarm of players charging towards him, including several from the cavalry bench, he hastily sought refuge behind his own team's bench. The rest of the Hurricane team swiftly converged, shielding Rick and plunging the scene into further chaos. Zhao Chang, undeterred by the blood streaming from his nose and clutching it with one hand, rushed forward desperately to seize Dabin, shouting fervently, "Dabin, if you still regard me as your captain, assist me in restraining our brothers. We must secure victory in this match." Dabin's eyes reddened with emotion. He would forego the game rather than witness Zhao Chang fall victim to treachery. Yet, Zhao Chang's impassioned plea jolted Dabin back to reality. The greater good must prevail. Thus, Dabin joined the referee in calming his teammates, urging the cavalry squad to regain their composure. The referee reviewed the footage of the preceding match, deliberated momentarily, and ultimately resolved to issue Rick a flagrant foul. The others were spared punishment but received warnings. The team physician attended to Zhao Chang, applying a cotton swab to stem the bleeding. This injury did not incite Zhao Chang's anger, nor did it instill fear. Instead, it ignited within him a fervent spirit of determination. Zhao Chang approached his teammates, his jersey still stained with droplets of blood. "Brothers, everyone knows we relish a good brawl. Yet only we comprehend that fighting is not our ultimate goal. Our true aim is to instill fear in our opponents, making them hesitant to resort to underhanded tactics. Now that they have taken the initiative, you all know what to do, right?" His teammates, fully understanding, were knowing smirks, transforming into formidable dragons. The game resumed. And as the cavalry team faced a two-shot foul, Zhao Chang stepped to the free throw line, successfully sinking both shots. Zhao Chang advanced the ball towards the front court, only to be met with Rick's audacious full-court press, a blatant provocation. "Hey, those cotton swabs in your nose look quite dapper, haha?" If Zhao Chang were an impetuous youth, he would undoubtedly be incensed. However, he now possessed the physique of a young man coupled with the composure of middle age. Engaging in a war of words? Absolutely not. I shall first obliterate you, and then settle the score. Bam! Zhao Chang made a sharp turn and accelerated. leaving Rick trailing over a meter behind. Rick hurriedly pursued, but Zhao Chang's speed was overwhelming, forcing Rick to merely inhale the exhaust fumes left in Zhao Chang's wake. Zhao Chang refrained from resorting to violence to avenge Rick. Instead, he employed his superior dribbling skills to humiliate him profoundly. As he advanced past the halfway line, Zhao Chang surveyed his teammates' positioning, glancing left and right, feigning an intention to pass. Just as the opposing defenders committed to blocking his passing lane, Zhao Chang accelerated once more, surging directly into the penalty area. By the time the others attempted to provide support, it was already too late. Before Zhao Chang stood only the opposing center, Humphreys. With arms outstretched, Humphreys loomed over the relatively diminutive Zhao Chang, effectively trapping him. Just as it seemed Zhao Chang had no escape, he suddenly feigned a jump shot. The jump shot is the optimal strategy for shorter guards when facing taller post players. Realizing he was the last line of defense, Humphreys instinctively leapt to block Zhao Chang's shot. Yet, Zhao Chang executed a deceptive maneuver. By Buddha, bang! As Zhao Chang bent down, he unexpectedly maneuvered under Humphreys' armpit. By the time Humphreys realized what had happened, Zhao Chang had vanished from sight. He surged towards the basket, executing a reverse layup that gracefully kissed the backboard before finding its way into the hoop, 2 points secured. This dazzling play showcased Zhao Chang's remarkable speed, dribbling finesse, rhythmic variation, and quick reflexes. However, this achievement was also a testament to his teammates. Big Ben effectively blocked his defender, while the formidable Black Dragon and Old Iron provided essential screens. And Little Da's off-ball movement diverted the attention of the opposing defenders. The cohesive teamwork of the cavalry team melded seamlessly with Zhao Chang's individual prowess. Greg, the head coach of the Hurricane team, let out a soft sigh. He sensed that with Zhao Chang on the opposing side, victory in this match would be a formidable challenge. Following the earlier tumult, the Hurricane team had moderated their approach, their movements less aggressive, and they dared not resort to underhanded tactics. The cavalry team capitalized on their transparent play, establishing a significant advantage. After more than 8 minutes of play in the first half, the cavalry led by 13 points, prompting Greg to call for a timeout. The morale of the cavalry soared as Zhao Chang and his teammates exchanged hearty high fives, their arms raised in triumphant roars. Coach Enzo nodded approvingly, recognizing that this was the true essence of the cavalry team, undaunted in both brawls and on the court. Just one word encapsulated the sentiment: exhilarating. On the other side, Coach Greg refrained from reprimanding his players, fully aware of the evident disparity between the two teams. He could only urge his players to strive harder, emphasizing the need to hold their ground through the remainder of the first half without faltering. After the timeout, the Hurricane team made a few substitutions, bringing in a lanky player named Derek in place of small forward Dawson. To everyone's surprise, Derek turned out to be a sharpshooter from beyond the arc. Upon entering the game, he swiftly sank 2 3-pointers from the corners before executing a trailing 3-pointer. Such prolific shooters were indeed rare in the 1990s. The point deficit shrank to a mere 4 points. Just as Coach Enzo was about to call a timeout, he noticed Zhao Chang signaling towards the bench. Soon, Brown rose from the cavalry's bench, shedding his jacket. Coach Enzo grasped Zhao Chang's intent. He wanted Brown to step in and unleash his own 3-point prowess. Thus, in the next dead ball situation, Brown took to the court. Greg, aware of Brown's reputation as the cavalry's 3-point specialist, vocally instructed his players to keep a close watch on him. However, the cavalry's strategy was astute. With the support of his teammates' screens, Brown quickly found an excellent opportunity for an open shot. Chapter 55, Halftime, Chaos Reigns Again. Zhao Chang advanced into the paint, compressing the Hurricane team's defense down to the low post, and then suddenly passed the ball to Brown. With swift precision, Brown unleashed a shot. Swish. The deficit diminished. The Hurricane team sought to retaliate with a 3-pointer, but Sherman's pass was anticipated by Zhao Chang, who stretched out his long arm and bam. The ball was deflected away. Shao seized the opportunity to gain control of the ball and charged past half-court. Meanwhile, Brown arrived at the sideline on the opposite side. Shao deftly maneuvered, and with a swift motion, the basketball sailed between 2 defenders. Upon receiving the pass, Brown did not hesitate. He launched another 3-pointer. My 3-point dagger is the flame of hell. Swish. Brown stepped onto the court and immediately sank 2 consecutive 3-pointers, leaving the Hurricane team utterly astounded. Zhao Chang and his teammates rushed over, colliding chest with Brown in celebration. Brown, splendid. Just like that. You must be so decisive. I absolutely adore you, Brown, haha. The praise from his teammates deeply moved Brown. During his freshman year in college, he faced rejection multiple times from the basketball team due to his slender physique. By the time he reached his sophomore year, he had lost hope. However, Zhao Chong defied the odds and insisted on keeping him on the team. In the recent matches, Brown's three-point shooting became increasingly reliable, repaying Zhao Chong's trust. Coach Zhu, watching from the sidelines, marveled, "Zhao Chang truly has an eye for talent. Brown, as an unexpected asset, consistently makes an impact the moment he steps onto the court. Remarkable." Little did he know that the significance of the three-point shot would only grow in the NBA in the future. As a time traveler, Zhao Chong was determined to seize this opportunity and help his team clinch victory. The rise of the three-point shot is not solely attributed to sharpshooters, but also to changes in rules. In this era, defensive movements are heavily restricted, and there are far fewer fouls called. Hand-checking is still permitted, allowing defenders to interfere significantly while guards drive or shoot. Defenders can place their hands on the offensive player's waist or other areas. Consequently, the paint remains the focal point of offense and defense in this period. Reflecting on it, Michael Jordan's ability to secure 2 three-peats in a league dominated by 4 great centers is truly astounding. As soon as Brown entered the game, the dynamics shifted. The point differential widened once more. After 12 minutes of the first half, the Cavaliers had already established a 9-point lead. Greg, feeling helpless, called a timeout, preparing to substitute in some bench players to test their luck. Just months prior, the Cavaliers relied solely on their 5 main players. However, thanks to the efforts of Zhao Chong and Coach Zhu, the bench's progress has been swift. Although they may lack innate talent, Zhao Chong has fostered a sense of teamwork during training. This embodies the essence of NCAA, team first. Thus, every year during March Madness, countless fans are drawn to the spectacle. Even the NBA accommodates crucial NCAA matches by pausing their own schedule. Both teams substituted in their bench players, engaging in a fierce shootout. Yet, Zhao Chang remained on the court. The Cavaliers appeared lively, but all their strategies originated from Zhao Chong. Fortunately, thanks to systematic training, he possessed remarkable stamina. Additionally, Zhao Chong, with his high basketball IQ, managed to rest subtly while on the court. Resting discreetly on the court? This is indeed a profound discipline. Certainly, it is neither mere idleness nor genuine laziness. Rather, Zhao Chong skillfully employs his ability to draw attention, thereby creating offensive opportunities for his teammates. For instance, upon scoring a goal, the opposing defense naturally shifts its focus towards him. Every move made by Zhao Chong instills a sense of trepidation in his opponents. Capitalizing on this, he positions himself in the corner, occasionally feigning readiness to spring into action. Consequently, his adversaries remain on high alert, guarding him meticulously. Throughout the first half, a span of 16 minutes elapsed before Coach Zhu decided to substitute Zhao Chong. By that moment, the Cavalry team had established a commanding lead of 17 points over the Hurricane team. This substantial advantage cast a shadow of despair over the home crowd, with some fans even departing early, bereft of any hope for a comeback. Although Zhao Chong was on the bench, he did not take a seat. Instead, he stood at the sidelines, fervently waving his towel, assuming the role of the team's morale booster. During Zhao Chong's absence, Shouda became the engine of the team. Over this period, Shouda made significant progress. While his speed may not match that of Zhao Chong, he possesses his own unique attributes, particularly his exceptional vision. He consistently identifies advantageous positions for his teammates and swiftly delivers accurate passes. As a result, Shouda's assists are plentiful, averaging 5.3 per game. In the closing moments of the first half, his collaboration with De Hei Long and Lao Tai was commendable, maintaining their dominance on the court. De Bin wreaked havoc in the paint, tirelessly performing the gritty tasks that restricted the opponent's effectiveness in the key area. At halftime, the score stood at 47-29, with the Cavalry team leading by 18 points. As both teams made their way to the tunnel, the Hurricane team fans suddenly engaged in an utterly repulsive display. They seized water bottles and various items, such as hamburgers and shoes, hurling them at the Cavalry players. Zhao Chong had previously instructed his teammates to endure the provocation until after the victory, at which point they could settle the score. However, Lao Tai found it impossible to restrain himself. Though typically reserved and maintaining good relations with his teammates, he harbored a violent streak within. Back in high school, he had once intervened on behalf of a classmate, severely beating a group of delinquents, resulting in serious injuries to 2 of them. Although he was later acquitted by the court, his family still had to pay some compensation. Such incidents were not uncommon for Lao Tai. He struggled to control his temper when faced with external aggression. This time proved no different. Upon witnessing the fans throwing objects at them, he zeroed in on a heavily tattooed individual and charged forward. Despite the efforts of De Long and Zhao Chang to intervene, they were unable to stop him. Lao Tai lunged into the stands, seized the tattooed man, and unleashed a flurry of punches. However, the fan had companions who also began to strike Lao Tai. Drawing from his experience, he focused on his singular target, disregarding the others as he relentlessly continued his assault. Zhao Chang and his teammates, concerned for Lao Tai's well-being, rushed to his side and restrained the other fans. Chaos erupted at the scene. Staff and security swiftly intervened to separate the two parties. Lao Tai suffered a few blows to his head and arms, though none were severe. However, the tattooed man he had struck fared far worse. With his face bloodied and his eyelids swollen to the point of being unable to open his eyes, Zhao Chang and a few of his teammates were rather mischievous. After they charged forward, they did not assist their comrade in combat but merely obstructed the others, allowing their ally to engage in a one-on-one duel with the tattooed man. Chapter 56. The Hurricane team lifts a stone only to crush their own foot when the security personnel separated the two. The tattooed man had already succumbed to unconsciousness, prompting the staff to summon a stretcher for his removal. The referee, feeling quite helpless, deliberated for a while before ultimately deciding to expel the ally. Furthermore, a subsequent suspension and fine were inevitable. Yet, the ally harbored no regrets. He could not indulge the reckless individuals. In the locker room, having regained his composure, the ally extended an apology to Zhao Chang and his teammates. "Brother Chang, I lost my temper. I will rely on you all for the upcoming matches." The fierce and tempestuous ally, now resembling a remorseful child, lowered his head as he stood before Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang smiled and shook his head vigorously, tightly embracing Lao Tai. "What are you saying? We are brothers. What you did just now is magnificent. You accomplished what we wished to do but could not. Just rest well, and we will ensure victory in the match." The other teammates joined in to comfort Lao Tai. "Lao Tai, that series of combination punches you threw was truly fierce. Haha, what a thrill. Thankfully, you weren't armed with nunchaku. Otherwise, that fellow would be meeting his maker. He deserved a good beating, especially given how joyfully he smashed things." Following this incident, the camaraderie among the cavalry team members grew even stronger. The players were surging with adrenaline, seemingly imbued with boundless energy. Coach Answa did not chastise Lao Tai, nor did he intervene. He simply observed as Lao Tai dealt with that scoundrel. This is precisely the momentum needed in an away game. Nevertheless, he held a deep appreciation for Zhao Chang's leadership capabilities within the team. He was relentless when action was warranted, yet could also restrain himself when necessary. With Zhao Chang around, Coach Answa found himself considerably relieved. However, given that they were playing away in Miami, a city notorious for its gang affiliations, Coach Answa felt a twinge of concern. He specifically sought out the head of the home security team to ensure stringent protection for the locker room. After all, given that Lao Tai had assaulted someone, the opposing team would certainly seek retribution. In the event that any accomplices of the tattooed man attempted to storm the locker room during the match, Lao Tai would be left vulnerable, which could lead to serious trouble. The second half of the match commenced. Lao Tai had been ejected, replaced by the cavalry team's substitute, Jerome. Jerome was slightly taller than Lao Tai, with average offensive capabilities but exceptional defensive skills. The cavalry team still maintained their advantage. Yet the players' performance in the second half was rather lackluster. The two sides began to stalemate. After 9 minutes into the second half, the cavalry team led by 17 points. The Hurricane team was growing increasingly anxious. They began to stir restlessly, their actions becoming more aggressive. Bang! The formidable Black Dragon was viciously knocked to the ground by Mark Pope. Thud! Zhao Chang was forcefully pushed out of the arena by Rick and Sherman. Colliding with the cheerleader, Dabin could no longer contain his frustration and felt the urge to retaliate. However, Zhao Chang swiftly called for a timeout. Recognizing the necessity of remaining composed and avoiding any provocation, engaging in a confrontation at that moment would undoubtedly result in both of them being penalized. "Brothers, there are still 11 minutes left in the match. It is not the time for violence. We must endure and secure our victory." Dabin lowered his head, his chest heaving with agitation. He genuinely struggled to restrain himself. Xiaoda kicked a chair in frustration, vociferously cursing. Zhao Chang was well aware of his teammates' tempers, which were indeed quite difficult to endure. However, as the captain, he had to consider the bigger picture. The referee was relatively impartial, consistently blowing the whistle whenever the Hurricane team committed a foul. The point gap continued to widen. The members of the Hurricane team, noticing that the cavalry players were not easily deceived, became even more aggressive. In a moment of reckless audacity, during one of Zhao Chang's breakthroughs, the Hurricane team's power forward, Mark Pope, charged at him from an angle, intent on delivering a brutal collision. Not only was he aiming to strike, but he also raised his elbow, targeting Zhao Chang's neck. If that blow connected, Zhao Chang would undoubtedly find himself confined to a hospital bed for at least half a month. Just as a teammate was about to issue a warning, it was already too late. In this critical moment, Zhao Chang suddenly stumbled, as if something had tripped him. Thud! Zhao Chang fell to the ground, while Mark Pope was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. Standing at an imposing height of 2.07 meters, he was obstructed by Zhao Chang's sudden movement. His sizable frame propelled forward uncontrollably. What a calamity! Mark Pope soared out of bounds, colliding with a photographer. Bang! The force of his inertia caused him to tumble sideways, his head striking a chair in the process. Blood gushed forth instantly. All players, aside from Zhao Chang, were left in a state of shock, particularly Bin, who feared for Zhao Chang's well-being. Little did he realize that Zhao Chang, in that fall, had managed to protect himself. While everyone assumed Zhao Chang had stumbled inadvertently, he remained on the ground, concealing a smirk within. During his earlier drive, he had keenly observed Mark Pope out of the corner of his eye. Thus, in a moment of cleverness, Zhao Chang had feigned a fall, intentionally tripping the aggressively advancing Pope. Medical personnel hurried over to assess Pope's injuries. Not only had he sustained a head injury, but his lower leg had also been grazed by the camera, resulting in swelling. Both the NCAA and NBA have regulations stipulating that if a player suffers a head injury, they must not continue the game and require evaluation. Should a concussion, even the mildest form, be detected, rest is mandated until full recovery is achieved before re-entering the game. The head coach of the Hurricanes stood aghast. This was truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Pope was a pivotal offensive asset for the Hurricanes. If he were unable to play, the team's prospects would be utterly bleak, albeit they were already dim. The referee approached the sidelines, scrutinizing the replay of the match, but found no evidence of foul play from Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang fell, ensnared by an unseen obstacle. Thus, he too was a victim. Pop could no longer continue. Yet the match pressed on. The other players of the Hurricanes appeared deflated, devoid of spirit. The cavalry team grew increasingly adept, further widening the gap in score. In truth, had both teams maintained a friendly demeanor, a lead exceeding 20 points, with little time remaining, the game would have devolved into a mere exhibition. After all, a substantial deficit is a source of humiliation for the losing side. However, today as circumstances were starkly different. The Hurricanes resorted to underhanded tactics. While the cavalry had no intention of granting them any semblance of dignity, they would leave no room for mercy. The gap continued to expand. With just over a minute remaining in the second half, the cavalry held a staggering 31-point lead. Coach Anzo deemed it sufficient and substituted his key players. Ultimately, the match concluded with the cavalry triumphing over the Hurricanes with a score of 94-62, a resounding victory by 32 points. Such outcomes are rare in NCAA competitions. Rick of the Hurricanes wore a grim expression. He deliberately approached Zhao Chang and ominously declared, "You shall not escape Miami unscathed." Zhao Chang let out a disdainful snort. "What? Unable to win on the court, and now you wish to resort to fighting? Allow me to inform you, you are even less capable in that regard." "We shall see." "Very well, I shall await your move." Zhao Chang stood his ground defiantly. At this moment, Ben approached, shouting at Rick, "What do you intend to do? Shall we engage right now?" "We are ready." Rick was acutely aware that initiating a confrontation at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to their disadvantage. Thus, he cast a resentful glance at Zhao Chang and Ben before swiftly departing. The home team had suffered a significant defeat, leaving the local fans devoid of the spirit to jeer, with the majority choosing to exit the venue prematurely. Despite Zhao Chang's unwavering composure, he nonetheless cautioned his teammates to exercise utmost vigilance. "Brothers, return directly to the hotel, refrain from wandering about. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart on the bus." The players of the cavalry team, well aware of the transient nature of their stay in Miami, complied promptly and returned to the hotel. The following morning, the bus, carrying the team leader, coaching staff, and all players, departed from the hotel. As Zhao Chang boarded the vehicle, he felt his heart racing intensely. A foreboding sense that something significant was about to transpire. He settled into the window seat, his gaze fixated on the outside world. De Bin, seated beside him, noticed the pallor on Zhao Chang's face. "Xiangzi, what troubles you?" Zhao Chang shook his head, remaining silent as he continued to gaze out of the bus window. The bus navigated 2 turns and headed towards the main road. Zhao Chang's heart, which had been in a state of anxiety, finally found solace. As long as they reached the main road, he believed all would be well, and home would be within reach in 2 hours. However, unexpectedly, a minivan surged forth from a side road, obstructing the path of the bus. Fortunately, the bus driver reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision with the minivan. Infuriated, the driver was about to roll down the window to confront the intruder when the door of the minivan swung open. His expression turned ashen upon seeing 5 young men emerge, resembling thugs, 2 of whom brandished firearms. "Get out, all of you," commanded the leader. Sporting a mohawk, a hairstyle that was all the rage at the time, Coach Answa, filled with indignation, sprang to his feet and, with a decisive gesture, ordered, "Do not move. I will handle this." Zhao Chang attempted to restrain him, but Coach Anzu shrugged off Zhao Chang's hand and exited the vehicle alone. "You lot of scoundrels. What do you intend to do? If you have any sense, then get lost." Coach Anzu exhibited unwavering bravery, indifferent to whether the opposition bore arms. His foremost concern lay with the safety of his players. The mohawk-headed individual was taken aback by Coach Anzu's audacity, unsure of how to proceed. A brash youth from behind rushed forward. This fellow had a completely shaved head adorned with a menacing eagle tattoo, giving him a fearsome appearance. "Boss, stop wasting time with this old man. Just take him down." With that, the bald man swung a punch at Coach Anzu. Despite being in his 50s, Coach Anzu possessed commendable agility, sidestepping the blow and countering with a left hook. Thud. The bald man's punch missed, throwing him off balance as Coach Anzu's fist struck his cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "You old fool. Are you tired of living?" The gunman behind raised his weapon, aiming directly at Coach Anzu's forehead. The mohawk-headed leader did not wish for the situation to escalate. He had not anticipated the old man's resolve. "Well, old man, you truly fear nothing, but what of your players? No wonder you have assumed the role of leader." The mohawk-headed individual sneered, employing the players as leverage to threaten Coach Anzu. "What do you scoundrels want?" "What do we want?" The mohawk-headed man chuckled coldly. "I've heard your players are quite formidable. Have them all kneel here so we can vent our frustrations, and then we shall let you go. What if I refuse?" Coach Anzu's voice was resolute, devoid of any inclination to compromise. "Refuse? Brothers, open fire at the vehicle," at the mohawk-headed man's command. The gunman discharged a shot towards the car, shattering the bus's front windshield with a resounding crack. However, it was merely a threat, aimed away from any individual. Zhao Chang shouted from the car, "Everyone, get down." Coach Anzu, trembling with rage, exclaimed, "That's enough. If you seek to vent your frustration, direct it at me alone. Do not lay a finger on my players." Zhao Chang and the cavalry team members clenched their fists, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Coach Answa truly exemplified the essence of a great mentor. In such a perilous moment, he stepped forward, exerting every ounce of his strength to safeguard his players. However, the Mohican-haired individual was unimpressed, sneering as he clapped his hands. "Oh, how touching. Sacrificing oneself to protect the players is simply commendable. But your Zhao Chang and the old buddy of yours should get down here." Coach Answa spread his arms wide, articulating each word with gravity. "If you wish to fight, then fight me. Do not lay a finger on them." "Is that so?" The Mohican, realizing Coach Answa's resolute demeanor, grew agitated and threw a punch at him. Given Coach Answa's agility, the blow should have missed entirely. Yet, to shield his teammates, he endured the impact. Bang! Coach Answa's cheeks swelled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Chang observed the situation with mounting anger, his veins protruding and his eyes reddening. He bellowed, "Open the door. I must get out." The bus driver continued to urge, "Perhaps it would be best for you all to remain inside. Open the door, I insist." De Bin also rose to his feet. One by one, the other players stood up, demanding that the driver unlock the door. Just as the bus driver hesitated, Zhao Chang rushed to the front and swiftly pressed the button to open the door. With a hiss, the door swung open, and the cavalry team players poured out, forming a line to stand resolutely before Coach Answa. Zhao Chang shouted resolutely, "If you wish to fight, direct your ire at us. Should you dare to lay a finger upon our coach, I will do everything in my power to sever your head from your shoulders." Witnessing Zhao Chang's fierce determination, the assailants were taken aback. One of them aimed a handgun squarely at Zhao Chang's head. Yet, Zhao Chang stood undaunted, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the dark muzzle of the weapon. Coach Anzu felt a mix of emotions, both touched and anxious. He bellowed at Zhao Chang, "You fool. Get back to the car. I assure you, you are safe with me here." Zhao Chang retorted, "Enough, old man. If I stand idly by while you are harmed, how could I ever face the responsibility of being captain again? The Mohican-headed thug gazed at Zhao Chang with a sinister expression and nodded. Very well. You are indeed a man. I shall grant your wish. Let's do this. The group of thugs surged forward, ready to strike. Zhao Chang clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward, resolute. Taking 2 strides, he braced himself to endure a beating, allowing the adversaries to vent their frustrations. At worst, he would spend a few months recuperating in a hospital, but he could not bear the thought of his teammates getting harmed. Just as the members of the Mohican gang were about to make their move, an individual descended slowly from the bus, coolly remarking, "Hey, do you think you alone possess firearms?" Zhao Chang was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Brown stepping down from the vehicle. Chapter 58. Brown reveals the true nature of firearms. All eyes shifted towards Brown, particularly that of the mohawk-headed individual, who appeared utterly astonished. This was America, where firearms were prohibited. Thus, it was conceivable that others might be armed. However, facing a college basketball team, it was improbable that they would be carrying weapons, unless one of them was a reincarnation of Arenas or Morant. Yet, as the mohawk-headed man scrutinized Brown's appearance, he sneered disdainfully. Brown was dressed quite ordinarily, resembling nothing more than an honest young man. He bore no tattoos, his hairstyle was unremarkable, lacking any vibrant dyes. How could such a person engage in discussions of firearms? What a joke. The mohawk-headed man pointed at Brown and shouted, "FXX gay. You better come over here." All the players from the cavalry team felt a wave of anxiety for Brown, with DeBin urging him with his eyes to return to the vehicle. Coach Anzo also expressed concern, scolding, "Get back in the car. This is not your affair." Only Zhao Chang remained silent. Sensing that Brown was about to instigate something significant today, with an air of nonchalance, Brown approached the mohawk-headed man and coldly remarked, "With those 2 pathetic guns of yours, you dare to intimidate anyone?" One of the men wielding a firearm, infuriated, strode towards Brown, pressing the gun against his head, and shouted, "Say that again, and I'll show you if this piece can blow your head off." Truly, Miami was notorious for its gang culture. These individuals were exceedingly arrogant. Yet, to everyone else's astonishment, Brown displayed no fear, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly said, "That piece you have is an M1911, isn't it? An obsolete relic. And you can't even find ammunition for it. What use is that rusty shell you're brandishing? Furthermore, it seems your safety is still engaged, isn't it? Even if it were a prop, couldn't you handle it with a bit more professionalism?" The man was momentarily stunned, his face flushing with embarrassment as he gradually lowered his weapon. The other bald-headed individual, possessing a similar firearm, instinctively concealed his weapon behind him, too intimidated to reveal it. Upon witnessing the faux firearm being exposed, the mohawk-headed man, filled with rage and humiliation, swiftly drew a military knife from behind him, brandishing it. "Damn it, do I really need a gun to deal with you? Just this knife, and you can all try me." Brown responded with a cold laugh. "What era are we in? Still playing with knives?" Before he could finish his sentence, Brown abruptly waved his hand. A resounding roar of engines filled the air. Everyone turned to see 2 Hummers speeding towards them, one in front of the other, effectively trapping the mohawk-headed men in between. As the doors swung open, 6 or 7 individuals clad in camouflage emerged, each wielding an array of weaponry. M5, the king of submachine guns. MAC-10, a formidable submachine gun. Glock G17 handguns. As these individuals emerged, the first few Mohicans were nearly paralyzed with fear, instinctively raising their hands in surrender. The 2 worn-out guns they brandished were hastily discarded upon the ground. Brown nodded at the bearded leader, greeting him with a smile. "Uncle Tom, I truly appreciate your assistance today." The bearded man chuckled, only to suddenly raise his hand and deliver a resounding slap to one of the Mohicans, sending him spinning to the ground. "Little Brown, I expected a formidable adversary, yet here we find only a handful of children." Brown shrugged, lamenting, "I suppose I was mistaken. I overestimated them. I thought in the city of gangsters there would be at least a few genuine toughs. Uncle Tom, look at these dilapidated firearms. They dare to brandish them to intimidate." Uncle Tom glanced disdainfully at the 2 shabby guns on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. "These are toys I wouldn't have played with even at 5 years old. How dare they bring them out?" Brown stepped forward to confront the Mohican, commanding, "I now order you and your companions to kneel before our coach and teammates and sincerely apologize." The Mohican, trembling in fear, found his pants dampened in his fright. He acquiesced repeatedly, crawling before Coach Anzo, kneeling with legs bent and bowing his head fervently. "Oh, coach, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare us." The other fellows similarly knelt before Zhao Chang, Dabin, De Halung, and Laodai, pleading for mercy. Zhao Chang observed that these individuals were not particularly formidable, and they appeared quite intimidated. He remarked, "Leave now, and be more discerning in the future. Do not embarrass yourselves." Coach Anzua, being the elder, chose to remain silent and return to the vehicle, although Zhao Chang had ordered them to depart. The group with the mohawk hairstyle still hesitated to move, as the ominous barrels of their firearms were still directed at them. The mohawk leader understood that only Brown could command these fierce individuals. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Brown. Brown, weary of further dialogue, noted that the players were fatigued and eager to return to Virginia for some rest. "Our captain has spoken. If you did not hear him, then that is your misfortune," he stated. The mohawk leader, feeling as though he had received a reprieve, quickly bowed his head in gratitude and fled, clutching his jaw. The others followed suit. But Uncle Tom and a few other imposing figures did not allow them to escape easily, delivering resounding slaps to each one. These slaps were delivered with considerable force, reminiscent of a slap competition. The individuals staggered, disoriented and bleeding from the corners of their mouths, yet they managed to express their gratitude repeatedly. Subsequently, Brown approached Uncle Tom and the others, exchanging high-fives with them, and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Tom." Uncle Tom replied with a chuckle, "It was no trouble at all. We had nothing to do these past couple of days, so it was nice to get out for a bit." Zhao Chang stepped forward and courteously expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Tom smiled and nodded, remarking, "You must be Zhao Chang. Brown often speaks highly of you. You are a commendable person, very loyal, and your teammates share the same admirable qualities." Zhao Chang was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he said, "You flatter me. We are all brothers, and we look out for one another. That's wonderful. You all may proceed. We shall follow closely behind you." Remarkably, the cavalry team as players had never experienced such treatment, akin to accompanying a presidential entourage. The team bus navigated through the streets, flanked by two Hummers, one in front and the other behind for protection. Although Brown had just come to the team's aid, once back on the bus, he resumed the role of a humble substitute. He did not exhibit arrogance. Instead, he adopted an even more modest demeanor. Coach Anzo expressed his astonishment repeatedly, privately reflecting that it was indeed fortunate Zhao Chang had persuaded Brown to stay. Otherwise, overcoming today's challenges would have been quite arduous. He recalled Brown's time with the cavalry team and realized how understated he had been. Beyond training, Brown dedicated himself to keeping the gym tidy and assisting his teammates with their belongings. Additionally, he took on the task of fetching water. Despite Zhao Chang's insistence that it was unnecessary, Brown expressed his fondness for his teammates, stating that he was willing to do anything for them. Many were unaware that Brown had once battled depression. In Chapter 59, a beautiful woman sought Zhao Chang for training. In his teenage years, Brown had been traumatized by witnessing a school shooting, which led to his struggle with depression. He shunned social interactions, often isolating himself. However, basketball ultimately salvaged him. Brown possessed a natural talent for shooting, particularly from beyond the arc, yet his slender physique deterred any teams from recruiting him. Throughout high school and college, he never joined a school team, but he committed to training for at least 2 to 3 hours daily. Were it not for Zhao Chang, Brown might have relegated basketball to a mere hobby. Upon returning to Virginia Union University, the cavalry team was warmly welcomed by the students. Despite the era's limited internet connectivity, some classmates had gathered to witness the game, aware of the cavalry team's dominance over the Hurricane team. However, the subsequent armed incident involving the bus had yet to be disclosed. Rumors circulated, growing increasingly sensationalized, painting the cavalry team as if they were akin to a team from Kosovo. Zhao Chang's reputation within the school has been steadily ascending, attracting an increasing number of girls who pursue him. Prior to his traversal, Zhao Chang experienced a fleeting romance that ended swiftly. However, after his journey, his mindset has matured significantly. He possesses a clear understanding of matters between men and women. While basketball undoubtedly holds great importance, he remains open to the possibility of exploring a relationship, provided he encounters a suitable girl. Zhao Chang possesses the essence of a Chinese spirit, displaying little interest in individuals of Caucasian or African descent. It is not rooted in any discriminatory ideology. Rather, it is a matter of personal aversion, particularly towards the scents that emanate from them. Recently, a Chinese exchange student named Tang Xiaowan, who also goes by the English name Donna, has captured Zhao Chang's attention. Standing at 1. 72 meters. She is a prominent member of the volleyball team at the University of Virginia. Both her beauty and physique are unparalleled within the university, and she hails from a prosperous family, attracting numerous admirers. However, Tang Xiaowan has yet to engage in a romantic relationship. In recent months, she has been seen accompanying her close friends from the dormitory to present small tokens of support to the cavalry team players. Initially, Zhao Chong remained oblivious to her intentions, as the group consisted of several girls. Their interactions were limited to polite greetings and expressions of gratitude, without further communication. However, one day, after practice, Tang Xiaowan entered the basketball gym alone. Noticing her solitary presence, the boisterous De Long approached her, eager to strike up a conversation. Yet, De Bin, ever perceptive, swiftly intervened, reminding him, "Don't embarrass yourself. Can't you see? She is here for the captain." Indeed, Tang Xiaowan made her way directly towards Zhao Chong. Zhao Chang was engaged in a fast break practice with his teammates, perspiration glistening on his forehead. His companion gestured towards him with a nod. Turning around, he noticed Tang Xiaowan gazing at him with a cheerful smile. "Tang Na? Do you need something from me?" he inquired. "You needn't call me Tang Na. Just refer to me as Xiaowan. Please come over for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." With poise, Tang Xiaowan led Zhao Chong to a secluded corner of the court. De Long watched enviously, nearly drooling at the sight. Tang Na's figure was simply breathtaking, and he had indulged in countless fantasies about her. "Zhao Chang, our volleyball team has disbanded, and the women's basketball coach wishes for me to join." Zhao Chong was taken aback, as he could not comprehend the relevance of the matter to himself. "Oh, and then," he inquired, "however, my basketball skills are rather mediocre. I would like you to assist me with the training camp. I wish to improve at a quicker pace." "Me? Conduct a training camp for you? Indeed. Are you unwilling? I can offer you remuneration. Name your price." Tang Xiaowan placed her hands on her hips and asked earnestly. Zhao Chong was momentarily taken aback, and only after a few seconds did he vigorously nod in agreement. "Certainly, no problem, 200 per hour." Tang Xiaowan's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, as she thought she must have misheard. "Have you lost your mind? 200 per hour? Zhao Chong, you..." The eloquent Tang Xiaowan was nearly rendered speechless by Zhao Chong's response. She had expected him to generously offer to teach her for free, especially considering the multitude of admirers she had at the school. Zhao Chong shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "As you are aware, we are on the brink of entering the Premier League. Both competitions and training are exceedingly demanding, and my time is of great value. If I were to allocate time for intensive training with you, it would undoubtedly encroach upon my rest. Therefore, how about this? 1 hour for $200. 3 hours each day. Does that sound agreeable?" Zhao Chong nodded in satisfaction. "No problem. Let us proceed with the contract." "Huh? A contract? Of course, otherwise. If you merely speak without commitment, what will happen after the training if you don't get paid? Who would I turn to for redress?" Tang Xiaowan's face flushed with indignation as she fervently nodded. Her slender, fair finger pointed accusingly at Zhao Chang. "Very well, let us sign the contract," she affirmed. Nearby, Xiaoda, reveling in the unfolding drama, swiftly procured paper and a pen, presenting them to the two parties. Zhao Chong hastily drafted 2 contracts, the terms of which were quite straightforward. Each day, Donna would come to the gym for a 3-hour training session with Zhao Chong, for a fee of $600. To be paid daily, 3 days a week. Both parties affixed their signatures, each retaining a copy of the agreement. Subsequently, Tang Xiaowan retrieved $300 from her bag and remarked, "I do not have the full amount on me at the moment. Allow me to give you this for now." As training commences today, Zhao Chong, having borrowed money, spat disdainfully onto his fingertip and began counting with exaggerated gestures, akin to a miser. Tang Xiaowan, infuriated, turned her head aside, removed the hair tie from her wrist, and swept her long hair into a sleek ponytail, exuding an air of confidence and elegance. Zhao Chong counted the money and remarked, "Exactly $300. Therefore, today's training will last for 1.5 hours. 3 hours in total. And I will make up the difference tomorrow." Tang Xiaowan could no longer contain herself and raised her voice. "That won't do. I only accept cash." Zhao Chong showed no mercy whatsoever. Nearby, the imposing De Long seemed unable to bear the situation and discreetly signaled to Zhao Chong to ease up a bit. However, Zhao Chong appeared oblivious, refusing to budge an inch. Tang Xiaowan was infuriated, her tears almost spilling over. "Just wait, Zhao Chong, I shall take my time with you." Zhao Chong could no longer contain his amusement. He burst into laughter and approached to pick up a basketball, tossing it to Tang Xiaowan. Haha, let the games begin. You should practice dribbling on your own first. Tang Xiaowan frowned. You want me to practice alone? Aren't you going to teach me yourself? Zhao Chang shrugged his shoulders and remarked, we have yet to complete our own training. How can we afford the luxury of attending to you? You must practice independently. Developing a sense of the ball is of utmost importance. With that, Zhao Chang disregarded her further and continued his training with his teammates. Dabin pulled Zhao Chang aside and whispered, Xiangzi, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Donna has previously showered us with gifts. Excessive? I beg to differ. She came seeking my assistance. I certainly did not coerce her into training here, Zhao Chang replied dismissively. Chapter 60. Zhao Chang almost drives Tang Xiaowan to despair thus. Zhao Chang and the other players persisted in their vigorous training, while Tang Xiaowan languished in a corner, monotonously dribbling the ball. After more than half an hour had elapsed, her arms ached unbearably, and she could no longer endure it. In a fit of frustration, she hurled the ball forcefully towards Zhao Chang. Hey, you, Zhao Chang. How long must I practice? I have invested my money into this. Zhao Chang caught the ball and threw it back with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, this is fundamental skill. You must practice diligently. If you tire, take a break. But remember, the time spent resting incurs a fee. Tang Xiaowan was on the verge of exploding with anger. After approximately an hour and a half, Zhao Chang approached, snatched the ball from her, and waved his hand, saying, all right, time's up. It's time to renew your payment. Tang Xiaowan glared at Zhao Chang, biting her lip and gasping for breath, her ample chest rising and falling rhythmically. Zhao Chang was amused by Tang Xiaowan's appearance and inquired, are you out of money? Then come back tomorrow, goodbye. Tang Xiaowan, infuriated, stamped her foot and intentionally tossed her head, allowing her long ponytail to sweep across Zhao Chang's face. Without looking back, she exited the gymnasium, observing Tang Xiaowan's long and alluring legs. Dahe Long swallowed hard and approached Zhao Chang, exclaiming, Captain, how can you bear to torment such a stunning girl? Zhao Chang's face was stern. Hurry and train. The upcoming match is of utmost importance to us. We must secure a victory. Dahe Long promptly scurried away to practice. The cavalry team's next adversary is the University of Pittsburgh Panthers, a formidable squad with a rich history of 4 NCAA championships. However, in recent years, the Panthers have lost their championship prowess. Yet their tactical acumen remains high, and their coordination is impeccable, making it no easy feat to overcome them. Coach Anzu has made extensive preparations ahead of this pivotal match. This encounter holds significant weight for the cavalry team. A victory would elevate their standing to 4th place in the secondary league. Securing a place in the top 4 would grant them the opportunity to compete in the playoffs, aiming for a top 2 finish to ascend to the primary league. Conversely, a loss would see the cavalry team fall out of the top 6, complicating their path forward. Unfortunately for the cavalry team, there is troubling news. Lao Tai has been suspended for 2 games after an altercation with fans during an away match. Despite his regret, Lao Tai harbors no regrets about his actions. Zhao Chang and his teammates reassured their comrade not to be too disheartened, for they would assist him in achieving victory. The cavalry team was set to compete on their home turf, and the students from the University of Virginia were brimming with excitement, eagerly spreading the word and preparing an array of cheering paraphernalia. This is a hallmark of NCAA competitions, where students enthusiastically rally behind their teams. Furthermore, it was rumored that several basketball legends would grace the event with their presence, instilling both anxiety and exhilaration among the cavalry players. On Saturday evening at 6:30, the University of Virginia Gymnasium will host the cavalry team as they face off against the Pittsburgh Panthers. Zhao Chang observed that a notable assembly of basketball legends had gathered at the venue today. Among them were the illustrious Larry Bird, the triple-double king, and the smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, all seated in the front row. The players on both sides were visibly exhilarated upon seeing these esteemed figures, yet Zhao Chang remained composed, displaying an air of indifference, perhaps due to the extensive knowledge he had acquired about these stars prior to his time travel. Zhao Chang found himself less enamored with many of them. Larry Bird, despite having no significant blemishes on his character, elicited a sense of regret in Zhao Chang. It was unfortunate that this remarkable individual, a veritable miser, insisted on personally assisting his mother in road repairs, ultimately injuring his back and prematurely concluding his professional career. Had he continued to play for an additional 3 to 5 years, his accolades would undoubtedly have multiplied. As for the early multi-talented warrior, the admiration for Big O was palpable among basketball aficionados. However, having witnessed Russell Westbrook's peak season and his explosive triple-double statistics, Zhao Chang felt a diminished regard for Big O. Although the historical contexts and playing styles were disparate and thus not directly comparable, Westbrook's achievements subtly diminished Big O's standing in the annals of basketball history. Isaiah Thomas, the smiling assassin, was even less favorable in Zhao Chang's eyes due to his questionable character. Following Michael Jordan's emergence, Thomas had taken measures to exclude Jordan, refusing to allow other players to pass him the ball during the All-Star game. This animosity led Jordan to assert a condition for joining the Dream Team. Either he was included or Thomas was not. This sentiment was echoed by many contemporaneous stars, as the Bad Boys of Detroit were widely despised for their unsportsmanlike conduct. As the game commenced, players from both teams rushed to seek autographs from the legends, but Zhao Chang remained aloof, disregarding their enthusiasm. The starting lineup for the Cavaliers consisted of point guard, Shot as shooting guard, Zhao Chang small forward, Brown power forward, Big Black Dragon center, Ben Wallace head coach, Enzo. The Black Panthers' starting lineup included point guard, Sean shooting guard, Huntington small forward, Antoine power forward, Nick center, Ryan Miner head coach, Frank. As the jump ball commenced, Ryan Miner secured the initial possession for the Black Panthers. A second-round draft pick from '96, he exhibited considerable skill, standing 6 centimeters taller than Ben Wallace. With refined post techniques and impressive leaping ability, his sole deficiency lay in his lack of strength. Point guard Sean dribbled past half-court, with Shouta advancing to defend him. Given the height advantage in the paint, Sean opted to pass the ball to Ryan Miner. Ben Wallace utilized his robust physique to closely guard Sean, yet the latter's agility proved overwhelming. He executed a deceptive step, pivoting slightly to unleash a soft hook shot that found its mark effortlessly. In the eyes of college basketball enthusiasts, Sean is often referred to as the Moses Malone of the 1990s. However, when compared to Malone, Sean falls short in both skill and accolades. Nevertheless, his playing style bears some resemblance to that of Malone, making him akin to a more modest version of the legendary player. The score stands at 2-0. With the Panthers in the lead, Ben shakes his head in resignation. He harbors a certain apprehension towards such centers, whose nimble footwork and diverse offensive techniques pose a significant challenge. He feels that his own strength is of little consequence in this matchup. Zhao Chang gently patted to Ben on the back, offering him a few words of comfort. The cavalry team launched their attack, and the home crowd erupted in cheers, eager for their team to deliver a splendid performance as they aimed for a triumphant entry into the Premier League. In the backcourt, Shot held the ball, preparing to advance, only to find the opposing team applying a relentless full-court press. The Black Panther team was certainly asserting their dominance over the cavalry squad. Remaining composed, Shouta skillfully maneuvered the ball, while Zhao Chang hurried to provide support, and Shouta deftly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Zhao Chang, confronted by the Panthers' cornerback Huntington, executed a swift change of direction followed by an acceleration, swiftly crossing the midfield line. He was astonishingly rapid. Huntington had yet to make a move, and Zhao Chang had already vanished from his sight. Chapter 61. Zhao Chang's steal against the center. Nonetheless, the Panthers possessed their own secret weapon, formidable interior defense. Zhao Chang surged into the penalty area and noticed the center Ryan Miner making a timely approach. As the star player of the Black Panther team, Zhao Chang yearned for a challenge against him. However, he recognized the inherent risks of such a confrontation and ultimately opted for a more judicious approach. With a deft bounce pass, he delivered the ball to the right side of the basket where DeBen awaited. DeBen seized the opportunity and executed a thunderous dunk with ease. Ryan Miner, feeling somewhat mocked, seethed with indignation and retorted, "How pathetic. Is this how a captain behaves?" Zhao Chang had initially intended to turn and retreat defensively, but upon hearing Ryan Miner's words, fury surged within him. He turned back, sneering as he retorted, "Do you truly believe a novice like you warrants my direct intervention?" Ryan Miner, ever the proud one, had thrived in the 1990s when towering players were highly sought after. Although Jordan and several guards had carved out their own reputations within the league, the draft market still predominantly favored the Giants each year. Am I merely a novice? Very well, allow me to demonstrate how I will deal with you. Miner began to unleash his ferocity. Zhao Chang was least afraid of the opponent playing aggressively. As long as they were provoked into a frenzy, they were bound to make mistakes. The score was tied at 2-2, and the Black Panther team was on the offensive. Mena surged towards the vicinity of the penalty area, positioning himself strategically, signaling for the ball. He wanted Zhao Chang to witness how he effortlessly dominated Dabbing. Dabbing was tense, acutely aware of the challenge of defending against Mena. Yet he knew he must give it his all. even if he ended up in a dire situation. Upon receiving the ball, Mena's feet danced swiftly, his body a flurry of feints, leaving Dabbing utterly bewildered. Mena, filled with confidence, seized an opening and leapt up, aiming for an easy layup. However, just as he gathered the ball, a massive hand shot out like lightning. With a resounding smack, the basketball was swiped away. It is well known that a center places great importance on ball protection, and with their immense strength, even the swiftest guards might not succeed in making a clean steal. Yet, Zhao Chang's strength matched that of Mena, and his angle was utterly cunning. Mena suddenly found his hands empty. The ball vanished. Mena was taken aback. Upon glancing down, he saw Zhao Chang materializing behind him. "You little rascal," he thought, still intent on reclaiming the ball. However, Zhao Chang deftly flicked it to the right, passing it to Jerome. Jerome initiated a fast break, passing it to Littleton near the midline. Compared to a few months ago, Littleton's speed had significantly improved. Although he wasn't as fast as Zhao Chang, the training regimen Zhao Chang devised for him proved highly effective. Particularly at the moment of acceleration, his explosiveness was remarkable. The Black Panthers' point guard, Sean, launched simultaneously with Littleton, yet within 2 seconds, he found himself over a meter behind. It is noteworthy that the Black Panther team has a tradition of speed, which is also the origin of their name. Even though their tactical core now revolved around the center Mena, the players in other positions were still above average in speed within the NCAA. Yet, Littleton managed to leave Sean in his wake. The home crowd erupted with excitement, bouncing with joy. Their hero was performing increasingly well, making the game ever more exhilarating. Littleton stormed towards the basket, executing a simple layup to score 2 points. After the basket, he stylishly raised his right hand, exchanging high-fives with his teammates, culminating in a triumphant chest bump and roar with Zhao Chang. The atmosphere in the arena reached a small crescendo. The veterans smiled, nodding and applauding, cheering for the cavalry's fast break. Ryan Mena's face darkened with fury. Having just hurled a taunt at Zhao Chang, he found himself outmaneuvered, his pride severely bruised. Zhao Chang is indeed infuriating. He did not miss the opportunity to hurl insults. As he dashed past Mena, he deliberately mocked. "Ah, quite a large fellow. Yet unable to guard a single ball, with such prowess, does he still aspire to join the NBA?" Mena, rather tongue-tied, struggled to conjure any truly cutting retorts. Ultimately left to simmer in his own frustration. Bird and the smiling assassin, Thomas, were keenly interested in Zhao Chang, their gazes fixed upon him. "Thomas, in your estimation, who possesses greater speed, Zhao Chang or yourself?" "Without a doubt, I am faster. Yet, during my college days, I must admit, I was not as swift as he. Should he enter the draft, it is likely some team would take notice of him. Wouldn't you agree?" "I am not so sure, though his speed is commendable. His offensive repertoire appears rather limited, with shooting being his only notable skill. Come now, a solid shooting ability is an asset. Was it not your exceptional shooting that led the Celtics to select you?" "That was then. The circumstances differ greatly now. My shooting was merely a supplementary strength. My rebounding and passing abilities were also top tier. Let us observe a while longer. I have heard that Zhao Chang's passing skills are quite impressive," Thomas interjected. At that moment, a voice from the crowd chimed in. "Have you both forgotten that basketball is evolving? Zhao Chang's style may very well contribute to the advancement of the sport." Bird and Thomas dismissed the notion with bemused laughter and vigorous head shakes. As the game progressed beyond 7 minutes, the cavalry team had already surged ahead by 6 points. Coach Frank of the Black Panthers had no choice but to call a timeout. Coach Anzo expressed his satisfaction with the cavalry players, exchanging high-fives and words of encouragement. He also reminded them to maintain their defensive intensity and not to grow complacent. Ryan Mena appeared somewhat flustered, which was a primary factor contributing to the Black Panthers' deficit. If Mena regained his composure post-timeout, the game would still prove challenging. Moreover, the cavalry team faced a potential risk, as Big Ben had already accumulated 1 foul. This presented a significant challenge for him. Mena's skills were more refined than those of the previous Marcus Camby. Although Big Ben's strength was formidable, he often felt as though he was unable to exert it effectively. Zhao Chang sat beside Ben, noticing that Ben appeared somewhat downcast. He gently patted him on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. "Do not take it to heart. My skills cannot be countered by mere individual defense, especially since he has a height advantage over you. We can employ a strategic double team, and he will be rendered ineffective." Ben nodded appreciatively. Had it not been for Zhao Chang's frequent assistance on defense, Ben would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed. In the presence of so many esteemed veterans, being overwhelmed would adversely affect Ben's draft ranking. For Ben, who was solely focused on earning a living. Entering the NBA represented an extraordinary opportunity. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, with neither side making substitutions. Indeed, Coach Frank showcased his acumen by persuading Mena not to refrain from excessive isolation plays, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. During the Black Panther team's offensive play, Mena chose not to demand the ball, but instead dedicated himself to setting screens for his teammates. Embracing the role of a blue-collar worker, Zhao Chong mused to himself, "This cannot continue. If Mena regains his composure, the match will become exceedingly challenging." The Black Panther team executed their strategy with remarkable precision this round, as the small forward Antoine elegantly sank a jump shot from the edge of the paint, securing 2 points. This accomplishment was largely attributed to Mena, who skillfully set a screen to facilitate Antoine's effortless shot. However, to Mena's dismay, after scoring, Antoine disregarded him completely, turning away without so much as a glance. This blatant oversight left Mena feeling quite irked. Chapter 62. Zhao Chang subtly incites discord, leading to a rift among the opponents. Zhao Chang astutely discerned the discord between the two individuals. Hiki. Zhao Chang secretly smirked, a clever idea blossoming in his mind. As the cavalry team launched their offensive, Zhao instructed Xiao to advance the ball into the front court, executing a pick and roll with Jerome. Antoine was switched on to Xiao. Recently, Xiao had made significant strides in his dribbling skills, and Zhao encouraged him to take on the larger Antoine to assert his dominance. With a swift motion, Xiao deftly maneuvered, exploiting Antoine's momentary disarray, and released a long two-pointer. Swish. The ball found its mark. Following the basket, Xiao triumphantly shouted at Antoine. Although visibly irked, Antoine managed to maintain his composure, walking away with a stoic expression. However, Zhao approached him and added fuel to the fire, taunting. "Your defense pales in comparison to Mena's. It seems only Mena from your team has the potential for the NBA." Antoine, already resentful of Mena, was instantly incensed by Zhao's provocation. "What did you say?" Antoine yelled in pursuit of Zhao, demanding an explanation. Yet, Zhao chose to ignore him, further aggravating Antoine. As the Black Panther team initiated their offense, an amusing scene unfolded. Both Mena and Antoine reached out for the ball simultaneously. The point guard, Sean, found himself in a dilemma. By the hierarchy of the team, he should pass to Mena, the primary scorer. However, given that Antoine had just scored, basketball's unwritten rules suggested he should be allowed to shoot again while he was hot. Mena, noticing Antoine's demand for the ball, simmered with anger, thinking, "How dare you challenge my authority?" Antoine, undeterred by Mena's temperament, persisted in his request. With the shot clock dwindling to 8 seconds, Sean gritted his teeth and passed the ball to Antoine. With the ball in hand, Antoine, brimming with pride, faced Jerome and executed a series of feints before attempting a fadeaway shot. Unfortunately, Jerome anticipated the play perfectly, maintaining his position and obstructing Antoine's view. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Mena, eager to snatch the offensive rebound for a follow-up dunk, found himself thwarted as Debin utilized his considerable strength to block Mena's path, soaring high to secure the rebound. Enraged, Mena stormed over to Antoine, shouting, "What was that shot? Why are you competing with me for the ball?" Antoine retorted, "Why should I defer to you?" The on-court dispute between teammates was a significant breach of decorum in basketball. Even amidst profound disagreements, such conflicts should remain concealed from outsiders. Coach Frank trembled with anger, astonished by the lack of composure displayed by his players. He bellowed from the sidelines, "If you two wish to argue, take it off my court." Frank's commanding presence momentarily quelled their quarrel, prompting them to return to defensive positions. Meanwhile, the cavalry team disregarded their internal strife and surged forward with another fast break. Zhao Chang and his teammates executed a series of seamless passes, skillfully advancing past the halfway line, culminating in a layup by the formidable Dahe Long, who added another 2 points to their score. With no alternative, Frank reluctantly called for another timeout. Zhao Chang felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated the lack of teamwork from the opposing team. A mere suggestion from him had ignited Mena's fury. It was likely that, following the timeout, one of the two would be benched. As Zhao Chang had expected, when the timeout concluded, Antoine did not return to the court. The coach had no choice. If both remained on the field, they might very well come to blows again, rendering the game unplayable. With only 5 players available, unresolved conflicts would hinder any tactical execution. On the cavalry team's side, adjustments were made as well, with Brown stepping onto the court in place of Jerome. Brown had previously saved the team from a predicament, earning newfound respect from his teammates. The tale of his heroics had spread among the students, embellished to the point where some claimed his family was linked to Lockheed, one of America's 4 major arms dealers. Yet, Brown never addressed the rumors, continuing to train diligently and fostering harmony with his teammates. The game resumed. The Black Panther team initiated an offensive, and might now once again seize the ball. This time, he had learned from experience, observing Zhao Chang's positioning before launching his attack, confirming that Zhao was at a considerable distance. However, Zhao Chang was prepared, although he did not move to assist in defense. The formidable De Hei Long advanced to apply pressure. While might not possess considerable skill, he was still merely a college player, and his technique was not invincible. Faced with the double team, he faltered and passed the ball to the perimeter guard, Hannington. Hannington took a 3-point shot, but alas, it clanged off the rim, resulting in a long rebound. Zhao Chang seized the ball and initiated a swift counterattack. Just as the defenders of the Black Panther team focused their attention on Zhao Chang, Brown had quietly positioned himself at the corner. Zhao Chang, without a glance at his teammate, delivered a swift long pass that landed perfectly in Brown's grasp. The precision and elevation of the throw allowed Brown to receive the ball effortlessly, leading him to take an immediate 3-point shot, as if in a practice match. Swish. The fluidity of the fast break was striking, delivering a decisive blow. The three-pointer found its mark, igniting a thunderous roar from the University of Virginia's arena. Brown, brimming with excitement, rushed over to exchange high-fives with Zhao Chang. Coach Anzo couldn't help but raise his right hand, fervently waving it in celebration. In this era, three-pointers are not frequently made, yet each successful shot quenches a deep thirst. The Cavalry's lead widened once more. Zhao Chang's recent pass left Bird, seated on the sidelines, utterly impressed, nodding in admiration. The commentator, with enthusiasm, remarked, "Big Bird, what do you think? I told you, Zhao Chang's passing is exceptional. His awareness and technique are commendable." Given the era's limited access to information, Bird had not previously viewed any footage of Zhao Chang's games. Unlike today, where highlights circulate on forums even before the conclusion of a match, the past offered scant insights. Indeed, Zhao's pass was remarkable, had it deviated even slightly. The opposing player would have intercepted it. Nonetheless, I still believe Zhao Chang ought to enhance his ability to drive to the basket, as relying solely on shooting will not secure a championship. Bird's perspective reflects the stubborn mentality of an old-school player. However, Zhao's ability to penetrate the defense is not to be underestimated. His recent drive into the paint to assist Wallace was nothing short of splendid. The perspectives of these seasoned veterans illustrate that the evolution of basketball philosophy is a gradual process. Upon Zhao Chang's arrival in this realm, he has quietly catalyzed the evolution of basketball. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 38-30, with the Cavalry team leading by 8 points. The margin ought to have reached double digits, yet Mena displayed considerable prowess, scoring consecutively in the final moments and thwarting a guaranteed basket from the formidable Black Dragon. This maintained an air of suspense regarding the outcome as the teams entered the second half. Brown had notably sunk 2 3-pointers in the first half, showcasing commendable performance, prompting Coach Anzu to approach him, embracing him and patting his back in encouragement. Since Brown's induction into the Cavalry team, Coach Anzu had exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor towards him. Chapter 63. Employing the shark-cutting strategy? This was not a matter of Coach Anzu harboring ill intentions. Rather, traditional coaches often perceive players who solely excel at three-pointers as lacking future prospects. However, Brown's rapid development has begun to shift Coach Anzu's perspective. Brown has demonstrated swift advancements in both speed and strength, particularly in defense, where his enthusiasm and attitude have been exemplary. Such players are precisely the type that coaches favor. During the halftime intermission, Zhao Chang once again urged his teammates to remain vigilant, emphasizing the necessity of double-teaming Mena in the second half, while encouraging more proactive support from the other players. In the Black Panther team's locker room, an oppressive silence prevailed. The recent altercation between Mena and Antoine had disrupted the team's harmony. If it had been 2 bench players, it would have been manageable, with veteran members able to mediate the situation. However, Mena, as a core player, left others hesitant to intervene. Mena still appeared agitated, casting a sidelong glance at Antoine, seemingly wishing to continue the dispute. Antoine, however, exhibited signs of concession. Under such circumstances, one must acquiesce. Clearing his throat, he approached Mena and extended his hand. "Mena, I was in the wrong. There were too many people outside. I apologize." Despite his usual pride, Mena, acknowledging Antoine's gesture, reciprocated the handshake and replied, "It's all right. Let us focus on playing well in the second half and turn this around." Indeed, they must turn it around. The Black Panthers must triumph. They shall vanquish the cavalry team. After all, they are merely spirited young men, and once misunderstandings are resolved, peace is restored. The second half of the match commenced. Zhao Chang observed the condition of the opposing players and was taken aback to see Ryan Miner casually walking out with Antoine, their shoulders linked together. Have these two reconciled? That was rather swift. Zhao Chang was beset by an ominous premonition. Indeed, as the second half of the match commenced, Mena exhibited a performance of sheer dominance. Within a mere 3 minutes of the restart, he scored 10 points against Dabin, including 2 remarkable 2-1 plays. The double team by the Great Black Dragon seemed futile. Even more alarming was the fact that Dabin had already accrued 4 fouls and had to be replaced by the backup center, Chris. Chris, a Caucasian center, was adequate in setting screens and facilitating plays, yet he lacked in vertical leap and rim protection. The lead that the cavalry had painstakingly built in the first half was swiftly erased within mere minutes. Coach Enzu let out a sigh and called for a timeout prematurely. It appeared that Mena had returned to form, placing the cavalry in jeopardy. The Great Black Dragon felt a deep sense of frustration, believing that his inadequate double team had allowed Mena to flourish. Coach Enzu refrained from reproaching him. Given Mena's recent performance, it was clear that no one, not even the Great Black Dragon, could withstand such prowess. Observing Coach Enzu's troubled demeanor, Zhao Chang felt a rush of anxiety. Zhao Chang contemplated for a moment and stepped forward to offer his suggestion. "Coach, how about we engage them in an offensive battle?" An offensive battle? In this era, competing offensively against a formidable center is a daunting task, unless one possesses the caliber of a player like Michael Jordan. Otherwise, it is simply a futile endeavor. The prevailing belief at that time was that the closer one was to the basket, the more reliable the scoring, resulting in a higher shooting percentage. Indeed, this was corroborated by reality. Even a prolific scorer like Reggie Miller would not rely solely on his shooting. Zhao Chang continued, "I believe everyone is feeling quite good today. Once we start scoring, Mena will have to step up his defense, which will inevitably deplete his stamina." Coach Enzu's eyes lit up, finding merit in this observation. Indeed, the center position often demands intense physical confrontation beneath the basket, leading to significant energy expenditure. Once he becomes fatigued, his effectiveness in the paint will diminish considerably, presenting an opportunity for the Cavaliers. Well then, let us put this to the test. Come on, children. Coach Enzu did not impose excessive pressure on them. Following the timeout, the game resumed. The Cavaliers substituted Jerome, bringing Brown back into the game. Zhao Chang advanced past the half-court, confronted by the Panther team's staunch defense, and he passed the ball to Showdown. Showdown took a 3-point shot. Bang. Unfortunately, it ricocheted off the rim. Filled with frustration, Showdown shook his head despondently. Mena effortlessly secured the rebound and passed it to Sean, who surged forward once more. The Panther team showed no urgency, opting to engage in a half-court battle, waiting for Mena to be ready before delivering the ball to him. With a half-spin, Mena deftly evaded Chris and scored with a bank shot. In the ensuing several possessions, the Cavaliers' shooting touch became frigid. Meanwhile, Mena appeared as if a celestial being had descended, dominating the paint with remarkable prowess. As the second half progressed past 8 minutes, the Panther team had already established a commanding 13-point lead. The home crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom the dramatic turn of events in the second half. The Panther team not only exhibited unity but also displayed a clear strategy, with Mena proving to be an unstoppable force beneath the basket. What could be done? The 13-point deficit was not the most daunting aspect. Rather, the Cavaliers' morale was severely diminished. The team lacked any effective countermeasures. In contrast, the Panther players, despite being on the road, were brimming with confidence. There is a saying that continuous victories serve as the best catalyst for team morale. And this holds true in the NBA as well. A team that endures a string of losses is bound to experience discord within the locker room. Conversely, teams with strong records foster a harmonious atmosphere, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Coach Enzu could only call for another timeout, hoping to alleviate the players' frustrations. As everyone was clearly disheartened, Zhao Chang sat quietly to one side, his hands clasped behind his head, deep in contemplation. This match was of paramount importance for the Cavalry team, as it determined their prospects of entering the Premier League. Moreover, being on home turf, a loss would be utterly humiliating. Yet, the opposing team, Mena, presented an insurmountable challenge. What to do? At that moment, Zhao Chang suddenly overheard his teammates' conversation. Alas, My shooting has been dreadful today. I couldn't even make a free throw. I can relate. That mid-range shot should have been a sure thing, yet it rimmed out. A sudden inspiration struck Xiao Chong. Yes, free throws. The hack-a-shack strategy. Among the players of the Black Panther team, aside from Minor, the others were primarily defensive players with rather mediocre shooting abilities. Veteran fans are well aware that the hack-a-shack tactic was conceived by Coach Popovich only after 2000, specifically to counter the dominance of Shaquille O'Neal. In 1995, no one had yet employed such a method. The audacity of this tactic was so extraordinary at the time that Xiao Chong hesitated to mention it to Coach Ensu. He gathered his teammates and quietly instructed, "In a short while, those of you who commit fewer fouls should intentionally foul whenever they attempt to score, particularly targeting those few players." Nick and Sean, the Cavaliers players, exchanged bewildered glances, thinking to themselves, is the captain out of his mind? Is there really a strategy like this? Actively sending the opponents to the free throw line? What is the difference from self-sabotage? Yet, Xiao Chong's authority was undeniable, and his teammates, who typically complied with his directives, decided to follow his lead. As they had no better alternatives at that moment, Chapter 64, the Cavaliers' hack-a-shack strategy, truly remarkable. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Black Panther players exuded confidence, believing victory was within their grasp. Their camaraderie had reemerged, tightly woven together, seemingly invincible. In contrast, the Cavaliers, aside from Xiao Chong, appeared anxious and devoid of the confidence they had displayed in the first half. The Cavaliers initiated their offense. In a bid to uplift his teammates, Xiao Chang exerted himself. He called for 2 consecutive screens, driving towards the baseline, executing a fading jump shot. The difficulty was immense. Swish. The deficit was reduced to 11 points. Yet the Cavaliers still trailed. Ryan Minor scoffed, rallying his teammates, "No worries, let us respond in kind." He then sprinted towards the front court, preparing to launch an offensive play. However, just as his teammate was about to pass the ball to power forward Nick, Little suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Nick in a bear hug. The referee was momentarily taken aback until Xiao Chong prompted, "Referee, we committed a foul. We committed a foul. Please blow the whistle." Only then did the referee signal, pointing at Little. Nick was still trying to comprehend the situation, while Minor, hands on hips, stared at Little with wide eyes. The referee directed Nick to the free throw line, and he reluctantly made his way there. Caught completely off guard, Nick was extremely tense. After all, Minor was the team leader. And he approached Nick, whispering encouragement, "You'll be fine at the free throw, just stay composed." Yet, Nick remained unervingly anxious. He had never faced such a predicament before. On his first attempt, clang, the ball soared from the rim. With the first shot missed, Nick felt a surge of anxiety. His teammates approached him, offering encouragement through high fives. Yet their gestures did little to alleviate his tension. Consequently, the second attempt also failed. However, Big Ben secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Little. Together, Little and Xiao Chong executed a swift maneuver, penetrating past midcourt. Seizing the moment while the opponents were caught off guard, Xiao Chong scored 2 points, narrowing the deficit back to 9. Coach Frank of the Black Panther team had never witnessed such a peculiar tactic, leaving him at a loss for what course of action to take. In a moment of initiative, Nick chose to inbound the ball, delivering it to the more accurate shooting guard, Huntington. Yet, the Cavalry Team's players disregarded Huntington entirely as the imposing Black Dragon lunged toward Nick, wrapping his arms around him while exclaiming, "I've committed a foul." The referee, amused by the Black Dragon's antics, nearly forgot to blow the whistle. Nick found himself once more at the free throw line. It was then that Frank began to comprehend the Cavalry's unconventional strategy. Not only Frank, but even Coach Anzo of the Cavalry appeared bewildered, scratching his head as he glanced at Xiao Chong. He was tempted to summon Xiao Chong over to inquire about the unfolding situation. However, after 2 successive plays, the Cavalry team began to close the gap, and Coach Anzo realized the essence of the strategy. He marveled inwardly, acknowledging Xiao Chong as a true genius, pondering the inspiration behind such a clever tactic. Nick, feeling less anxious than before, took a deep breath and successfully made his first free throw. Unfortunately, the second shot went astray, as his free throw percentage had always been somewhat low. Big Ben effectively blocked Minor, while the Black Dragon reclaimed the rebound, initiating another fast break. With newfound experience, the Black Panther team swiftly transitioned to defense, forcing the Cavalry into a more structured offensive play. Xiao Chong gradually maneuvered the ball at the arc, and upon noticing Jerome in an unguarded position, he swiftly passed the ball to him. Jerome, a defensive player, received the ball with his back to the basket. Exhibiting no inclination towards an offensive move, Zhao Chang suddenly sprinted towards the sideline, with Huntington in hot pursuit. However, Zhao Chang deftly maneuvered around the imposing figure of the Black Dragon and charged directly towards the corner. Although Jerome's offensive prowess was rather ordinary, his vision was commendable, a quality Zhao Chang had discerned during their training sessions. Thus, at the precise moment he passed the ball to Jerome, he called out in Chinese, "Corner." Jerome, understanding the cue, delivered the ball just as Zhao Chang reached the corner. Upon receiving the pass, Zhao Chang feigned a move, effortlessly leaving Huntington behind, and with poise took his shot, swish. The three-pointer from the corner found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. The home crowd of the Cavalry team erupted with fervor, their earlier disappointment swiftly dissipating. Classmates chanted Zhao Chang's name. Among them, Tang Xiaowan, though still harboring some resentment towards Zhao Chang for his perceived indifference, could not help but scream in excitement at his confident and charismatic presence on the court, instantly captivated by his prowess. After Zhao Chang sank a three-pointer, he raised his right hand high, celebrated by chest bumping with his teammates, and let out a unified roar. The morale of the Cavalry team soared. Meanwhile, the Black Panther team was left utterly bewildered. Head coach Frank, feeling helpless, had no choice but to call for a timeout, believing both he and his players needed a moment to regroup. The tide of the game had shifted far too rapidly. Zhao Chang and his teammates approached the sidelines, engaging with the spectators to amplify their fervent cheers. Over the past 2 months, the cheerleaders of the Cavalry team have exhibited remarkable improvement. Previously, at the Cavalry's home games, the cheerleaders lacked standardized uniforms and performed simplistic routines. However, the current cheerleaders donned striking outfits, their choreography meticulously trained, exuding both fiery passion and vibrant energy, captivating the attention of countless students. During a timeout, Frank addressed the players, assuring them that their opponent's trivial skills would be inconsequential, and soon they would substitute in players proficient in free throws, rendering the opposition powerless. Among the main roster of the Black Panther team, Nick and Sean, along with Mena, were known for their mediocre free throw performance. Yet, Mena, being the team's linchpin, had to remain on the court, while Nick and Sean could only take a brief respite. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Cavalry team also made a substitution, with Brown replacing Showdown, primarily because Showdown had already committed 3 fouls, whereas Brown had only 1, essential for executing the required tactics. The Black Panther team initiated the baseline play, and Brown charged again at Mena, sending him to the free throw line. Mena was infuriated. In a moment of retaliation, he swung his right hand, striking Brown's cheek. Although the impact was not severe, it constituted an unsportsmanlike act driven by vindictiveness. Consequently, the referee promptly blew the whistle, issuing a technical foul against him. Mena, seething with anger, shook his head repeatedly. Filled with frustration, Zhao Chang instructed Brown to step up to the free throw line, where he successfully converted the technical foul shot. Subsequently, Mena approached the line. His free throw skills were mediocre. He missed the first attempt. However, Mena demonstrated remarkable adaptability, sinking the second shot, thus relying on the hack-a-shack strategy. The Cavaliers astonishingly leveled the score within 5 minutes. It was truly remarkable. The legendary figures seated at the sidelines were left utterly astonished. These venerable players, who had witnessed countless moments in basketball history, had never encountered a team playing in such a manner. What was happening? Constant fouling? How outrageous. Chapter 65. Want to hack Big Ben? Not a chance. With 3 minutes and 51 seconds remaining in the second half, the score stood at 61-61. The Cavaliers having successfully equalized, Frank had no choice but to call another timeout. This college coach, known for his extensive experience and broad knowledge, had been specifically recruited from Duke University by the University of Pittsburgh. Yet today, he found himself in a predicament he had never anticipated. Frank was caught in a dilemma. If he substituted all the proficient free throw shooters onto the court, the overall defensive capability would diminish, leaving them vulnerable to the Cavaliers' offense. Conversely, if he continued to deploy the main lineup, which was adept on both ends but weak in free throw proficiency, they would be exploited by the Cavaliers. What was to be done? Mena's expression darkened as he vented his frustration, deeming the Cavaliers utterly shameless. If they had the audacity, they should engage in a straightforward contest, but this was despicably cunning. Frank shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "It's not about being cunning. It simply reflects our inadequacy in free throw technique, which they have astutely capitalized on." Suddenly, Huntington interjected, "Coach, since they are allowing us to shoot free throws, we can also compel them to do the same. That Ben Wallace doesn't he seem particularly skilled at shooting. His free throw ability must be even poorer. Let us target him." Maina's eyes lit up, and he immediately embraced Hannington, exclaiming, "This plan is excellent. Truly splendid." Frank shrugged and nodded. "All right, let us proceed with that strategy." As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Maina and his teammates were left dumbfounded upon entering the court. They discovered that the Cavaliers had benched Big Ben, allowing him to rest instead of playing. Zhao Chong had long been prepared for this eventuality. He anticipated that the opposing team, after being momentarily bewildered, would resort to such tactics. Consequently, he substituted the less proficient free throw shooters, Big Ben and Jerome, with the more capable Brown, Chris, and Little Da. As the Black Panther team launched their offensive, the Cavalry continued their aggressive play, with the imposing Black Dragon once again restraining Minor, sending him to the free throw line. Minor, in excellent form, converted both attempts, bringing the score to 63-61 in favor of the Black Panthers. The Cavalry initiated their attack, with Huntington charging towards Chris, convinced that Chris's free throw skills were inadequate. To his astonishment, Chris proved to be a free throw virtuoso, also sinking both shots, thereby leveling the score once more at 63-63. The spectators found themselves witnessing not a basketball game, but rather a penalty shootout akin to that of football. Seated courtside, three basketball legends shared their diverse opinions. Bird expressed his disdain for the Cavalry's aggressive tactics, shaking his head and lamenting, "Why must the Cavalry resort to such underhanded methods? Can they not simply play the game?" The smiling assassin, Thomas, remained unfazed. During his playing days, he was renowned for his ruthless approach. Thus he championed the Cavalry strategy. "There is nothing against the rules here. I find it rather entertaining," he contended. The neutral observer, Big O, smiled and remarked, "If the Cavalry employs this strategy occasionally, it is not entirely objectionable. It is certainly preferable to those who employ dubious tactics that cause harm. However, if they adopt this aggressive style as a standard approach, it could prove problematic. And I suspect the Basketball Association will implement new regulations." Bird nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, new rules are warranted. This approach is exceedingly tedious. The audience comes to witness a game, not a series of free throws." Thomas countered, "The game should be vibrant and varied. I see the audience thoroughly enjoying themselves." His point was valid, as the crowd was indeed exhilarated, having never witnessed such a tactical display. Moreover, their home team had managed to turn the tide of the game and equalize the score, eliciting resounding applause. The strategies from both sides devolved into a mutual onslaught, providing not only entertainment for the audience but also prompting the coaches, Frank and Anzo, to forego timeouts, opting instead to observe this spectacle of free throws. However, due to the Cavalry players accumulating a significant number of fouls, and with the NCAA enforcing a 5-foul limit resulting in ejection, the Cavalry could no longer afford to commit fouls as the game approached its final 143. At this juncture, the score stood at 73-72, with the Cavalry leading by a single point. Coach Anzo then called a timeout, recognizing the need to abandon the aggressive tactics. Zhao Chong felt that it was about time. He approached the sidelines, draping his arm around a teammate's shoulder, and gathered the players together. In hushed tones, he advised, "We have committed too many fouls. We must refrain from further infractions. Our defense needs to tighten. They can only exploit Maina." This was a strategic psychological maneuver against the Black Panther team. With constant free throws, the offensive rhythm of the other players had cooled, leaving Maina as the only reliable asset for the Black Panthers. If they could stifle him, the Cavalry team would secure a significant advantage. Following the timeout, the Cavalry team initiated their offense. The Black Panthers continued their aggressive tactics, this time targeting the formidable Big Black Dragon. Although his free throw performance had been mediocre today, having made only 4 out of 6 attempts, he rose to the occasion when fouled, converting both free throws with precision. The score now stood at 74-73, with the Cavalry team taking a narrow lead. The Black Panthers prepared for their offensive response. With a commanding shout, Zhao Chong asserted that the Cavalry team had committed no foul, instead executing an intense full-court press. This strategy caught the Black Panther team completely off guard. The players of the Black Panther team stumbled forward, passing the ball to Maina. Having refrained from offense for quite some time, Maina dribbled the ball, intending to power towards the basket. However, he was unexpectedly surrounded by 3 players, Chris, the formidable Black Dragon, and Zhao Chong. Maina was momentarily taken aback. Luckily, he reacted swiftly, lifting the ball high and passing it to the open player on the perimeter. Sean. Although Sean found himself unmarked, the game's final stages instilled a sense of trepidation, rendering him hesitant to shoot. He considered passing it back to Mena instead. In a fit of frustration, Mena shouted, "FXX gay. Shoot it now." Reluctantly, Sean took a hurried shot, only to miss entirely, failing to even graze the rim and sending the ball sailing out of bounds, a spectacular air ball. Laughter erupted from the audience, further tightening the nerves of the Black Panther players. As the cavalry team advanced, the Black Panther team, observing that their opponents had ceased their aggressive tactics, similarly refrained from retaliation. Zhao Chong dribbled the ball forward into the offensive zone, while the Black Panther team dispatched 2 players to double-team him. "Chris, execute strategy number 3. Zhao Chang suddenly exclaimed in Chinese, passing the ball to Chris. Chris, understanding the unspoken cue, received the ball while turning his back to Maynard, attentively observing the movements of his teammates. The players of the Black Panther team were once again bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhao Chong's words, and panic began to settle in their minds. Zhao Chong leisurely meandered towards the corner, feigning disinterest in the offensive play. At that moment, the imposing figure of De Hailong suddenly dashed over, obstructing the opposing player and providing Zhao Chong with invaluable cover. Zhao Chong seized the opportunity to make a quick reverse run, maneuvering past the imposing Black Dragon to reach the basket. Chris, with remarkable agility and keen eyesight, deftly tossed the ball behind him, executing a bounce pass that deceived Miner and accurately delivered the ball to Zhao Chong beneath the hoop. Zhao Chong effortlessly executed a layup, securing another 2 points. This exquisite tactic completely breached the defensive line of the Black Panther team. It was utterly unforeseen. The head coach of the Black Panther team, Frank, could only muster a resigned smile. Chapter 66. A crucial steal. Zhao Chong seals the victory. With just 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining, the Black Panther team initiated their offense. The ball found its way to Miner. Fearing a double team, Miner chose not to pass and instead executed a turnaround jump shot, successfully banking it in. This would later become Duncan's signature move, and Miner had mastered it as well. Zhao Chong silently marveled at the extraordinary skills of Mena. The ball truly seemed indefensible. The score stood at 74-73, with the Black Panther team reclaiming a 1-point lead. The match had reached a fever pitch, and the atmosphere in the arena was palpably tense. The home fans found it difficult to breathe, their enthusiasm for cheering on their team temporarily forgotten. Particularly affected was Tang Xiaowan, who bit her lip, her small fists clenched tightly as she fervently cheered for Zhao Chong in her heart. Her friend, who had accompanied her, couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing Tang Xiaowan's intense focus. With a gentle nudge, she whispered, "What are you doing? Are your eyes only on Zhao Chong?" Tang Xiaowan's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm cheering for all the players of the cavalry team." Humph, a stubborn duck. With only 51 seconds remaining, the cavalry team initiated their offense. Coach Zhu chose not to call a timeout. Confident in Zhao Chong's ability to lead on the court and make the most judicious decisions, Shouta dribbled the ball past half-court, facing relentless pressure from Sean. As the match neared its conclusion, the referees adopted a lenient approach to their calls, allowing minor fouls to go unwhistled. Zhao Chong, apprehensive about Shouta's potential mistakes, swiftly rushed over to support him. In a moment of urgency, Shouta passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Chong did not pause, but immediately surged forward, dashing towards the right sideline. The Black Panther team's defense against Zhao Chong was fierce. He could not afford a halt, for doing so would invite a double team. Upon reaching the sideline, Zhao Chong noticed that the defender for De Hailong had transformed into the opposing guard, Hannington. Recognizing an opportunity to exploit the size mismatch, Zhao Chang promptly passed the ball to De Hailong while exclaiming, "Take him on." The Black Panther players were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Zhao Chong's intent. However, De Hailong was well aware, standing several centimeters taller than Hannington. He was ready to assert his dominance. With a resounding thud, De Hailong caught the ball, using his robust physique to nudge Hannington aside before executing a clean jump shot. Swish. Hannington was left helpless, watching as De Hailong's mid-range shot found its mark. Under Zhao Chong's penetrating drive, the Black Panther defense had descended into chaos, their focus entirely on him, thus creating an opportunity for Da Hailong coach Zhu. Brimming with excitement, pumped his fist in the air, recognizing Zhao Chong's sharp intellect. The score shifted to 75-74, with the cavalry team seizing a 1-point lead. Only 27 seconds remained on the clock. The Black Panthers had one full possession left, and Coach Frank opted against calling a timeout. Everyone anticipated that the ball would be entrusted to Mena, rendering a timeout futile. Point guard Sean dribbled past half court and, as expected, directly passed the ball to Mena. Chris and Dahae Long suddenly advanced, launching a fierce double team against Mena. True to his status as the Black Panther star player, Mena leveraged his height, consistently keeping the ball elevated above his head, pivoting around Dahae Long in search of a scoring opportunity. Time ticked away, second by second. Suddenly, Mena seized the chance created by Dahae Long's shifting weight, swiftly lowering the ball and charging toward the center lane, with just over 3 seconds remaining in the game. If Mena took a shot, it would undoubtedly be a game winner. Just as Mena entered the paint, ready to gather the ball, Zhao Chang surged in like lightning. His right fist poised to strike at the basketball in Mena's grasp. Bang! Zhao Chang exerted himself to the utmost. After all, he is a formidable center. A center possesses large hands and immense strength, making it exceedingly difficult for guards to steal the ball. Some guards, even when grasping the opponent's arm, find it nearly impossible to dislodge the ball. In the face of absolute power, technique proves futile. However, Zhao Chang has been diligently training to enhance his strength, significantly improving his explosive power. Moreover, his timing for striking the ball is impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment Mena attempts to secure it, leaving him with a less than firm grip. As Zhao Chang smacked the ball, it slipped from Mena's grasp, rolling down his leg and out of bounds. The baseline referee observed the incident clearly and promptly signaled for the cavalry team as possession. A turnover, with only 3 seconds remaining in the game. The home crowd erupted in jubilation, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Brother Chang was astonishing. He actually managed to intercept the ball. I was terrified, thinking Mena would score. What composure he demonstrated. Brother Chang remained completely unfazed. Truly deserving of his captaincy, I previously doubted his worth, but he is undeniably impressive. Coach Enzu also felt his heart leap into his throat. From that position, Mena boasts a remarkably high shooting percentage. It is his sweet spot. If he had truly attempted a shot, the odds of success would have been formidable. Zhao Chang's interception was remarkably timely. Zhao Chang refrained from celebrating with his teammates, for the match was not yet concluded. Instead, he directed his companions to swiftly serve the ball. Chris executed a baseline serve, delivering it directly to Zhao Chang. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chang caught the ball and lofted it high into the air. Before it could descend to the ground, the crimson timer illuminated, signaling the end of the match. The cavalry team triumphed by the narrowest of margins. Teammates rushed toward him, encircling Zhao Chang in jubilant cheers, commemorating this hard-earned victory. The spectators in attendance exchanged high fives, leaping in excitement, having witnessed the cavalry player's remarkable transformation from trailing behind to achieving a stunning comeback. It was truly extraordinary. In stark contrast, the Black Panther players sat despondently on the ground, their faces blank with disbelief. Mena, in particular, was filled with regret, reproaching himself for failing to protect the ball moments earlier. Coach Frank approached, offering continuous words of comfort. Do not be disheartened, Mena, you have given your all. And that last play was not your fault. Displaying commendable magnanimity, Mena took a moment to compose himself before rising and walking towards Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang, I must admit, I did not regard you highly before, but today, you have truly impressed me, Mena said sincerely, shaking Zhao Chang's hand. Zhao Chang chuckled, not at all. Your performance was even more remarkable. We merely triumphed by a narrow margin. I hope we have the opportunity to compete again in the future. I look forward to seeing you in the NBA, and rest assured, I will not hold back then. That guy, Mena, acts as if it's a foregone conclusion that he will make it to the NBA. Zhao Chang nodded and said, all right, give it your all. I am determined to enter the NBA, and I hope you will have the chance to play when that time comes. Mena perceived the sarcasm and mockery in Zhao Chang's tone, but took it in stride, chuckling softly as he walked away. This victory propelled the Cavaliers to 4th place in the Atlantic Coast Conference standings. The NCAA tournament structure is intricate, divided into numerous smaller divisions. Before the onset of March Madness, the top teams from each division will aggregate to form a total of 64 teams. These 64 teams are categorized into 4 groups: East, West, South, and Midwest. The top 4 teams are recognized as the number 1 seeds in their respective regions. Chapter 67. Entering the tournament, the Cavaliers face strong adversaries. The Cavaliers of Virginia Union University have finally reached the semifinals of the Atlantic Coast Conference. The 8 qualifying teams will compete in a tournament, with the top 4 teams advancing to the NCAA's 64-team bracket. While the tournament format may appear convoluted, the excitement of the matches is palpable. Emerging from such a multitude of competitive levels signifies that these are indeed the elite college teams. The top players nurtured from these teams will subsequently enter the draft, joining the NBA to compete in one of the world's premier basketball leagues. This illustrates the remarkable strength of the basketball development system in the United States. With the tournament approaching, the Cavaliers are united in their resolve and diligently preparing. This marks the first time in 5 years that the Cavaliers have entered the top 8 of the Atlantic Coast Conference, securing the 4th position, which grants them a home court advantage. The 8 teams are as follows: Duke University Blue Devils, a long-standing powerhouse in the NCAA, Wake Forest University Demon Deacons, Georgia Institute of Technology Yellow Jackets, Virginia Union University Cavaliers, Syracuse University Orange, University of North Carolina Tar Heels, North Carolina State University Wolfpack, and Clemson University Tigers. These 8 teams will engage in a round-robin format, facing each other once to determine the top 4, by way of a draw. The Cavaliers' first opponent will be the Clemson University Tigers. The Tigers may not boast particularly renowned players, yet their gameplay is remarkably sophisticated, characterized by a cohesive team dynamic and a proficiency in defensive counterattacks. Their players exhibit strong collaboration and seamless coordination, which has enabled them to advance to the top 8 amidst numerous competitors. As the match commenced, the Cavaliers swiftly exploited Zhao Chang's speed to penetrate the Tigers' defense, initiating a scoring spree. However, the Tigers proved to be formidable adversaries. Following a timeout, they intensified their defensive efforts, momentarily forcing the Cavaliers into a scoring drought. The scores remained tied for several minutes until Zhao Chang and Hailong relentlessly attacked the rim, gradually widening the score gap. By the end of the first half, the Cavaliers held an 8-point lead. As the second half unfolded, the Tigers continued to bolster their defense, yet their excessive aggression led to foul troubles. Consequently, the Cavaliers frequently found themselves at the free throw line. Ultimately, the match concluded with the Cavaliers triumphing over the Tigers with a score of 77-56, marking their first victory in the Atlantic Coast Conference Championship. This victory significantly uplifted the team's morale, and the Cavaliers players reached the pinnacle of popularity at Virginia Union University. Recently, Tang Xiaowan has been training alongside Zhao Chang. Her family circumstances are indeed favorable, enabling her to afford the hefty training fee of $200 per hour. Zhao Chang was unreserved, accepting everything as it came. However, Tang Xiaowan was no pushover. Ever since she began training with the cavalry team, she had formed harmonious relationships with everyone. Despite Zhao Chang's stern demeanor towards her, casting a cold glare, the other players could discern that his behavior was intentional. It was evident to the discerning that Tang Xiaowan harbored feelings for Zhao Chang, and he reciprocated her sentiments. Yet, as the team approached the final stages of the NCAA tournament, Zhao Chang knew he could not allow romantic entanglements to distract him. Zhao Chang had long contemplated that if Tang Xiaowan could endure until the conclusion of the fervent month of March, he would take the initiative to confess his feelings for her. Conversely, should she falter before that, her departure would merely signify a lack of fate between them. Unbeknownst to Tang Xiaowan, Zhao Chang's thoughts were quite different. She believed he harbored no affection for her. Were it any other young man, she would unequivocally turn away and never look back. Yet, Zhao Chang embodied the very essence of her ideal partner, leaving her with a profound sense of reluctance. Possessing a fiercely competitive spirit, Tang Xiaowan developed a rebellious mindset. She refused to believe she could not capture the elusive Zhao Chang. The cavalry team's next adversary was the North Carolina State University Wolfpack. The Wolfpack boasted 2 formidable players, the small forward, Jacques Vaughn, and the Japanese player, Kenji Inoue. Jacques Vaughn was selected in the first round as the 27th pick during the 1997 NBA draft, showcasing considerable talent. In contrast, Kenji Inoue did not enter the NBA through the draft. He later secured a 1-year minimum salary contract before fading from the league. Nevertheless, he had performed admirably during his college years, serving as the engine of the Wolfpack's backcourt. Following Zhao Chang's emergence, numerous fans began to draw comparisons between him and Kenji Inoue, although Zhao Chang preferred not to be likened to other players. The natural inclination to compare 2 Asian athletes was unavoidable. Not only did they share this commonality, but their playing styles also bore resemblance. Characterized by swiftness and precision in shooting, Zhao Chang previously averaged 17.6 points, 5.8 assists, and 4 rebounds per game. In contrast, Inoue Kenshu recorded an average of 15 points, 5.7 assists, and 3.2 rebounds per game. Zhao Chang possesses a superior physique. In terms of physical attributes, Zhao Chang stands at a height of 193 meters, while Inoue measures 190 meters, resulting in a negligible difference. However, when it comes to their appearances, the disparity is quite pronounced. Zhao Chang epitomizes the quintessential Eastern handsome man, while Inoue appears somewhat disheveled, with small eyes and a penchant for sporting a pair of slender mustaches. Thus, in terms of popularity, Zhao Chang far surpasses Inoue. These observations are merely superficial comparisons within the realm of basketball, where Zhao Chang indisputably prevails. However, there exists another layer of connection that silently fuels Zhao Chang's resolve to utterly dominate Inoue on the court, showing no mercy. This connection is rooted in the fact that Tang Xiaowan and Inoue were once classmates at the same high school. Tang Xiaowan's remarkable beauty drew countless admirers during her high school years, among whom was Inoue Kenji. Nevertheless, Tang Xiaowan harbored a profound disdain for him, primarily stemming from an inherent aversion to individuals from Japan. Furthermore, in terms of personal attributes, she found Inoue utterly unappealing. Despite her clear rejections, Inoue persistently pursued her, making multiple visits to Virginia Union University, where he publicly knelt and presented her with flowers, creating quite a stir. Tang Xiaowan showed no leniency, refusing his flowers and publicly admonishing him to cease his harassment. Perhaps the humiliation from that ill-fated romantic gesture shattered Inoue's hopes, as he subsequently ceased his pursuit of Tang Xiaowan. However, the news of Tang Xiaowan seeking training with Zhao Chang eventually reached North Carolina State University, where Inoue learned of it. Fueled by anger and resentment, Inoue blamed Zhao Chang for his failed pursuit. At last, the two teams were destined to clash. During a media interview, Inoue boasted that the Wolf Pack would undoubtedly triumph over the cavalry, vowing to neutralize Zhao Chang. Naturally, the media seized upon this opportunity, swiftly relaying Inoue's words to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang faced the reporters and scoffed, "Inoue and I are not players of the same caliber." Chapter 68. If I don't completely outplay you, one might mistakenly believe we are on the same level. The cavalry team has become the darling of the media, as they are exceptionally adept at generating buzz, drawing in immense attention. In the 1990s, before the rise of the internet, fans relied heavily on print media for information about their teams. Thus, journalists spared no effort in unearthing sensational stories about players. When they discovered that Inoue and Zhao Chang were romantic rivals, their excitement was palpable. What could possibly be more captivating than a scandal? The Atlantic Coast League Championship was already abuzz with activity, and with the personal feud between the star players, the topic was ripe for discussion. The reporters immediately pressed on. "Zhao Chang, why do you say that? Your statistics are quite similar to those of Inoue, and both of you have comparable playing styles. Fans believe you are on par with each other." "On par?" Zhao Chang's eyes narrowed as he slowly replied. "Are you familiar with the story of Air Jordan and the Glide, Clyde Drexler?" The reporter was taken aback and shook his head. "No, I am not." Zhao Chang, noticing the youthful demeanor of the reporter, assumed he was a novice and patiently began to recount a tale. In 1992, the Chicago Bulls clashed with the Portland Trail Blazers in the NBA Finals. The media fervently hyped the rivalry between Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler, as both athletes had showcased remarkable performances throughout the regular season, with statistics nearly on par. During an interview with Drexler, he remained humble and understated, acknowledging Jordan as a great star and expressing his disinterest in engaging in verbal sparring with him. However, the reporters, seeking sensationalism, conveyed to Jordan that Drexler regarded him with disdain. Unable to tolerate such provocation, Jordan boldly declared to the press, "I will obliterate him. If I do not, you shall perceive him as my equal." Consequently, in the subsequent finals game, Drexler, underestimating Jordan's prowess, allowed him open shots from beyond the arc, mistakenly believing that Jordan was not adept at three-point shooting. To Drexler's dismay, Jordan made him pay dearly, sinking 6 three-pointers and amassing 35 points by halftime. It was also in that game that Jordan executed his iconic shrug, a seemingly trivial gesture that carried profound insult. Upon hearing this account, the reporter grasped Zhao Chang's intent. The glimmer of ferocity in Zhao's eyes left no doubt that the impending game would be nothing short of spectacular. Just a day before the match, the Cavaliers players were intensely engaged in their pre-game preparations. Zhao Chang and his teammates continuously practiced their tactics, the gym resonating with the fervent shouts of the players. However, Zhao Chang felt that something was amiss. He suddenly realized that Tang Xiaowan had not come to practice today. Why was she absent? A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Although Zhao Chang usually acted indifferent towards Tang Xiaowan during their training sessions, she had a remarkable way of lightening the atmosphere. Not only would she assist in retrieving the balls, but she would also bring along a few of her friends, infusing the practice with vitality. De Bin had urged Zhao Chang on more than one occasion to reconsider his stance. Zhao Chang appeared unfazed on the surface, yet deep within. He had already developed feelings for Tang Xiaowan. He hoped that by the conclusion of the exhilarating month of March, he would be able to present his heartfelt confession to Tang Xiaowan, accompanied by commendable results. However, with the competition commencing tomorrow, he was troubled by the absence of Tang Xiaowan from today's training. Could it be that Zhao Chang suddenly experienced a pang of heartache? Suspecting that Tang Xiaowan had gone to meet with Jingshang Jianshu. Never mind, he thought. It would be best to focus on training and win the competition first. However, his teammates were unaccustomed to this situation. They had already regarded Tang Xiaowan as one of their own. Shadow approached quietly and asked, Changge, what is going on? Did you have a quarrel with Tang Na? Zhao Chang shook his head, saying, No, there is no reason for me to argue with her. Hurry and get to training. Shada, wanting to express more, added, Changge, don't take offense at my words, but you and Donna seem quite compatible. Moreover, she has many admirers. You mustn't let this opportunity slip away. Enough of your chatter. I know what I'm doing. Zhao Chang feigned anger, dismissing Xiaoda. Yet, the words of Xiaoda had struck a chord within him. Zhao Chang slowly dribbled the ball, his gaze vacant, his mind filled with images of Tang Xiaowan practicing. The training had long since concluded, yet Tang Xiaowan had still not made an appearance. Zhao Chang felt a twinge of unease. He contemplated sending a message to Tang Xiaowan to inquire about her, yet ultimately refrained. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, the cavalry team was set to face off against the Wolf Pack. During the pre-match warm-up, Zhao Chang noticed the Japanese player Inoue Kinshu, who was casting a challenging gaze in his direction from afar. Although the two had never met before, Zhao Chang had seen Inoue's photograph, which he found quite unappealing and rather lewd. However, upon encountering him in person, he discovered that reality was even less flattering than the picture. Nevertheless, Inoue was exceedingly energetic during the warm-up, exhibiting a level of enthusiasm akin to being invigorated by adrenaline, executing one-handed dunks and three-point shots with fervor. De Long quietly approached Zhao Chang, gesturing with his chin and saying, Brother Chang, did you see that? The little devils are trying to provoke you. Zhao Chang let out a cold sneer, proclaiming that he would soon demonstrate what it truly meant to have one's hands in pockets, oblivious to who his opponent was. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. The starting lineup for the cavalry team was as follows. Point guard, Xiaoda, shooting guard, Zhao Chang, small forward, Lao Tai. Power forward, De Long, center, Ben Wallace, head coach, and Zhua. This match marked Lao Tai's return from suspension, and as he stepped onto the court, the home crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Lao Tai, deeply moved, waved an acknowledgement to his classmates. The starting lineup for the Wolf Pack team included point guard, White, shooting guard, Inoue Kinshu, small forward, Jacques Vaughn, power forward, Knight, center, Brad Gus, head coach, 1. As the game commenced with a jump ball at center court, Ben secured the first possession for the cavalry team. Brad Gus, the center for the Wolf Pack, stood a mere 2 centimeters taller than Ben, yet lacked his leaping ability. Xiaoda dribbled the ball forward, observing Zhao Chang and Inoue entangled in a fierce struggle. Inoue's defensive maneuvers were aggressive, laced with subtle fouls that made Zhao Chang uncomfortable. However, Zhao Chang did not lose his temper. This was the essence of basketball, a sport for men, where intense competition was the hallmark of the game. With a deft feint, Zhao Chang disrupted the center of gravity above the well, and in a swift reversal, he propelled himself a full meter away from the well's edge. Xiaoda immediately passed the ball over. All his teammates were aware of the rivalry between Zhao Chang and Jing Shang, and thus, they were eager to assist Zhao Chang in outmaneuvering Jing Shang. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Chang noted Jing Shang's remarkable speed as he surged forward once more, prompting Zhao Chang to feint again. Jing Shang, reacting instinctively, leaped into the air with a sudden burst. Zhao Chang swiftly passed the ball, maneuvered laterally, and released a rapid shot. These actions unfolded seamlessly, leaving Inoue utterly deceived. Swish. A 2-point shot, successfully made. Following the score, Zhao Chang executed a breathtaking gesture. He quickly crouched down, pressing his palm against the floor, while simultaneously winking at Inoue. Chapter 69. Tang Xiaowan donned Zhao Chang's jersey to show her support. Zhao Chang's body language was unmistakable, conveying a clear message. You are too short to defend against me. Inoue's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. Zhao Chang skillfully toyed with him, landing precise hits. The home crowd erupted in exhilaration, and many classmates emulated Zhao Chang's antics, pressing their hands downward in an exuberant mockery of Inoue Kenshu. Just as Zhao Chang swiftly transitioned to defense, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Zhao Chang, go for it." It was Tang Xiaowan. Zhao Chang turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld Tang Xiaowan, who had somehow arrived at the gymnasium. Not only had she come to the venue, but she was also adorned in the same jersey as Zhao Chang, number 1. As their eyes met, Zhao Chang felt as though several bottles of exhilarants had surged through his veins, filling him with an overwhelming sense of vigor. Tang Xiaowan, noticing Zhao Chang's gaze upon her, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Nevertheless, she graciously waved her tiny fist at him, nodding vigorously in encouragement. Inoue Kenshu also caught sight of his heartthrob, Tang Xiaowan. The fact that she was wearing Zhao Chang's jersey ignited a fierce jealousy within him, causing his face to twitch into a sinister expression. The Wolfpack team launched an offensive. Point guard White dribbled past half-court and noticed Inoue Kenshu reaching out for the ball. It was evident that Inoue was eager to retaliate against Zhao Chang. As a teammate, White felt compelled to support him and thus passed the ball to Inoue. Before Chang Zhao intercepted the ball from Inoue, he exhibited little defensive maneuvering, contemplating that he would allow Inoue to receive the ball first and then confront him. Upon receiving the ball, Inoue gradually dribbled, scrutinizing Zhao Chang's shifting center of gravity. The home crowd erupted in cheers, incessantly shouting, "Brother Chang, take him down. Lock him in. How dare he pursue a girl from our school? Anyone who dares to compete with Brother Chang for a woman shall meet their doom." Zhao Chang heard the shouts of his classmates and found it amusing, yet he managed to hold back his laughter. He waved his hand to signal his teammates, indicating that they need not provide assistance. He intended to single-handedly guard Jing Shang. Suddenly, Jing Shang surged forward, breaking through from the right flank. Zhao Chang moved swiftly, effectively blocking Jing Shang's path to the basket. Jing Shang, possessing considerable skill, noticed Zhao Chang's rapid movements and immediately executed a between-the-legs dribble, swiftly changing direction to drive left. This technique, reminiscent of Sam Gold's style, proved quite effective. Had the defender been someone else, he might have easily been shaken off. However, Zhao Chang's ankles were remarkably firm. He planted his feet and, with a burst, once again obstructed Jing Shang's advance. Jing Shang was momentarily taken aback. This move was his signature maneuver. Yet he found himself unable to surpass Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang observed Inoue's astonished expression and deliberately provoked him, saying, "Is that all you've got? Keep going." Inoue huffed, took 2 steps back, and launched another offensive attempt. Fortunately, the NCAA's offensive time limit is not 24 seconds, but 35 seconds. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time. With a swift motion, Inoue broke to the right again, and just as Zhao Chang attempted to block him, Inoue executed a half-turn maneuver to evade. This tactic proved quite effective, as Zhao Chang seemed to be left behind. Inoue, emboldened and ready to charge into the paint, was unexpectedly thwarted when Zhao Chang reached out with his long arm from behind and, with a resounding clap, knocked the ball away from Inoue. Just as Inoue was gaining momentum, his palm jolted, and to his astonishment, he lost possession of the ball. Zhao Chang's strike was executed with astonishing swiftness, almost ghostly in its precision, leaving Inoue utterly unprepared. "Baka!" Inoue exclaimed in frustration, turning to pursue, but Zhao Chang deftly flicked his right hand, passing the ball to the left where Lao Tai had already launched into action. Having been suspended for 2 games, Lao Tai was eager to make his mark, displaying an exceptional level of vigor upon his return to the court. As he observed the duel between Zhao Chang and Inoue, he instinctively anticipated the outcome and began to stealthily drift towards the center line. Indeed, Zhao Chang's remarkable speed allowed him to intercept Inoue's pass with remarkable finesse. Lao Tai surged past the halfway line, charging through the defense, which was caught completely off guard. He executed a seamless layup, effortlessly adding another 2 points to the score. 4 o'clock. Zhao Chang's recent offensive and defensive maneuvers utterly overwhelmed Inoue. Tang Xiaowan was exceedingly exhilarated. She raised a placard that boldly proclaimed, "The cavalry team shall prevail." "Changgu, you're the best." Zhao Chang observed keenly, his heart stirred by the realization that Tang Xiaowan's feelings for him were genuine. The head coach of the Wolfpack team, Wan, wore a grave expression and shook his head slightly. Prior to the match, he had believed that Inoue and Zhao Chang were evenly matched, anticipating a stalemate that could be leveraged by Jacques Vaughn to defeat the cavalry team. However, within the first minute of the game, Inoue found himself overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by Zhao Chong, revealing a significant disparity in their abilities. Consequently, Juan shouted at Inoue, urging him not to cling to individual plays but to embrace the essence of team basketball. With no choice but to heed his coach's command, Inoue momentarily held back. The Wolf Pack launched another offensive, with the point guard passing the ball to power forward Jacques Vaughn. Vaughn, robust and precise in his mid-range shooting, executed straightforward yet effective movements, earning him the moniker of Little Malone in NCAA circles. This nickname alluded to Karl Malone, a legendary power forward known for his consistent performance and durability, fondly referred to as the mailman. The term mailman carried dual significance. It denoted his remarkable endurance across multiple seasons, rarely missing games, and his impeccable ability to deliver the ball into the basket with a high shooting percentage. Receiving the ball, Vaughn faced the formidable defense of the Black Dragon. He eschewed elaborate maneuvers, instead using his strength to push the Black Dragon aside, executing a turnaround jump shot that found its mark. While the aesthetics of his shot may not have been particularly graceful, its execution was undeniably steady. The score stood at 4-2, with the Wolf Pack narrowing the gap by 2 points. Coach Anzo recognized Vaughn as a challenging opponent. During pregame preparations, the team had devised a strategy to gauge Vaughn's shooting rhythm at the outset. If he struggled, they would allow him to take shots, but if he found his groove, they would focus on preventing him from receiving the ball. The cavalry team initiated their offensive. Shouda dribbled past half court. Noting that Zhao Chong showed no inclination to demand the ball, it appeared that Zhao Chong remained composed, understanding that basketball is fundamentally a team sport. The Black Dragon reached out for the ball, feeling an urge to retaliate after being bested by Vaughn. Shouda promptly passed the ball to him. The Black Dragon had been improving rapidly under Zhao Chong's tutelage, his playing style increasingly reminiscent of Amare Stoudemire. Faced with Vaughn's defense, the Black Dragon executed a swift change of direction, taking off with a powerful leap, transitioning the ball to his left hand midair, and forcefully slamming it down towards the basket. The resounding impact echoed through the arena as Vaughn was decisively dunked on. The crowd erupted in exuberance, leaping and cheering in delight. His teammates rushed to join him, celebrating with chest bumps and fervent shouts, their spirits soaring. Vaughn, taken aback, stared in disbelief at the Black Dragon. The score was now 6-2, with the cavalry team still in the lead. The Wolf Pack resumed their offensive, with the point guard attempting to pass the ball to Vaughn. However, the cavalry team was prepared. Lautai swiftly maneuvered to block Vaughn, raising his arms in defense. Point guard White, left with no options, opted to drive the ball himself. Yet Shouda, exhibiting remarkable speed, accelerated with a calculated charge, deftly reaching out to swipe the ball away with a decisive smack. Chapter 70. The humiliation of Inoue. After a swift break, Djokovic launched into action, surging across the court with remarkable speed, closely pursued by White. Despite White's relentless attempts to impede him, Djokovic had significantly strengthened his physique compared to a few months prior. Resembling a formidable tank, with a swift motion, Djokovic approached the three-point line and executed a powerful layup after taking 3 steps. White endeavored to disrupt the shot, yet Djokovic, leveraging his immense upper body strength, successfully scored. The referee's whistle pierced the air, awarding him a 2-1 opportunity. The Cavaliers commenced the game with an overwhelming momentum, leaving the Wolves in a state of bewilderment. Coach Juan, feeling helpless, was compelled to call a timeout. Within less than 3 minutes of the game, the situation had become rather embarrassing, but the coach had no alternative. Without intervention, the Cavaliers would undoubtedly dominate the scoreboard. Zhao Chong rushed forward and celebrated with a chest bump, exuberantly encouraging Shouda. That shot was brilliant, absolutely impressive. Shouda, filled with excitement, reflected on his previous lack of confidence just months prior. It was through Zhao Chong's unwavering support and guidance that he discovered the training methods best suited to him, resulting in remarkable progress in his skills. Now, the cavalry team not only exhibited seamless cooperation, but also demonstrated significant improvement in each player's abilities. Meanwhile, Inoue's expression was dark. He had long desired a proper contest with Zhao Chong. However, having just suffered a harsh defeat at Zhao Chong's hands, he felt a sense of indignation. Yet, there was little he could do, as the coach forbade him from playing one-on-one, leaving Inoue with no choice but to await his opportunity. Head coach Juan proved to be astute. Recognizing the reason for the team's struggles, the players' inclination towards individual play had disrupted their previous synergy. Eager to vanquish the cavalry team, the players fell into the trap of isolation. Thus, during the timeout, One emphatically reminded them to set aside personal grievances and to play the basketball they excelled at. After the break, the Wolfpack players regained their composure. Inoue no longer sought to compete with Zhao Chang and began to proactively call for screens, driving into the paint to create opportunities for Vaughn. Vaughn received the ball comfortably and executed his plays with ease. Gradually, the Wolfpack closed the gap on the scoreboard. With over 8 minutes elapsed in the first half, the score stood at 17-14, with the Wolfpack leading by 3 points. Coach Enzo called for a timeout as well. The North Carolina Wolfpack, a seasoned powerhouse, posed a formidable challenge for the cavalry team to secure victory. They needed to adopt a more aggressive attitude and employ a richer array of tactics. Following the timeout, neither team made substitutions, and the players re-entered the court. Zhao Chang, possessing the ball in the backcourt, advanced into the front court, with Inoue stepping up for a one-on-one defense. Just as everyone anticipated that Zhao Chang would once again toy with Inoue, he noticed that Dabin had already established a prime position. Thus, Zhao Chang called out, "Dabin!" Whoosh! Zhao Chang, with an unwavering focus, delivered a pass that sliced through the air like a surgeon's scalpel. Upon receiving the ball, Dabin warded off the opposing center, Bragas, with the intention of executing a bank shot. Unfortunately, Dabin's grip proved slightly unsteady. The basketball danced around the rim before rolling away. Just as Bragas aimed to seize the rebound, the formidable Black Dragon soared into action, leaping high to deliver a resounding putback dunk. The collective enthusiasm of the cavalry team once again proved instrumental. Filled with gratitude, Dabin rushed over to exchange a hearty high-five with the Black Dragon. Zhao Chang felt a profound sense of satisfaction as the cavalry team exhibited remarkable morale and fervor. The Wolfpack launched an aggressive offensive. Inoue, dribbling at the arc, called for a screen and surged into the paint once more. Just as he prepared to deliver a pass to Vaughn, Zhao Chang emerged from an unexpected angle, anticipating the play perfectly, and with a swift motion, intercepted the ball. Enraged, Inoue immediately pivoted to pursue him. He resolved that, even if it meant committing a foul, he would bring Zhao Chang down. Such humiliation was intolerable. In the instant that Inoue lunged toward Zhao Chang, the latter executed a sudden stop, positioning himself directly in front of Inoue. Caught off guard by Zhao Chang's maneuver, Inoue was unable to halt his momentum, resulting in a collision. Bang! Inoue collided forcefully with Zhao Chang. It is crucial to note that Zhao Chang had braced himself. His back muscles tensed and prepared for impact. Inoue, however, had not anticipated that his chest would collide with Zhao Chang's back, causing him excruciating pain, compounded by the impact of his abdomen against Zhao Chang's rear. His insides churned violently, engulfed in agony. Zhao Chang, propelled by the force, tumbled forward, rolling on the ground before coming to rest. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Inoue for the collision. It was a disheartening scene. Inoue crouched on the ground, clutching his abdomen, nearly brought to tears by the pain. The referee's call of a foul against him only added to his silent lament. Tang Xiaowan, oblivious to Zhao Chang's theatrics, was on the verge of tears, rushing to the sidelines. Had it not been for her friend restraining her, she would have dashed onto the court. Zhao Chang lay on the ground, winking at Tang Xiaowan with a mischievous grin. It was then that Tang Xiaowan realized that Zhao Chang was unscathed. It had all been an act. The naughty Tang Xiaowan parted her crimson lips and uttered 2 words. The cavalry launched an assault, and Xiao executed a sideline throw-in, directing the ball straight to Zhao Chang. Despite a painful belly, Jing refused to leave the field for a respite. He was unwilling to concede defeat and yearned to reclaim his honor. As Zhao Chang faced Inoue, he was about to call for a screen when Inoue roared, "If you have the guts, come at me with real steel. I don't believe you can get past me. You're panicking, aren't you?" Zhao Chang intentionally provoked him further. With Inoue already shouting defiantly, Zhao Chang certainly would not back down. He dribbled the ball slowly, then suddenly accelerated to break through on the right. Inoue moved swiftly, determined to block him. However, Zhao Chang came to a sudden halt, breaking abruptly. Inoue pushed off with his left foot to stop as well, but his halt was forced, causing pain to shoot through his ankle. Nevertheless, he was undeniably strong, managing to keep pace with Zhao Chang, marking him as a commendable defender. In the instant Inoue halted, Zhao Chang surged forward once more, continuing his assault down the right flank. This was utterly overwhelming. Even with ironclad ankles, Inoue could not withstand such relentless pressure. His mind raced, "Catch up quickly." Yet his ankles screamed in protest, "I can't take it anymore." Suddenly, Inoue's feet tangled, and he found himself kneeling beside Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang dashed past in a flash, leaving Inoue kneeling in disarray amidst the wind. The crowd of fans erupted in laughter once more, with some already capturing the moment on camera. Yet another memorable scene. Inoue attempted to rise, but his legs were entangled, preventing him from standing. Zhao Chang surged into the paint, deftly maneuvering past Vaughn's defensive assistants with a graceful feint, then drove to the basket, executing a precise bank shot that found its mark, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. This sequence of actions was executed with such fluidity, it was nothing short of mesmerizing. In contrast, Inoue Kinshu found himself humiliated, nearly driven to madness as he pounded the floor twice in frustration, releasing his pent-up anger. It was only his teammates from the Wolf Pack who came to his aid, helping him regain his composure. Coach Wan, exasperated, had no choice but to call for a timeout. It was evident to anyone with discernment that Zhao Chang operated on a level far superior to that of Inoue. Why engage in a futile contest against him? Such arrogance was truly unwarranted. Chapter 71. The Little Devils employ underhanded tactics, causing Zhao Chang injury after scoring. Zhao Chang deliberately dashed past Tang Xiaowan, extending his hand for a gentle high five. This moment of mutual appreciation ignited a chorus of cheers from the assembled students. This is the moment we cherish. Although Tang Xiaowan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she reveled in the atmosphere, for Zhao Chang's gaze encompassed not only basketball but also her. Following the timeout, both coaches began to strategize, substituting in several bench players. Zhao Chang remained on the court for as long as he was present. The opposing team was compelled to deploy substantial resources for defense, allowing his teammates to play with greater ease. Inoue Kinshu was relegated to the bench by the coach. He had been so thoroughly outplayed by Zhao Chang that he required a moment to recuperate. Zhao Chang is able to afford a modicum of leisure on the court, conserving his stamina by remaining stationary in the corner. Even in his inert position, opposing players are compelled to remain vigilant, delivering the figurative ashtray without a hint of negligence. However, Zhao Chang does not indulge in idleness for long. He occasionally springs forth, evading defenders, finding open space, receiving passes from his teammates, and swiftly scoring. This unpredictable style of play renders the Wolfpack team exceedingly reactive, further widening the score gap. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first half, Coach Enzu decides to substitute Zhao Chang for a breather, at which point the score stands at 38-25, with the cavalry team boasting a 13-point lead. After Zhao Chang descended, the cavalry team withstood the opponent's counterattack. At the end of the first half, the score stood at 42-31. During the halftime break, the players of the Wolfpack team were enveloped in a palpable gloom, particularly Inoue Kinshu, who sat in silence with his head bowed. Unable to bear the sight, Vaughn, who shared a close rapport with Inoue, approached and took a seat beside him, gently patting his shoulder in an attempt to offer solace. Inoue, where has your fighting spirit gone? The first half was merely a matter of their fortunate shooting. We shall undoubtedly turn the tide in the second half. Inoue forced a grim smile and shook his head, replying, I've given it my all, but that guy truly is superior to me. Vaughn raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening with indignation. Inoue, you were never one to shy away from a challenge. What has made you so timid? Other teammates chimed in, echoing his sentiments. Indeed. We are the Wolfpack. We cannot concede defeat so easily. In the second half, we must take them down and orchestrate a grand comeback. Tang Xiaowan was watching from the sidelines, urging, Inoue, you must defeat Zhao Chang and reclaim your pride. Initially dazed by the onslaught, Inoue felt a spark reignite within him. Fueled by his teammates' encouragement, my brothers are right. We are the Wolfpack. To reach the top 4, we must conquer the cavalry team. Deep down, Inoue acknowledged that the overall strength of the Wolfpack did not match that of the cavalry team, yet a scheme began to form in his mind. Even if you triumph over us, I shall ensure you pay a price, Inoue declared bitterly. The second half of the match commenced. Zhao Chang anticipated that the Wolfpack would launch a fierce counterattack in the second half, particularly after their previous defeat to the Blue Devils. A second consecutive loss would extinguish their hopes of advancing to the top 4. Thus, he urged his teammates to intensify their defensive efforts while remaining vigilant against the opponent's underhanded tactics. As Zhao Chang had predicted, after merely 2 minutes in the second half, Inoue covertly attempted to trip him during his mid-range jump shot. This treacherous maneuver was exceedingly malicious. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have sustained an injury and been forced to exit the game. Inoue was resolute, willing to go to any lengths to incapacitate Zhao Chang. Ultimately, once the match concluded, the only thing that would be remembered was the outcome, and with the passage of time, the means by which victory was achieved would fade from memory. Moreover, Inoue had meticulously contemplated this strategy, recognizing that Zhao Chang's jump shot was exceptionally high. making him vulnerable to injury from a well-placed trip. However, what Inoue failed to consider was that Zhao Chang's ankle was fortified by a protective system. At the moment Zhao Chang landed, he felt something jab at him, and instantly his legs weakened, allowing him to fall gracefully, perfectly dissipating the force. Rising to his feet, Zhao Chang stifled the fury surging within him and approached Inoue, coldly declaring, "Is that all you've got?" Inoue's heart was in shambles, despite his meticulous preparation. Zhao Chang remained unscathed. What material was his ankle made of? Yet, Inoue refused to concede, driven by an overwhelming desire to win. Tang Xiaowan stood nearby, continuously cheering for Zhao Chang, a stinging slap to Inoue's face. Thus, in the ensuing play, the moment Zhao Chang received the ball, Inoue lunged from the side to collide with Zhao Chang's knee. This maneuver was even more insidious than the earlier one. Striking the knee from the side was a combat technique, a form of reverse joint manipulation, capable of easily sidelining a season or even prematurely ending a basketball career. Zhao Chang felt a sharp pain in his knee and collapsed onto the floor. He grimaced in agony, clutching his knee as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His fellow cavalry teammates were incensed. Moments earlier, when Jing Shang had committed a foul, Xiao De and Lao Tai were poised to confront him. But Zhao Chang had intervened just in time. After all, the match was not yet secured, and Zhao Chang had confidence in his physical resilience. However, Jing Shang's underhanded tactics were intolerable. De Ben, De Hei Long, Lao Tai, and Xiao De surged forward, intent on retaliating against him. Jing Shang, feeling guilty, fled towards his own bench after the incident. The referee and staff hurried to restrain the cavalry players, and chaos erupted. The home crowd quickly realized that this little rascal had acted with intent. The significance of Zhao Chang and the cavalry team cannot be overstated, should he sustain an injury. The hope of the cavalry team advancing to the top 4 would be utterly extinguished. Inoue, go to hell. Damn you, little devil. I won't let you leave the gymnasium. The referee, equally displeased with Inoue's actions, conferred and subsequently issued a flagrant foul against him, resulting in 2 free throws and possession. Inoue, hiding behind his teammates, felt a sense of smug satisfaction. The 2 free throws were inconsequential. As long as Zhao Chang was sidelined, he believed they could recover from any deficit. The cavalry players assisted Zhao Chang off the court, seating him on the bench. A heavy heart weighed on everyone. That collision had indeed been too severe. Xiao De, who was nearest to Zhao Chang, clearly observed that his leg was bent at a right angle. There was a real possibility that it was fractured. Seeing the concerned gazes of his teammates, Zhao Chang managed a sorrowful smile and reassured them, "It's all right. You can do this. You can win even without me. Believe in yourselves." Encouraged by Zhao Chang's words, the cavalry team returned to the court, rallying together. "For Brother Chang, we fight on. For Brother Chang, we fight on. For Brother Chang, we fight on." The entire audience raised their arms in fervent support, hoping the cavalry team would secure victory for Zhao Chang. Tang Xiaowan, heartbroken, wiped away her tears and, disregarding the stares of her classmates, rushed to Zhao Chang's side, softly asking, "Zhao Chang, is your leg very painful?" Zhao Chang never anticipated that Tang Xiaowan would be so audacious. She truly is a girl who loves fiercely and hates passionately. Chapter 72. Could it be the power of love? Zhao Chang grasped Tang Xiaowan's arm, urging her to sit beside him. "Xiaowan, trust me, I will be fine." He held her delicate hand, seeking to console her instead. Tang Xiaowan's gaze fell upon Zhao Chang's swollen knee, recognizing his attempts to comfort her, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Having trained alongside Zhao Chang daily, she was acutely aware of the sweat he poured into the sport he cherished so deeply. If this injury truly affected his knee, it could jeopardize his entire basketball career, and dreams of the NBA would fade into oblivion. The mere thought of this filled Tang Xiaowan with profound regret. Moreover, she harbored a deep-seated guilt, believing that Inoue's relentless targeting of Zhao Chang stemmed from her own presence. She felt an intense resentment, wishing she had not attended the same high school as Inoue, thus avoiding such a contemptible person altogether. I'm sorry, Tang Xiaowan sobbed, repeatedly uttering these words. The complexities of a woman's heart eluded Zhao Chang, who could not comprehend her sentiments. "What are you saying? It's not like you caused my injury." Tang Xiaowan struggled to articulate her feelings, yet continued to apologize fervently. At that moment, tensions flared among both teams, with the intensity of the match escalating as players frequently tumbled to the ground. Without Zhao Chang, the cavalry team's offense stagnated, while the Wolf Pack team, under the collaboration of Inoue and Vaughn, gradually closed the score gap. 13 minutes into the second half, Inoue's three-pointer allowed the Wolf Pack team to take a 2-point lead. Coach Zhu shook his head in frustration, reluctantly calling for a timeout. The team physician conducted an initial examination of Zhao Chang and suspected a possible tibial fracture along with potential ligament strain. When the physician conveyed this disheartening news to Coach Zhu, the coach's complexion turned pale. His concern was not for the team's performance, but rather for Zhao Chang's future. In recent months, Zhao Chang's progress, coupled with his exceptional leadership skills and remarkable basketball intelligence, has demonstrated his potential to enter the NBA and carve out a niche for himself within the league. However, should Zhao Chang sustain injuries to his tibia and ligaments, the likelihood of his NBA aspirations diminishes significantly. After all, the intensity of competition in the NBA is unparalleled, and no team is inclined to sign a young player with a history of severe injuries. The league is never short of talented players. Thus, durability remains a paramount quality that teams seek. Regardless of one's ceiling or potential, if one cannot take the court, such attributes hold little value. For instance, prior to his transition, Zhao Chang was an ardent admirer of Zion, affectionately known among fans as the Chubby Tiger. His explosive power and impact on the game were truly awe-inspiring. Regrettably, after several years, he has participated in only a handful of games, leaving his supporters exhausted. Coach Zhu even seemed to forget the ongoing match, sitting there in a daze, silent for an extended period. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The system detected that the host has sustained an injury. The host is advised to utilize accumulated attribute points to procure a miraculous potion to heal the injuries. Zhao Chang was engaged in a conversation with Tang Xiaowan when he suddenly heard a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Recently, the system had refrained from interacting with Zhao Chang as his abilities had been steadily improving. At the NCAA level, his skills were nearly sufficient. However, today's injury was exceedingly severe. Had it not been for the Supreme Guardian Purple Badge secretly safeguarding him, his knee would have been shattered by now. Upon hearing the system's call, Zhao Chang hurriedly checked the system panel. The cavalry team had been enjoying continuous victories, and Zhao Chang's statistics were commendable, with attribute points accumulating to over 20,000. With such a considerable amount of attribute points, he should be able to purchase various items. However, upon eagerly accessing the system's marketplace, he discovered that the prices were exorbitant. A single miraculous potion cost an astounding 18,000 attribute points, whereas he currently possessed only 20,600. He decided it would be best to heal his injury first and gradually accumulate more attribute points thereafter. With a determined grit, Zhao Chang purchased a bottle of miraculous elixir, and he watched as his attribute points swiftly surged back to 2,600. Subsequently, Zhao Chang consumed the potion. He felt a warm flow coursing down his throat, enveloping his chest and abdomen, before finally reaching his injured knee. It was truly astonishing. Zhao Chang sensed that the pain in his knee was gradually subsiding. As he moved it a few times, he discovered that his knee was filled with strength. He rejoiced, declaring himself healed. Zhao Chang stood up in a state of exhilaration, leaping with unrestrained joy. Tang Xiaowan was taken aback, fearing that Zhao Chang had become unhinged due to some overwhelming excitement. Zhao Chang, your knee is already injured. Please refrain from jumping, or it will worsen, she implored, grasping his arm in an effort to coax him back to a seated position. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhao Chang's fervor intensified, and he swept Tang Xiaowan off her feet, spinning her around in circles. The spectators were utterly bewildered, their attention drawn irresistibly to Zhao Chang's antics. What was happening? Wasn't his knee severely swollen? Was he truly embracing a girl in such a state? Had he lost his mind? Were they now an item? How romantic. If his knee were fine, he should be on the court playing basketball instead. The crowd buzzed with various opinions. The most incensed of all was Inoue, who was reveling in the success of the Wolfpack team, having turned the game around. With less than 5 minutes remaining, the Wolfpack led by 9 points, and the momentum was entirely in their favor. Victory seemed inevitable. Inoue's thoughts echoed triumphantly. Zhao Chang, what does it matter if you are more talented than I? The one who wins is me. I shall be the one to play in the NBA. You can only watch from home. However, mere moments into his boastful reverie, he was struck dumb by the sight of Zhao Chang twirling Tang Xiaowan in his embrace. What was happening? Was Zhao Chang's knee miraculously healed? It was still swollen. Was it not? Did he no longer care for his knee? Watching his long-cherished goddess being spun around by Zhao Chang shattered Inoue's heart into pieces. Coach Zhu also noticed Zhao Chang's audacious display, rising in alarm to bellow, Xiangzi, do you no longer care for your knee? Zhao Chang continued to embrace Tang Xiaowan and address the coach, saying, Coach, I am fine now. I can take to the field. What? Are you jesting with me? Love can heal wounds and mend knees, can it? After Coach Anzu's remark, Tang Xiaowan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, prompting her to leap from Zhao Chang's arms. Bowing her head, she retreated to a corner. Zhao Chang jumped twice with great effort, demonstrating that he was unscathed, and pleaded, "Coach, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Please allow me to take the field, or the situation will become truly perilous." Anzu and the team doctor exchanged incredulous glances. However, seeing Zhao Chang twirling a girl in his arms, it was evident that he had suffered no significant harm, at least not any structural damage. Reluctantly, the coach nodded and cautioned, "Just be careful and avoid further injury." "Rest assured, coach. I am ready to seize the game." Anzu was left speechless. Chapter 73, a severe punishment for the Little Devils at this moment. Only 3 minutes and 26 seconds remained in the game, with the score standing at 85-72. The cavalry team trailed by 13 points. Dabin was fouled while attempting a layup and stepped up to the free throw line. Anzu substituted Zhao Chang into the game. Upon seeing Zhao Chang take the court, his teammates were both astonished and elated. Xiaoda and Lao Tai remained anxious, closely watching Zhao Chang's knee, inquiring, "Changgo, is your knee all right?" "No worries, let's begin our comeback." Inoue Kin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Chang, unable to fathom how he could still participate in the match after such a collision. Zhao Chang approached Jing Shang, his eyes glinting with a cold light, and slowly spoke. "What cunning tricks do you have left? Feel free to unleash them. I am ready." Jing Shang pretended not to hear and slinked away in defeat. Dabin, having made 1 out of 2 free throws, saw the Wolfpack team launch an offensive, bringing the score to 85-73, leaving the cavalry team trailing by 12 points. Only 3 minutes and 4 seconds remained in the game, as Jing Shang dribbled past half-court. He dared not attempt to breach Zhao Chang's defense and instead called for a screen. Center Bragas obstructed Zhao Chang, allowing Jing Shang to surge toward the paint. Jacques Vaughn made a cut to the basket, receiving a pass from Jing Shang, preparing for an easy layup. In that instant, a figure soared from behind, smack. He astonishingly swatted Vaughn's shot away. The players of the Wolfpack stared in disbelief at Zhao Chang, their eyes involuntarily drifting downward to his knee. How could he leap so high when his knee was still swollen and red? This defied the Pythagorean theorem. The cavalry teammates, witnessing Zhao Chang's audacious block, felt a surge of morale and erupted in a unified roar. With just over 2 seconds left on the shot clock, the Wolfpack inbound the ball to Knight. In haste, Knight took his shot clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Dabin secured the rebound and executed a long pass directly to Lao Tai. The Wolfpack's defense quickly regrouped, with 2 defenders closing in on Lao Tai. Rather than forcing a shot, Lao Tai opted to pass the ball to Xiaoda. Zhao Chang dashed towards the 3-point line with remarkable speed, and Xiaoda promptly passed him the ball. Inoue swiftly followed, closely trailing Zhao Chang. He had resolved to bring Zhao Chang down, justifying his actions with the multitude of underhanded tactics he had already employed. At the sidelines, Tang Xiaowan felt her heart leap to her throat. Aware of Inoue's malicious intent, she furiously pointed at him, exclaiming, "Inoue, you scoundrel! If you resort to any foul play again, I shall tear you apart." It was uncertain whether Inoue heard her, yet he continued his charge towards Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang caught a glimpse of Inoue from the corner of his eye, a cold smirk forming in his heart. "Since you have chosen to court death, allow me to oblige you." Swish. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Chang, without dribbling, executed a 3-step layup. In response, Inoue Kinji adjusted his stance, preparing to deliver a decisive blow at the moment Zhao Chang would ascend for the basket. Just as Zhao Chang took his final step, everyone anticipated he would shoot. Inoue, possessing commendable leaping ability, soared into the air, aiming a forceful strike towards Zhao Chang's head. The action was excessively aggressive, clearly aimed not at the ball. Had Zhao Chang opted to jump for the layup, he would undoubtedly have been sent crashing to the ground by Inoue. Coach Anzu felt a pang of anxiety, silently lamenting that Zhao Chang was in peril. To his astonishment, Zhao Chang did not attempt the layup on his 3rd step. Instead, he executed a maneuver reminiscent of a rhinoceros gazing at the moon, deftly passing the ball back to his teammate, Lao Tai. Those well-versed in the game understand that a 3-step layup can culminate in either a shot or a pass, and Zhao Chang chose the latter. Inoue, caught off guard, had never anticipated that Zhao Chang would opt to pass. In that moment, suspended in midair, he swung his hand in vain, abruptly losing his balance. Zhao Chang did not indulge him either. He feigned indifference as he recoiled slightly, inadvertently brushing against Jing Shang's leg. In midair, Jing's leg was grazed once more. and he plummeted headfirst onto the floor. Fortunately, he managed to react swiftly, bracing himself with his palm against the ground. However, the force of the impact was too great. And with a sharp crack, Jing's wrist succumbed to injury. Clutching his wrist with his left hand, he writhed in agony on the floor. Almost simultaneously, Lao Tai received a pass from Zhao Chong and launched a three-pointer. Swoosh. It found the net. The team physician for the Wolf Pack rushed over to assist Jing, lifting him off the ground for an examination. After assessing the situation, the physician's expression turned grave as he shook his head at the head coach, confirming that Jing was unable to continue playing. Coach One of the Wolf Pack sighed. He had witnessed the incident clearly from his vantage point. It was evident that Jing had instigated the situation himself, recklessly pursuing injury, only to end up injured himself, a case of poetic justice. Yet, as a coach, he could only offer words of concern, reassuring Jing not to worry about the team and to focus on recuperating. This injury would sideline Jing for at least 6 months. The two referees conferred briefly and reviewed the game footage, concluding that Zhao Chong had committed no foul and that Jing's injury was purely accidental. The tide had turned. The Wolf Pack had lost a key player, while Zhao Chong of the cavalry stood unscathed. This oscillation in fortune subtly shifted the balance of victory in favor of the cavalry. Following Lao Tai's successful three-pointer, the score stood at 85-76, with the cavalry trailing by only 9 points. There remained 2 minutes and 32 seconds on the clock, significantly enhancing the possibility of a comeback. Coach One of the Wolf Pack was compelled to call a timeout. With Jing injured, the team was necessitated to modify their strategy. Jing had been the operational engine of the Wolf Pack's tactics, playing a crucial role in their performance. Zhao Chong, having dealt with Inoue, was in high spirits, bounding and leaping with joy as he celebrated by chest-bumping his teammates, transforming the home arena into a veritable sea of elation. The spectators erupted in exhilaration, proclaiming that the match was worth every moment. If only a comeback could be achieved, it would be even more exhilarating. Meanwhile, Coach Anzu remained preoccupied with concerns for Zhao Chong's knee. He refrained from joining the jubilant fans, his brow furrowed in worry as he approached Zhao Chong and inquired, "Xiangzi, is your knee truly all right? I would rather endure 3 consecutive losses than see your injury worsen." Zhao Chong was deeply moved and shook his head with a smile, saying, "Old man, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. It was merely a momentary setback. A little rest will suffice. Look at that impressive dunk I just executed. I soared quite high, didn't I? It hardly hurt at all." Sighing, he continued, Coach Nzua, your concern for this child remains palpable. However, at a critical juncture in the match, Zhao Chang insisted on returning to the court, leaving little room for further discussion. After the timeout, the game resumed. The Wolf Pack replaced one of their guards with a player named Nance. Although Nance did not possess the offensive prowess of Inoue and his shooting was rather average, he made up for it with considerable strength and decent defensive skills. Coach Wan's strategy was evidently clear. In the remaining 2 minutes, he aimed to focus intensely on defense to secure their hard-earned victory. As the Wolf Pack initiated their offense, Vaughn once again seized the ball. The cavalry team was quick to deny him any scoring opportunities, immediately deploying a double team. Vaughn chose not to pass, instead driving hard against the formidable Black Dragon. Yet, the Black Dragon's defense was formidable, relentlessly contesting the shot, causing Vaughn's layup to miss its mark. Big Ben seized the rebound and passed the ball back to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong pressed on relentlessly, having traversed half the court, while the newly entered defensive stalwart, Nance, pursued him doggedly. Their rapport, particularly with Inoue, suggests that Nance is intent on avenging his companion. Chapter 74. A stunning comeback. Zhao Chang, disinterested in engaging in a contest with Nance, deliberately slowed his pace slightly. Believing an opportunity had emerged, Nance followed Zhao Chong, preparing to stealthily snatch the ball from behind. To his surprise, Zhao Chong suddenly accelerated. Before Nance could extend his hand, Zhao Chong had already created over a meter of distance between them. By the time Nance attempted to quicken his pursuit, Zhao Chong had already surged toward the basket, scoring 2 points with a layup. The Cavaliers initiated a small surge. While the Wolves had been scoreless for a considerable stretch, the score gap narrowed to 85-78, with the Cavaliers trailing by 7 points. Only 2 minutes and 6 seconds remained on the clock. Time was running short for the Cavaliers to stage a comeback. They needed to maintain pressure on both offense and defense. Otherwise, as they scored, the opposing team would also accumulate points, and with time slipping away, victory would ultimately belong to the Wolves. The Wolves commenced their offensive. With a resounding shout from Zhao Chang, the entire team activated their full-court pressing defense. The point guard, White, held the ball in the backcourt, but Shouda immediately lunged forward, his defensive maneuvers fiercely aggressive, relentlessly colliding with White. White stumbled and faltered, on the verge of tears. His teammate, Nance, rushed forward to assist, and White, sensing a glimmer of hope, hurriedly passed the ball. However, Zhao Chang had been anticipating this move all along. He knew it would be directed to Nance. In a swift motion, he darted forward, extending his long arm, and with a decisive swipe, snatched the ball away just in time. Nance, equally tenacious, charged directly at Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang turned his back, absorbing the impact of the collision, and then propelled himself forward with remarkable force. Truly extraordinary. Zhao Chang not only evaded the collision, but, instead, harnessed the force to accelerate, swiftly making his way to the basket for a score. Nance was unable to keep pace. The home crowd erupted with exuberance, leaping in sheer delight. That play was nothing short of tyrannical, more akin to robbery than a mere steal. Moreover, Zhao Chang's previous maneuvers showcased a flawless amalgamation of strength and finesse. Tang Xiaoan, in particular, was overwhelmed with excitement. Her naturally high-pitched voice resonated from the sidelines, reaching the players on the court as she exclaimed, "Brother Chang, you are simply the best." Zhao Chang dashed past Tang Xiaoan, bestowing upon her a playful kiss, which elicited thunderous cheers from the spectators. Undeterred, Tang Xiaoan reciprocated with a sweet kiss for Zhao Chang, only to shyly cover her face afterward. The momentum was decidedly in favor of the cavalry team, leaving the Wolf Pack players utterly bewildered. The score stood at 85-80, with just 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining. The head coach of the Wolf Pack, unable to contain his frustration, promptly called for a timeout. Zhao Chang exchanged high fives with each of his teammates, roaring encouragement as the match reached its pivotal moment. Despite the team's soaring morale, time was running short, and the cavalry team found themselves trailing. If they failed to seize the opportunity, the likelihood of defeat loomed large. With such passionate fans and an electrifying home ground, Zhao Chang was determined that they would not succumb to loss. Thus, he endeavored to keep each teammate's adrenaline surging, refusing to allow even a moment's complacency. The players of the Wolf Pack were visibly tense, akin to sprinters on the brink of the finish line, pursued relentlessly by a menacing tiger. Their legs wobbled slightly, and anxiety gripped their hearts. Head coach Juan, armed with a tactical board, gestured animatedly, yet his players seemed to have lost their focus. The injury to Jing and Zhao Chang's triumphant return left them in disbelief, far beyond their comprehension. On the other side, Coach Anzo of the cavalry team eschewed tactical explanations, resembling an exuberant fan as he incessantly shouted encouragement to his players. The synergy between him and Zhao Chang was palpable. Both understood that strategy had become secondary. What was needed now was to invigorate the players, igniting a fervor of 120% to finish these final rounds of the match. They must mentally overwhelm their opponents and secure victory. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The expressions on the players' faces revealed a stark contrast in their mental states. The Wolf Pack players appeared dazed, while the cavalry team exuded passion. Like a pack of ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, White advanced the ball into the front court, executing a pick-and-roll with Vaughn, then passing the ball to let Vaughn take a one-on-one opportunity. Strangely, the cavalry team did not double-team Vaughn, leaving him to face the defender alone. Not only did Coach Juan find this curious, but Vaughn himself was puzzled. Skillfully handling the ball, he aimed to score in the most reliable manner. Suddenly, with a swift spin, Vaughn eluded his defender, preparing for a jump shot. This was his signature move, utilized numerous times that day, unless he misfired. No one could guard against it. However, at this critical juncture, the unexpected occurred. The defender, having been shaken off, executed a remarkable backhand swipe, dislodging the ball from between Vaughn's legs. What sort of maneuver was this? Vaughn glanced down to discover a hand emerging from beneath him. As the ball was dislodged, the agile black dragon swiftly redirected it to the left where Little Doe was waiting. Zhao Chang initiated once more, charging towards the center line. Shouda did not pause for even a moment. The ball was in his grasp, and off he went. The basketball arced gracefully, soaring over Zhao Chang's head and propelling forward. This exemplified the profound understanding between the two, embodying the essence of the cavalry's fast break and ultimate acceleration. Zhao Chang propelled himself forward, seizing the ball and charging towards the basket, executing a thunderous dunk. Although the Timberwolves guard Nance initiated his move almost simultaneously, Shouda's pass left Nance with no opportunity to intervene. The score stood at 85-82, a mere 3 points apart. The crowd erupted in exhilaration once more. The atmosphere was electrifying. The Cavaliers continued to score, while the Timberwolves found themselves in a scoring drought, having gone several minutes without adding to their tally. Head coach Juan appeared despondent, refraining from calling a timeout, standing vacantly at the sidelines without uttering a word. With just 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining, the Timberwolves launched their offensive. The ball found its way back to Vaughn. Vaughn streamlined his offensive maneuver, opting for a direct jump shot, leaving the old guard with no recourse but to watch him shoot. Swish. True to his reputation as the Timberwolves' primary offensive asset, he delivered when it mattered most. The score shifted to 87-82, restoring a 5-point lead with only 53 seconds left on the clock. The home crowd grew tense once again. Tang Xiao on bitter lip. Her fists clenched tightly, her heart racing. Changgu, you must win this game. Let that in no way bastard meet his demise. Enzo chose not to call a timeout, placing his faith in his players to make the right decisions in the closing moments. Victory or defeat mattered little. Those were merely outcomes. As long as the players exhibited this fighting spirit, the team held on to hope. Zhao Chong gestured to his teammates while exclaiming, "It's all right, forget about the time, we." Just as Zhao Chang was midway through his exhortation, he unexpectedly delivered a long pass from the backcourt, directly reaching De Bin at the edge of the paint. The pass was astonishingly unpredictable. No one anticipated it, as they assumed he would advance the ball slowly into the front court. Chapter 75, a last-minute victory? Or overtime? Upon receiving the ball, De Bin let out a fierce roar, barreling through brags and charging towards the basket. With both hands gripping the ball, he executed a thunderous dunk bam. This offensive maneuver took a mere 4 seconds. The score now stood at 87-84. The players of the Wolfpack team shook their heads in resignation. Zhao Chong's basketball intelligence was too high, his vision too expansive. Defending against him was simply impossible. Who could have imagined that while he was still vocalizing his encouragement, the ball would be soaring from his hands? Moreover, it was a pass that traversed the entire court, truly a testament to audacity and skill. De Bin pounded his chest in exhilaration, then jubilantly ran over to Zhao Chong to celebrate with a chest bump. Zhao Chang remained vigilant. After a brief celebration, he promptly gestured for his teammates to quickly resume defensive positions. The Wolf Pack sought to initiate a fast break, yet under Zhao Chong's command. The cavalry swiftly retreated to defend, compelling the Wolf Pack to engage in a positional battle. With merely 48 seconds remaining in the match, both teams had one offensive opportunity each. Thus, this offensive play held immense significance. The distinction between a 3-point deficit and a 4-point deficit altered the dynamics entirely. Should the Wolf Pack manage to score, even if it were just a free throw netting a single point, their victory would be virtually assured. Zhao Chong, composed and resolute, signaled to his teammates to remain focused on defense and to intensify their efforts. Vaughn, displaying his acumen, recognized that the opposition would closely guard him. So he refrained from handling the ball and positioned himself near the sideline. Point guard White dribbled slowly, intent on consuming precious time. However, Littleda was relentless, applying constant pressure. Consequently, Vaughn had no choice but to move forward to set a screen, effectively obstructing Littleda. White swiftly disengaged and surged toward the paint, while Vaughn dashed toward the baseline, poised to receive the pass. With only 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, White noticed Vaughn seemingly open and executed a bounce pass. Just as Vaughn caught the ball, Zhao Chong emerged like a specter, anticipating the play, and with a decisive motion, the two hands almost simultaneously made contact with the ball. One sought to receive, the other to disrupt, causing the ball to slip from their grasp and soar toward Dahe Long and Nate. Though the ball was marginally closer to Nate, Dahe Long, undeterred by the peril, launched himself parallel to the floor in a desperate dive. With a resounding thud, Dahe Long secured the ball firmly. Nate attempted to wrest it from his possession, but Dahe Long, quick-witted, deftly nudged the ball to Littleda. Littleda sprang into action, crossing the midcourt. At this juncture, only 17 seconds remained in the match, and the Cavaliers trailed by 3 points. The team faced two choices: to swiftly secure 2 points and then defend, or to attempt a three-pointer and take a gamble. Littleda was at a loss, his mind solely fixated on passing the ball to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong serves as the linchpin of the team, while the others seemed to have lost their sense of direction. At that moment, Xiaoda heard Zhao Chong's commanding shout, "Pass it to me." Zhao Chong had surged past half the court, positioning himself beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Xiaoda, akin to a ship spotting a beacon of hope, promptly delivered the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Chong, without a moment's hesitation, took a swift shot before the opposing defender could close in. What audacity! The spectators' eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the soaring basketball. Some timid souls even covered their eyes, unable to bear the suspense. Whoosh! A decisive strike, a perfect swish. The basketball pierced through the hoop, and the white net billowed like a ripple in water. It's a tie? Unbelievable. Chong is phenomenal. I adore you, Chong. I would bear your children. The entire arena erupted with a thunderous roar. Zhao Chong truly possesses a heart of steel. At this pivotal moment, a steal followed by a three-pointer salvaged the cavalry team, orchestrating a stunning comeback. His teammates rushed over, engulfing Zhao Chong in a jubilant embrace. Coach Anzu, brimming with excitement, crouched down, fervently pumping his fists to express his exhilaration. Tang Xiaowen continuously showered Zhao Chang with kisses, her shrieks echoing through the air. 87, 87. Only 12 seconds remain in the match. The Wolf Pack still has a chance, and the cavalry must defend against this final onslaught. Coach Wan called for the last timeout. During the break, Zhao Chang darted over to the technical area and inquired, "How many timeouts does the Wolf Pack have left?" The staff member, taken aback, checked and replied, "The 3 timeouts for the second half have been exhausted." Bingo! Zhao Chang was filled with joy as he hastily gathered his teammates together to whisper a few words. The timeout concluded, and the Wolf Pack was poised to execute a throw-in from the front court. Should they score within the remaining 12 seconds, they would secure a dramatic victory over the Cavaliers. Conversely, failure to score would lead to overtime. However, if the Cavaliers intercepted the ball and launched a counterattack, they would have the opportunity to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The tension in the match escalated, and the fans in attendance rose to their feet, their eyes fixed intently on the players, hardly daring to blink. Nate, the power forward for the Wolf Pack, approached the sidelines to take the throw-in. Just as he was about to execute the play, the Cavaliers' formidable duo, Big Ben and the Black Dragon, leaped forward to obstruct him, towering over Nate. Their long arms flailed in a relentless dance, effectively obscuring his line of sight. Meanwhile, the other 3 Cavaliers players diligently pursued, sealing off all potential receiving spaces for the remaining Wolfpack players. As time ticked away, Nate was drenched in perspiration, yet he found himself unable to release the ball. With the Wolfpack's timeout exhausted, Coach Wan was left with no recourse but to shout in desperation from the sidelines. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The Wolfpack had committed a violation during the throw-in, resulting in a turnover, and the Cavaliers seized the opportunity to mount their offense. This unexpected turn of events sent the crowd into a frenzy, marveling at the Cavaliers' tactical prowess. Zhao Chong, filled with exuberance, fervently swung his fists, exclaiming, "Wonderful!" The players of the Wolf Pack team wore expressions of despair, utterly taken aback by the egregious error they had committed in the final moments. Coach Anzu spared no praise for Zhao Chong, raising his thumbs high in admiration, declaring the tactic to be nothing short of brilliant. Meanwhile, head coach Wan cradled his head in his hands, his eyes shut in anguish, still unable to comprehend how a substantial lead of several points had dissipated into thin air. With just 12 seconds remaining, the cavalry team launched their offensive. The Wolf Pack sought to mirror the cavalry's earlier strategy, sending 2 players to thwart the formidable Black Dragon. However, the Black Dragon proved to be quite cunning, executing a ground pass through Knight's legs directly to Xiaoda. Xiaoda swiftly advanced, intending to deliver the ball to Zhao Chong. Yet, Zhao Chong found himself persistently shadowed by an opponent, never more than a step away. Zhao Chong remained unperturbed, refraining from making any attempts to extricate himself. Instead, he called out to Xiaoda, urging him to pass the ball to Ben. At that moment, Ben was positioned near the edge of the restricted area, his right hand raised in anticipation of receiving the ball. Xiaoda promptly delivered the pass. Ben caught the ball and began his drive toward the basket. Although Ben's offensive prowess was limited, resulting in a low probability of success, he nonetheless feigned an aggressive attack. The other players of the Wolf Pack team, believing Ben was poised for a forceful assault on the basket, immediately tightened their defensive formation and surged forward. In that critical moment, Zhao Chong's defender abandoned him and sprinted toward Ben, as there remained merely a little over 2 seconds left in the game. What Zhao Chong yearned for was precisely this opportunity. Bang! Zhao Chang surged towards the basket like a bolt of lightning, simultaneously shouting, "Ben, lob the ball." Chapter 76, Challenging the Duke Blue Devils. Ben, seemingly oblivious, launched the ball directly towards the hoop. Zhao Chong leapt high, his right hand grasping the ball, and with a resounding thud, he forcefully slammed it into the basket. At the very instant it was scored, the red timer light illuminated. The spectators momentarily froze, then erupted in a deafening roar. Incredible! Was that a buzzer-beater dunk? I thought we were heading for overtime. Remarkable! The players of the cavalry team, along with the substitutes on the bench and the coaching staff, all surged towards Zhao Chang. Their voices raised in exuberance. This monumental comeback was undeniably attributed to Zhao Chang's brilliance. Tang Xiaowan, filled with excitement, rushed onto the court, bouncing and leaping with joy. Zhao Chang pushed through his teammates and ran to her, lifting her once more and kissing her passionately. His teammates began to tease, prioritizing romance over friendship. Meanwhile, Kenji Inoue, seated at the sidelines, watched in despair as his team suffered defeat, and his goddess embraced Zhao Chang, nearly fainting from frustration. Some classmates tossed the prepared streamers and confetti into the air, filling the arena with the joyous spirit of victory. The players of the Wolfpack team did not approach their cavalry counterparts for greetings. Instead, they walked with their heads bowed towards the player tunnel. This triumph positioned the cavalry team favorably in the Atlantic Coast League Championship. Zhao Chang played for 32 minutes today, scoring an impressive 26 points, making him the highest scorer among both teams. Additionally, he contributed with 6 assists and 7 rebounds. While players and fans were celebrating, Zhao Chang had already taken Tang Xiaowan's hand and discreetly slipped away to the locker room. Zhao Chang, what have you brought me here for? Tang Xiaowan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, revealing a hint of shyness and a touch of nervousness. Zhao Chang executed a wall push, pinning Tang Xiaowan against the wall, his left hand gently grasping her chin. Although he had previously perceived this gesture in films and dramas as rather sleazy, the atmosphere had escalated to a point where such an action was the only means to convey Zhao Chang's feelings. Xiaowan, be my girlfriend. I truly adore you. Gazing into Zhao Chang's sincere eyes, Tang Xiaowan's breath grew increasingly labored, and she gently nodded, closing her eyes. Following the match, the entire team enjoyed a day of respite. The cavalry team's next game was of paramount importance, a challenging away match against the Duke University Blue Devils. The Duke Blue Devils are a storied powerhouse in the NCAA. Having claimed the championship twice, finished as runners-up 4 times, and reached the Final Four on 11 occasions, alongside securing the conference championship 13 times. Such an impressive record has solidified the Blue Devils' reputation as a formidable elite team. Despite the Cavalry's commendable performances in previous matches, no one believed they could triumph over the Blue Devils. Just last year, in 1994, the Duke Blue Devils, led by seniors Grant Hill and Antonio Lang, were an unstoppable force. In the Elite Eight, they vanquished the number 1 seed, Purdue University, led by the formidable Robinson. Subsequently, in the Final Four, facing a formidable Florida team, Grant Hill delivered a flawless performance, scoring 25 points to defeat their opponents and advance to the national finals. Unfortunately, they encountered the Arkansas University team, led by Nolan Richardson, in the finals and ultimately fell short, securing the runner-up position. After Grant Hill and his cohort transitioned to the NBA, Duke University temporarily entered a period of decline, waiting for the emergence of the next Grant Hill. Remarkably, not a single Duke player was selected in the first round of the 1996 draft. Nevertheless, even amid this downturn, the Duke Blue Devils remained the reigning champions of the Atlantic Coast Conference. Before Zhao Chang's time travel, he was not well acquainted with this segment of history. In fact, Duke University did not qualify for the national championship this year, meaning they failed to secure a top 4 finish in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Despite having achieved 2 consecutive victories in their preceding matches, the opponents were rather weak. However, even a scrawny camel is larger than a horse. Thus, the media still held favorable views towards Duke University. Coach Anzo exerted considerable effort to obtain videotapes of Duke's early games. In that era, without the internet, acquiring a single tape was no simple task. Upon viewing the footage, the cavalry team members wore solemn expressions, as Duke's overall strength was formidable. Although the team lacked a superstar like Grant Hill, their tactical proficiency, player height, and intensity of competition placed them among the elite in the NCAA. Nevertheless, Coach Anzo encouraged everyone not to be disheartened, emphasizing that the cavalry had its own advantages, particularly Zhao Chang's speed and the team's level of cohesion. Currently, the cavalry exhibited the most diverse tactical coordination among players, largely thanks to Zhao Chang, who had taught his teammates some Chinese phrases, enabling timely movements. Often, the ball was passed even before a player arrived. This remarkable synergy was cultivated through daily training and competition, akin to a telepathic connection. A mere glance could convey intentions. On a weekend afternoon, at Duke's home ground, the Blue Devils faced off against the Cavalry. During the first half of the match, the Blue Devils leveraged their home advantage to establish a commanding lead of 14 points. However, Coach Anzo called a timeout after 11 minutes into the half and substituted in Brown. Following the break, Zhao Chang and Brown initiated a pick-and-roll, relentlessly sinking three-pointers. In 1995, no team played in such a manner, leaving the Blue Devils momentarily stunned. The point gap swiftly narrowed to just 2 points, prompting the Blue Devils to call a timeout. After the pause, the Blue Devils adjusted their strategy, expanding their defense. Little did they realize, Zhao Chang was not merely a three-point shooter. Observing the expanded defense, Zhao Chang intensified his drive towards the basket, distributing the ball effectively. De Ben and De Haye Long feasted on the opportunities, wreaking havoc in the paint. Consequently, as the first half drew to a close, the Cavalry surged ahead, leading 42-36, a 6-point advantage. This outcome incensed many Blue Devils fans, who prided themselves on the belief that the Cavalry and the Blue Devils were not in the same league. Unfortunately, this year's Blue Devils were far removed from the championship contending team led by Grant Hill. As the second half commenced, the Blue Devils launched a frenzied offensive. Yet, the Cavalry withstood the pressure and promptly counterattacked. Zhao Chang's breakthrough has caused considerable distress for the Blue Demon team. However, the Blue Demon team possesses a notable strength: their tenacious spirit, which remains untainted by unscrupulous tactics. Zhao Chang performed exceptionally well, and the Blue Demon team refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics. Under Zhao Chang's leadership, the Cavalry team maintained a consistent advantage, while the formidable Blue Demon team became increasingly disorganized, neglecting their defense. Ultimately, the Cavalry team triumphed over the Blue Demon team with a score of 86-79, achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories in the tournament. Today, Zhao Chang played for 35 minutes, scoring 25 points and delivering 11 assists, establishing himself as the standout player. The players of the Blue Devils were thoroughly impressed, and after the match, they all approached Zhao Chang to extend their congratulations. Chapter 77. Assisting Ben and enhancing offensive capability. The captain of the Blue Devils, named Jones, never made it to the NBA as a player. However, for years later, he joined the Magic as an assistant coach, focusing on defensive strategies. With a keen eye, he grasped Zhao Chang's hand and earnestly remarked, "Zhao Chang, I had heard of you before, but I had never seen you play. After competing against you today, I firmly believe that you are undoubtedly capable of playing in the NBA." Zhao Chang silently marveled at Duke University, a renowned basketball institution, where his teammates exhibited remarkable generosity and broad-mindedness. They did not react with indignation or frustration upon losing. Instead, they sincerely approached him to express their respect. "Thank you for your compliments, but I still have a long way to go. I shall continue to strive for excellence, and I hope more of your players find their way into the NBA." Jones replied with a wry smile, "I am acutely aware of my limitations, but my passion for basketball is unwavering. I aspire to engage in a career related to the sport." The two shared a friendly conversation before bidding farewell. The Cavaliers triumphed over the Blue Devils, marking a minor upset that garnered significant media attention. The Blue Devils tasted defeat in the Atlantic Coast Conference for the first time. While the Cavaliers surged forward, Captain Zhao Chang, of Chinese descent, delivered an outstanding performance, leading his team to 3 consecutive victories. Is a dark horse emerging in the NCAA? The Cavaliers are certainly formidable. With the media's enthusiastic coverage, the Cavaliers' popularity soared, and Zhao Chang's recognition in American universities skyrocketed. This bodes well for his draft prospects. Although he has yet to decide whether to enter next year's draft, the matter requires some publicity. Gaining prominence is fundamentally advantageous. De Ben felt elated for Zhao Chang, yet he harbored concerns for himself. His family's financial situation was indeed dire, and while Zhao Chang often discreetly provided assistance, ultimately, he must rely on his own efforts. Thus, he ardently wished to participate in next year's draft to secure an income. In the parallel world from which Zhao Chang traversed, De Ben had indeed gone undrafted. However, he was signed by the Washington Bullets as an undrafted player, later finding his way to the Pistons, where he experienced the pinnacle of his professional career. Zhao Chang, unable to bear the thought of his dearest friend facing elimination, devised a plan to assist De Ben in enhancing his visibility and showcasing his talents, with the aspiration of securing a high draft position in the upcoming selection event. Presently, De Ben, a center in the NBA, embodies a balanced approach to both offense and defense, yet finds himself with a greater inclination towards offensive demands. In your training henceforth, Consider incorporating additional offensive techniques. Zhao Chang advised. Dabin, scratching his head in resignation, replied, but my hands are too rigid. My shooting lacks finesse, making it difficult to execute any offensive plays. Zhao Chang chuckled. No matter how strong your hands are, can they compare to those of Karl Malone? Or to the Rain Man, Kemp? Or to the big gorilla, Ewing? They have all mastered their shooting skills. Why can't you? However, as he spoke, Coach Enzu had instructed me to focus solely on defense, leaving everything else to others. Zhao Chang patiently elucidated. Coach Enzu simply does not recognize your potential, and our cavalry team indeed requires your defensive prowess. Fear not. Focus solely on your practice. I shall assist in conveying your progress to the coach. In truth, anyone who has played basketball understands the universal desire to score. Who does not yearn to make a basket? In the NBA, those formidable defenders were, during their high school or collegiate years, the shining stars of their own narratives. Akin to their own Jordan. As long as Dabin can demonstrate his offensive potential, he will possess an additional asset during the draft, ensuring he does not go undrafted. Upon hearing Zhao Chang's words, Dabin felt thoroughly reassured. Henceforth, he dedicated an extra 2 hours daily to hone his shooting and offensive techniques. Tang Xiaowan and Zhao Chang established a romantic relationship, and Zhao Chang returned all the training fees she had previously paid. However, Tang Xiaowan, using this money and adding several $1,000s of her own, gifted Zhao Chang the latest model of a laptop from that era. It was the first generation HP OmniBook 300, which at that time cost $12,000, a truly extravagant gesture. Nevertheless, upon seeing the thick, brick-like laptop from the last century, Zhao Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Before his time traveling, his laptop had been less than 1 centimeter thick and weighed under 1 kilogram. Tang Xiaowan had deliberately wrapped the laptop in a gift box, adorned with a bow, to present it to Zhao Chang. She eagerly anticipated his expression of surprise upon seeing the computer, hoping he would lift her in delight and shower her with kisses. To her dismay, however, Zhao Chang gazed at the latest model with a hint of disdain, struggling to suppress a laugh, which greatly displeased Tang Xiaowan. Hey, Zhao Chang, what do you mean by that? You don't like the computer? This is something every boy dreams of. Zhao Chang was acutely aware that his demeanor was out of sync with the prevailing sentiments of his era. In a flurry, he seized the laptop, feigning surprise, and planted a kiss on her cheek, articulating, I truly adore it. I have been saving up to purchase one. Thank you, Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan smiled coyly, responding, now that sounds more like it. Everyone recognized the warmth Tang Xiaowan extended towards Zhao Chang, yet the following day, an incident transpired that cast a shadow over Zhao Chang's countenance. During lunchtime, De Long approached Zhao Chang with a huff, inquiring, Brother Chang, are you aware of? Zhao Chang was taken aback. What is the matter? Do you not know? It has spread like wildfire. That little brat, Inoue Kenshu, drives a luxury car every day to deliver flowers to Tang Xiaowan, and after he presents them, he leaves, displaying an outrageous arrogance. Zhao Chang slammed the table in frustration. What does he intend to do? Is he seeking his own demise? Brother Chang, let us take action against him. This fellow is nothing but a nuisance, and Tang Xiaowan completely disregards him. Zhao Chang pondered for a moment and inquired, what kind of car does he drive? De Long scratched his head and replied, I didn't catch a glimpse of it either. How about we go take a look today? All right, when does he usually arrive? Zhao Chang asked. I've heard he comes around 2 in the afternoon, just as Tang Xiaowan finishes her classes, to deliver flowers. At this moment, Brown, who was seated opposite Zhao Chang, spoke indignantly, Brother Chang, what is the point of him driving a shabby car? Shouldn't we bring one from my house instead? Zhao Chang shook his head, stating, no need. I shall first take a look. It was akin to a toad crawling on one's foot, innocuous yet irksome. Zhao Chang resolved to confront Inoue to ascertain his intentions. At around 2 in the afternoon, he made his way alone towards Tang Xiaowan's lecture building. His teammates had intended to accompany him, but Zhao Chang insisted they refrain from doing so. He wished to avoid drawing undue attention to the matter, as it was not particularly honorable. Nevertheless, his teammates remained concerned, trailing him at a distance, ready to intervene should any trouble arise. Tang Xiaowan was a student at the School of Economics, and she was still engaged in her trade economics class at that hour. Zhao Chang sat on a bench beside the pathway in front of the teaching building, awaiting Jing Shang. Indeed, the roar of an automobile resounded. Chapter 78. Dare to cause trouble in my domain? American campuses are open, allowing vehicles to traverse the main avenue, though speed is limited to 30. Zhao Chang spotted a silver Ford Explorer. This vehicle, while not particularly luxurious, was a highly practical SUV from America that enjoyed considerable popularity at the time. Priced at around $70,000. Inoue Nyobi exuberantly opened the car door, grasping a bouquet of flowers in his hands as he alighted. Zhao Chang remained seated, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "What pretense are you attempting to maintain with that dilapidated vehicle?" Jing Shang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded with a brazen grin. "Isn't this Captain Zhao Chang? Huh. I've come to present flowers. Is that any of your concern? I have no issue with your flower giving, but should you continue to harass my girlfriend, I assure you, I will ensure that your other hand and both of your legs are rendered fractured." Zhao Chang retorted fiercely. Jing Shang, whose right wrist was still wrapped in bandages, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Zhao Chang's words. However, he believed that in such a public setting, Zhao Chang would not dare to act against him, and thus defiantly replied, "One woman is sought after by many. Tang Xiaowan is not your wife. What is wrong with my pursuing her? Do you have the authority to dictate that?" Zhao Chang nodded thoughtfully, remaining seated as he slowly remarked, "Well, if you have the courage, continue sending flowers. Just don't regret it later." "What I have to regret?" Inoue Kinshu stubbornly retorted, clutching the bouquet as he scanned the surroundings for Tang Xiaowan's figure. After a while, students began to emerge from the academic building, among them Tang Xiaowan's close friend, who, upon spotting Zhao Chang, greeted him warmly. At present, Zhao Chang is the most popular star at Virginia Union University, attracting numerous admirers wherever he goes. "Brother Chang, are you here to pick up Donna? She'll be out shortly." Zhao Chang greeted them with a smile, but the classmates noticed Inoue, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, and their brows furrowed in disapproval. "Hey, Tang Xiaowan isn't even acknowledging you. What are you doing here? She and Xiao Chang are getting along just fine. Why are you meddling?" A few female classmates could no longer tolerate Inoue's persistence, as he had shown up for several consecutive days. Inoue, with an audacious demeanor, was well aware that Tang Xiaowan had no interest in him, yet he persisted in his attempts to annoy Zhao Chang. "What does it matter to you? I will give flowers to whomever I please," he proclaimed shamelessly. At that moment, Tang Xiaowan emerged and, upon seeing Zhao Chang, ran towards him in delight. It was the first time Zhao Chang had waited for her by the teaching building. However, upon noticing Inoue's presence, her expression turned icy. "Inoue, if you continue this absurdity, I will call the police." Tang Xiaowan scolded him. "Xiaowan, I truly like you. Please accept these flowers, and I shall return tomorrow," Inoue insisted, but Tang Xiaowan ignored him, circumventing him to join Zhao Chang and pulling him away. As more classmates gathered, their anger escalated upon learning the situation. "You shameless little rascal, she already has a boyfriend. Why are you harassing her? Are you out of your mind?" Inoue, facing the collective ire, felt a surge of embarrassment and began to argue back. "What does it have to do with you? I will pursue whomever I wish." Suddenly, a male student shouted, "How arrogant! Let us teach him a lesson." "Yes, let us take him down." Others echoed. Inoue, taken aback, failed to recognize the gravity of his predicament. Sensing the tide turning against him, he attempted to flee, but it was too late. A dozen male classmates, along with a few female students, surrounded him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Inoue cried out, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Tang Xiaowan was taken aback by the turn of events, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, Zhao Chang had anticipated this outcome. By now, Zhao Chang and Tang Xiaowan had become prominent figures at Virginia Union University, well liked by their peers due to their amiable nature, with an unsavory outsider harassing them daily. It was only natural for their classmates to defend them. Yet, fearing someone might get hurt, Zhao Chang cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, that's enough. Let us disperse." Nevertheless, the classmates were still unsatisfied. Upon spotting Inoue's Ford vehicle, they rushed over and vandalized it. Inoue was left in despair, having intended to come here to flaunt and annoy Zhao Chang, only to nearly face disaster himself. Recognizing his fault, he refrained from calling the police and, in a state of humiliation, drove away in his battered car. The classmates then scattered, retreating from the scene. Zhao Chang called out softly, "Lao Te, De Hei Long, Brown. Where are you headed?" It turned out that these three had just been mingling among their classmates, wearing masks and hats. And it was Lao Tai who had made the first move. The trio approached with cheerful smiles, scratching their heads as they said, "Changgu, what a coincidence. You're here to have some fun too." "What a coincidence indeed." Zhao Chang retorted with a playful flick to their heads, causing Tang Xiaowan to laugh uncontrollably. "Hee, Changgu. That fight was exhilarating. I've been wanting to deal with him for ages, just never had the chance. All right, let's hurry back to training." From now on, my affairs are none of your concern. Although Zhao Chong was reprimanding the three individuals, Tang Xiaowan, from behind, gave them a thumbs up, praising their commendable performance. The cavalry team's next opponent was the Wake Forest University Demon Deacons, a storied institution in NCAA basketball. Historically, they have reached the NCAA National Championship semifinals once, the quarterfinals 5 times, and the Sweet 16 7 times. Furthermore, they have produced numerous NBA luminaries, including Tim Duncan, Chris Paul, Jeff Teague, and Ish Smith. The moniker Flying Devils originally referred to the team, but over time, it became associated with Duncan himself. This year's Demon Deacons roster featured Duncan and Randolph Childress, both of whom later became first-round NBA draft picks. Childress was selected in the first round as the 19th pick by the Chicago Bulls in 1995. As for Duncan, he was the first overall pick in 1996, prompting more than a dozen teams to deliberately falter in their performance to secure him. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed, signing Duncan and ushering in the Spurs dynasty. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the cavalry team did not crumble. They exhibited remarkable tenacity throughout the match. Despite Duncan and Randolph's dominance in the paint, Zhao Chong, along with Showdown and Brown, formed an exterior that posed significant challenges for the Demon Deacons. The cavalry's advanced playing style resulted in exceptionally high scoring efficiency. Notably, Zhao Chang and Brown's three-pointers frequently unleashed scoring runs that left Duncan in a cold sweat. However, Duncan remained Duncan. He instructed his teammates to extend their defensive coverage, entrusting the interior to himself. In the face of Duncan, Big Ben appeared somewhat outmatched, as he was repeatedly overpowered by Duncan, ultimately fouling out with 5 fouls 7 minutes into the second half. In Chapter 79, Duncan remarked, "The future is yours." Despite Zhao Chang narrowing the gap to 4 points in the last 3 minutes of the second half, Duncan responded with 2 consecutive powerful plays that widened the lead once more. In the end, the Demon Deacons triumphed over the cavalry team with a score of 87-81. Duncan scored 31 points, while Zhao Chang contributed 30 points, both emerging as the standout players of the match. Following the conclusion of the game, Duncan engaged Zhao Chang in conversation for quite some time before imparting a final piece of advice. "Work hard. The future is yours." Zhao Chang nearly burst into laughter, nodding as he said, "Thank you, Duncan. You will undoubtedly become one of the top 5 legends in history." Duncan was momentarily taken aback, patting Zhao Chang on the shoulder as he replied, "You're exaggerating, my friend. The top 5? Do you even know who they are?" Zhao Chang smiled faintly. "Believe in yourself. You can do it. One more thing, do not play too aggressively. Be mindful of plantar fasciitis." Duncan looked at Zhao Chang in bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend. Zhao Chang offered no further explanations, exchanging a few pleasantries before retreating to the locker room. Although the team faced defeat in this match, the cavalry squad currently finds themselves in a commendable position, ranking second in the championship standings. The upcoming game is of paramount importance, as they are set to face the Tar Heels of the University of North Carolina, Jordan's alma mater. The name of this team may seem peculiar, yet their reputation is formidable, adorned with numerous accolades. They have participated in the NCAA National Championship 41 times, reached the Final Four on 18 occasions, and secured the championship title 5 times. The school has produced basketball luminaries of superstar caliber, including the legendary Michael Jordan, alongside other notable figures such as Jerry Stackhouse, the Canadian high-flyer Vince Carter, and the fierce Rasheed Wallace. Furthermore, they have also birthed basketball talents like the illustrious Lakers manager Mitch Kupchak and the NBA's winningest coach Larry Brown. However, in 1995, the Tar Heels lacked any particularly renowned players, and their overall strength was deemed average. Pre-game media predictions suggested an even matchup between the Tar Heels and the Cavalry squad, with both teams holding a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, each having succumbed to Duncan's formidable Devils advocates. Consequently, this match garnered significant attention from fans. Additionally, the news that Jordan would be in attendance heightened the excitement among the crowd, creating a buzz even before the game commenced. At this moment, Jordan had just concluded his first retirement, returning to the NBA nearly 2 years later, famously declaring, "I'm back." As a time traveler, Zhao Chang was aware that Jordan would not claim a championship title this season, having spent a year playing baseball and not regaining his peak basketball form. Nevertheless, countless basketball enthusiasts were electrified by Jordan's comeback, even causing a surge in the stock market in response to his return. This match would take place at the Cavalry squad's home arena, where Coach Anzo issued a stern directive to his players: This game must be won. Rarely does Coach Anzo impose such pressure, as he believes that if players perform to their potential, the outcome is inconsequential. However, he recognized the significance of this game for Zhao Chong and Dabin, as both aspired to enter the NBA. A victory in this match would elevate the media's focus on them, greatly enhancing their draft prospects for the upcoming selection event. 3 days later, as the cavalry squad prepared to host the Tar Heels, the eyes of all players scanned the court in search of one figure, Jordan. Zhao Chong's heart raced with excitement. Before his journey through time, he had never witnessed the legendary Michael Jordan in person. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself, and he was eager to behold the basketball deity, the Black Jesus. At last, he could see him. Zhao Chong observed that in the front row, Jordan was adorned in a fashionable, oversized, shoulder-padded suit, with an earring gracing one of his ears. It must be said that among his peers, Jordan possessed a striking handsomeness. Just as Zhao Chong's gaze flickered towards Jordan, he realized that Jordan was also watching him. Zhao Chong did not dwell on the matter. He presumed that Jordan was likely unfamiliar with him. If he performed well today, perhaps Jordan might remember him. The game commenced. The starting lineup for the Cavaliers was as follows: point guard, Shada, shooting guard, Zhao Chong, small forward, Lao Tai, power forward, Dehe Long, center, Dabin. Head coach, Nzwa. The starting lineup for the Tar Pitch team included point guard, Millarda, shooting guard, Sean Harvey, small forward, Malik, power forward, Randy, center, Norris. Head coach, Joe Smith. As the game began with a jump ball at center court, Dabin secured the first defensive possession for the Cavaliers. Shada dribbled the ball forward. The Tar Pitch team's offensive strength lay in their shooting guard, Sean Harvey. Coincidentally, he stood at a height of 198 meters. Similar to Jordan during his college days, his skills were commendable, yet undoubtedly fell short in comparison to Jordan. Nevertheless, Harvey perceived himself as Jordan's successor. In recent years, the Tar Pitch team lacked promising players, prompting Coach Smith to allow Harvey to express himself freely on the court. The consequence of this freedom was a mediocre performance from the team. Prior to the game, Harvey had heard of Zhao Chong's notable prowess, and thus, he was eager to confront him right from the start. Harvey, guarding Zhao Chong, shouted in his ear, "You must be Zhao Chong. Today, I'm going to wipe the floor with you." Although such banter is common among players on the court, Zhao Chong paid him no heed. The game is won through skill, not mere words. Just as Harvey finished his taunt, Zhao Chong extended his hand for the ball, eager to make a play. Harvey, brimming with excitement, continued his chatter. "Come on, if you have what it takes to challenge me, I'll have you lost on the court." After Zhao Chong seized the ball, he initiated a probing motion embodying the triple threat. Standing 5 centimeters taller than Zhao Chang and boasting a superior wingspan, Harvey unabashedly interfered with him, incorporating subtle movements. In the last century, such actions fell under the realm of normal defensive maneuvers, and Zhao Chang remained unfazed. Just as Harvey lunged to steal the ball, Zhao Chang suddenly changed direction and surged towards the left flank. His acceleration was swift, leaving Harvey momentarily trailing by half a body length. Nevertheless, Harvey possessed a certain skill. Especially with the legendary Michael Jordan seated nearby, he was determined not to lose face in front of such an audience. Thus, he exerted himself to the utmost and fiercely pursued Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong sensed that Harvey had caught up to him and abruptly came to a halt, feigning an intention to pass the ball. Aware of Zhao Chong's precise shooting skills, Harvey hastily stopped and lunged forward. Zhao Chong was taken aback. This individual truly possessed remarkable skills, managing to come to an abrupt halt with such swiftness. However, Zhao Chong did not pass the ball. At the very moment Harvey lunged towards him, he executed a second burst of acceleration, darting towards the sidelines. Harvey found himself at a loss. His initial ability to halt had already reached its limit. Zhao Chong accelerated once more, leaving his opponent in his wake. After surpassing Harvey, he pressed on towards the penalty area, drawing the opposing center forward to assist in defense, and then deftly slipped the ball through Norris's armpit to Dabin. Chapter 80. Dabin begins his evolution, diligently practicing technique recently. Dabin has been fervently honing his offensive skills, showing considerable improvement. Under Zhao Chong's guidance, he has concentrated on 2 key areas of technique, one of which is footwork. The significance of footwork for an interior player is exemplified by the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Last season, Olajuwon dominated the league with his signature Dream Shake, leading the Houston Rockets to a championship victory. Moreover, Michael Jordan once expressed that the player he aspired to emulate the most was Olajuwon. Olajuwon possessed the stature of a center coupled with the ball-handling finesse of a guard. exhibiting agile footwork and lifelike fakes, truly the epitome of a perfect center. Regrettably, the Rockets and the Bulls never faced each other at their peaks, leaving many fans yearning for that encounter. When the Bulls reached the finals, the Rockets were absent, and when the Rockets made their finals appearance, Jordan had taken a hiatus to pursue baseball, utterly bewildering. At first, Dabin struggled with mastering the dream shake, as he had previously worked as a blue-collar laborer, where his daily regimen emphasized strength training, leaving him with a bulkier physique. The concept of agile footwork proved exceedingly challenging for him. Zhao Chang dedicated considerable effort to assist Dabin in acquiring game footage of Olajuwon, subsequently demonstrating techniques himself as they practiced together. Remarkably, Dabin exhibited rapid improvement, while Zhao Chang's footwork also saw substantial enhancement, proving to be a twofold success. Another offensive skill Dabin focused on was shooting. For a blue-collar player, Dabin's shooting was undeniably forceful. The gentle touch reminiscent of Yao Ming was truly a rare gift. Nevertheless, Dabin's greatest asset was his resilience in the face of hardship. Each day, he committed to practicing 1,000 shots without faltering. Indeed, the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. Dabin's skills beneath the basket have significantly improved, although he may not yet rival the top collegiate interior players. He stands out favorably among most defensive-minded centers. Zhao Chang passed the ball to Dabin. In the past, Dabin's options were limited to powerful dunks or throwing the ball upwards, leaving the outcome to chance. However, this time, Dabin unexpectedly faked a shot and then executed a half-turn hook shot. Swish! It found its mark. The home crowd was left in astonishment. In their memories, Dabin's layups were rigid and his shooting percentage was notoriously low. Yet, today, with that mesmerizing spin and hook, could this truly be Dabin? After scoring, Dabin was filled with exhilaration. He finally experienced the joy of scoring through skill. Ecstatically, he rushed towards Zhao Chang, embracing him tightly, murmuring, "Thank you, I scored." Zhao Chang patted him on the back and encouraged, "You are capable of this. Keep going." The players from the Tar Heel team looked at Dabin in bewilderment, puzzled by the excitement. Is it just a single goal? Why the commotion? One might think you just made a game-winning shot. Most astonished of all was Coach Anzwa of the cavalry team. Though he was aware that Dabin practiced offensive techniques daily under Zhao Chang's guidance, he harbored little faith in Dabin's offensive prowess. He believed Dabin should focus solely on defense. Securing a rotational spot in the NBA would suffice. He dismissed any thoughts of offensive talent in Dabin. However, today, Dabin took to the court and showcased mesmerizing footwork, even executing a hook shot. Has this young man finally found his rhythm? Coach Anzwa mused. The Tar Heel team advanced their offense. Harvey crossed half court and called for the ball. He was determined to take on Zhao Chang. As the core player of the Tar Heel team, he yearned to prove himself before Jordan, while also demonstrating to the media and scouts who the true heir to Jordan's legacy might be. Since Jordan's first retirement, the NBA has been in relentless search for his successor due to a significant decline in fan engagement. It was Jordan who elevated the NBA to unprecedented heights, captivating a vast majority of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. The basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain, once remarked that NBA players ought to contribute 10% of their salaries to Jordan, for it was he who enhanced the league's visibility, viewership, and revenue. Such a statement is not without merit. Jordan's every decision, whether to retire or return, has had a palpable impact on the NBA. Thus, the league's executives urgently sought to cultivate a successor to fill the void left by Jordan's retirement. Names like Grant Hill, Penny Hardaway, Jerry Stackhouse, and later Kobe, Carter, and Rose emerged. Yet, history has proven that the divine is irreplaceable. No one has reached the heights of Jordan, nor has anyone come close. Harvey of the Tar Heel team also aspired to be Jordan's successor, mimicking his every move and expression, even imitating Jordan's signature tongue-out gesture. As he faced Zhao Chang, Harvey executed a swift change of direction, attempting to drive through on the left. Remarkably, his posture and speed bore a striking resemblance to Jordan. Alas, he was met with Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang's speed is unparalleled, and he is exceptionally well prepared. Harvey has utterly failed to grasp the essence of Jordan's technique. Although Jordan possesses top-tier speed, each of his breakthroughs is accompanied by an incredibly convincing feint. Naturally, the dynamics on the basketball court are unpredictable. Jordan's feints can seamlessly transform into genuine moves. Defenders are often caught off guard, allowing Jordan to surge past them effortlessly. Conversely, Harvey's attempt to rely solely on speed to overpower Zhao Chang is nothing short of folly. Zhao Chang swiftly moved to position himself in front of Harvey. Taken aback, Harvey hurriedly halted and swiftly changed direction, darting off towards another path. Zhao Chang remained calm and composed, closely adhering to his opponent, denying him any opportunity to strike. Harvey, somewhat taken aback, realized he could not shake off Zhao Chang's defense and decided to attempt a jump shot, leveraging his height advantage to score over Zhao Chang. This was also one of Jordan's signature moves. Unfortunately, his technique was lacking and his intentions were glaringly obvious. Seizing the moment when Harvey bent his knees, Zhao Chang anticipated his move and leapt early. Before Harvey could reach his apex, Zhao Chang's large hand swatted the ball away with a resounding clap. Harvey was left stunned midair. The ball was deflected towards Showdown, who swiftly took off, charging past half-court. The point guard for the Tar Heel team, Miller, desperately pursued. But Showdown's acceleration was too swift. He and Zhao Chang shared an unspoken understanding. Upon witnessing Zhao Chang single-covering Harvey, he had already begun to drift towards the midline. Thus, Miller was unable to catch up with Showdown, who effortlessly scored with a layup, bringing the score to 4-0. The Cavalry team delivered an emphatic blow to the Tar Heel team right from the outset. Jordan, seated on the sidelines, wore a grave expression. After all, this was his alma mater, and witnessing such a dismal start was a source of embarrassment. The home crowd of Virginia Union University erupted in jubilant cheers, collectively chanting, "Cavalry team for the win." Tang Xiaoan donned the same jersey as Zhao Chang, rallying the cheerleaders to support the Cavalry team. Chapter 81. Harvey, incensed and humiliated, finally received a technical foul. Fueled by anger and pride, Harvey did not learn from the previous play. Instead, he charged towards the referee, arms outstretched, vehemently shouting that Zhao Chang's action was a foul. However, the referee remained unmoved and warned him to cease his complaints. Yet, Harvey, blinded by emotion, continued to pester the official until the referee could no longer tolerate it. With a furious expression, the referee dramatically pointed his right index finger towards his left palm, issuing Harvey a technical foul. Only then did Harvey relent, reluctantly departing the scene. Zhao Chang strode to the free throw line and successfully made the additional shot. 5:00. The Cavalry team enjoyed a dreamlike start. Coach Smith of the Tar Heel team could no longer tolerate the situation and called for a timeout. He recognized that this Harvey was on fire. A player of his caliber was simply cursed with the affliction of having Jordan's tenacity without the talent to match. Jordan, who subdued opponents with his prowess, seemed to be the only one who was unable to contain his own frustrations. Observers noted Jordan's impassive expression, yet keen fans discerned a subtle shake of his head, indicating his dissatisfaction with the performance of his alma mater's team. During the timeout, Coach Anzo made a point to approach Big Ben, offering a high five and encouraging him. "Wallace, you're doing quite well. Keep pushing. Your draft ranking could very well rise." Big Ben relished such words of affirmation, responding with a goofy grin. "Don't worry, old man. I've finally tasted the sweetness of offense. I will show them my true prowess." It was evident that the team's morale was soaring, a stark contrast to the atmosphere in other teams. Zhao Chang remained vigilant, diligently advising his teammates to intensify their defensive efforts, for the Tar Pitch team boasted formidable overall strength, and a tactical shift was undoubtedly imminent following the timeout. Indeed, after the break, Harvey exhibited restraint, ceasing his rivalry with Zhao Chang. The two sides entered a stalemate, with the intensity of defense escalating, making scoring exceedingly challenging. As the match progressed to 8 minutes and 26 seconds, the score stood at 17-13, with the Cavalry team leading by 4 points. Coach Anzu observed the resilience of the Tar Pitch team's defense, a testament to their status as a seasoned powerhouse. It was imperative for the Cavalry team to exploit long-range shots to create an opening and through Zhao Chang's court management, to achieve a harmonious balance between inside and outside play in order to seize the advantage. In previous matches, the Cavalry team had successfully widened the score gap through such strategic adjustments. Consequently, Coach Anzu called for a timeout, substituting Brown for Showdown. Brown's three-point shooting had become increasingly reliable, bolstered by strength training that rapidly enhanced his defensive capabilities, much to Coach Anzu's satisfaction. Previously, the coach had dismissed Brown due to his slender physique, which could pose significant vulnerabilities on defense. However, through relentless effort, Brown was evolving into a quintessential 3D player. Following the timeout, the match resumed. The Cavalry team commenced their offense, with Zhao Chang advancing the ball into the front court, methodically dribbling without haste to attack. Under the cover of Lao Tai, Brown swiftly darted toward the corner. The Tar Pitch players were prepared, with Miller immediately pursuing him. Yet, Brown's off-ball movement was remarkably dynamic. He suddenly executed a sharp stop and go, utilizing DeBin's robust physique as a shield to navigate around. Arriving at the opposite corner, a clear opportunity had emerged. Zhao Chong seized the opportunity. His right hand flicked, and with a swift motion, the ball soared. The power and height were perfectly aligned. Upon receiving the pass, Brown made no adjustments. He executed a jump shot without hesitation. Swish. The basketball traced a magnificent parabola before nestling into the net. This score ignited another wave of cheers from the home crowd, for indeed, the three-pointer was a refreshing delight. In the 1990s, such a style of play was rare. Three-point shots were typically a desperate last resort after a tactical failure. Yet, teams like the Cavaliers, who sought open shots from beyond the arc right from the outset, were almost non-existent. North Carolina's head coach, Smith, appeared pale. He had focused solely on the tactical characteristics of the Cavaliers' key players, never anticipating that a substitute could effortlessly sink a three-pointer. How terrifying. After the basket, Brown jubilantly high-fived his teammates, roaring with excitement. Basketball had become Brown's spiritual pillar. He spent as much time in the arena as Zhao Chong did. In truth, Zhao Chong sometimes found it difficult to comprehend, given Brown's background. He seemed destined to be a privileged young man, indulging in wealth and frivolities, perhaps even bullying classmates, an archetype of a wealthy heir. Yet, Brown exhibited none of the traits typical of such a lifestyle. Zhao Chong suspected that without basketball, there could come a day when Brown might succumb to despair. Zhao Chang and Brown embraced, continuing to inspire one another. The Tar Heel team launched their offense. Harvey felt a sense of urgency as he noticed the widening gap in the score, a precarious situation indeed. Once the Cavaliers unleashed their three-point shots, it became increasingly difficult to defend. Consequently, Harvey too began to attempt his own three-pointers. To be honest, his three-point shooting percentage had been commendable in the preceding matches, hovering around 30%, albeit with a rather limited number of attempts, averaging only about 4 per game. This was largely due to the traditional basketball approach, which seldom emphasized three-point shooting, and the coach's lack of encouragement in this regard. Now witnessing the Cavaliers score from beyond the arc, he felt compelled to take his chance. Miller dribbled past half-court, and upon seeing Harvey demand the ball, he promptly passed it to him. Utilizing a teammate screen, Harvey surged beyond the three-point line and took a jump shot. Swish. Remarkably, he made the shot with precision. The Tar Heel players erupted in excitement. Rushing to him for a chest bump in celebration, this three-pointer was of great significance. Had he missed, the Cavaliers could have launched a counterattack, potentially extending the score difference to double digits. Zhao Chong remained composed, merely nodding slightly. He yearned for a more formidable opponent to elevate the competition. For an effortless victory held little allure. In the subsequent round, Zhao Chang once again passed the ball to Brown, yet the opposing defense was impeccably positioned. The small forward, Malik, swiftly intervened, placing himself in front of Brown. Exhibiting a steady temperament, Brown refrained from shooting hastily. Upon observing Zhao Chong's sudden acceleration towards the 45-degree angle, Brown promptly delivered the pass. Zhao Chong, catching a glimpse of Harvey charging towards him, feigned a move, prompting Harvey to leap into the air in pursuit. Yet, Zhao Chang swiftly released the ball, shifting over a meter away, and took another shot. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Swish. Another three-pointer. Turning back, Harvey attempted another three-pointer. But alas, his shot lacked the same consistency. Clang, it ricocheted off the rim. In the final moments of the first half, the Cavaliers unleashed a scoring spree, extending their lead to 16 points. This disparity left Coach Smith of the Tar Oil team in a state of helplessness. In previous matches, even with a lead, the gap rarely exceeded 10 points unless the teams were of vastly differing skill levels. Yet, the Cavaliers managed to widen the gap to over 10 points in mere minutes. Truly terrifying. As the half concluded, the score stood at 45-29, with the Cavaliers leading by 16 points. Brown had netted 3 three-pointers in the first half, while Zhao Chang contributed 2, leaving the Tar Oil defense in disarray. Chapter 82. Dare to strike our captain, and you shall face consequences. When Jordan witnessed the Cavaliers' offensive maneuvers, astonishment washed over his face. He had encountered sharpshooters like Reggie Miller and Stockton in his day, and he himself was no stranger to three-point shooting. However, the tactical approach of the Cavaliers was unlike anything he had ever seen. Despite the prevailing disdain for three-point shooting in this era, winning remained the ultimate truth. During halftime, Coach Smith of the Tar Oil team made the rare decision to enter the locker room. Typically, coaches refrain from entering during the game, as it is a space for player discussions. This is why the role of the locker room leader exists. However, Smith was genuinely anxious. He could not allow his team to succumb to a team with such an unorthodox style in front of Jordan. Relying solely on three-pointers would not secure a championship. That was a universally accepted theory in the NBA and global basketball. Listen up, children. When the second half commences, I expect you to double your defensive intensity. I do not care what tactics you employ or how many fouls you accumulate. The only command is this: do not allow them to shoot. If they must score, let it be within the paint. But do not let them score from beyond the arc. Should anyone allow a three-pointer, do not blame me for relegating you to the bench. Usually mild-mannered. Smith's demeanor today was somewhat ferocious, rendering the players silent in their seats. The second half was about to commence, with both team starters re-entering the court. Zhao Chang observed that the defensive intensity of the Tar team had significantly increased, to the extent that it could be described as ferocious. The cavalry team was not to be underestimated. If one were to be fierce, Zhao Chang would be even fiercer. The match grew increasingly intense, with players frequently tumbling to the ground. Xavi was fixated on Zhao Chang, intent on targeting him, yet Zhao Chang anticipated his moves and skillfully evaded them. Zhao Chang refrained from retaliating, as he discerned that Harvey's actions, though rough, were not intended to cause harm. He did not trip him nor resort to any underhanded tactics. His movements were simply vigorous. However, Lao Tai could no longer tolerate the situation. During one of Zhao Chang's attempts to break through, Harvey clamped down on Zhao Chang's arm. A somewhat perilous maneuver. Lao Tai feigned a protective approach and forcefully collided with Harvey. The impact was resounding. After the collision, both Lao Tai and Harvey tumbled to the ground. Yet, while Harvey was genuinely knocked down, Lao Tai's fall was an act, albeit one so convincingly executed that it appeared entirely authentic to the spectators. To onlookers, Lao Tai appeared to be the aggrieved party, rolling several times upon impact. His body curled on the ground with slight convulsions. The referee, though not entirely clear on the events, instinctively pointed at Harvey based on the expressions and actions of both players, signaling a foul on him for the collision. Harvey, feeling acute pain, as though his very insides were being unraveled, grimaced as he rose, attempting to explain to the referee that he was the one who had been struck. However, the referee remained unmoved, having observed Lao Tai's more severe response. With the foul count reached, Lao Tai stepped up to the free throw line. Zhao Chang, having his back turned to Lao Tai, was unaware of the impending collision, which left him considerably anxious for his friend's well-being. However, as Lao Tai approached the free throw line, he discreetly winked at Zhao Chang. This gesture elicited a suppressed chuckle from Zhao Chang, who, now enlightened, quietly stepped aside. Lao Tai executed 2 successful free throws. After several exchanges, the Jiaoyu team found themselves at a disadvantage, with the point gap only widening. The cavalry team had indeed refrained from attempting three-point shots, yet Zhao Chang was not solely reliant on long-range scoring. He relentlessly penetrated the paint, executing pick-and-roll plays with Deben. Deben's enhanced offensive prowess rendered Zhao Chang's passing effortless and artistic. Hooks, floaters, and bank shots from a 45-degree angle. Deben astonishingly showcased the full repertoire of a center's techniques. Although his shooting percentage was not exceptionally high under the opponent's defense, with 4 successful shots out of 6 attempts, it marked a significant improvement compared to before. More importantly, the cavalry team gained an additional offensive option in the paint, enriching their tactical approach. This was not merely a matter of accumulating a few extra points, it significantly expanded their spatial dynamics. The formidable trio of De Hei Long, Zhao Chang, and Lao Tai suddenly enjoyed ample room for their shots. Smith, the head coach of the Jiaoyu team, appeared somewhat disheartened. He had not anticipated the cavalry team's ferocity, as each lineup executed distinct strategies. With over 7 minutes elapsed in the second half, the point differential had swelled to 21, with the cavalry team in the lead. Left with no alternative, Smith was compelled to call another timeout. Jordan, seated at the sidelines, wore an increasingly grim expression, as it was his alma mater enduring such a humiliating defeat. The crowd began to stir, chanting Jordan's name, urging him to take the court. Jordan maintained a gracious demeanor towards the fans upon hearing his name echoed by his peers. He stood up and waved to the surrounding audience. Following the timeout, the game resumed, with the Jiaoyu team making personnel adjustments, retaining only 2 of their primary players while substituting 3 reserves onto the court. Upon observing the numerous substitutions made by the opposing team, Zhao Chang immediately surmised that Smith must have devised yet another cunning strategy. He alerted his teammates to maintain their defensive formation and to actively assist one another. Indeed, Amidst the substitutes of the tar pitch team, two towering players had commenced employing a dual tower tactic. It seemed that Smith, adhering to traditional coaching methods, firmly believed that dominance in the paint equates to supremacy on the court. By introducing the twin towers, he wagered that the tar pitch team's perimeter shooting could not remain consistently accurate. In the subsequent plays following the timeout, the dual towers indeed gained a significant advantage. DeBin and DeHay Long found themselves utterly incapable of containing the opposing twin towers, suffering several consecutive scores, with DeBin also incurring a foul in the process. Coupled with two previous fouls in the first half, DeBin was now burdened with 3 fouls and had no choice but to take a seat on the bench. Consequently, the Cavalry team experienced a decline in strength, allowing the tar pitch team to narrow the gap to a mere 12 points. Coach Nzu, visibly frustrated, shook his head and promptly called for a timeout. Zhao Chang remained composed, seated on a chair, wiping the sweat from his brow and taking several large gulps of water. "Chang, how do you think we should respond?" Coach Nzu approached Zhao Chang with humility, inquiring earnestly. At present, Zhao Chang held a role that transcended that of a mere captain. He also served as an assistant coach. His strategic insights often surpassed those known to Coach Nzu. The coach bore no resentment, frequently engaging in tactical discussions with Zhao Chang in the presence of the players. Zhao Chang wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "It's all right, coach. I will surprise them shortly." "What do you mean by surprise?" Coach Nzu was perplexed. "It refers to the dual training regimen." "Dual training regimen? How does that work?" Coach Nzu had never encountered such a term and appeared utterly bewildered. Zhao Chang smiled and said, "Just let my teammates draw him out. I will take him on one-on-one, and after a few rounds, he will be subdued." Seeing Zhao Chang's unwavering confidence, Coach Nzu chose to remain silent. After the timeout, the game resumed. The Cavalry team launched an attack, and Zhao Chang gestured to the substitute center, Chris, to move forward and set a screen. The opposing player who came on was a towering figure named Moody, standing at an impressive height of 2.11 meters, lean and lanky. Chapter 83. Did he really just call Jordan Egghead? Moody, the opposing giant, was positioned right in front of Zhao Chang. He appeared to have great confidence in defending against Zhao Chang, vigorously clapping his hands and shouting, "Come on, we are about to mount an incredible comeback." Zhao Chang chuckled softly, for life and death are unpredictable. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward with a swift push of his right foot, veering to the left. Moody, being one of the taller players, still possessed a degree of agility and immediately attempted to obstruct him. However, Zhao Chang executed a rapid stop, followed by a retreating step. All the while raising his gaze towards the hoop, Moody, still under the impression that he was about to take a shot, remained alert. Zhao Chang was remarkably precise in his shooting. He was acutely aware of this fact. Consequently, he immediately lunged forward, determined to prevent Zhao Chang from taking a shot. However, Zhao Chang bent down and deftly maneuvered beneath Moody's outstretched arm. This sudden shift in motion and stillness created a rhythmic change that left Moody disoriented, as if he were caught in a waltz, dancing gracefully. The spectators at the sidelines could not help but burst into laughter. Jordan maintained a serious demeanor until he witnessed Moody's waltz, nearly breaking into a smile. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Chang surged into the penalty area, gracefully extending his arms to score before the opposing giant could assist. Coach Nzu nodded approvingly from the sidelines, finally realizing that this was indeed a delightful surprise. After several exchanges, Zhao Chang skillfully drew out the towering duo, subjecting them to a rigorous trial. How pitiful it was to witness the two tall figures gasping for breath, their stamina rapidly depleting. Smith stood in astonishment, utterly unaware that basketball could be played in such a manner. Moments later, an infuriated Moody, frustrated from the training, shoved him with considerable force. After all, facing a formidable center, Zhao Chang was propelled out of bounds, fortuitously colliding with Jordan, nearly landing on his thigh. Zhao Chang was initially apprehensive that Jordan might be angered, yet to his surprise, Jordan extended his large hand, gently supporting Zhao Chang's waist and steadying him. With a warm smile, he playfully patted Zhao Chang on the backside and exclaimed, "Well done, you played splendidly." Overwhelmed by the praise from the basketball deity, Zhao Chang was filled with exhilaration. In a moment of excitement, Zhao Chang turned around and exclaimed, "Lu Dan, the Magic team is exceptionally strong this year. You must put in your best effort." As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, grimacing before hurriedly making his escape. Jordan did not quite catch what Zhao Chang had said, but vaguely heard the term Lu Dan. However, its meaning eluded him as he pondered, stroking his gleaming bald head. Murmuring to himself, what does Ludan mean? Is it a new basketball term? After 17 minutes into the second half, the Cavaliers once again widened their lead to over 20 points, and the Tar Heel team appeared to be facing inevitable defeat. Today, Zhao Chang played with great enthusiasm. Yet the exertion took a considerable toll on his stamina. Coach Enzu, observing Zhao Chang's running technique, immediately recognized his fatigue and promptly substituted him. Zhao Chang, weary and fatigued, slowly made his way to the sidelines as the entire crowd of fans rose to their feet, applauding and cheering in exuberance, celebrating his remarkable performance. Zhao Chang waved his hands, greeting his classmates. Tang Xiaowan sent a flurry of air kisses, instantly lifting the fatigue that weighed upon him. As Zhao Chang took a moment to rest, his teammates persevered valiantly, gritting their teeth and snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. In the end, the cavalry team triumphed over the Tar Heel team with a score of 94-81. Today, Zhao Chang played for 32 minutes, scoring 33 points, making him the highest scorer among all players on the court. In contrast, his opponent, Harvey, managed only 12 points, which was rather embarrassing. After the game concluded, Jordan did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat quietly for a while. Once the Cavaliers players finished their celebrations, he took the initiative to approach Zhao Chang. At that moment, Zhao Chang was engaged in conversation with his teammates when he suddenly noticed the astonished expression on the face of the imposing figure behind him. What's wrong? De Long? Who have you seen? Zhao Chang inexplicably turned around, only to find Jordan grinning cheerfully behind him. Xiangzi, I have come today specifically to witness your performance, Jordan exclaimed, giving Zhao Chang's shoulder a hearty pat. Zhao Chang was deeply moved. After all, this was the basketball deity. Michael, I am your devoted fan. Could you grant me the honor of your signature? Zhao Chang's hand trembled slightly. Haha, it is my privilege. Jordan, displaying remarkable humility devoid of any superstar arrogance, took the pin handed to him by a nearby staff member and inscribed his name on Zhao Chang's jersey. At that moment, Tang Xiaowan emerged from nowhere with a DSLR camera, rushing to their side. Jordan did not decline. He wrapped one arm around Zhao Chang's neck while raising his other hand in a peace sign, revealing a radiant smile. Zhao Chang felt his heart pounding fiercely. Before his journey across time, he had missed two opportunities. When Jordan arrived in China, the headlines proclaimed his visit, distinctly different from the treatment afforded to other basketball stars. Zhao Chang yearned to witness the Black Jesus with his own eyes, yet unfortunate circumstances led him to miss the opportunity. To his astonishment, upon transcending time and space, he encountered the divine being in person and even captured a photograph together. Truly, life felt complete. After the signed photograph, the two engaged in further conversation. Your skills are commendable, your speed is impressive, and your basketball IQ is notably high. However, I believe it would be wise for you to limit your three-point attempts. Jordan candidly expressed his thoughts to Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang understands that the older generation of basketball stars finds it difficult to embrace this new perspective. They firmly believe that reliance on three-point shots will not lead to lasting success. Thank you for your advice, but I still maintain that three-point shooting will become increasingly crucial in future games. Noting Zhao Chang's unwavering conviction, Jordan gently shook his head. In truth, I empathize with your viewpoint. After all, three-point shots indeed accumulate points rapidly, and it is challenging for the youth to resist such temptation. Yet, you must recognize that an overemphasis on three-point shooting may gradually undermine the aesthetic appeal of the sport of basketball. Zhao Chang was taken aback. It seemed that Jordan possessed remarkable foresight. From a technical standpoint, Jordan undoubtedly had the capability to master the three-point shot, and in fact, employing it could have rendered his game significantly easier. Yet, why did he never regard the three-pointer as a primary offensive weapon throughout his career, even until retirement? Many novice fans speculate that Jordan's lack of proficiency in three-point shooting accounts for his limited attempts. Such assertions are indeed incredibly superficial. For a superstar capable of sinking 6 three-pointers in a single half of the finals, to claim that he could not develop this skill is utterly absurd. Zhao Chang spoke earnestly. Maiku, I comprehend your intention. I shall not rely solely on three-point shots. Mid-range and drives are also weapons in my arsenal. Whatever is needed, I shall produce. Jordan sighed and nodded. That is good to hear. I merely offered a suggestion. Your potential is immense, and I hope you will diligently hone your skills and pass on more techniques. I understand, and I appreciate your advice. However, may I offer you some suggestions in return? Zhao Chang replied with a sly smile. Of course. Jordan shrugged, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Zhao Chang. In his view, this young Chinese player possessed a distinct aura that set him apart from other young athletes. Although Zhao Chang felt a hint of excitement, his demeanor and speech were remarkably composed. Chapter 84. Jordan appeared utterly bewildered, believing he had encountered a lunatic. Zhao Chang spoke earnestly, enunciating each word with care. If, and I emphasize if, you were to achieve a three-peat with the Bulls, would you consider not retiring and instead joining another team to secure a few more championships? Jordan was utterly taken aback. He could hardly fathom that such a question came from a college junior, finding it completely nonsensical. After a few moments of contemplation, Jordan replied with a smile, "Oh, I hadn't contemplated that far ahead. Just last week, I made my comeback, and my body has yet to regain its optimal condition. Should I indeed attain a three-peat, I would certainly entertain your suggestion." Zhao Chang discerned that Jordan was hardly paying any heed to his words, which were indeed rather enigmatic, akin to the ramblings of a madman. "Very well, McCall, allow me to impart one more piece of advice. Keep an eye on the Magic in this year's playoffs. They may very well eliminate you." This statement incensed Jordan. He retracted his smile and, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "Zhao Chang, do not forget that you are merely an NCAA player. It would be prudent for you to refrain from voicing your opinions on matters concerning the NBA." Zhao Chang retorted with pride, "I recall during your university days, you led the school team to triumph over the NBA stars. At that time, you were also an NCAA player. Are you speaking of yourself?" Jordan chuckled in disbelief, amused that Zhao Chang would invoke his own illustrious achievements to counter him. "I will remember you, Zhao Chang. I hope that once you enter the NBA, we may face off on the court. I shall teach you the ways of life." Although Zhao Chang's words left Jordan feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he graciously embraced Zhao Chang, extending his best wishes. Indeed, the Black Jesus possessed a remarkable aura, exuding both charisma and composure in his speech. The memory of this conversation with Jordan lingered in Zhao Chang's mind, indelibly etched within him. After Jordan departed, teammates gathered around him, their eyes filled with envy, clamoring with questions. "Brother Chang, what did Mike say to you? Jordan spoke only with you, disregarding everyone else. What a moment." "Captain, why do I feel that Jordan seemed upset? What did you two discuss?" Zhao Chang waved his hand and said, all right. I will engage in a casual chat with him. There is not much to discuss. Today, we emerge victorious, and I shall treat everyone to a celebration." His teammates erupted in cheers. Recently, Zhao Chang's stocks had skyrocketed, with Coca-Cola having more than doubled in value, which was simply delightful. If he were to sell them all now, he would possess nearly $150,000. However, he refrained from liquidating his assets entirely, only occasionally selling a portion to assist a few friends in financial need. As a young man in a romantic relationship and the captain of the team, there were numerous expenses to consider. For instance, he needed to buy small gifts for Tang Xiaowan, treat her to meals, and cover hotel expenses, all of which required funds. Moreover, whenever the team organized activities, Zhao Chang was expected to contribute significantly. Last time, when the troublesome Inoue Masakazu arrived in his dilapidated Ford, he made quite a scene. Zhao Chang is not one to indulge in comparisons. However, having attained financial freedom in his previous life, he finds it difficult to swallow his pride. Following his victory in the competition, as a reward to himself and for the sake of convenience during his travels, he invested $120,000 in a brand new Porsche sports car. This luxurious vehicle, which would fetch over $1 million in his home country, is also regarded as a symbol of affluence in the United States. Thus, when Zhao Chang drove the car onto campus, it captivated the envious gazes of countless classmates. Zhao Chang's vanity is not particularly pronounced. He merely seeks greater convenience in his travels. One day, after lunch, Zhao Chang was engaged in conversation with his teammates in the gym when Xiaoda rushed in, breathless. "Brother Chang, that little rascal is harassing Tang Xiaowan again. Should we go teach him a lesson?" Zhao Chang furrowed his brow, a surge of anger igniting within him. He truly wished to avoid becoming the subject of gossip among his classmates regarding matters of romance. However, it seemed that Kenji Inoue was relentless. It was high time he received a lesson that would resonate deeply. Before Zhao Chang could voice his thoughts, his companions had already risen and were making their way towards the gymnasium entrance. "Hold on a moment." Zhao Chang called out to them, then turned to Xiaoda. "Did Inoue come alone?" "No, he has brought a few companions with him. I hear there are experts in karate among them." "Karate?" Zhao Chang was taken aback. Karate, a martial art originating from Japan, enjoys great popularity worldwide. particularly among the youth who were eager to practice it. However, following the meteoric rise of Bruce Lee, many karate masters found themselves bested and became his disciples. Regrettably, the martial art founded by Lee, Jeet Kune Do, has a steep entry requirement, hindering its widespread adoption. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, regardless of whether it is karate or some variant thereof, he felt compelled to confront it. This was a matter of masculine dignity. You all stay back. I shall assess the situation. Zhao Chong, concerned for his teammates' safety, resolved to face the challenge alone. Captain, do you not regard us as brothers? The imposing figure of De Hei Long expressed his displeasure. De Bin, wearing a serious expression, added in reproach, Qiangzi, this is where you err. When trouble arises, we should tackle it together. What does karate even amount to? As Zhao Chang was about to elucidate, he noticed that Lao Tai had already tucked the nunchaku under his arm and coldly remarked, Captain, I will demonstrate my empty-handed karate. I have been practicing Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do for several years now. Let me test my skills against them. No wonder Lao Tai wielded the nunchaku with such finesse. It turned out he had indeed been honing his Jeet Kune Do skills. Observing his teammates brimming with righteous indignation, Zhao Chang had no choice but to acquiesce. Though he still imparted a few cautionary words, brothers, this is fundamentally my personal affair. Regardless of what transpires later, please follow my lead, all right? Absolutely. You will always be our captain, exclaimed De Hei Long with enthusiasm. We will heed your guidance, Chang Ge, rest assured. Seeing his teammates regain their composure, he finally felt at ease. Together, they emerged, opened the convertible top of the Porsche, and all the brothers leapt inside. Zhao Chang then drove the Porsche towards Tang Xiaowan's dormitory. It must be said that this expenditure was not in vain. The roar of the sports car's engine was music to the ears. What would have taken over 10 minutes to walk was accomplished in less than a minute. Zhao Chang noticed 4 identical Ford vehicles parked at the entrance of the dormitory building. Brown chuckled from inside the car, saying, Brother Chang, do these lowlifes only have the means to afford Ford cars? Zhao Chang snorted, do not rush. Allow me to handle this. A few individuals advanced, only to find a multitude gathered at the entrance of the dormitory building. The shameless Japanese soldier, in no way, was brazenly holding a bouquet of flowers. Gazing upwards at the dormitory entrance, Zhao Chang noticed several towering figures beside him, among whom were 2 Caucasians and 3 individuals of African descent, seemingly his companions. Ishikawa, are you feeling mischievous again? Zhao Chang inquired loudly. Chapter 85, Shall we engage in an American-style duel? Inoue appeared to be mentally prepared. He glanced back at Zhao Chang and let out a disdainful snort. What? Do you still wish to make a move? As he spoke, he cast a glance towards a few burly men beside him. The group of men, cracking their knuckles, slowly approached. As Dabing and the others were about to rush in, Zhao Chang hurriedly intervened to stop them. Zhao Chang was acutely aware that taking action here would escalate matters significantly. It would not only capture media attention, but also adversely affect the school, the basketball team, and several teammates. Furthermore, it would likely jeopardize the chances of the draft for De Bin. Zhao Chang must not jeopardize everyone's future due to his personal affairs. In no way, this cunning adversary is likely accompanied by a few outsiders to instigate trouble and create chaos here. Zhao Chang obstructed his teammate, offering a smile to Jing Shang as he remarked, What is the necessity of this? Tang Xiaowan and I have already established our relationship. As a university student, you should consider how this might be perceived by others. Jing Shang brazenly scoffed, So what? I intend to pursue your girl. If you have the capability, then take action. Zhao Chang shrugged nonchalantly. I have no time for such trivial matters. To be honest, I don't feel particularly angry, for the embarrassment lies with you. While I am entwined with Tang Xiaowan, we share laughter at your expense. What is it that you seek? This remark inflicted a heavy blow upon Inoue, causing his face to twitch with resentment as he retorted, I will ensure that you do not have it easy. Zhao Chang sighed deeply and slowly articulated, How about this? We are both men. So let us resolve this in a manner befitting our masculinity, shall we? Jing Shang, taken aback, inquired, What manner do you suggest? Let us engage in a game of pool, American style, a challenge of 5 balls. If you manage to sink even one, you shall be the victor. And I will relinquish Tang Xiaowan to you, never to pursue her again. Does that sound agreeable? Jing Shang's eyes sparkled with surprise. He could scarcely believe his ears. Zhao Chang, you proposed this of your own volition. I did not coerce you. Indeed, it was my own suggestion, Zhao Chang affirmed. Jing Shang's wrist had nearly healed. Yet the adage remained true. One must rest for 100 days after such an injury, and he was not yet fit to compete. Then where shall we play? Jing Shang asked eagerly, aware that he might not be Zhao Chang's equal, but the disparity was not insurmountable. In a 5-ball American-style challenge, winning 1 or 2 should certainly be within his grasp. Zhao Chang gestured towards the surroundings and said, "There is a basketball court nearby. Let us head there." Inoue, not one to be easily swayed, pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to take a chance. Furthermore, the individuals he had brought along were all seasoned practitioners, masters of karate who would undoubtedly ensure his safety. "Very well, let us go. Do you think I am afraid of you?" With a wave of his hand, Zhao Chang and his teammates boarded the Porsche sports car and sped off beyond the school gates. In admiration, Inoue cast a glance at Zhao Chang's sleek vehicle, then, accompanied by several companions in a Ford, followed closely behind as they exited the campus. Zhao Chang drove his sports car through a labyrinth of twists and turns until he arrived at a somewhat secluded basketball arena, situated several miles away. Jing Shang, ever vigilant, took a careful glance around and discerned that this was a public facility, not a private court, which put his mind at ease. Zhao Chang parked the car and, accompanied by his teammates, entered the gymnasium. The hall was desolate, as it was afternoon, and indoor venues typically attracted players only in the evening. In the United States, outdoor courts are abundant, making them the preferred choice for young players during the day. Few are inclined to frequent indoor facilities, where the air quality is often less than ideal. Upon entering, Inoue eagerly approached the hoop that held the basketballs, retrieved one, and exclaimed, "Come on, Zhao Chang. This is what you said. I just need to make one." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed that the gym's main door had been locked by Lao Tai. Inoue felt a twinge of panic and pointed at Lao Tai, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you locking the door?" His companions also rushed towards Lao Tai. Zhao Chang let out a cold laugh and pointed at Inoue, exclaiming, "Who the hell has time for a one-on-one duel with you? Kneel and apologize now, and I might let you go." Inoue realized he had been deceived. Yet he remained unafraid, for his companions were formidable fighters. "Beat them. Strike hard. If anything gets broken, it's on me," Inoue shouted through gritted teeth. Among his allies was a black man, approximately 175 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and swift movements, clearly a skilled martial artist. He was the first to charge at Lao Tai, suddenly launching a front kick aimed squarely at Lao Tai's chest. The attack was fierce, executed with remarkable speed and precision, leaving no time for Lao Tai to prepare. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have resulted in a significant disadvantage. However, Lao Tai remained unfazed. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the kick, and with a flourish of his arm, produced an object from seemingly thin air. With a sharp crack, a shadow darted past, and the black man let out a pained cry, clutching his leg as he collapsed to the ground. Lao Tai understood that the adversaries before him were all adept in karate, and in a one-on-one melee, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, he resolved to end the confrontation swiftly, aiming to take down 2 opponents in quick succession. Inoue's group had not anticipated that the basketball players would carry nunchaku. Upon witnessing his companion fall, another blond man charged forward. Towering at nearly 185 meters and robustly built, he realized that facing Lao Tai head-on was unwise. Instead, he shielded his head with his right arm, preparing to tackle Lao Tai using grappling techniques. Yet, Lao Tai offered him no opportunity as the man lunged. Lao Tai crouched low, delivering a swift kick to his knee. The essence of Jeet Kune Do lies in the principle of striking first, ensuring speed and preemptively neutralizing an opponent's attack. The blond man suffered greatly. Before he could grapple with Lao Tai, he felt a sharp pain in his knee and sank to the ground. Without granting him a moment to recover, Lao Tai followed up with a knee strike, resulting in a resounding impact that left the man's nose bloodied and broken. It must be said, Lao Tai's strikes were merciless, offering no chance for reprieve. The blond man let out a muffled groan and succumbed to unconsciousness. Inoue was left dumbfounded. He had believed that his skilled companions would bolster his position. To his astonishment, the 2 strongest among them had been dispatched to the ground in less than a minute. The remaining members of Inoue's group also stood in shock, their earlier bravado evaporating as they retreated. Zhao Chang extended his finger and beckoned towards Inoue with a cheerful smile, saying, "Come on. It's time for us to settle our accounts." Inoue, lacking fortitude, turned to flee. However, as he reached the entrance, he frantically pushed against the door while calling out, "Help. Someone, please." Zhao Chang approached from behind, seizing his hair and dragging him back. The others attempted to rescue Inoue, but Dabin and Dehei Long, along with a few others, surged forward and commenced a fierce assault. The atmosphere in the gymnasium was tumultuous, with everyone engaged in their own battles. Zhao Chang cornered Inoue against the wall and unleashed a flurry of devastating punches. Chapter 86. A thorough beating of Inoue, resolving the issue completely. Inoue, possessing some knowledge of karate, initially sought to resist. However, against Zhao Chang's relentless combination of hooks and jabs, he stood no chance, his face battered and bloodied. Within a few minutes, Inoue and his companions lay defeated on the ground. Zhao Chang felt that it was about time and called out, "All right, brothers, let us cease for now." Only then did everyone come to a halt. "Inoue, I shall ask you once more, will you come to our school again to harass Tang Xiaowan?" "I won't dare, Changgu. I truly made a mistake." "I won't dare again, sob sob sob." Inoue's mouth was stained with blood. He was genuinely terrified from the beating. "This is what you have proclaimed. Should I see you again next time, you may not be so fortunate." I understand, Inoue replied, his spirit clearly shattered. He had never encountered such a brutal beating before. Zhao Chang instructed his friend to unlock the grand entrance of the gymnasium, ushering the unruly group away, and proceeded to tidy up the interior before leading his companions back to school. Upon arriving at the gates of Virginia Union University, Zhao Chang spotted Tang Xiaowan anxiously scanning the surroundings. She had just heard rumors of Zhao Chang engaging in an outdoor duel with Inoue, which left her deeply concerned. However, her heart settled when she saw Zhao Chang returning in a sports car, accompanied by his friends, singing and cheering. "Zhao Chang, you can rest assured, we are all fine," laughed Bin as he and a few others leapt from the vehicle and dashed into the school, granting Zhao Chang and Tang Xiaowan a moment of intimacy. "Hop in. I'll take you for a ride." Zhao Chang gestured towards the passenger seat. Tang Xiaowan feigned reluctance as she settled in, inquiring, "What exactly transpired just now?" "I heard you engaged in a game of American-style one-on-one with Inoue. Was the wager me?" Zhao Chang nodded. "Indeed. Isn't this splendid? A fair competition among men." "Competition? My foot!" Tang Xiaowan exclaimed, striking Zhao Chang with considerable force. "Ah, you struck rather hard, didn't you? Now, tell me, did you win or lose?" Tang Xiaowan's chest heaved with agitation, causing Zhao Chang to gaze at her with unabashed longing. "Of course I won. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly lose to a little brat?" "Impressive, indeed. You've won, but let me make it clear, even if you triumphed, I shall not be your girlfriend," Tang Xiaowan declared as she moved to open the car door. Zhao Chang hastily grasped her arm. "Why? Please, provide a reason." "Humph, what do you take me for? A pawn? A wager? If you were to lose, would I then belong to that little devil?" Tang Xiaowan grew increasingly agitated, her eyes reddening, clearly deeply hurt. Zhao Chang was acutely aware of Tang Xiaowan's misunderstanding and hurriedly whispered in explanation, "Listen to me, those words were merely a ruse to deceive that little rascal. I never actually engaged him in a duel." Tang Xiaowan remained skeptical. "Several people heard it just now. You all conspired to challenge him. How can you deny it? Are you bold enough to act yet cowardly enough to own up?" Zhao Chang continued, "Xiaowan, how could I possibly wager you? With your fiercely independent spirit, who could ever make decisions on your behalf?" As Tang Xiaowan absorbed Zhao Chang's words, she gradually regained her composure. "Then clarify the situation for me. What truly happened?" He replied, "I intended to confront him, but I couldn't resort to violence on campus, so I lured him outside first, demonstrating a boxing gesture." Realization dawned on Tang Xiaowan. "So, you were quite cunning, aren't you?" "Cunning? I prefer to think of it as being resourceful," he countered. "It's nearly the same thing. Don't be upset. That little rascal won't dare to show his face again. We gave him a thorough beating. Haha." Zhao Chang reminisced about the chaotic scuffle in the gymnasium, relishing the thrill of it all. Will he truly not return? That would be splendid. I'm utterly exhausted by the constant annoyance. Many are secretly maligning me, accusing me of leading a double life. I, too, am unjustly wronged, and Tang Xiaowan suffers as a result. Zhao Chang is acutely aware that although both he and his companion enjoy considerable popularity within the school, often referred to by their peers as a match made in heaven, there exists a faction of envious individuals harboring darker sentiments. Consequently, at the slightest hint of disturbance, these individuals eagerly emerge to spread malicious rumors and engage in insidious gossip. Such contemptible characters are, regrettably, a ubiquitous presence in every society. In the afternoon, Zhao Chang was originally supposed to train, but given the circumstances of the day, he found himself devoid of the desire to play basketball. "Never mind, let us simply go out to play with Tang Xiaowan," he suggested. He turned and asked, "Xiaowan, you have no classes this afternoon, right?" Tang Xiaowan had calmed down and nodded. "The weather is quite pleasant today. Shall we take a stroll?" she said, tilting her head in disbelief. You're not training anymore. Indeed, I've decided to grant myself a half-day off, with a girlfriend by my side. What is the point of training? Zhao Chang declared grandly. Oh my, the sun must be rising in the west, she teased. You used to always make excuses to avoid going out, insisting on training. What has changed today? Is this a gift bestowed upon me? Haha, please, don't be sarcastic. I simply wish to spend time with you. Is that so wrong? Tang Xiaowan felt a warmth in her heart as she gently leaned her head on Zhao Chang's shoulder and closed her eyes. Well then, let us go wherever you wish to take me. All right, let us head to Virginia Beach. With this weather, there is nothing better than gazing at the sea. Tang Xiaowan agreed wholeheartedly, and with that, Zhao Chang pressed the accelerator and the Porsche roared to life, speeding away. Zhao Chang and Tang Xiaowan arrived at the beach, basking in the sun for a delightful hour before engaging in a spirited game of beach volleyball. Tang Xiaowan possessed an exquisite physique, embodying a healthy beauty. Her curves were voluptuous where they ought to be, slender in the right places, and round where necessary. Even amidst a throng of stunning women, she stood out, attracting glances from all around. The duo joyfully spent the afternoon together, later indulging in a sumptuous meal at a nearby restaurant. As dusk began to settle, Zhao Chang feigned a sigh and remarked, Alas, it's quite late. Are you still returning to your dormitory? Tang Xiaowan remained silent, sitting in the car with her head bowed. Oh well, let us find a nearby place to rest for now, he concluded. Zhao Chang said little, directly driving towards a nearby hotel. The next opponent for the cavalry team is the Syracuse University Orange. The two teams had previously faced each other a month ago, with the cavalry team emerging victorious over the Orange. However, in that match, the Orange were missing a key player due to injury. As the championship approached, that pivotal player had fully recovered and, in the previous game against the Tigers, scored a remarkable 27 points, leading his team to victory. Thus, this upcoming match would prove to be a formidable challenge for both sides. The Orange seek vengeance, while the cavalry team must secure a victory to ensure their place among the top four. Chapter 87, Pre-Match Training. Rigorous practice and drawing fouls. Coach Anzu did not allow the previous victory over the Orange to breed complacency. Instead, he compiled a video of the Orange's games for the cavalry players to study attentively. As Zhao Chang watched the match footage, his brow furrowed, realizing that their previous victory against the Orange team had indeed been somewhat fortuitous. The Orange team boasted two exceptionally formidable players. John Wallace, standing at 2.03 meters, was selected by the New York Knicks as the 18th pick in the first round of the 1996 NBA draft, subsequently playing for several teams including the Raptors, Pistons, Suns, and Heat. In his highest scoring season, he averaged a commendable 14 points per game, marking him as a respectable starting player. In the last match, his absence due to injury contributed significantly to the Orange team's diminished strength, resulting in their loss to the Cavaliers. The Orange team also featured another player, Lawrence Moten, a guard measuring 1.96 meters. He was a year younger than John Wallace and had been chosen by the Grizzlies as the 7th pick in the second round of this year's NBA draft. In the recent game against the Cavaliers, he performed reasonably well, yet he was unable to contain Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang's speed rendered him helpless. Ultimately, he stood alone against the cavalry team and faced defeat. However, with John Wallace in good health, the Orange men have a significant chance of triumphing over the cavalry team, achieving a successful revenge. After the game footage concluded, Coach Anzo surveyed the room and inquired aloud, "Do any of you have something to say?" The players of the cavalry team wore solemn expressions, all appearing to be on high alert. As the captain, Zhao Chang was the first to express his thoughts. "Coach, the Orange team is well prepared and possesses formidable strength, surpassing us." Upon hearing Zhao Chang's words, Coach Anzu nodded slightly, appreciating Zhao Chang's composure. As a leader, Zhao Chang refrained from merely rallying his teammates with empty slogans. Instead, he realistically acknowledged the prowess of their opponents. "Well said. Do you all concur with Zhao Chang's assessment?" The other players vigorously nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Orange team is undeniably stronger than us. Prior to the last match, they had achieved 7 consecutive victories against us. This indicates that in our encounters over the past 3 years, the Orange team has never tasted defeat. Consequently, in the last match, they may have underestimated us, and the injury to John Wallace was also a significant factor in their loss. However, in the upcoming match, they will certainly not take us lightly. On the contrary, they will be even more tenacious, for this is a championship, not a regular season. Coach Anzu elaborated on the stakes of the match, dispelling any remnants of arrogance among the cavalry team players. This was also the purpose behind Coach Enzu organizing video analysis sessions. After posing the problem, Coach Enzu imparted a solution. To outsiders, it may have appeared that Coach Enzu managed the players loosely, allowing them to roam freely. In truth, he had been diligently observing and summarizing each player's characteristics, devising tailored training regimens for each individual. I have studied the tactics of the Orange team, and to defeat them, there is but one method: to relentlessly assault their interior defense during our offensive plays, targeting Wallace and putting him in foul trouble. With just 2 days remaining before the match, I require you all to engage in intensive training, focusing on penetrating their defense. Having concluded, Coach Enzu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to convene at the gym for training. Zhao Chong summoned Big Black Dragon and a Ben to his side, believing that the task of penetrating the interior relied primarily on the three of them. While the Ben's offensive skills had improved, it was evident that he could not shoulder the primary attacking responsibility alone. Therefore, the tactical synergy between Big Black Dragon and a Ben became crucial. Zhao Chong devised several tactical strategies for them, such as layups following cover, interior handoff passes after drawing the defense, and positioning techniques for rebounding. These maneuvers were designed to ensnare the opponent's interior players. If John Wallace were to accumulate 3 fouls in the first half, the cavalry's chances of victory would significantly increase. Zhao Chong himself is a master of both subtle and bold tactics. He can draw Wallace out for military training and provoke fouls. As the saying goes, sharpening the spear just before the battle makes it shine. The cavalry team's pre-match training is proceeding with intensity and meticulous organization. 2 days later, the match between the cavalry team and the Orange men officially commences. In a brief interview prior to the game, John Wallace declared his intent to decisively defeat the cavalry team and achieve revenge. Zhao Chong also participated in an interview, where he refrained from uttering grandiose statements, merely remarking that the Orange team is but our vanquished opponent. The venue for the match is the home arena of the cavalry team. The starting lineup for the cavalry team is as follows: point guard, Shada, shooting guard, Zhao Chong, small forward, Lao Tai, power forward, De Hei Long, center, Ben Wallace. Head coach, Nzua. The starting lineup for the Orange team includes point guard, Fox, shooting guard, Lawrence Modding, small forward, Davis, power forward, John Wallace, center, not specified. Head coach, Dick. Students from Virginia Union University have gathered at the arena as the cavalry team's games draw an ever-increasing number of attendees, now becoming an integral part of student life. This embodies the culture of winning and the allure of competitive sports. As long as the players display tenacity and secure victories, the fan base will continue to expand. In basketball forums, one often hears the term bandwagon fan used to describe certain supporters, which is quite natural. Who does not favor the strong? Provided that competition remains fair and performances are commendable, the fan base is destined to grow. Thus, when the players of the cavalry team step onto the court, they are met with fervent cheers from their peers. Tang Xiaowan, as customary, dons the same jersey as Zhao Chang and, accompanied by a few close friends, cheers for them from the sidelines. As the match commences, the tip-off grants initial possession to the Orange team. Standing approximately 4 centimeters taller, they hold the advantage in the jump ball. Point guard Fox advances to the front court, passing the ball to Lawrence Modding. In their previous encounter, Modding scored 26 points while Zhao Chong achieved 28, resulting in a captivating showdown. However, following that loss, Modding has been haunted by the memory, training with exceptional diligence, hoping for the opportunity to confront Zhao Chang once more and reclaim his pride. Upon seeing Modding extend his hand for the ball, Zhao Chong comprehended his intent. After receiving the ball, Modding gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Zhao Chong, I shall not allow you to succeed today." Zhao Chong, of course, would not yield easily. With a smile, he replied, "Do you play with your hands or with your mouth?" Chapter 88. The foul tactics were remarkably successful. Modding, rendered speechless by Zhao Chong's retort, remained confident in his ability to outplay him. With a sudden burst of speed, Modding intended to break through from the right flank, but Zhao Chong swiftly intercepted him with agile footwork. Anticipating this move, Modding executed a sharp stop, dribbled behind him, and quickly shifted direction, pivoting his body towards the left side. Zhao Chang was taken aback. This fellow had indeed made remarkable progress, his movements now more fluid and his speed considerably heightened. Modding left Zhao Chong in his wake, charging into the penalty area. Faced with Ben, he executed a deft lob. Swish. 2 points secured. As expected from a second-round draft pick, His talent and technique were already among the elite in the NCAA. The home crowd was momentarily stunned. Zhao Chang had been so effortlessly outmaneuvered, it was astonishingly swift. After scoring, Mauding turned around, triumphantly sprinting past Zhao Chang, leaving behind a taunting remark. "Did you see that? Getting past you is like traversing a quiet street in the early morning." Zhao Chang was amused to the point of laughter, gently shaking his head. He refrained from retorting, as it was not in his nature. Engaging in verbal sparring is permissible, yet one must possess the strength to dominate their opponent for their words to carry weight. Otherwise, it merely amounts to impotent rage. The cavalry team members exhibited signs of tension. This was the first time they witnessed Zhao Chang being outpaced by an adversary. Zhao Chang remained completely unfazed. He exchanged a brief greeting with his teammates, urging everyone to focus their attention. The cavalry team launched an assault. Showdown, possessing the ball in the backcourt, was poised to advance when Fox, the point guard of the orange team, suddenly sprinted up to implement a full-court press. This was a clear demonstration of asserting dominance, flipping the script to take the initiative. Showdown's ball handling had grown increasingly steady, yet Fox proved to be a formidable adversary, persistently employing subtle tactics during his defense. This left Showdown feeling somewhat disoriented and flustered. The referee refrained from blowing the whistle, tacitly allowing such intensity in the game. After all, it was the championship. Minor skirmishes would not warrant intervention, preserving the integrity of the match. Showdown stumbled across half the court before hastily passing the ball to Zhao Chang. Lawrence Moten had been eagerly anticipating this moment, lingering behind Zhao Chang while incessantly taunting. "Come on, take your shot. I'll make you question your very existence." Zhao Chang turned sideways to face Mauding, skillfully dribbling the ball with an air of calmness. Just as the offensive clock dwindled to approximately 7 seconds, De Ben unexpectedly advanced to set a screen, obstructing Mauding's path. Zhao Chang seized the opportunity to advance down the left flank. John Wallace of the orange team rushed over to provide support. John Wallace was indeed Zhao Chang's true target. He regarded Mauding with utter disregard. However, John Wallace was unaware of Zhao Chang's intentions. Recognizing Zhao Chang as the tactical engine of the cavalry team, he was determined to thwart Zhao Chang's advance. Zhao Chang propelled himself forward, darting towards the baseline, when John, with his long legs, swiftly extended his body to obstruct Zhao Chang's path. Despite towering over Zhao Chang by nearly 12 centimeters, he was not cumbersome. His height and reach effectively barred Zhao Chang's advance. However, Zhao Chang had anticipated this moment. As he faced an impediment, he swiftly executed a half-turn, shaking off John by half a body length. John, taken aback, hurriedly pursued him. As John closed in, Zhao Chang executed a sudden and abrupt stop. Given John's considerable weight, he was unable to halt his momentum in time and collided forcefully with Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang propelled himself with a powerful thrust, launching his body into the air. While suspended in midair, before touching the ground, Zhao Chang skillfully released the ball towards the hoop. It was a textbook example of a foul-drawing tactic, executed with unparalleled finesse. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, directing his attention towards John Wallace. After Zhao Chang threw the ball, he stumbled and fell to the ground. In truth, he had no sight of the hoop. He merely relied on instinct and threw with all his might. To his astonishment, the ball spun halfway around the rim before dropping into the net. 2-1. The home crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their hero, Brother Chang, who made an immediate impact with a remarkable 2-1. Coach Anzu could hardly contain his excitement, letting out a roar and pumping his fist in the air. Zhao Chang successfully executed John's first foul, achieving the desired tactical outcome. His teammates rushed over to assist him, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Chang, we did it." Zhao Chang stepped up to the free throw line and made the additional shot. The score was now 3-2, with the Cavaliers in the lead. Lawrence Moten was infuriated. He could not believe that Zhao Chang chose not to match him, instead opting to challenge John Wallace. This was a blatant display of disdain. The Oranges commenced their offensive play. Moten sought to seize the ball once more, but John Wallace, the team's leader, bellowed, "Let me take charge." Consequently, Moten hesitated, fully aware of his subordinate status within the team. Point guard Fox passed the ball to John Wallace, who was being guarded by the formidable Black Dragon. Wallace, truly a force to be reckoned with, faced the Black Dragon with determination. With a deft move, he feigned an attack, pivoted, and with a swift step, maneuvered past the Black Dragon, leaving him behind. With a resounding crash, Wallace soared to the basket, executing a thunderous dunk. The Black Dragon stood in stunned disbelief, feeling utterly overwhelmed by Wallace's prowess. After scoring, John Wallace pounded his chest and roared, Today, I shall obliterate you. It was evident that the previous game's defeat had ignited a fierce desire for revenge within the Orange's ranks. The score now stood at 4-3, with the Oranges reclaiming the lead by a single point. Wallace's remarkable basket not only astonished the Cavaliers players but also left the home crowd in utter silence. Their awe palpable. Coach Anzo's expression turned grave. He recognized the immense threat posed by Wallace and could only hope that he would soon fall into the trap of fouls. As the Cavaliers' hope for victory hinged on neutralizing him, the Cavaliers began their offensive maneuvering. Zhao Chong once again utilized the cover to advance near the penalty area. John Wallace, displaying his cunning, refrained from falling for the ruse. Instead of stepping forward to assist in defense, he summoned his teammates to provide support. Zhao Chang remained composed and passed the ball to the Great Black Dragon. The Great Black Dragon attempted to go for a solo play, yet John Wallace's defense was formidable, leaving the Great Black Dragon with no opportunity whatsoever. Zhao Chong, slightly anxious, reminded him in Chinese, "Execute the strategy." The Heilong, momentarily flustered, immediately regained his composure upon hearing Zhao Chong's words. He feigned an attack towards the basket, executing a deceptive move before passing the ball inside to Dabin. Upon receiving the ball, Dabin charged towards the hoop, poised to deliver a thunderous dunk. John Wallace, unable to stand idly by and allow Dabin to score, rushed to provide defense. To his surprise, Dabin did not go for the dunk directly. Instead, he shifted laterally, switching the ball to his left hand and executed a powerful slam. Consequently, John Wallace miscalculated, colliding with Dabin's left shoulder. Bang! Dabin scored with his dunk. And simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling yet another foul on John Wallace. This resulted in yet another 2-1 opportunity. The Cavalry strategy had triumphed. Coach Dick of the Orange Men turned pale, fully aware that he had been outsmarted. In less than 2 minutes into the game, John Wallace had committed 2 fouls and was destined to take a seat on the bench. With his head bowed and muttering under his breath, John Wallace approached the bench, delivering a heavy kick in frustration. Chapter 89. The Orange Men find themselves in foul trouble with John Wallace sidelined. The substitute Nas took to the court. Coach Anzo leaped up in excitement on the sidelines. The Orange Men's sharpest weapon had been effectively disarmed. Zhao Chang and Dabin, along with the imposing De Hei Long, exchanged triumphant high-fives, sharing a knowing smile. Their rigorous training had borne fruit. The match resumed, and Dabin approached the free-throw line, taking a deep breath. Alas, the additional free throw went awry, and the Orange team seized the rebound, launching a counterattack. Lawrence Motting, possessing the ball at midcourt, advanced towards the front. Zhao Chong swiftly returned to defense, calling out beside him, "It's your turn." Lawrence Motting huffed in annoyance. "Is it really you?" With a swift motion, Motting advanced rapidly, intent on charging past Zhao Chong towards the basket. Although Zhao Chong was a few centimeters shorter than his opponent, his strength was by no means inferior. Bang! Bang! The two collided fiercely, sparks seemingly flying from their intense engagement. This was basketball in the last century, remarkably physical, far removed from the later, more lenient officiating. Under Zhao Chong's tenacious defense, Motting found himself trapped outside the key area, a situation that left him feeling quite embarrassed. He halted his advance, intending to leverage his shooting prowess to score forcefully over Zhao Chong. However, just as he prepared to leap for his shot, Zhao Chong's left hand struck like lightning, snatching the ball away with a resounding smack. Throughout this season, Zhao Chong's steals have consistently ranked among the top in the NCAA, primarily due to his lightning-fast reflexes. Yet, another key factor lay in his meticulous observation of his opponents. The movements of an offensive player's knees and feet would often betray their intentions. He could feign with his head and shoulders to mislead judgments, but the actions of his knees signaled the moment to leap. Following the steal, Zhao Chang promptly initiated a counterattack, inciting Motting's ire. In a fit of frustration, he lunged forward and grabbed Zhao Chang. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Motting had committed yet another foul. With just over 3 minutes into the game, the Orange team had already accumulated 3 fouls, much to the dismay of Coach Dick. Should they reach a total of 7 fouls in the half, free throws would be awarded. The Cavalry team resumed their sideline play and continued their offensive efforts. Zhao Chong once again seized the ball, and Motting stood resolutely before him. It was truly exhilarating. Zhao Chong gradually maneuvered the ball, his gaze fixed on the players in the paint. Suddenly, he burst into action, darting towards the right. Motting swiftly positioned himself to block. Yet Zhao Chong executed a sudden halt followed by an explosive acceleration. Once again, he unleashed the dreaded ankle breaker. This move is nothing short of a nightmare for defenders. Mauding lost his footing, nearly toppling over. Zhao Chong dashed to the baseline, abruptly halted, and executed a jump shot. Swish. 2 points secured. Mauding's face turned ashen. He understood all too well that the cavalry team aimed to undermine John Wallace. Once John exited the game, the Orange men would have no choice but to rely solely on Mauding. If he failed to contain Zhao Chong, the Orange men would be doomed. Coach Dick had not anticipated that the cavalry team would resort to such extreme tactics. In desperation, he called for a timeout. Nearly 4 minutes and 3 seconds into the game, the cavalry team led by 3 points, 7-4. The contrast was minimal. Yet the teams accumulated 3 fouls and the premature departure of their star player, John Wallace, were indeed grievous blows. Coach Anzo approached the players, exchanging high fives and offering encouragement to each one. Especially with Zhao Chong, he was elated, embracing him warmly. "You, my friend, truly have a knack for it. Your foul drawing technique is exquisite." Zhao Chong chuckled. "It's a trivial matter. Once he steps onto the court, I have 100 ways to take him down." Having just praised him, he quickly resumed his playful banter. The atmosphere among the cavalry team was lighthearted. In stark contrast, the mood on the Orange team's side was markedly tense. Head coach Dick held a tactical board, continuously discussing strategies while sketching with his pen. Mauding nodded gravely, clearly realizing that the burden rested heavily on him for the time being. John Wallace wore a furious expression, feeling powerless as he sat on the bench, unable to contribute. As the timeout concluded, the Orange team initiated their offense. Mauding altered their approach, opting for off-ball movement instead of driving aggressively. Point guard Fox utilized a screen to penetrate the key, passing the ball to Big Ben in an attempt to overpower him. However, Big Ben's strength was far superior. He remained immovable. Just as he was about to attempt a drifting hook shot, Big Ben leaped suddenly, swinging his right hand with force, and bam! A resounding block. The basketball was forcefully sent out of bounds. The home crowd erupted in excitement, their spirits soaring with this electrifying play. Big Ben roared defiantly, exuding an aura of dominance. Zhao Chong and his teammates rushed over, celebrating with chest bumps. Chong, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered his head and walked away. In the subsequent rounds, the cavalry team gained the upper hand, gradually widening the score gap. After 11 minutes into the first half, the score stood at 18-11, with the cavalry team leading by 7 points. Coach Anzu called for a timeout, as he prepared to substitute in some bench players. Zhao Chong has already amassed 8 points, making him the highest scorer on both sides, while Mo Tung has secured 6 points. In terms of team score and individual statistics, Zhao Chong maintains a dominant lead. Much to Mo Tang's dismay, today was initially intended for retribution, yet old grievances linger as new ones arise. Tang Xiaowan and her friends formed an energetic support group for the cavalry team. Their enthusiastic cheers and dances along the sidelines adding a vibrant touch to the home arena of the cavalry team. Zhao Chong remained vigilant, seated upon his chair, wiping away the perspiration while earnestly admonishing his companions not to let their guard down. John Wallace would undoubtedly make another appearance. Having learned his lesson, he would surely manage to curtail his fouls. After all, he is a top-tier player with exceptional basketball intelligence. As the timeout concluded, the Cavaliers substituted Jerome and Brown in place of the formidable De Hae Long and the agile Showdown. Jerome bolstered the interior defense, while Brown and Zhao Chong once again formed a formidable duo on the perimeter. Despite the Cavaliers' increasingly stable three-point shooting, the media continued to harbor skepticism regarding their outside capabilities, clinging to the entrenched belief that three-point shots are not lethal. Upon Zhao Chong's entry into the game, he deftly maneuvered through the defense and swiftly passed the ball to Brown, positioned near the right sideline. Brown evaded his defender and launched a three-point shot. This young man's talent for three-pointers is truly remarkable. The instant he takes the shot, one can sense its inevitability. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, further widening the point differential. Although Mauding responded with a mid-range jumper in the subsequent play, the Cavaliers initiated a fast break, with Zhao Chang sinking another three-pointer from behind the arc. This exchange only served to amplify the score gap. Suddenly, the head coach of the Orange men, Dick, had an epiphany. He recognized that the Cavaliers had evolved once again. In their previous matchup, Brown had not participated, and the Cavaliers had managed only 2 three-pointers throughout the entire game. However, in today's contest, both Brown and Zhao Chong had successfully converted three-pointers in consecutive possessions, indicating that the Cavaliers had integrated the three-point shot as a standard weapon in their arsenal. Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare in the NBA of the last century. It is worth noting that Reggie Miller, during his tenure with the Pacers, would always ensure to score a basket in the paint with each three-pointer he made, lest he provoke the ire of his coach. Chapter 90. We possess more than just three-point shooting. The astute head coach Dick of the Orange Men, recovering from a brief moment of panic, promptly devised a tactical response. Man-to-man defense. Stick to your assignments, whether inside or beyond the arc. I want you to apply relentless pressure, even if they cross midcourt. If they set screens, create immediate disruption, denying them even the slightest opportunity to shoot. This defensive approach was quite uncommon at that time, as three-point attempts were scarce, with the majority of offensive plays initiated through drives into the paint. Only when the shot clock was dwindling and the interior was heavily congested would players resort to passing the ball outward for a desperate three-point attempt. Following a timeout, the game resumed, and upon Zhao Chang's entry, he quickly noticed a persistent shadow by his side. Brown, too, found himself accompanied by a relentless tag-along. Zhao Chang understood that the Orange Man team was bewildered by the three-pointers from the Cavalry team. They found themselves at a loss, forced to address their ailments one at a time. It's up to you now, De Bin, De Hailong, and Lao Tai. Zhao Chang shouted in Chinese and then passed the ball to Lao Tai, retreating alongside Brown to a meter beyond the three-point line. The offensive space suddenly expanded, and upon receiving the ball, Lao Tai feigned an attack and surged toward the baseline. The small forward of the Orange team, Davis, pressed closely, but Lao Tai abruptly halted, feigning a shot. The center, left with no choice, rushed over to assist in defense. At this moment, the defensive 3-second rule had not yet come into play. Only the offensive 3-second rule remained, rendering the center's help defense quite formidable, as he could linger beneath the basket. From another perspective, one can appreciate the challenges faced by Jordan and his contemporaries among perimeter players. Observing the defensive assistance, Lao Tai swiftly flicked the ball with his right hand to the edge of the paint, where Ben Wallace stood. In the past, Ben could only take a single step for a thunderous dunk or a bank shot. If defenders were present, he would be left to throw a desperate shot. However, after training with Zhao Chang, Ben displayed nimble footwork, faking a move just as the defender jumped, switching hands for a layup. Swish. The ball went in. The referee's whistle pierced the air, indicating a foul for hitting the arm. The Cavaliers players rushed over, celebrating with high fives and loud roars. This score showcased both Ben's footwork and layup skills. Of course, this was also attributable to the Cavaliers' strategy. Lao Tai's penetrating drive had drawn attention away. Thus, Ben's layup went unchallenged, forcing the defense to resort to a foul. Ben stepped to the free throw line, steadying his nerves, and made the additional free throw. A month ago, Ben's free throw percentage was below 40, but under Coach Anzo's careful analysis over the past month, his free throw accuracy had risen to 64, a remarkable improvement. Zhao Chang was particularly elated, for De Bin's familial circumstances were dire, necessitating immediate financial support. Should De Bin succeed in the draft next year, securing a higher pick, he would undoubtedly be awarded a lucrative contract. What does the draft evaluate? It primarily considers potential. If De Bin solely focuses on defense and neglects offense, scouts will surely overlook him, for basketball is fundamentally a game of scoring. Moreover, his stature is not particularly imposing. Playing in the paint may render him underestimated. In the ensuing possession, the Orange team initiated their offense. Perhaps spurred by recent events, Modding also increased his attempts from beyond the arc. His three-point shooting percentage appears commendable, standing at 35 over the past 5 games. However, his attempts are rather scant, averaging no more than 3 per game. Shooting percentage does not entirely reflect an individual's shooting proficiency, as an increase in attempts alters the intensity of the opponent's defense, as well as one's own stamina and consistency. Generally speaking, the more attempts one takes, the greater the difficulty, leading to a decline in shooting percentage. This is a well-established principle. Yet, players like Jordan defy this norm. His shot attempts in the playoffs surpassed those in the regular season, and his finals attempts exceeded those in the playoffs. All while his shooting percentage steadily increased, playoff shooting percentage exceeding that of the regular season, and finals percentage surpassing that of the playoffs. He truly thrives under pressure. Throughout history, there has never been a player quite like this one. Modding found himself at a loss, as he managed to score only once from 4 attempts, making just a single three-pointer. The Cavaliers seized the opportunity to widen the score gap. During this phase, Zhao Chang and Brown refrained from shooting, merely stationed themselves outside the arc to create space for their teammates. De Hailong, Lao Tai, and De Bin consistently made their shots. On the sidelines, Coach Dick of the Orange team shook his head in exasperation, nearly fuming with frustration. With over a decade of coaching experience in college, he had encountered many styles of play, yet he had never witnessed a team perform like the Cavaliers. In truth, this was not unexpected. Even in the 1990s, and well into the 21st century, when Curry led the Warriors to a sudden rise, other teams were caught off guard. Curry's unreasonable three-point shooting and Thompson's flawless catch-and-shoot tactics left rival teams helpless. Had it not been for Tyronn Lue's relentless double-teaming of Curry, yielding some success. And considering Curry's unique playing style, he could have been even more dominant. The Cavaliers' current strategy closely resembles that of the Warriors. Although Zhao Chang and Brown's three-point shooting does not yet rival that of Curry and Thompson, the Cavaliers have already begun to embody the essence of the Warriors' small ball era. After 16 minutes of play in the first half, the score stood at 34-21, with the Cavaliers leading by 13 points. Coach Anzo began substituting his starting players for the bench. The Orange team also made changes, bringing John Wallace back into the game. Frustrated by his foul troubles, Wallace had hoped to wreak havoc on the Cavaliers, but upon entering the game, he found himself burdened with 2 fouls, inciting his anger. As the first half approached its conclusion, his eyes burned with intensity. This player's abilities were indeed formidable. After entering the game, he unleashed his full potential against the Cavaliers' substitutes. Zhao Chang and other key players rested on the sidelines, leaving the substitutes unable to withstand the formidable John Wallace, who wreaked havoc in the paint, scoring consecutively. Without Zhao Chang to draw defensive attention, Brown's three-point shooting fell silent. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 36-35, with the Cavaliers trailing by a mere point. The students from the University of Virginia were left in disbelief. What transpired? In mere minutes, they had squandered a lead of over 10 points? The disparity between the starters and substitutes seemed excessively vast. Coach Anzo refrained from reprimanding the bench players. Instead, he offered them constant reassurance as they exited the court with their heads held low. As the captain, Zhao Chang stood on the sidelines, exchanging high fives and offering encouragement to his teammates. John Wallace, who was already formidable, might not have needed to rest if he hadn't suffered 2 initial blows right at the start. However, upon regaining his composure, John Wallace became an unstoppable force. In Chapter 91, just 1 minute after entering the game, he was once again sidelined. Consequently, the dynamics of the second half became quite delicate. Zhao Chang did not return to the locker room. Instead, he engaged in a discussion with Coach Anzu in a corner, deliberating on the tactics for the second half. What shall we do in the second half? Coach Anzu inquired, noting that John Wallace had become alert, displaying a cautious demeanor on the defensive end. Unwilling to be easily deceived, Zhao Chang chuckled and replied, "It's not a problem. If he dares not make a move on the defensive end, then we shall have the upper hand." Have the upper hand? Indeed. As long as he dares to evade, we will relentlessly pursue him. And it will undoubtedly lead to his collapse. Coach Anzu nodded in approval. It's easier said than done, but John Wallace possesses formidable strength. We must remain cautious. The two engaged in a detailed discussion regarding specific tactics. As the second half of the match commenced, John Wallace re-entered the arena. Perhaps due to his ferocious display in the final minutes of the first half, he arrogantly approached Zhao Chang and proclaimed, "Zhao Chang, with your mere tricks, you may lead for a fleeting moment. In the second half, I shall show you what true strength entails." Zhao Chang certainly does not indulge him, chuckling, "You, after all, only dare to bully our substitutes." John Wallace's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. The truth of the matter is that the majority of his points in the first half were amassed during the final minutes against the reserves of the Cavaliers. Hence, Zhao Chang's assertion holds merit. As the second half commenced, the Cavaliers launched their offensive. Zhao Chang advanced past the half-court line, signaling once more to the formidable De Hae Long to substitute John Wallace. It was evident that Zhao Chang intended to target him deliberately, aiming to provoke a foul. However, during the halftime break, the coach of the Orange men, Dick, had already conferred with Wallace, instructing him not to defend against Zhao Chang. Thus, as De Hae Long set a screen, John Wallace promptly retreated, allowing his teammate Davis to take over the defensive responsibilities. Yet, Old Tai had been well prepared for this moment. Just as Davis lunged in to provide support, Zhao Chang executed a precise pass to the cutting Old Tai. Upon reaching the paint, Old Tai made a deft floater, securing 2 points. The Orange men's protective defense had caused disarray within their formation. John Wallace appeared bewildered. He had not anticipated Zhao Chang's swift reaction. The score shifted to 37-36, with the Cavaliers seizing a 1-point lead. The question now was who could endure the pressure. The Orange men initiated their offense. John Wallace received the ball, facing De Hae Long, ready to make his move. Yet, he remained vigilant, casting sidelong glances at Zhao Chong to guard against a potential steal. Da Long recognized Wallace's prowess and exerted himself defensively, but Wallace's offensive skills were indeed impressive. With a series of feints, he shifted Da Long's center of gravity, driving to the basket and executing a soft layup for 2 points. The score now stood at 38-37, with the Orange men reclaiming the lead by 1 point. The game was intensely thrilling, leaving the spectators on the edge of their seats. The Cavaliers launched their offense. This time, Zhao Chong refrained from handling the ball, allowing Shouda to dribble the ball upcourt. Shouda called for Da Long to set a screen. John Wallace hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to follow. He reasoned to himself, Zhao Chong can target me due to his speed, but can Shouda? Perhaps it was best to avoid confrontation. Consequently, John Wallace charged towards Shouda. Although Shouda had improved significantly, he was still unable to contend with Wallace. With only 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Shouda maneuvered left and right, but Wallace remained steadfast, blocking him outside the 3-point line. Suddenly, Zhao Chong accelerated, breaking free from his defender modding, and surged towards Shouda's right side. In response, Shouda executed a behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball to Zhao Chong. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Chong, without a moment's hesitation, prepared to launch a 3-point shot. In the first half, he remarkably achieved 3 successful shots out of 4 attempts, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage that compelled John Wallace to defend him. Instinctively, he leapt into the air, his right hand raised high, ready to block the shot. Given John Wallace's height and reach, it was evident that he could easily thwart Zhao Chong's attempt. If Zhao Chang were to truly take the shot, it would undoubtedly be swatted away. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Chang executed a feint, his movement so convincing that it left the audience in awe. After Zhao Chong faked out Wallace, he leaped into the air, colliding with him before swiftly retracting his body to execute a pull-up maneuver, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. This deceptive foul-drawing action is quite challenging and demands considerable physical strength. Otherwise, a diminutive guard attempting to confront a robust power forward would likely find themselves in a precarious situation. Even if a foul is called, their body could be left in disarray. In such a case, an injury would necessitate their exit from the game, rendering them unable to continue. However, after colliding with Zhao Chong, Wallace was propelled backward, rolling twice before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The referee's whistle pierced the air, pointing decisively at John Wallace. It was his 3rd foul. Coach Dick let out a resigned sigh, fully aware that Wallace had exerted his utmost effort. Yet Zhao Chong possessed an abundance of cunning that rendered him nearly impossible to guard against. Zhao Chong's 3-point shooting was remarkably precise, and Wallace's decision to rush out was entirely justified, without any doubt. Who could have anticipated that Zhao Chong's seemingly realistic shooting motion was merely a feint? 3 free throws. Meanwhile, Wallace returned to the bench once more. Just a minute into the second half, the fans of the Orange men were left in despair. His teammates rushed over to assist Zhao Chong, inquiring about his well-being. Zhao Chong grimaced in front of the referee, seemingly in great pain. Yet he muttered to his teammate in Chinese, "I am pretending." His teammate instantly comprehended the situation. Shouda nearly burst into laughter but managed to restrain himself. Zhao Chang approached the free throw line and executed a flawless 3 for 3. The score now stood at 40-38, with the Cavalry team regaining a 2-point lead. While a 2-point difference seemed trivial, the real concern lay in the fact that John Wallace was compelled to sit out, leaving the Orange men without their key offensive asset and emotional anchor. What infuriated John Wallace even more was Zhao Chong's playful wink as he retreated on defense, passing right in front of him. That cheeky glimmer in Zhao's eyes nearly sent Wallace into a fit of rage. As the game progressed, the rhythm entirely favored the Cavalry team, while the Orange men languished in low spirits, unable to withstand the pressure. With over 8 minutes gone in the second half, the score was 53-42, with the Cavalry leading by 11 points. Time was running short, and if the Orange men did not devise a strategy soon, the Cavalry would secure a decisive victory. Head coach Dick, resolute, made a bold decision. He waved his hand and reinserted John Wallace into the game. Aware that only a few minutes remained, he thought to himself that if Wallace were to be fouled out, so be it, let it happen as it may. John Wallace understood his coach's intentions. His expression hardened as he stepped onto the court, fully prepared to give it his all. Upon witnessing his entrance onto the court, Zhao Chang was taken aback. Previously, he had managed to deceive him into committing a foul, a stroke of luck indeed. However, if Wallace maintained his composure in the ensuing match, it would prove challenging. Coach Anzu also made a substitution, replacing showdown with Brown to enhance their three-point shooting capability. The intent behind this move was to compel John Wallace to expand his defensive range. After all, three-point shots yield greater efficiency than two-point attempts. Wallace could not perpetually retreat beneath the basket. Chapter 92. When three-point shots are called into question, let us shatter those doubts with our own hands. The strategy of the Cavaliers was ahead of its time, yet not infallible. This adjustment required the players to sustain their exceptional shooting touch. Just as the home crowd anticipated another onslaught from Brown and Zhao Chang, both suddenly found themselves in a shooting slump. Meanwhile, John Wallace, upon entering the game, displayed remarkable caution. He nearly vanished on the defensive end, while the other players from the Orange team took the initiative to shield him. Truly, the NCAA's traditional powerhouse showcased their top-tier tactical acumen. The dynamics on the court shifted dramatically as the Orange team began to narrow the score gap. With 4 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the second half, the score stood at 64-62, with the Cavaliers clinging to a mere 2-point lead. In the brief moments that have just passed, Zhao Chang managed to score 2 out of 6 attempts, while Brown found success with only 1 out of 5. In stark contrast, John Wallace showcased an extraordinary performance, hitting 8 out of 13 shots, reminiscent of a divine being gracing the court. Coach Anzu shook his head slightly, fully aware that a loss in this match would undoubtedly subject him to vehement criticism from both the media and fans alike. The Cavaliers had garnered a notorious reputation for their excessive reliance on three-point shots. Esteemed former players voiced their opinions, with Celtics legend Kevin McHale openly condemning the team's tactics, stating, "NCAA is a league that values skill, not one that indulges in opportunism." The Cavaliers' style is destined to be a disgrace to basketball. Similarly, Julius Erving, the illustrious Dr. J, subtly remarked, while the three-point shot signifies a player's shooting evolution, it should not dominate as the primary offensive strategy, for it risks robbing basketball of its allure. However, there were also notable proponents of the Cavaliers' approach, such as Reggie Miller, who expressed his admiration for the team and publicly advocated for the Pacers to consider Cavaliers players in the upcoming draft. Thus, during this period, the Cavaliers emerged as an unconventional team within the NCAA, capturing the attention of fans. This was an unexpected turn for both Zhao Chang and Coach Anzu. The latter had initially aimed to forge a team of unwavering resilience. Indeed, the Cavaliers displayed a steadfast spirit, yet under Zhao Chang's influence, they were also undergoing a significant evolution in their playing style. Coach Anzu called for a timeout to allow his players a moment to regroup after being momentarily overwhelmed by their opponents. Zhao Chang and Brown walked towards the sidelines with their heads bowed. Coach Anzu approached them, embracing both of them warmly. "Children, the game is not over yet. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. It's merely a matter of poor shooting. I have faith in you, and I am certain you will regain your form." Upon witnessing the head coach's lack of reproach, Zhao Chang and Brown's spirits lifted considerably. Seated together, they engaged in a quiet discussion. "Chang, should I reduce my attempts?" "No need. As long as you find an open shot, take it with confidence. Your three-point shooting is impeccable." Zhao Chang was acutely aware that his recent decline in shooting accuracy was largely due to his somewhat reckless attempts. He knew he needed to adopt a steadier approach. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. John Wallace was brimming with excitement. Upon entering the court, he fervently exchanged high-fives with his teammates, encouraging them with fervor. He aspired to inspire his comrades through a dazzling performance, aiming to seize victory at the Cavaliers' home ground and avenge past grievances. Moreover, with the Cavaliers basking in the limelight during this period, Wallace sought to vanquish them in his traditional style, thereby vindicating the legacy of old-school players. The Cavaliers initiated their offensive. Zhao Chang dribbled past the halfway line, confronting the defense of Motting. Rather than calling for a screen, he opted to exploit his speed and made a direct drive towards the right. Almost simultaneously, Brown, maneuvering through his teammates' screens, darted along the baseline, constantly weaving in and out. Motting found himself in a dilemma, as he had to closely guard Zhao Chang to prevent him from taking a shot while also thwarting his advance into the paint. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Zhao Chang seized half a step advantage. Approaching the vicinity of the paint, Zhao Chang noticed Brown had found an open spot. Despite Brown's previous cold streak, Zhao Chang, as the captain, chose to place his trust in him. Whoosh! The basketball soared accurately into Brown's hands. The perimeter defenders from the Orange team rushed forward, but their speed was lacking, having underestimated Brown's threat due to his earlier 0-for-3 shooting. Alas, they were gravely mistaken. A composed Brown, his mind clear of distractions, focused solely on the hoop. He leaped and released the ball. Swish. The basketball traced a high, graceful arc as it flew towards the net. Both Big Ben and the opposing center, Cantor, jostled for position, ready to snatch the rebound. Swish. To everyone's astonishment, the ball swished through the net without touching the rim. The net flipped upwards like a wave, a sight of pure beauty. Brown, exhilarated, expressed his gratitude for Zhao Chang's faith in him, rushing over to celebrate with a chest bump. Zhao Chang patted his arm, offering encouragement. The cavalry team players felt a surge of confidence. The home crowd was also exhilarated, chanting in unison, "The cavalry shall prevail." The point differential widened to 5. The Orange men launched an offensive. John Wallace received the ball once more, adhering to traditional tactics, utilizing his exquisite skills beneath the basket to score. Swish. The formidable defender was indeed unable to stop him, conceding the basket. The point margin returned to 3. The cavalry team advanced on the offense. Zhao Chang advanced into the front court, casting his gaze around, feigning an intention to pass. John Wallace, lurking on the far side, offered Zhao Chang no opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. Such a scenario is rather uncommon in the course of the game. With merely 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Zhao Chang suddenly sprang into action, once again driving toward the right flank. Mauding, believing he had acclimatized to Zhao Chang's pace, shifted his footing to keep up. Unexpectedly, as Zhao Chang reached the midpoint of his drive, he abruptly pulled back and executed a step-back three-pointer. The distance of this retreat was nearly a meter. Mauding was caught off guard, completely thrown off balance. In an instant, the area within a 2-meter radius of Zhao Chang became utterly deserted. This sudden solitude left him somewhat taken aback. With a deliberate shake of his shoulders, he composedly took his shot. Whoosh! It was a flawless execution of his three-point training. And Zhao Chang did not disappoint the spectators. The shot was precisely guided and found its mark. The gap in the score swiftly widened to 6 points. The head coach of the Orange team, Dick, was momentarily stunned. What was happening? How had the cavalry team's players regained their touch? Zhao Chang raised his hands high, greeting the home fans with a gesture of gratitude for their unwavering support. He then sprinted over to Tang Xiaowan, exchanging a gentle high five, which incited a raucous cheer from the surrounding classmates. Brother Chang is amazing. Take them down. Haha, Brother Chang is about to take over the game. Let's crush the Orange team and reach the top 4. The morale of the cavalry team surged, swiftly dampening the momentum previously held by the Orange team. Dick sensed impending trouble and urgently shouted from the sidelines, instructing his teammates to expand their defense and deny the cavalry team any opportunities for a three-point shot. Coach Anzu clapped enthusiastically from the sidelines, nodding in approval, thoroughly pleased with Zhao Chang's recent decision-making. His basketball intelligence was simply exceptional. Chapter 93. The opponents